a person endowed with both audacity and a hint of mischief, possessing courage and a grand vision. A denizen of the Blue Planet, is reincarnated as Dudley Dursley, the Muggle, cousin of Harry Potter in a parallel world. By addressing the unresolved events of the original tale, he seizes the opportunity to merge with magical artifacts, deftly employing both force and reason to transform from mere Muggle into a conceptual deity of magic. Chapter 1. A beautiful day begins with encouragement to do good. Harry goes, slap him twice. All right, cousin. In a narrow corner of an alley, an 11-year-old boy named Harry Potter with tousled black hair, a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, round glasses perched upon his nose, and a healthy, well-proportioned physique, stood poised. Compassion and determination flickered within his emerald eyes. Responding to his cousin's demand, he swiftly approached, grasping the collar of a trembling adult male thief cornered against the wall, and delivered 2 resounding slaps with precision and force. Afterward, amidst the young thief's pitiful sobs, he quietly returned to his cousin's side. Dudley Dursley, clad in a smelting school uniform, a bag of stolen beef jerky in his left hand and a smelting cane in his right, stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, robust, and muscular. The contours of his physique evident even through his clothing, observing the scene with quiet satisfaction. Upon witnessing the thief's complete loss of will to resist and lack of intention to retaliate, he turned to his cousin, who was 5 weeks younger. Harry, you could be swifter. Moreover, temper the pity in your eyes. Compassion for the enemy equates to cruelty towards oneself and one's own. This thief, my dear cousin, is a notorious criminal in our little whinging area, having robbed 5 residents and even snatching snacks from elementary school children. He is not worthy of your sympathy. Dudley's earnest admonition elicited a tinge of shame upon Harry's visage, yet he could not refrain from inquiring. But cousin, you've already pummeled him over 10 times and struck him with your wand more than 30 times. Isn't that sufficient? Indeed, it is nearly sufficient. As Dudley spoke, he tossed the bag of beef jerky to Harry and, brandishing his wand, approached the bruised and lightly injured thief once more. The thief, sensing the renewed wave of pressure, ceased his whimpering in fright. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, stand up, Dudley barked, raising his wand high. Upon witnessing this fearsome display, the thief's trembling legs were miraculously restored by an unseen force. With a sudden leap, he sprang up from the ground, stifling his pain as he bent fearfully before Dudley, his gaze downcast, terrified that the extraordinary power, not characteristic of an ordinary child, would once again befall him through the unforgiving wand. Dudley, satisfied with the sight of the submissive, defeated foe, slowly lowered his wand. Just as the thief exhaled a sigh of relief, Dudley swiftly reached out, deftly rifling through all the visible and hidden pockets of the thief, collecting over 100 pounds and more than 30 pence. His nimble technique surpassed that of the thief, leaving the latter utterly astonished. What he had initially perceived as a formidable adversary was, in fact, a seasoned peer whose skills far exceeded his own. Shut your gaping mouth, Dudley sneered. Considering you refrained from preying on the impoverished, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to wreak havoc on the territory of the Dursley gang again, the outcome will not be as pleasant. Now be gone. The thief, regaining his composure, nodded and awkwardly thanked him, cautiously sidestepping Dudley and Harry as he stumbled toward the alley's exit. Stop, Dudley commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. The thief paused, his form trembling, wearing an expression of dismay as he turned back to Dudley with a forced smile. I offer you a piece of advice. Your wits are lacking, your fortune is poor, and you consistently flee down dead-end paths. You are ill-suited for this line of work. It would be wiser to utilize the money hidden in your shoes and pursue an honest endeavor. The thief, startled, glanced down to find the remnants of his last funds peeking out from his shoes, lamenting his misfortune as he hastily tucked the notes back inside. Having completed this, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Perhaps the young rogue had spoken the truth, was indeed ill-suited for this profession. Redemption was his only salvation. Upon realizing this, the thief looked toward Dudley and Harry, wishing to utter something, but found that they had already passed him and reached the alley's mouth. The words caught in his throat. Dudley had no need for the scented notes. Not to mention the meager sum hidden in the thief's shoes, Dudley, as a privileged Muggle, was indifferent to such trifles. His actions were primarily to hone his skills, train his cousin, and consolidate the loyalty of his followers. As Dudley and Harry made their way home, passing a crossroads, he handed the money taken from the thief to his right-hand man, the skinny Peer Poches, who awaited at the roadside. Peer, arrange for someone to return the money to its rightful owner, and let the extra be shared among the gang. According to our usual practice, if the owner wishes to express gratitude with a tip or gift, inquire if they possess any rare or unusual items of uncertain provenance. If they do, have them sent to me. Should anyone accept our Dursley gang's assistance without offering a token of appreciation, I shall ensure their names are noted, and they will be compelled to make amends. Dudley articulated his directives clearly, and Pierre nodded attentively, taking careful notes. After Dudley concluded, Pierre hesitated before cautiously inquiring, "What about the bag of beef jerky from our classmate? Just buy a new bag with the money to return. This one is for Harry, and me it tastes quite delightful," Dudley stated, taking the beef jerky from Harry and savoring it with enjoyment. "Understood, boss," Pierre affirmed, turning to fulfill Dudley's orders. On a calm morning in Little Whinging, Surrey, few pedestrians filled the streets. Utilizing the leisure of summer vacation, Dudley, alongside his charming cousin, had partaken in a rather valuable social practice, leaving him in high spirits. However, his cousin, the illustrious Harry Potter of the wizarding world, harbored some unusual concerns. "Cousin, will a wizard truly come to take me to Hogwarts to learn magic? Aunt Petunia says I should attend Stonewall High at 8 as they approach number 4, Privet Drive." Harry hesitated momentarily, glancing at Dudley's smelting school uniform, before finally asking. He sought clarification from his seemingly omniscient and capable cousin, who could solve any dilemma. In response, Dudley continued walking, affirming in a confident tone, "Harry, trust me, they will notify you about your enrollment." Chapter 2. The News of Enrollment, the Owl Messenger. According to the contents recorded in the books delivered to me by your fervent admirer, the rather dim-witted wizard Mr. Diggory, it is stated that children endowed with magical abilities, born in the regions of England and Ireland, are destined to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry upon turning 11. The headmaster of this esteemed institution, Albus Dumbledore, is the very individual who, approximately a decade ago, sent you here accompanied by a letter of explanation. Dudley persuasively elucidated to his cousin, ultimately reassuring him, "Do not worry, Harry, even if no one informs you of your admission into the wizarding world. I would never allow you to attend that chaotic and subpar institution, Stonewall High." "Thank you, Dudley. I understand now." Harry felt a warmth in his heart, as his worries and shadows about the future dissipated entirely. Growing up alongside his cousin, who was wise, well-read, strong, and amiable, Harry found Dudley to be more of a brother than a mere cousin. Even when Dudley's magical outbursts inadvertently conjured extraordinary incidents that rendered him a spectacle to those around them, Dudley never regarded him with disdain. Rather, he showed increased concern and actively guided Harry in familiarizing himself with this wondrous power. If one were to overlook Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's lingering aloofness and disdain towards him, Harry's childhood might well be deemed idyllic. Harry shook his head, employing the technique his cousin had once taught him to cast away the unpleasant thoughts. "Cousin, is the Mr. Diggory you mentioned the peculiar fellow who tipped his hat and bowed to me in the shop?" "Yes, indeed. After he greeted you, I followed him to inquire why, and he told me you are the chosen one, the boy who lived a star in the wizarding realm, and he holds you in the highest esteem. Later, I arranged to exchange some of your signed notebooks for numerous foundational books on wizards and magic. He was most agreeable and even delighted, offering me additional magical coins known as galleons. His poise and calm demeanor seemed entirely unbefitting of an 11-year-old, resembling more that of a seasoned elder who, despite having seen through the vicissitudes of life, retains his fervor. However, neither cousin Harry Potter nor his parents, the Dursleys, ever recognized this. To them, Dudley was simply as he had always been, extraordinarily gifted and transcendent of the ordinary. Cousin, does the headmaster Dumbledore ride a motorcycle? A flying motorcycle? I've dreamt of soaring atop a flying motorcycle for what felt like an eternity. Oh, Harry, I think you ought not to associate a centenarian with such extreme sports. Even if the books claim he is the greatest wizard of the 20th century, with only 9 years left until its conclusion, he is, after all, quite elderly. Is he not? Was that flying motorcycle merely a figment of my imagination? No, perhaps it was someone else on a flying motorcycle who brought you here. Dumbledore is a headmaster. He must have some subordinates, don't you think? Much like my Dudley gang, perhaps he has his own Dumbledore's army or something similar. Does Dumbledore also box like you do, cousin? The journey was not particularly long. Dudley and Harry conversed as they swiftly arrived at their destination, their spacious 2-story home located at number 4 Privet Drive, where they had cohabited for nearly a decade. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning, still within the embrace of dawn. A mottled brown owl descended from the sky, clutching a weathered letter, and precisely delivered it into the mailbox at their doorstep. "Harry, I believe your acceptance letter has arrived," Dudley exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon spotting the stout Scottish owl, only for that thrill to quickly fade, replaced by a facade of gentle affection. "Coo," Dudley mimicked, attempting to capture the attention of the messenger owl, which was poised to take flight. However, The owl's keen gaze was drawn to the delectable beef jerky clutched high in Dudley's hand, with a substantial portion of it still nestled in his embrace. Unable to resist the culinary temptation, the owl altered its flight path, swooping towards the treat Dudley held. Dudley's eyes twinkled with delight as he raised his smelting stick to provide a perch for the owl, while his other hand generously retrieved strips of beef jerky from the bag of his arm, offering the morsels with tender care. The owl, relishing the pampering, gradually let down its guard, its sharp beak eagerly consuming the jerky. Even as Dudley stroked its wings and back, the creature offered no resistance. Coo! Coo, the adage warns that a cautious ship can sail for 1,000 years, yet a moment's carelessness may lead to disaster. However, it seemed that the owl, a messenger of the British magical realm, had not heeded the wisdom of the mysterious eastern lands, easily falling prey to Dudley's grasp. At that moment, Dudley discarded the smelting stick and the bag of beef jerky, both hands gripping the owl firmly. The poor creature, now frantic with fear, struggled desperately within Dudley's hold. "Harry," Dudley called softly. "Here," Harry responded, instantly comprehending his cousin's intention. He swiftly extended his hands towards the flailing owl, focusing intently, consciously channeling the magical energy within him. Calm, relax. We mean you no harm," as Harry murmured these soothing words. An invisible wave of magic emanated from his hands, enveloping the agitated owl. Miraculously, the distressed creature began to settle, ceasing its struggles, allowing Dudley to maintain his grip. "Good, well-behaved bird," Dudley chuckled, with a smile. He urged Harry, "Go fetch your letter and take a look. Don't go inside, let us read it here first." Harry paused, then swiftly grasped his cousin's intent. This was a clever ploy to circumvent the meddling of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who held an unwavering affection for Dudley, indulging him in every whim, except when it came to matters of wizards and magic. Harry hurried to the mailbox, sifting through a few letters and bills until he uncovered the aged parchment that the owl had delivered moments before. As Harry Potter unsealed the wax seal adorned with the images of a lion, a badger, an eagle, a snake, and other decorative patterns, he effortlessly beheld the first-hand letter of admission to Hogwarts. Lowering his voice in sheer excitement, he relayed to Dudley the contents of the letter, his joy palpable. Yet, amidst his elation, a sudden thought cast a shadow over his mood. "Once I attend Hogwarts, I will no longer be able to go to school with you." Chapter 3. A confrontation with the adult world. Don't worry, Harry. There is still nearly 2 months before school starts. Perhaps a change in circumstances is on the horizon. Dudley, grasping the owl, flashed a confident smile, dispelling Harry's momentary despondency with his words. Reinvigorated, Harry replied, "I know, cousin, you once said that until the last moment, anything is possible, right?" "Indeed." Dudley ceased his laughter, freeing one hand to take the letter from Harry, glancing over it briefly. "But before we seek a future change, we must ensure a stable foundation. Are you ready to persuade our obstinate and foolish adults, Harry?" At these words, Harry realized something, his emerald eyes gazing at Dudley with astonishment and admiration. "Cousin, you mean she'll take my wand and that bag of beef jerky and go open the door?" Dudley's voice remained steady and commanding. "Yes, cousin." A flicker of excitement danced within Harry, yet trepidation lingered. Regardless, he resolved to support Dudley in whatever he had decided to undertake. Picking up the fallen, smeding wand and the jerky snack, Harry walked with slightly heavy steps, twisting the handle of the pristine white door and standing aside to hold it open for Dudley. With an owl in his left hand and a letter in his right, Dudley stepped confidently through the threshold, and Harry promptly followed. "Ah, my darling is indeed impressive. Look, he has caught an owl. Dudley dear, are you planning to fry it or roast it?" "I recommend roasting. It will be more enticing and aromatic." Upon entering, Dudley was warmly greeted by his parents, the Dursleys. Petunia donned an apron, and Vernon set down his newspaper, showering Dudley with genuine inquiries and praises, their emotional validation overflowing. Yet, they habitually overlooked Harry behind Dudley, offering neither mockery nor undue concern. Surrounded by such abundant indulgence, the second incarnation of Dudley knew this was not entirely right, but could not help but revel in it. Nevertheless, today held significance. He had something important to convey. "Mom, Harry and I had beef jerky on the way, so there's no rush to fry meat." "Dad, this owl isn't for eating. It's for delivering messages to the wizards at Hogwarts." Clang! The spatula fell to the floor. The usually vibrant Dursley household descended into an unprecedented silence. Perny Dursley and Vernon Dursley widened their eyes, exchanging a synchronized look of astonishment directed at Dudley, before shifting their gaze to the owl in Dudley's grasp, ultimately landing on the somewhat awkward Harry beside him. "No!" A sharp scream reverberated throughout the room. "No! My darling Dudley, quickly throw that monstrous bird out. In this world, there are no wizards, no magic, and certainly no owls that deliver messages. Her voice rose in pitch, uncharacteristically harsh towards Dudley, her eyes glistening with tears that concealed an intricate sorrow. Vernon, who had been seated on the sofa perusing a newspaper, now turned his ire towards Harry, who had remained silent throughout. He hoisted his rotund figure from the couch and strode purposefully toward Dudley and Harry, bellowing furiously at Harry. You were the one who summoned that abominable creature, weren't you, Harry? I've warned you time and again not to disrupt our lives with these bizarre matters. Harry, trembling with fear, shrank behind Dudley in search of refuge. Don't be afraid, Harry, Dudley declared resolutely. There is no time to let them remain in their ignorance and self-deception. Go, help them calm down. Without hesitation, Dudley used his right hand, clutching the letter, to block Vernon's meaty hand reaching for Harry, and with a swift maneuver, he propelled himself forward, colliding with Vernon in a surprising display of strength. Well done, my little Dudley. Vernon Dursley instinctively praised his son as he tumbled onto the sofa. At that moment, prompted by his cousin's command, Harry overcame his trepidation towards his elders, standing steadfastly beside Dudley, extending his hands in the air towards the Dursleys. Harry, what do you intend to do? Aunt Petunia exclaimed, while Uncle Vernon added, calm down as the scene unfolded. A surge of magic accompanied Harry's fervent murmurs, transforming his eager anticipation into a soothing force that swiftly radiated throughout the room. The anger etched on the Dursleys' faces dissipated at an observable pace. Mom, Dad, let us sit down and discuss this calmly, Dudley implored, his sincerity palpable. Very well, moments later, the owl messenger took residence in a large birdcage that Harry had procured from beneath the stairs, and the family gathered around the coffee table in the living room. The Hogwarts acceptance letter lay crumpled in the center of the table after being perused by the Dursleys. Mom, Dad, first and foremost, I must clarify something that you are already well aware of, Dudley began, breaking the silence. That is, magic and wizards are indeed real. Harry's earlier display serves as living proof. Dudley, what does it matter if these peculiar things exist? Our lives should remain untouched by those cursed wizards. Let us distance ourselves from them. Just stay away. If they come here, perhaps we should consider moving even now. Vernon Dursley wished to retreat like a quail, seeking escape from the incomprehensible oddities that surrounded him. When confronted with matters deeply intertwined with our existence, yet difficult to comprehend, our response should not be one of evasion or resistance, but rather of understanding and acceptance, ultimately mastering them and transforming them into our own strength. Derry gently elucidated the reasoning to his beloved family. Father, may I inquire if the company you work for, the Groaning Drill Company, were to face a competitor boasting new drilling technology and machinery, intent on seizing your company's orders, how would you, as the manager, respond? Vernon immediately engaged his intellect. While he felt proud that his son surpassed him, he also sought to demonstrate his own merits, hoping to earn a glimmer of admiration from his child. Perhaps we could initiate a price war to retain our existing customers while simultaneously upgrading our technology and machinery, or we might even consider acquiring that competitor with a new technology. You are indeed a competent manager, Father, Derry remarked approvingly at Vernon. Yet, if you acknowledge the importance of embracing new things, why then do you resist magic? Chapter 4. Acknowledge it. Love is undeniably real. It's different, my dear Derry. Magic is an unpredictable force that we cannot control, and those peculiar beings wielding their wands are exceedingly dangerous. The wisest choice is to steer clear of them. Vernon remained steadfast in his beliefs. Then why did you marry a mother with a sister who is a witch? Were you unaware of her family background before your marriage? Did you not foresee that your life would be disrupted by uncontrollable forces? Derry pivoted his rhetoric with a series of probing questions, striking at the heart of the matter. Similar inquiries had been posed long ago, before marriage, when she was still a young girl. Because I love her. I love your mother, my dear Derry, he exclaimed, then gazed affectionately at Penny, his wife. Love can conquer all obstacles. It allows me to forsake the principles I have long upheld. As Vernon spoke, he resembled a philosopher imparting wisdom, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Penny, utterly delighted, playfully leaped into Vernon's embrace, indulging in their shared affection. Witnessing this scene, Derry felt unsurprised. He knew his parents quite well. Vernon, robust and intolerant of oddities, possessed a temper, whereas Penny, long-necked and fond of gossip, could be sharp-tongued. Yet, their love for each other was genuine, and their tempers never turned against family, save for poor Harry. Father, Mother, though I wish not to intrude upon your moment, I believe it is the perfect time to clarify my thoughts. Derry interjected, seizing the warmth of their love-filled moment to emphasize the significance of learning magic. Upon hearing Derry's voice, Vernon and Penny reluctantly separated, turning their attention back to him, awaiting his next words. Since long ago, Father, you were able to accept a connection with witches for the sake of love, I implore you both to extend that influence of love now. Harry must attend Hogwarts. If you wish to prevent Harry from transforming into a monstrous being, a dark, mindless creature bent solely on destruction. What? The Dursleys gasped in astonishment. Harry, seated beside Dudley, displayed a mixture of wonder and trepidation. Clearly, the entire family was taken aback by Dudley's assertion. Dudley reached out and gently tousled Harry's hair to calm him, then began to impart knowledge about magic. When young wizards are subjected to prolonged environments of repression and denial, suppressing their magical abilities without proper guidance, a dreadful dark force can emerge within them. Those in the wizarding community refer to this force as the murmur, and those young wizards who harbor it are known as murmurs. When a murmur's emotions and powers are stifled to an extreme or provoked by some stimulus, they can transform into a terrifying cloud of black mist, wreaking havoc and destruction. Mom and Dad, your relentless denial of Harry's magical gifts and your neglect, coupled with your emotional coldness, is, in fact, a perilous behavior. To put it bluntly, without my guidance and support, Harry could have become a murmurer before he turned 10. Given Harry's kind nature, he might have distanced himself from us, seeking solitude, yearning for the lost presence of Aunt Lily and Uncle James, before succumbing to madness and causing devastation. Young wizards require proper guidance to master their magical abilities and prevent harm to themselves and others, which is precisely why all young witches and wizards must attend a magical school by the age of 11. Dudley spoke a blend of truth and exaggeration, concocting a dire consequence to incite reflection in his obstinate parents. Indeed, the Dursleys' eyes widened in horror. Why didn't they tell me all of this? Petunia exclaimed, her composure shattering as she cried out. If they had informed me, I would never. Vernon quickly enveloped the agitated Petunia in his arms, attempting to soothe her. He too was frightened and filled with regret. Yet his remorse was less for Harry's peril and more for the fear of what could have happened to their family. In Vernon's heart, the meager emotions he harbored for Harry were overshadowed by the paramount importance of his wife and son's safety. Indeed, you still care for Harry. Especially you, Mother. Dudley chuckled, gently squeezing Harry's palm. Realizing that his cousin's signal implied exaggeration in his previous remarks, Harry's anxiety subsided. Noticing Aunt Petunia's distress, he quickly extended his hands and employed the calming spell that Dudley had taught him. No, I don't. Who loves him? His mother took away most of my parents' affection during my childhood, simply because she possessed that wretched magic. Her child is no exception. Petunia's desperate words left Harry pale with shock, yet brought a softer smile to Dudley's face. He stroked Harry's hair again, comforting him while correcting his mother. That's not true. Mom, you love Harry, just as you love Aunt Lily. If you didn't, you wouldn't have taken Harry in 10 years ago. If love were absent, you would not have carefully tucked away the blanket that once enveloped Harry, nor the letters exchanged with Aunt Lily, deep within the recesses of the wardrobe in your bedroom. If love were absent, upon reading the letter left by Dumbledore, which revealed the severe persecution faced by Aunt Lily's family at the hands of a powerful dark wizard, would it not have been more prudent to send Harry to an orphanage? The letter mentioned that Petunia pursed her lips, stubbornly attempting to deny her feelings. Unexpectedly, Dudley interjected, noting that the letter stated Aunt Lily sacrificed her life to cast a protective charm over Harry, which could only remain effective if he lived among blood relatives of Lily, thus safeguarding him from the dark wizard until he reached his 17th year. Correct? Dudley, how do you know so much about wizards? And why did you secretly rummage through our bedroom? Petunia was perplexed and somewhat irate, feigning a fierce demeanor in an effort to divert the conversation. It doesn't matter, Mom. Dudley remained undeterred, believing that it was better to confront the issue head-on rather than prolong the discomfort. He had been a mediator between his parents and cousin for a decade and was unwilling to compromise any longer. Today, he sought to resolve matters once and for all. He spoke earnestly. What matters is that the letter only mentions Harry being under Aunt Lily's magical protection, not that our family would share in that protection. Harry has offended an extraordinarily powerful dark wizard, and yet you chose to adopt him. This proves my point. You do hold a place in your heart for Aunt Lily and Harry, even if you are reluctant to admit it. Tears welled in Petunia's eyes, and though words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself at a loss. For the first time, Dudley's prodding compelled her to confront her complex emotions. She remained envious of her sister, jealous of Lily's magical abilities and the affection their parents bestowed upon her. Yet, she could not deny that this was not her sister's fault. Lily loved her dearly and regarded her as an important family member. It appeared that Petunia, too, cared for Lily and her son. Vernon, I'm sorry, Petunia said, accepting the handkerchief Dudley offered to dab at her tears before turning to her husband without further context. Vernon embraced Petunia, and despite his usual clumsiness regarding such matters, he suddenly grasped her unspoken meaning. I understand. It's all right, my dear. I will heed your wishes. He held Petunia close, affectionately patting her shoulder, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Very well. You win, my son. After a moment, Vernon, somewhat resigned, addressed Dudley and Harry. Go on then. Let Harry attend that wretched magic school and learn how to wield a broken wand. Dudley felt a twinge of guilt. Yet he recognized this was merely the growing pains of moving toward a harmonious family life. Meanwhile, Harry stood aside, feeling utterly at a loss. Although he had been granted permission to study magic at Hogwarts, he could not bring himself to feel joy. They had never witnessed the current state of the Dursley couple. Due to the host's intervention, the entangled affection of the D-grade regret event has been unlocked. The entangled affection, D-grade, for a long time, Petunia Dursley failed to acknowledge her familial feelings towards Harry. She took the risk of adopting Harry, yet during his upbringing, she maintained a cold demeanor, providing only the bare minimum in terms of material support. In the original storyline, it was not until Harry's 7th year at Hogwarts, when members of the Order of the Phoenix moved him to protect him from Voldemort and the Death Eaters, that Petunia genuinely wished to embrace Harry and convey her good wishes. However, she ultimately left those words unspoken. After Petunia's passing, in accordance with his mother's wishes, Dudley returned to Harry the cherished blanket that had enveloped baby Harry upon his arrival at number 4, Privet Drive, yet he offered no additional words of comfort. Amidst the temporary silence, Dudley received a system notification. He was somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended to persuade his parents to accept Harry and magic, not anticipating the premature triggering of a regret event. Though it was merely a lowly D-grade regret event, it was still a delightful surprise. The description of the regret event made it evident that the key to resolving this regret lay in Petunia verbally expressing her affection for Harry. Given the current circumstances, Petunia was evidently moved, and fulfilling this regret merely required an opportunity. Dudley had formulated a plan in his mind. Observing his parents embracing and weeping with fluctuating emotions, he decided to be patient with his idea. For now, he would proceed according to the original plan. The Dursleys had already permitted Harry to attend Hogwarts, yet Dudley had yet to lay the groundwork for his own desire to go to Hogwarts. It was better to face the pain swiftly than prolong it. Seizing the moment of his parents' emotional turmoil, he chose to settle everything at once. Taking advantage of a lull while Harry was away, Dudley spoke, a tinge of guilt lacing his words. Mom, Dad, I may have been a bit harsh earlier, and I apologize if it upset you. But please believe me, I genuinely have our family's best interests at heart. We are utterly incapable of resisting the forces of wizards and magic. Dad, you once suggested we could move away to escape, yet we remain under particular scrutiny, making escape impossible. This is also why Dumbledore refrained from mentioning matters regarding wizarding education in his letter. They can monitor our family's movements and Harry's growth. What? Petunia and Vernon were once again taken aback. At that moment, Harry descended the stairs, equipped with writing materials. Dudley, without a hint of concealment, continued to elaborate. Take for instance our overly eager neighbor, Mrs. Fig, who lives just 2 streets away, yet goes out of her way to befriend us. Furthermore, her numerous clever cats are not merely a hobby. They serve as a multitude of watchful eyes. Dudley's words left the Dursleys and Harry in a state of astonishment, compelling them to glance out the window. It was Tibbles and Mr. Paws. Harry keenly noticed 2 cats outside the intersection, both of which were Mrs. Fig's beloved pets, licking their fur while casting furtive glances towards the Dursleys' residence. How dare they? Petunia exclaimed, her fiery spirit reigniting. Of course they dare, Dudley asserted with unwavering conviction. Without power, one is subject to manipulation, whether through benevolence or malice, and we cannot refuse it. Indeed, Dudley cast an appreciative glance at Harry. Those are wizards, likely agents of Dumbledore, silently safeguarding you while surveilling us. The gentleman who brought me wizarding books, Mr. Diggory, spoke highly of Dumbledore during our conversation. A heavy silence enveloped the family. Fear and rejection flickered across Vernon's face, only to be forcefully suppressed. Petunia appeared lost, her eyes vacant. Harry felt an indescribable sensation, one that was decidedly unsettling. Do not overthink it. The thoughts of the weak merely lead to self-inflicted distress. Dudley roused everyone, then turned to Harry. Harry, write a letter. Inform Dumbledore to send someone knowledgeable about the wizarding world on your birthday, July 31st, to guide you in procuring the items specified in the letter necessary for your magical education. He emphasized, I must accompany you the entire way. Yes, cousin. Harry began to write fervently. Dudley, this is too dangerous. You need not accompany him. Petunia instinctively worried for her child. No, I must go. Not only will I accompany Harry to the wizarding world to shop, but I shall also strive to attend Hogwarts with him to learn magic. Dudley spoke with an unwavering determination that brooked no dissent. Petunia immediately recalled her own letter to Dumbledore, desiring to learn magic just like Lily. Dudley, they will not accept you. Hogwarts only admits peculiar children like Harry. It is up to us, Mum. Chapter 6. The Dursleys' Change of Heart. Petunia and Vernon found themselves in a quandary. On one side stood their aversion and fear of wizards and magic, and on the other, Dudley's fervent yearning. They understood their son's resolute nature, and for years they had indulged his every whim, almost to the point of blind obedience. Apart from matters related to Harry, wizards, and magic, the Dursleys had never denied Dudley a single request. This time, however, all right, Dudley, but I must accompany you, Vernon declared with newfound resolve, contemplating the wizarding world for the sake of his son's wishes and safety. It is worth noting that he harbored a deep-seated disdain for wizards and magic. For love's sake, he was once again breaking his own principles. Vernon knew. Petunia was taken aback, but soon grasped the reason behind her husband's decision, feeling even more moved. With such considerate parents, Dudley felt deeply touched. Yet, it was precisely because of this emotion that he could not allow Vernon and Petunia to partake in this excursion to Diagon Alley. After all, his motives for joining this journey were far from innocent. For many years, he had meticulously planned and prepared for this journey. As long as the expedition did not deviate significantly from the original narrative, he had a substantial chance of transcending to an extraordinary realm. Mom, Dad, you must not come. Dudley firmly rejected his father's goodwill. In any case, the wizards aligned with Dumbledore stood by Harry's side, and those he dispatched would ensure both Harry's and my safety. Moreover, if danger were to arise, your involvement would be futile and could even prove detrimental. Dudley struggled to articulate the latter thought, but, considering his mother Petunia's unfulfilled wishes and the future prospects of the Dursleys, he steeled himself to continue. You would only become a burden. Vernon and Petunia stared in shock. Their mouths agape, as Dudley's words left them momentarily dazed. The notion that they could become a hindrance to their own child was overwhelmingly sorrowful. Coupled with Dudley's earlier statements, they grasped his underlying message. Ordinary individuals possess little resistance against wizards wielding magic. Their presence in the magical realm would be of no assistance. Yet, the truth can often be painful, especially when uttered by one's beloved child. They felt utterly inadequate. Amidst their sorrow, the overly indulgent Dursleys found themselves engulfed in a mental struggle. Dudley recognized the turmoil in his parents' expressions and understood that his words were resonating. Seizing the moment, he laid the groundwork for what was to come. Mom, Dad, the domination of the strong over the weak is a brutal reality. Wizards can alter our memories, distort our perceptions, stiffen our bodies, and even manipulate our minds, robbing us of our very lives. Harry's enemies are among the most fearsome and malevolent dark wizards. Although white wizards currently prevail, dark wizards have not been eradicated, and they could resurface at any moment. When that time comes, our family will undoubtedly face persecution and reckoning. Thus, rather than forcing yourselves to accompany me and Harry into the magical realm, it would be far more beneficial to conquer your aversion to wizards and magic, to comprehend this extraordinary power, and to prepare for mastering it in the future. The path to self-defense lies in transforming weakness into strength. Dudley's heartfelt declaration illuminated the Dursleys to the love his son bore for them. He was not expressing disdain, but rather seeking to inspire them. Yet, this motivation left them in a state of confusion. Vernon had little knowledge of wizards, while Petunia possessed only a rudimentary understanding of them and magic. According to her knowledge, Muggles could not become wizards. Dudley perceived the bewilderment and uncertainty in his parents' eyes and sought to clarify. Trust in your son. Just because others cannot transform ordinary people into wizards does not mean I cannot. Dudley's self-assured proclamation gradually dispelled the haze of confusion from the Dursleys' minds. Were it someone else who said this, they might have dismissed it as mere boasting. However, when these words emerged from the lips of their son, the situation took on a different hue. The credibility soared. Dudley took the letter to scrutinize it, particularly focusing on the agreed-upon time and the details regarding his role as an accompanying individual. Once he confirmed that there were no errors or omissions, he tucked the letter into its envelope. Following that, he fed 2 strips of beef jerky to the unfortunate owl messenger, gently coaxing it out of its cage. Good bird, deliver this letter to Dumbledore. Watching the owl soar away with the letter in its grasp, while glancing at the 2 pet cats silently retreating at the corner. A peculiar expression crossed Dudley's face. Everything was in place. All that was needed was the right moment. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, Harry's demeanor grew noticeably contemplative before entering the bedroom. Dudley suddenly halted and regarded Harry intently. Understanding that his cousin had discerned his troubled thoughts, Harry candidly inquired, "Cousin, am I a source of trouble for you, and Aunt Petunia, and Uncle Vernon? If so, what do you intend to do? Run away from home?" Dudley interrupted Harry's spiraling thoughts, speaking earnestly. "Harry, you are not a burden. Without you and Aunt Lily, we would be oblivious, mere muggles manipulated by wizards. Who knows? One day, we might be caught in the crossfire between the dark and light wizards, either perishing quietly or having our memories erased by the Ministry of Magic, continuing in ignorant bliss. With you and Aunt Lily, we possess the knowledge of the wizarding world, and the presence of light wizards nearby is indeed a blessing. Desiring to become a silent bystander, the opinions and mockery of others are irrelevant. What truly matters is whether the wizards themselves succumb to external influences, leading to self-denial and repression of their magical identity. Harry, despite the tragic nature of your origins, your spirit remains quite buoyant, equipped with your own discernment. Even without my guidance, you would not fall into self-doubt and become a silent observer. I am utterly convinced of this." Upon hearing Dudley's reassurances, a significant portion of Harry's inner turmoil dissipated. Hesitantly, he broached the final topic. "Cousin, I believe I may have wronged Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon in the past." "Do not blame yourself, Harry," Dudley comforted, ruffling Harry's hair. "Given their previous attitudes towards you, it would be truly abnormal to think they loved you. Everyone has their limitations. Their behavior towards you is shaped by the emotional grievances of their generation and their own personalities. You need not feel guilty. Harry, relish the remaining moments of your childhood. Once you surpass your 11th birthday, you shall no longer be a child. From that point onward, my expectations of you will grow more stringent. So prepare yourself mentally." Dudley's words dispelled Harry's confusion while providing him with a reasonable degree of pressure. After a brief pause, Dudley stepped into his expansive bedroom, separated by only a wall. This room was his sanctuary. Chapter 7. Dudley's Past and Present. As the door to the 2nd floor bedroom opened, revealing Dudley's personal domain, one's gaze was immediately drawn to the towering, densely packed bookshelves lining one side of the room. On the bookshelf, there exists an eclectic assortment of Muggle literature encompassing psychology, mysticism, genetic biology, ancient Latin linguistics, sociology, and boxing. Alongside these, there are also volumes wrapped in protective covers, such as Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Theory of Magic, Recent Wizarding Events, Standard Spells, The Potions Compendium, and Envisioning the Origins of Wizards, which comprise both encyclopedic and practical tomes for wizards. In addition to the books, Dudley's room is adorned with Muggle technological items, such as a refrigerator, computer, camera, and music box. The space features a soft, comfortable bed, a desk, and numerous storage cabinets and boxes containing various ordinary and extraordinary trinkets. Within the refrigerator lie 3 packets of Harry's blood, while a large wooden box beside it contains an entire box of Harry's hair. Hidden beneath the bed's drawer is a withered limb of a bowtruckle, a feather from a jobberknoll, several galleons, and a ruby ruff the size of a pigeon's egg. These treasures were gathered by Dudley over the span of 11 years and 14 days since his reincarnation into this world. Their acquisition is legitimate, and all is above board, perhaps. The 3 packets of Harry's blood were discreetly obtained during their visits to Muggle hospitals for routine blood tests over the past decade, alongside Dudley's own blood samples. The box of Harry's hair was collected from the excessive lengths he would cut off due to the surges of his magical power, which caused his hair to grow rapidly. The wizarding books and galleons were acquired through fair trade with Mr. Diggory, a devoted fan of Harry. The bowtruckle limb and jobberknoll feather were rewards earned by Dudley through acts of kindness. In this world, besides wizards and muggles, there exists a multitude of magical creatures, though most muggles remain unaware of this fact, which does not alter the reality of their coexistence on the same planet. Over the ages, various items associated with wizards and magical creatures have found their way into Muggle hands. While some conspicuously magical items are confiscated by members of the Ministry of Magic, there are always less noticeable magical materials that slip through the cracks. Both the bowtruckle and jobberknoll are known to inhabit regions within England, and their discarded remnants naturally end up in the possession of unsuspecting muggles. Had Dudley's gang, currently a dominant group of children at a primary school in Little Whinging, possessed greater influence and reach, it is highly probable that he would have acquired even more and higher quality magical materials. As for the precious ruby ruff, it was a lavish birthday gift purchased by Vernon with substantial amounts of money from Africa. This non-magical, yet aesthetically pleasing ruby, reminiscent of an enticing confection, would prove invaluable in Dudley's endeavors 3 weeks hence. System, open my personal panel. After casting a cursory glance around his room, Dudley seated himself beside the bed and silently commanded with his mind. A translucent holographic panel materialized before him, visible solely to his eyes. Host, Dudley Dursley. Identity, Muggle. Magical medium, magical enhancement. Characteristics, a lineage medium that maintains the steadfast, ancient magical affection of guardianship, a modified version of maternal sacrifice. Living together with the guardian subject, Harry Potter, and his blood and marital relatives in a familial structure, it can empower the protective magic surrounding the guardian subject, rendering him immune to and able to reflect fatal attacks until he reaches adulthood. During the effectiveness of the guardian magic, if an individual filled with murderous intent touches the guardian subject, they will be met with a passive counterattack from the guardian magic, with the damage inflicted being proportional to the intensity of their malice. Extraordinary ability, strength enhancement, a transformation derived from the immense strength amplification magic long wielded by Harry Potter, granting the host physical strength thrice that of a healthy adult male, along with commensurate control over such power. Currently unlocked regret events. The rejection of the magical world by Petunia Dursley, D rank. The tragedy of the abnormal sister, B rank. The unspoken entangled affection, D rank. The dark childhood of the savior, Harry Potter, S rank. The absence of parental love, S rank. Details of regret events. The rejection of the magical world, D rank. Petunia, a Muggle, harbored jealousy towards her parents' affection for her magically gifted sister, which led her to contemplate learning magic in her youth. With hope in her heart, she penned a letter to Dumbledore seeking admission to magic school, only to be gently rebuffed, thus closing the door to the magical realm forever, a door that perhaps had never opened for her. The tragedy of the abnormal sister, B rank. On the night of October 31st, 1981, Harry lost his mother, and Petunia lost her sister. The unspoken entangled affection, D rank. Details omitted. The dark childhood of the savior, S rank. The savior of the magical world grew up in the oppressive and dismissive household of his aunt. In the original storyline, Vernon's confinement, Petunia's ridicule, and Dudley's bullying rendered Harry's childhood exceedingly grim. The absence of parental love, S rank. Orphaned at a tender age, Harry Potter harbors an intense longing for his parents, yearning to personally experience the love of a father and mother. Current opportunities for magical item fusion, none. He was originally a middle-aged man from the Blue Star world, seasoned by the vicissitudes of life, possessing ample courage and fortitude, albeit lacking a modicum of fortune, which led to his untimely demise. The unfamiliarity arose from his transformation into a foreigner he had seldom encountered in his past life, having departed from his original country and era, while the familiarity stemmed from his prior enjoyment of the Harry Potter series, both in literature and film, which lingered vividly in his memory. As a genuine traverser of the Blue Star, he naturally possessed the delightful perk of a golden finger. By salvaging the regret events of the original storyline, he obtained opportunities for the fusion of magical items corresponding to their rank, elevating magical artifacts into a super magical deity system. In short, an auxiliary system. Dudley's system is neither overwhelmingly powerful nor particularly weak. Its functions are explicitly stated in its name. While the stories related to Harry Potter may be deemed fairy tales, they are, in truth, profoundly tragic, laden with numerous regrets, both grand and minute. As long as Dudley encounters the corresponding characters from the original work, he can unlock the regretful events that have transpired or are about to transpire in the lives of those characters, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The timing for unlocking these regretful events will adhere to the original narrative timeline. Should Dudley, the otherworldly butterfly, influence the storyline, he may also preemptively unlock relevant regretful events upon meeting the corresponding characters from his source material. Chapter 8. Detailed explanation of the plugin. Dudley's ambition. According to the information relayed to him by the system, the conventional regret events are categorized into 5 levels, ranked from lowest to highest as D, C, B, A, and S. D-level regret events represent the baseline, undoubtedly. However, S-level regret events do not signify the upper limit. Upon encountering particular subjects, Dudley may unlock even higher-tier regret events, namely SS and SSS levels. The rewards for resolving SS and SSS level regret events remain unknown for the time being. Upon successfully resolving conventional regret events from D to S level, a fixed reward of 1 opportunity for the fusion of a magical item corresponding to that level is granted. For instance, resolving a D-level regret event guarantees 1 chance for the fusion of a D-level magical item. If the resolution of the regret event is executed exceptionally well, the system may bestow additional chances for item fusion, though these extra rewards will not exceed the fixed reward. In an ideal scenario, should Dudley flawlessly resolve a D-level regret event, he would receive at most 2 opportunities for D-level magical item fusion, 1 from the fixed reward and 1 from the additional reward. Generally, if a D-level regret event is completed satisfactorily but does not achieve the System S criteria for perfection, the fixed reward will still be 1 opportunity for D-level magical item fusion, while the additional reward may consist of 1 or 2 opportunities for E-level magical item fusion, or even for F-level magical item fusion. Unlike the classification of regret events, the lower limit for magical item levels is not D, but rather F. The levels of magical items ascend from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Each level S fusion opportunity can be converted to adjacent levels at a ratio of 1 to 3. For example, 1 E-level magical item fusion opportunity can be divided into 3 opportunities for F-level magical item fusion, while 3 E-level opportunities can be consolidated into 1 D-level opportunity, and so forth. The system's awarded magical item fusion opportunities enable Dudley, upon acquiring the corresponding level of magical item, to directly fuse it with himself, thereby acquiring the characteristics and abilities of the magical item. Dudley possesses the autonomy to control the activation or suppression of these characteristics and abilities. Should the fused magical item possess undesirable traits or capabilities, the system will automatically seal them. Furthermore, Dudley can transfer his own abilities and traits to other living beings through physical contact, which bolsters his confidence in transforming his parents from Muggles into wizards. In addition to unlocking regret events and dispensing corresponding rewards for magical item fusion opportunities, Dudley's system also possesses the capabilities of identifying magical item information and discreetly safeguarding the host's memories. If the formidable wizards, such as Dumbledore, Snape, and Voldemort were to utilize the pensieve to extract Dudley's memories and thoughts, the recollections pertaining to the system and his past life would undoubtedly remain undetected. However, other memories of Dudley, along with thoughts unrelated to the system or his previous existence, would still be susceptible to the probing of the pensieve. Furthermore, the system guarantees that Dudley's memories and thoughts are impervious to deprivation, deletion, or alteration. This external system, aside from its aforementioned advantages, is fraught with pitfalls. For instance, the system merely provides opportunities for the fusion of magical items. To acquire actual magical objects, Dudley must devise his own means. There are no tangible rewards, nor is there any space within the system. Additionally, the system will only delineate the details of regrettable events without offering solutions. Dudley must rely on his own ingenuity to resolve them. Moreover, the level of regret assigned by the system does not proportionally correlate with the difficulty of resolving the regretful events. For example, the regretful incident of the freak sister's grief is merely classified as B grade, yet to resolve it would necessitate the near-impossible feat of resurrecting Aunt Lily. Such discrepancies abound. Transforming his mother, Petunia, from a Muggle into a witch would yield at most 2 opportunities for D-grade magical item fusion, whereas ensuring Harry enjoys a blissful childhood would grant him an opportunity for S-grade magical item fusion. The system has not provided a clear explanation for this. Dudley speculates that the level of regret may correspond to the significance of characters in the original Harry Potter narrative and the unresolved feelings of readers and viewers regarding them. Of course, this remains a conjecture. In his quest to resolve the S-grade regret of the Savior's troubled childhood, Dudley has labored for many years. He has drawn upon his wisdom from 2 lifetimes, patiently guiding Harry's growth and illuminating his childhood. Currently, Harry, in comparison to his original storyline counterpart, exhibits a more rational and self-assured demeanor, adopting a more decisive and assertive approach, with magical prowess that is incomparable. More importantly, his childhood is far more joyful and filled with love than in the original narrative. It is believed that the maternal love bestowed upon Harry by Aunt Lily, at the cost of her own life, has fortified ancient magic, endowing it with greater potency than in the original storyline. It could be said that as long as Harry is not yet of age, under 17, he is virtually invincible, impervious to threats against his life. Contemplating this, a smile graced Dudley's lips. He is surrounded by parents who indulge him immensely and a cousin who admires and cherishes him. To Dudley, the Dursleys and Harry are no longer mere characters from a fairy tale, but flesh and blood family. His family is something he is determined to protect with every ounce of his strength, ensuring they are no longer adrift or manipulated. Dudley's gaze grew increasingly resolute and piercing. He must become stronger, step by step, to become the mightiest in this world. His system does not compel him to resolve the regretful events, nor does it force him to become a wizard and learn magic. He could easily follow the original storyline of the Dursley family, accepting Dumbledore's arrangements and living a mundane life as a Muggle. However, he was unwilling to lead a life of mediocrity for 100 years. He yearned to experience the extraordinary that he had never encountered in his previous life, to acquire the absolute power necessary to protect those he cherished, and to leave an indelible mark of Dudley Dursley in this magical realm. Overwhelmed with fervor, Dudley rose and moved to a more spacious area of his bedroom. He engaged in a series of boxing warm-ups and honed the exquisite techniques he had stealthily learned and improved upon from a plethora of Mr. Thief over the years. Today was July 7th, 1991, and he intended to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming action on July 31st. The success or failure of this endeavor was of paramount importance, influencing his subsequent strategic development, whether to adopt a radical or cautious approach. Given his disposition, he naturally leaned towards the radical. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was determined to succeed. Chapter 9. Unexpected Delight. Perfectly resolving the regret of Class D. Time flowed steadily, and nearly 20 days had elapsed since the Dursley family had opened their hearts. In the past, driven by Dudley's fervent demands, Harry received material support nearly equivalent to that of Dudley, while Vernon and Petunia suppressed their tempers, striving to ignore Harry and minimize his mental torment. However, these actions were not genuinely intended by the Dursleys. They merely wished to avoid disappointing Dudley. Now, Petunia's emotional barriers had been significantly breached by Dudley, allowing her to recognize her feelings toward Lily and Harry. Although she still struggled to articulate these sentiments, her daily actions revealed a noticeable affection for Harry. For instance, during outings, she would deliberately include Harry, ensuring he stood prominently in photographs alongside Dudley. It could be estimated that Petunia now lavished upon Harry a degree of affection approaching 4/5 of what she bestowed upon Dudley, and it was genuine. Vernon, who unconditionally cherished his wife, found himself extending warmth towards Harry as well, influenced by the changes in Petunia. This left Harry astonished. He pinched himself daily to confirm he was not dreaming. Dudley was immensely satisfied with this familial atmosphere, having longed for such an environment. Nonetheless, he remained grounded, continually utilizing his spare moments to simulate and rehearse the action plan for Harry's birthday in his mind, contemplating potential unforeseen events and strategies to address them. Thus, on July 31st, 1991, Harry's 11th birthday, the Dark Childhood of the S-Class Regret event would culminate in a reward assessment. This reward held significant importance for Dudley's action plan. Additionally, this date coincided with the original storyline when Hagrid would escort Harry into Diagon Alley, allowing for a brief engagement with the original plot, which might facilitate a smoother execution of his plans. On the evening of July 28th, just over 2 days remained until Harry's birthday. A remarkable event unfolded, bringing an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction to Dudley. Congratulations, host, on successfully resolving the D-level regret concerning the delicate affections that were difficult to articulate. Through nearly a decade of subtle influence, the host has shaped Petunia Dursley's character and emotional understanding, culminating in a heartfelt family conversation that allowed Petunia to gain clarity about her true feelings. Simultaneously, under the host's guidance, Harry Potter came to comprehend the affection his aunt held for him. Influenced by Petunia's recent change in attitude, Harry sought out Petunia for a heartfelt conversation before his birthday, expressing his desire for mutual understanding with his aunt and uncle and his yearning to truly integrate into the Dursley family. Moved by Harry's sincerity, Petunia found closure, releasing her internal conflicts, and subtly conveyed her apologies to Harry, along with her aspirations for a harmonious family life in the future. This regret has been perfectly resolved. Special reward granted: 1 opportunity to fuse D-level magical items. Additional reward: 1 opportunity to fuse D-level magical items. Current possession: 2 opportunities to fuse D-level magical items. Dudley reclined on his grand bed, perusing the system notifications resonating in his mind, a smile gracing his face. Initially, he had intended to gently guide Harry the night before his birthday, encouraging his cousin to use the occasion to deliver a perfect closure to his childhood, thereby providing his mother with an opportunity to express her apologies and well wishes to Harry. To his astonishment, Harry had grasped the situation and proactively undertook this task himself. What a delightful surprise it was. Overwhelmed with excitement, Dudley turned on the lights, rose from his bed, and approached the small refrigerator in his room, opening its door. Inside the chilled compartment lay 3 neatly packaged pouches of dark red blood. As Dudley focused on one of the pouches, the system's identification information immediately materialized on the translucent panel before him. Harry Potter's magical blood, E-level. Item description: Venus blood extracted from the wizard Harry Potter, imbued with faint magical properties and mysterious protective enchantments. Upon fusion, it grants the host a feeble and non-evolving wizarding lineage. Furthermore, due to the host's blood relation to Lily Potter and Harry Potter, fusion will also bestow a diluted version of the ancient magical trait of love's protection. This grants partial resistance and rebound against lethal attacks, and any entity harboring murderous intent towards the host will experience a degree of backlash damage upon contact. Gazing at the familiar description of the magical item, Dudley pondered for a moment before ultimately closing the refrigerator door, opting not to fuse just yet. Each pouch of Harry's blood was of equal volume, and collectively, they amounted to a D-level magical item. Fusion would grant Dudley a feeble, non-potential wizarding lineage, along with the fortitude to withstand a killing curse. This would serve as a considerable safeguard for his actions on Harry's birthday. However, Dudley speculated that fusing all 3 pouches of Harry's blood would result in his name appearing in the Hogwarts admission ledger. The Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance are powerful magical artifacts left behind by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The Pen of Acceptance possesses the remarkable ability to automatically sense whether infants born in the regions of Britain and Ireland exhibit magical potential. If so, it inscribes the corresponding child's name in the Book of Admission. This facilitates the responsible authorities at Hogwarts in dispatching enrollment notifications via OWL when the child reaches the age of 11. Simultaneously, the Book of Admission serves a supervisory function, probing whether the child whose name is to be recorded possesses sufficient magical aptitude, thus preventing Hogwarts from admitting students devoid of talent. It is said within the magical community that a person's eligibility to attend Hogwarts is predetermined on the very day of their birth, a testament to the influence of the Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance. Dudley, being undeniably a Muggle, could not possibly have his name inscribed in the Book of Admission. However, should he merge with a portion of Harry's blood, the outcome becomes uncertain. Should Dumbledore, that old bee, discover Dudley's name in the Book of Admission, the notion of personally visiting number 4, Privet Drive, would undoubtedly disrupt Dudley's plans. He is confident in deceiving the bumbling half-giant, but lacks the assurance to act mischievously under the watchful gaze of the century's greatest wizard. Therefore, the optimal moment for the merging would be Harry's birthday, particularly after having encountered Hagrid in person. Chapter 10. Harry's Birthday and the Visit from the Half-Giant. Even until reaching Diagon Alley and entering Gringotts, this strategy remains paramount to minimize the risk of Dudley being caught off guard by Dumbledore's sudden apparition. In the subsequent 2 days, the interaction between Petunia and Harry grew increasingly harmonious, appearing to outsiders as a typical mother-son relationship. Of course, in comparison to her boundless indulgence towards Dudley, Petunia's affection for Harry still fell short. On the night of July 30th, the little suburb of Little Whinging was drenched in rain. At number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursley family gathered around a round dining table in the living room on the ground floor, gazing silently at the double-layered chocolate cake before them, awaiting the moment. The cake was adorned with slender, colorful candles flickering with flames, casting reflections in the eyes of the 2 adults and 2 children, akin to fire sprites engaged in a dance. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The pendulum of the mahogany clock swung steadily, measuring the passage of time. At last, when the hour, minute, and second hands, along with the clock's striking chime, converged, it heralded the arrival of July 31st, 1991. Congratulations, host, on successfully resolving the S-Class regret event concerning the Savior's shadowy childhood. The host has guided Harry Potter's entire childhood with a worldview and values derived from a righteous perspective, while endeavoring to alter the Dursleys' attitudes toward Harry, thus affording the Savior a materially abundant, spiritually rich, and relatively joyful childhood. However, concurrently, the Savior's character has undergone a significant shift, rendering the future less clear. This regret has been effectively resolved. Special reward granted: 1 opportunity for the fusion of an S-Class magical item. Additional rewards: 2 opportunities for C-grade magical item fusion. 1 opportunity for D-grade magical item fusion. Current possessions: 1 S-grade, 2 C-grade, 3 D-grade. Happy birthday, Harry. The system's reward notification failed to distract Dudley. At the stroke of midnight, he and the Dursleys broke the silence, simultaneously extending their birthday wishes to Harry. Adorned with a colorful birthday hat, Harry Potter was overjoyed, momentarily overwhelmed by the applause and well wishes, and he joined in the clapping. Harry, make a wish and blow out the candles. Dudley urged. Oh, right. With that, the candles were extinguished, plunging the room into sudden darkness. Just as Petunia was about to turn on the lights, a loud bang resonated from the front door. Instantly, everyone felt the cold wind and droplets of rain seeping in from outside. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. A colossal, shadowy figure outside muttered apologetically, having inadvertently pushed open the Dursleys' front door. The poor doorknob suffered an unbearable force, separating from its wooden counterpart and leaving the Dursleys' entrance wide open. Petunia gasped in shock, while Vernon quickly rose and hurried to the sofa, intending to retrieve the long rifle hidden in the gap behind the couch to protect his family. Don't worry, Dad. It must be a wizard from Hogwarts. Dudley interjected. Are you sure, sweetheart? I've seen those peculiar wizards. Though they are annoyingly eccentric, they at least resemble normal-sized humans. Vernon replied, astonishment etched on his face. That figure outside definitely isn't a transformed elephant, is it? Illuminated briefly by a flash of lightning. The visitor's true form became discernible, a giant of approximately 3.5 meters tall, with an exceedingly bushy beard and an extraordinarily massive physique. Dursley, how rude of you! The half-blood giant grumbled with displeasure, his irritation evident. Had the Dursleys' foyer not been less than 3 meters high, he would have squeezed himself in to argue with Vernon rather than standing outside in the rain. Dudley led Harry to the small entrance corridor, casting a curious glance at Hagrid and employing a hint of provocation. Oh, Harry, look how much you've grown. When I brought you here, you were just a little thing, Mr. Rubeus Hagrid. The half-blood giant marveled at Dudley, whose stocky physique was notably more robust than that of his peers, expressing his delight. Dudley found himself at a loss for words. Hagrid, much like in the original story, lacked discernment. Rubeus Hagrid wrongfully expelled half-blood giant Seagrade. Incident details: Hagrid, during his 3rd year at Hogwarts, raised the giant spider Aragog and was falsely accused by Tom Riddle, Voldemort, of opening the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the monster within and causing the death of Myrtle Warren. As a result, Hagrid was deemed guilty by the Ministry of Magic. His wand was shattered. Magic was forbidden to him, and he suffered the misfortune of expulsion. It was only under Dumbledore's guarantee that he could remain at Hogwarts in the capacity of Keeper of Keys and Grounds. It wasn't until Harry's 2nd year that, with the assistance of Harry and his friends, Hagrid was exonerated. Thus, Hagrid endured a total of 51 years of unjust suffering, missing the opportunity to pursue further studies at Hogwarts. Mr. Hagrid, I believe you've mistaken me for someone else. This is my cousin Dudley, and I am Harry, Harry said, donning a birthday hat and stepping curiously out from behind Dudley. Oh, I meant that's more like it, Hagrid replied, slightly embarrassed, although his bashful expression was largely concealed by his thick beard. I knew you were Harry. Your cousin is significantly more robust than the average child, yet he still pales in comparison to my own school days. Hagrid attempted to redeem himself with forced dignity, even managing a cold jest. So, the once more robust Mr. Hagrid has now become too large to fit through the door, hasn't he? Dudley taunted, seemingly implying that Hagrid's strength did not quite match Dumbledore's trust in him. That is not the case. I am Dumbledore's most trusted companion. Chapter 11. The Clumsy Hagrid and the Peculiar Spell. Hagrid, completely oblivious to Dudley's provocation, rummaged through the pockets of his coat and produced a small pink umbrella. Eager to prove himself, this tiny umbrella could barely cover Hagrid's head, thus it was clearly not intended for rain protection. In fact, the crux of the matter lay in the umbrella's handle. Wand of oak nourished by magic, grade C. Item description: 16 inches long, oak wand body, with a core made of unicorn tail hair. Owner, Rubeus Hagrid, nourished by his magic for many years, having cast a few spells, resulting in an increased rating. Once broken, it was repaired by an exceptionally powerful restoration spell. As the owner has not yet become a wizard, the compatibility with wand-type magical items cannot be assessed. When fused with a highly compatible wand, it grants stable wandless magic capabilities along with. Upon hearing the identification information in his mind, Dudley felt a surge of confidence regarding his swift mastery of powerful magical abilities. Furthermore, he confirmed one thing: Hagrid was indeed rather foolish. Hagrid raised his umbrella wand, pointing the tip towards the interior of the Dursley home. This action startled Petunia and Vernon, who hurried forward to shield Dudley and Harry, attempting to pull them deeper into the house. However, Dudley, utilizing his magically enhanced strength, pulled the entire family outside into the rain. Dudley, what are you doing? Vernon inquired, perplexed, while Petunia mirrored his confusion, but Harry seemed to understand his cousin's intentions. Shoo! Dudley urged everyone to remain silent, keenly observing the antics of the clumsy half-giant. Let me think, how does that spell go? Ah, yes. Undetectable extinction. Right, undetectable extinction. Hagrid, drawing from the distant and limited memories of his magical education, recalled the spell for expanding space, a technique he had fortuitously learned from higher-year Ravenclaw students during his years as a keeper of keys and grounds. Although he had seldom employed it, he was willing to stake Dumbledore's trust in him, believing he could manage to cast it. In an instant, an invisible surge of magic flowed from Hagrid's being into the umbrella wand in his grasp, manifesting as a peculiar, slanted beam of light that shot forth from the wand's tip, striking the first floor of the Dursleys' abode. Once the light subsided, the exterior of the house appeared unscathed, standing resilient against the tempest, which was a relief. Dudley then ushered his family back inside. Upon entering, the family immediately sensed the bizarre transformation of their indoor surroundings. Although Petunia had already turned on the lights, they could now distinctly see that the ceiling had risen several meters, slanting like a zigzag, with furniture askew and displaced in disarray. Most notably, the walls on the first floor had morphed into a twisted, undulating form. No, I cannot use magic. Moreover, it seems the Ministry does not permit private use of such spells. Hagrid suddenly recalled that he was still under scrutiny. I misunderstood you. Powerful and charming Mr. Hagrid. Your magic is truly remarkable. Dudley begrudgingly praised Hagrid, urging him, come inside. Don't stand out in the rain. Oh, is that so? Am I a powerful and charming gentleman? Hagrid lowered his massive head and tilted his body as he squeezed through the Dursleys' entrance, feeling elated, for no one had ever praised him in such a manner before. Dudley, is it? You are indeed a splendid Muggle. The Dursleys exchanged exasperated glances, their eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. Had it not been for Dudley's compliments, they would have unleashed their ire by now. They were dismayed at the transformation of their once orderly room into such a chaotic spectacle. Is this the magic of wizards? How extraordinary! Harry, who had yet to witness such wonders, expressed genuine awe, which only served to delight Hagrid further, causing his bushy beard to quiver with laughter. When will our house return to normal? It cannot remain this way indefinitely, Vernon muttered, inquiring. Hagrid's smile faltered. Well, perhaps maybe. Oh, you are celebrating Harry's birthday. A double-layer chocolate cake. It seems my gift may be superfluous, but you can certainly sample my culinary skills. He then rummaged through his grimy overcoat, producing a round parcel wrapped in brown paper, which he unwrapped before Harry. Though it had been squished during transit and was somewhat misshapen, its flavor should remain intact, as Hagrid presented the cracked cake adorned with green jam inscriptions of well wishes. He placed it into Harry's hands. Happy birthday, Harry. The half-giant's beady eyes shimmered with tears, brimming with tenderness. Harry gazed at the birthday gift from Hagrid, then looked up at Hagrid's rugged visage, and a spark of realization ignited in his mind. You were the one who brought me to Aunt Petunia S. on that flying motorcycle, weren't you? Oh, Harry, you remember. Hagrid was overcome with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks as his enormous frame trembled, shaking off the rain that had seeped into his coat. As Dursley's gaze flickered momentarily, he promptly remarked, Hagrid, your coat is drenched. Do take it off and wash it in our laundry machine. The term laundry machine piqued Hagrid's curiosity. Dursley spoke with such effortless conviction, his demeanor utterly devoid of malice. Very well. I shall refrain from using magic any further. This will suffice. Thank you, Dursley. Hagrid approached a low table in the living room, extracting from the pockets of his coat an array of items. An umbrella wand, a ball of yarn, numerous shattered cups, a piggy bank, some copper nuts, a string of soft sausages, and a few crumbling dog biscuits, arranging them methodically. Finally, he even produced 2 dormice, an owl, a quill, ink, and parchment. Muttering to himself, he dipped the quill into the ink and casually inscribed a few lines on the parchment, folding it twice before placing the letter into the owl's talons and sending it off. Only then did he remove his enormous, heavy, worn, and filthy coat. It was evident that Hagrid had neglected his personal hygiene for quite some time, and, as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a trusted confidant of the greatest wizard in history, he appeared rather destitute. Perhaps he was indifferent to matters of wealth. Dursley naturally accepted Hagrid's coat, feeling its weight as he made his way to the family's lavatory, calling out to his parents, whose faces had turned somewhat pale. Mom, Dad, fret not. Our living room will return to normal. Today is Harry's birthday, and we have guests to entertain. Chapter 12, Savoring Kick, Midnight Discussion. The imperfect, seamless extension charm that Hagrid had cast merely affected the spatial perception of the living room. The misaligned and distorted ceiling and walls had not genuinely deformed, but only appeared visually awkward. Thus, it did not hinder Dursley's access to various rooms. He tossed Hagrid's coat into the family's washing machine and activated it, allowing the machine to laboriously churn. This would augment his chances of success in the endeavors to follow. The household lacked chairs sturdy enough to bear Hagrid's weight, so Petunia provided him with a thick cushion, prompting him to sit directly on the floor. Even so, Hagrid towered over everyone in the Dursley household. They gathered around the table, observing the two cakes, one tall and one short, one large and one small, awaiting Dursley's return to partake in the tasting. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward and somber, a stark contrast to the previous warmth and joy. Hagrid, on the other hand, was in high spirits, eagerly sharing the sausages he had just pulled from his pockets. The expressions of the Dursleys were somewhat stiff, although they had been persuaded by Dursley. Sitting with a wizard still felt quite uncomfortable. Initially, the letter left by Dumbledore for the Dursley family had merely stated that Lily and James were slain by a powerful dark wizard, and that Lily, in her final moments, had cast a formidable protective magic for Harry through love and sacrifice, without specifying the identity of the assailant. Furthermore, the book on recent wizarding events that Dursley had acquired from Diggory was equally vague. In an apparent effort to avoid a certain taboo, the narrative refers to the brutal killer only as the mysterious one, placing emphasis on Harry Potter's reputation as the boy who lived and the savior of the wizarding world. As a time traveler, Dudley is acutely aware of the complete truth. Yet in the past, he found it impossible to divulge the entire story to Harry, fearing it would taint Harry's childhood with the sorrow of his parents' demise, and he also could not explain the source of his information. Thus, Harry remains only partially informed about his parents' death, eager to uncover the truth. However, in the current setting and atmosphere, he hesitates to speak up, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Let's eat cake first, Dudley decided as he took a seat beside Harry, choosing to postpone other matters for the time being. A sense of relief washed over Harry and the Dursleys, their expressions relaxing as they began to slice the cake. Unbeknownst to them, Dudley had subtly become the anchor of the family, instilling courage and strength in them. Dudley trained diligently, had a hearty appetite. Vernon was robust and well-fed, and Hagrid, of course, with his giant lineage and towering height of 11 feet, had an insatiable hunger. Not a morsel of the two sizable cakes went to waste, devoured by all, along with 2 barrels of juice. Hagrid, feeling pleasantly full, commented bluntly, "In the past, I misunderstood your family, the Dursleys. You aren't as vile and cruel as I had imagined. Harry has been well cared for, though he may not be as sturdy as little Dudley. He possesses a healthy physique." Vernon's and Petunia's faces darkened, thinking that wizards were indeed loathsome creatures. Noticing their reaction, Dudley quickly changed the subject, asking the question Harry longed to know. "Hagrid, Harry is our family. It is only right to treat him well. Please, tell us how Aunt Lily and Uncle James met their end." Harry, intrigued, looked towards Hagrid, while Petunia, despite her efforts to conceal her interest, could not help but perk up her ears, yearning to understand the reason behind her sister's departure. Hagrid's expression turned somber as he glanced at Harry with sympathy and began to speak slowly. "There are certain things I am not entirely clear on, but I will share what I know. It all revolves around a very wicked, deeply malevolent dark wizard, known as—" What was his name? Harry's anticipation grew. "He is a name that everyone hesitates to utter, referred to as the Mysterious One. Well, his name is Voldemort." Upon uttering this name, Hagrid shivered and leaned closer to the fireplace before continuing. 20 years ago, the Mysterious One gathered a legion of wizards and formed a group called the Death Eaters, ruling over the wizarding world. Throughout England, aside from Dumbledore's Hogwarts, the family listened intently to Hagrid revealing the semi-public secrets of the magical realm. Their expressions varied. After a moment, Hagrid concluded what little he knew, and Dudley seized upon the information Harry had already gathered to ask a crucial question. Voldemort invaded Aunt Lily's home, ruthlessly slaying both Aunt Lily and Uncle James. However, the protective charm that Aunt Lily had placed upon Harry rebounded his attack, inflicting severe injuries upon him, leading to his retreat into obscurity, his fate unknown. Consequently, the magical community of Britain was restored to peace. This raises a poignant question. Why did Voldemort feel compelled to eliminate Aunt Lily's family? What was his motivation? "Stop. That's it." Dudley interrupted Hagrid, contemplating the situation. In the absence of any prior animosity, what could possibly drive a ruler to systematically eradicate a group of individuals, dismissing the likelihood of his own madness? Dudley gazed at Harry as he spoke. Harry pondered over this for a moment, and after a few seconds, he arrived at a conclusion. It was because someone within that group posed a threat to his dominion, perhaps even to his very life. Dudley nodded in approval indeed. "And the individual who posed such a threat to Voldemort must be—" "Me?" Harry exclaimed, following Dudley's lead. Dudley nodded once more, and silence enveloped the room. After a while, Harry broke the stillness. On what grounds could Voldemort ascertain that this group contained his nemesis? Is it possible he possesses the gift of divination? The notion of divination was something Dudley had mentioned during his childhood tales of the East. Now, Harry's rational connection, rather than succumbing to sorrow and self-doubt, demonstrated the effectiveness of Dudley's guidance during his formative years. Divination? Harry, you mean prophecy, don't you? Hagrid interjected. The Dark Lord wields many formidable dark magics. Yet there has been no indication of him possessing exceptional talent in the art of divination. If prophecy were to be discussed, Professor Trelawney at Hogwarts is well versed in that field. Could it be that? Harry excitedly proposed, as if on the verge of uncovering a profound truth. At that moment, perhaps overwhelmed by thoughts, a blinding green light flashed in his mind, accompanied by a sinister, chilling laughter. This was a memory from the night his parents were murdered. Cousin. Harry abruptly stood, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, stumbling a couple of steps. Chapter 13. A preliminary spell, preparation for departure. Put that thought aside for now, Harry. I share your sentiments, but speculating here is futile. Didn't Hagrid say that Dumbledore could stand against Voldemort? The one who knows a person best is often their adversary. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, we could directly inquire with Dumbledore. Dudley reassured Harry, believing that his cousin's dizziness stemmed from excessive sweets, leading to a temporary spike in insulin and an emotional upheaval. Thus, Dudley concluded the evening's discussion. Indeed, Harry, you should rest. Rarely is there an issue that Dumbledore cannot resolve. Once you reach Hogwarts, you'll understand. Hagrid, like Dudley, was an unwavering admirer of Dumbledore, echoing Dudley's sentiments without question. With a heavy heart, Harry ascended the stairs. In the grotesquely expanded living room, only Dudley and Hagrid remained. It's a challenge, Hagrid. With your size, without magic, it would be quite difficult to sleep in our bed, Dudley quipped. With a hint of apology, Dudley addressed Hagrid. It's perfectly fine. I can sleep on the floor, he exclaimed. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you and Harry to Diagon Alley. I assure you, you will be quite the sensation. Hagrid's words were imbued with an uncommon emotional intelligence. I eagerly anticipate it, Dudley replied with a meaningful smile. He pushed the dining table aside to clear a space and pulled out several sofa cushions, crafting a makeshift bed for Hagrid and the two sleeping dormice. He also propped the entry door, which lacked a lock, with a chair. With Hagrid stationed in the living room, there was no need to worry about any intruders. After completing these tasks, Dudley casually glanced at the corner of an envelope peeking from Hagrid's shirt pocket and bid good night to the amiable half-giant before ascending the stairs. As he passed by Harry's bedroom door, Dudley rapped on it a few times, saying, "Stop overthinking. Listen to your cousin. Perform the calming charm on yourself, and then sleep." "All right, cousin." Harry, lying on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, jolted into action upon hearing Dudley's directive, rolling over and obediently following his cousin's advice. The next day, the peculiar, seamless extension charm in the living room had worn off, consistent with the information Dudley had received from the system. As Hagrid lay on the makeshift bedding in the living room, he opened his eyes to find Dudley instructing Harry to use Hagrid's umbrella wand to cast a spell on an old coat. "Harry, repeat after me, enlarge rapidly, and wave your wand like this," Dudley demonstrated with the umbrella, aiming to better cultivate Harry's imagination and mental prowess. He refrained from allowing Harry to engage with the precise yet rigid spellbooks too soon, hence Harry was not yet familiar with conventional wizarding spells. Enlarge rapidly. Harry chanted the incantation while executing the specific gesture with Hagrid's umbrella wand, directing it at an old coat once worn by Uncle Vernon. A dazzling beam of yellow light shot forth from the wand's tip, colliding with the coat. In response, the coat expanded, quickly becoming large enough to fit Hagrid's stature. Yet the spell's potency did not dissipate. Rather, it transformed the coat from a mundane brown into a vibrantly patterned dopamine-colored garment, adorned with irregular red and yellow designs. "Cousin, it seems this wand is resisting me," Harry remarked, reflecting on his inaugural attempt at a conventional spell. "It appears that Hagrid's wand may not be quite attuned to you. But we achieved the desired effect, did we not?" Dudley chuckled, turning to greet the now-awake half-giant. "Good morning, Hagrid. Do you like the gift that Harry and I prepared for you?" Hagrid gazed at the extraordinarily bright coat, excitedly rising. "I absolutely love it. Bang! Ouch! You are both simply marvelous," Hagrid exclaimed, his large head colliding with the living room ceiling. Yet he remained effusive in his praise for Harry and Dudley. "Your spell has worn off, Hagrid. It would be wise to bend down," Dudley advised with camaraderie. "All right, children, I believe it is time for us to set off. Dumbledore has also asked me to attend to a very important matter along the way." Hagrid bent down laboriously, accepting the umbrella wand and the colorful striped coat that Harry and Dudley had offered him. With a sweep of his large hand across the low table where he kept his belongings, he bundled everything into the coat. Two startled dormice, awakened from their slumber, scurried inside as well. Maintaining an awkward posture, Hagrid clumsily made his way to the door, squeezing through with great difficulty. The entrance to the Dursley home had become grotesquely deformed, nearly doubling in size, rendering it incapable of closing properly. "Oh my goodness, what is that? A giant brute. Run!" exclaimed two early rising neighbors on Privet Drive, startled by Hagrid's presence. "Oh no, well, it cannot be helped," Hagrid exclaimed, drawing forth the umbrella wand. Muggle repelling charm. Out of sight, the panicked neighbors found their unpleasant memories erased, returning to a state of tranquility. Inside the Dursley living room, Dudley suddenly found Hagrid at the door to be invisible, accompanied by an inexplicable urge to distance himself from the entrance. However, as Dudley resolved to remain steadfast, he could once again perceive Hagrid. The system safeguarded his independent thoughts from alteration. Utilizing this latent ability, Dudley successfully liberated himself from the effects of Hagrid's Muggle-repelling spell. This spell, both simple and terrifying, compelled Muggles to disregard the existence of wizards, fostering thoughts of distance from the spellcaster or the place affected by the enchantment. It could even disrupt the functioning of Muggle technology within its range. Should a conflict arise between Muggles and wizards, this spell would greatly disadvantage the Muggles. However, it was not entirely insurmountable. Capturing a wizard and facilitating physical contact between Muggles and wizards could temporarily liberate Muggles from the spell's influence by sharing the wizard-esque mystique. Subsequently, Dudley seized the numerous bag sandwiches that Petunia had prepared for their early departure and stuffed the useless 1,000 pounds left by Vernon into his pocket. His coat's inner pocket concealed 3 packets of temperature-insulated blood wrapped in foil, alongside a ruby ruff bound with twine and brown paper. "Let us go, Harry. We are bound for the wizarding world," Dudley proclaimed nonchalantly. "Oh, all right, cousin," Harry replied, somewhat perplexed. As they stepped through the misshapen entrance, he could not suppress his curiosity. "Cousin, aren't you going to bid Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon farewell?" "Please, my dear cousin, we are merely going shopping, not heading off to battle. There's no need for a tearful farewell," Dudley jested, feigning ease and alleviating Harry's concerns. Yet, inwardly, Dudley was not as carefree as he appeared. He was acutely aware that his parents were hiding behind the door of the master bedroom on the first floor, anxiously listening to their departure. However, this was a necessary experience for the Dursley family to endure and adapt to. As relatives of the Savior, they must either remain inconspicuous and blend into the shadows until Voldemort and his followers were no more, or live in constant fear until they possessed formidable power. There was no third option. Chapter 14. The Portal to Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron. Outside the Dursley home, Dudley thrust a large bag of sandwiches into Hagrid's hands as the trio walked and conversed. "Have a sandwich, Hagrid," Dudley remarked that he and Harry had already enjoyed breakfast. "Oh, I relish that title. I often inadvertently cause minor inconveniences for others due to my size and strength. He consistently entrusts me with significant tasks, such as fetching you two and retrieving a highly confidential item from Gringotts." Suddenly, Dudley felt as though his strategic plans were a futile endeavor against the air. Just as he was about to make a move, Hagrid revealed his trump card. Outmaneuvering a simpleton with a loose tongue was utterly devoid of any sense of accomplishment. "Gringotts, what is that?" Harry inquired with curiosity, feeling considerably better than he had the previous evening. Harry was no exception. Despite Dudley's assistance and guidance, it could never rival the love of a father and mother. "Galleons. I know. My cousin told me about it. It's the currency used by wizards alongside sickles and nuts. The exchange rates are rather difficult to remember. You can also convert it using pounds." Harry boasted youthful exuberance about the knowledge Dudley had imparted, one of the secrets to his newfound happiness. However, his memory was not flawless. Dudley had previously mentioned Gringotts, but Harry had forgotten. After completing his boast, Harry suddenly realized something. "Hagrid, what did you just say? My parents left me something?" "Oh, indeed. Let's discuss one topic at a time. First and foremost, yes, Harry, your parents bequeath you a substantial sum, stored in the underground vault of Gringotts. Most of the wizard's wealth is kept there, overseen by goblins, who are not to be trifled with." Hagrid elaborated on the details of Gringotts, extolling its security measures. As he transitioned to the second topic, he corrected Harry on a misconception. "Harry, Dudley is not a wizard. The information he conveyed is somewhat skewed. The goblins do offer a service to exchange Muggle currency for wizarding money, but that is merely a financial aid program for young wizards of Muggle descent, and there are limits for each individual. The goblins do not particularly require Muggle money, Harry. Despite your upbringing in a Muggle family like the Dursleys, both of your parents were wizards, so you are technically ineligible for this benefit. Therefore, the Muggle currency Dudley prepared is of no use to us. You may utilize the funds from your parents' vault. Hagrid spoke candidly, scarcely veiling his words, causing Dudley to roll his eyes. Hagrid, you are mistaken. The half-giant sheepishly chuckled. You are correct, Dudley. He then turned to engage Harry in conversation again. Dudley furrowed his brow in annoyance before conceding. Having a straightforward friend was not entirely unfavorable. The trio continued their stroll along the street. Given Hagrid's size and weight, taking a taxi was out of the question, and the bus was equally implausible, especially since he had cast a Muggle-repelling charm. Thus, the three of them had no choice but to traverse on foot to the train station in Diagon Alley. Along the way, Hagrid munched on a sandwich, gesturing animatedly and speaking with a spray of saliva. He recounted tales of how Gringotts was guarded by dragons in its high-security vaults and shared his long-held dream of raising a dragon. He nearly uttered the name of that thing. Subsequently, Hagrid subtly steered the conversation, and Harry confided in him about his inability to wield magic with a wand, as well as the unfortunate incident in his third year that led to his expulsion for nurturing a charming little spider. Poor boy. He remains oblivious to the fact that Voldemort has deceived him. He knows he has been wronged, yet he struggles to articulate the nature of that injustice. While his eight-eyed giant spider was indeed a troublesome creature, in his youth he had not slain the Puffskein. Thus, he bears the weight of this unjust blame. As he recounted this matter, Hagrid's spirits dampened considerably, but soon enough he perked up again, sharing his thoughts on various Muggle affairs observed on the street. An hour later, the trio arrived at the station, where Dudley purchased the tickets. Hagrid managed to squeeze through the ticket barrier, which was rather cramped for him, and, under the guidance of Dudley and Harry, boarded the Muggle train. It chugged along towards London. The small village of Hogsmeade in Surrey is not far from London, requiring less than an hour's drive. Despite Hagrid's complaints about the train's narrow confines, slowness, and discomfort, they soon reached the entrance of their destination, the Leaky Cauldron, which had also been subjected to the Muggle-repelling charm. A wizard, lacking in decorum, had seized a plot of land in the bustling Muggle district, struggling to survive amidst a bookstore and a record shop, running a shabby old pub. Hagrid, a habitual drinker and a regular at the Leaky Cauldron, naturally led Dudley and Harry inside. The pub was filled with wizards clad in retro attire, scattered around various tables, exchanging drinks and engaging in animated conversations. Upon their entrance, the trio attracted the attention of all present. Initially, it was due to their recognition of the familiar Hagrid. Later, the bald, haggard, and aged pub owner Tom recognized Harry by the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, identifying him as the savior of the wizarding world. The mention of Harry Potter's name stirred excitement among all the wizards in the pub, prompting them to approach Harry for a handshake. It was an unforgettable scene, as the boy who lived, freshly entered into the wizarding realm, held an impromptu meet and greet with his wizarding admirers. Dudley and Hagrid were left to the side, yet they bore no ill will. Hagrid, while claiming he still had business for Hogwarts, accepted a butterbeer summoned by Tom through nonverbal magic, sipping it while introducing Harry to his wizarding friends. Meanwhile, Dudley, keeping an eye on Harry, began to scrutinize the wizards in the pub. He spotted his old acquaintance, Mr. Diggory, the rather dim-witted wizard known for generously gifting books, who was enthusiastically shaking Harry's hand and reminiscing about the time he had bowed to Harry in a Muggle shop. Only after being jostled by others did he realize that Dudley, his former Muggle trading partner, was present. However, Dudley was not in the mood for a nostalgic exchange with Diggory. He offered a few perfunctory remarks before dismissing him, discreetly swiping the wand from Diggory's side and concealing it in his coat for future needs. It is worth noting that the book's standard spells had occupied him for several years. He recalled the pronunciation of the spells and the gestures required to wield the wand with great clarity, yet he had never truly practiced them. Chapter 15. The garlic-headed stuttering monster who strays from the plot. Diggory's wand was also a Class C magical item. In fact, the majority of wands belonging to the wizards at the Leaky Cauldron were of this classification, with only a select few elder wizards or those of formidable presence possessing Class B wands. According to system evaluations and Darley's conjectures, a new wand would typically be rated as Class D. However, as a wizard utilized the wand, absorbing the nourishing magical energy and the mystique of spells, its grade would ascend. Conversely, wear and tear from usage would lead to a decline in its rating. Thus, one could generally infer the combat prowess of a wand's owner based on its classification. A wizard with a limited repertoire of spells and weak magical ability could only provide minimal nourishment to the wand, even with diligent daily use and care. The wand would remain stagnant at Class C, akin to Hagrid's wand, which had long been neglected. This led Darley to comprehend how Voldemort, a crime lord, managed to dominate the British magical community. The formidable reputation of the enemy was merely a superficial reason, while the true cause lay in the incompetence of most wizards. Without first-hand experience, relying solely on public opinion and hearsay, they believed that a mere infant, Harry, had vanquished the Dark Lord ruling over them all. How had he triumphed? With what means? No one cared. They merely knew how to idolize blindly. Even more absurdly, without the usual caution of demanding to see the living or the dead. They accepted Voldemort's demise and commenced their champagne-fueled celebrations. Contemplating Voldemort, Darley felt an unsettling sensation wash over him as he scanned the wizards in the leaky cauldron. Finally noticing something amiss, he did not see Quirinus Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts during their first year at Hogwarts, who in the original story had been possessed by Voldemort, donned a turban, sprayed garlic perfume, and stuttered. According to the original narrative, he should have been at the leaky cauldron, meeting Harry for the first time under Hagrid's introduction. Yet now, he was nowhere to be found. If he was absent from this place, where could he be? Oh no! Darley suddenly snapped to attention. Someone was after his belongings. Harry! Hagrid! Time is running short. Darley called out loudly. Hagrid, too, realized they had lingered too long. A person waiting to shake Harry's hand was already in the second queue. Harry was also growing weary of the excessive enthusiasm from the wizarding fans. Upon hearing this, he felt a sense of relief and quickly grasped the strong hands of Darley and Hagrid. Hagrid led them through the crowd, circumventing the bar counter, and arrived at a small space enclosed by a red brick wall. Aside from a trash bin positioned against the wall, the area was devoid of any other objects. Hagrid produced his umbrella wand, lightly tapping the tip against the bricks above the trash bin, murmuring the incantation for opening the door, counting bricks, and locating the one that would grant access. Harry found this to be quite intriguing and listened attentively. However, Darley was too anxious to concern himself with such trivialities. He was in a hurry. The bricks shifted and formed an archway, unveiling the entrance to Diagon Alley. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Hagrid enthusiastically announced. The bustling commercial street, lined with a diverse array of wizarding shops, thrived with activity as wizards came and went, creating a lively yet serene atmosphere. The myriad of enchanting storefronts, adorned with animated signs, exuded an aura of both antiquity and magic. For Dudley and Harry, this was their first visit, and the novelty captivated them, prompting them to gaze in wonder. However, unlike Harry, who was continuously distracted by his surroundings, Dudley exhibited restraint, naturally urging Hagrid, "Let us hurry to Gringotts and withdraw some money. Otherwise, with so many wondrous shops, we can only look and not buy. It's quite tormenting." Hagrid, ever the chatterbox, resumed his dialogue as he strode forward, his towering stature allowing him to cover ground at a rapid pace, making strides that equated to 3 or 4 of Dudley and Harry's. Dudley, eager to keep up, discreetly pinched Harry's wrist 3 times as they walked. Startled, Harry shifted his focus from the splendor of Diagon Alley. Dudley's subtle signal implied a need for vigilance. Was Diagon Alley truly unsafe? It made sense, as Hagrid had mentioned that Diagon Alley was connected to Knockturn Alley, a likely haunt for dark wizards. Thus, with heightened alertness, Harry and Dudley followed closely behind Hagrid until they arrived before an imposing white building. They entered through the grand, golden brass doors into the interior of Gringotts, the bank run by goblins. Under the guidance of a goblin attendant, the trio made their way to the service hall of Gringotts, a marble chamber bustling with nearly 100 diminutive goblins, all engaged in their duties. Hagrid approached a less preoccupied goblin to articulate his needs, including Harry's withdrawal from the Potter family vault and the confidential items Dumbledore had tasked him with retrieving. Subsequently, Hagrid produced a gold key and a letter from the pocket of his shirt, handing them to the goblin. The goblin scrutinized both items, particularly the handwritten retrieval letter from Dumbledore. Upon confirming their authenticity, the goblin summoned another named Grip Hook, handing him the key and instructing him to escort Hagrid, Harry, and Dudley to the underground vaults. "Follow me," Grip Hook declared. Hagrid and the others stepped in line, exiting the hall and entering another doorway. Everything seemed perfectly normal, which left Dudley feeling conflicted. He wondered whether Quirrell had yet to infiltrate Gringotts' vaults or if he had already succeeded without a sound. Like a butterfly from another world, Dudley felt the tension of the narrative deviating from its intended course. How infuriating. That stuttering, garlic-headed freak. If I get the chance, I'll make sure to deal with him. As Dudley harbored his dark thoughts, Griphook led them into a marble corridor leading to the underground vaults. An iron track snaked down the center of the corridor. disappearing into the darkness beyond. Get in, Griphook urged, leaping into the small car by the front. The space left for the three of them was limited. Harry hesitated, noting that the remaining room seemed insufficient for all three, especially with Hagrid's considerable bulk. As Dudley experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, he promptly arranged, "Harry, you and Hagrid should sit in the cart. I will perch upon Hagrid's shoulder." Chapitar 16, Inferior Wizards. An assault. Huh? Both Hagrid and Harry gaped in astonishment. "What do you mean?" Dudley continued. "I possess great strength. I can hold on to Hagrid securely, and being elevated will ensure my safety. Hagrid is even stronger than I, so carrying me will be no burden at all. This is the most effective solution." Dudley's rationale was always sound. "Oh, Dudley, you truly are a remarkable lad." Hagrid, believing Dudley was considering Harry's well-being, expressed his admiration generously. Harry, on the other hand, believed there must be a reason behind his cousin's actions and felt compelled to comply. Consequently, Harry nimbly leaped into the cart, while Hagrid laboriously climbed in. Unsurprisingly, the space within the cart was soon occupied. With a glimmer in his eye, Dudley made a running leap, using Hagrid's elbow for leverage, and elegantly settled upon Hagrid's shoulder. This position allowed Dudley to stealthily explore the pockets of Hagrid's coat and shirt. Provided everything went smoothly, without any interference, Dudley's scheme of substitution would be effortlessly executed on the return journey after collecting the treasures from the underground vault. "Hold tight. We're about to take off." The goblin tugged on the lever, and the cart, devoid of any propulsion system, sped along the winding tracks. Harry and Dudley shouted in exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of racing through the dim environment. Hagrid, however, felt otherwise. The erratic swaying of the cart made him nauseous, while Dudley clung tightly to his massive head, feeling even dizzier. As they sped toward the vault of Gringotts, Dudley, though high up and shouting in excitement, remained remarkably composed. System, merged 3 packages of Harry's magical blood. He mentally commanded. Command received, consuming 1 opportunity for merging a D-grade magical item. The 3 chill blood packs, tightly bound within his coat and wrapped in tin foil and cotton, instantly shriveled, their contents evaporating into an ethereal light that fused into Dudley's being. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the bloodline of an inferior wizard. From this moment forth, you're no longer a Muggle, transformed into a feeble little wizard with no potential for enhancement, capable of learning at most 5 ordinary spells. You have obtained a diluted version of maternal protection. Now, the love and sacrifice of Lily Potter can offer a modicum of protection to her sister's son. Before reaching adulthood, you can momentarily withstand and reflect a deadly attack once. The damage resisted and reflected will be 80% of the deadly attack's power, and can retaliate against those harboring murderous intent towards you. The backlash damage will be half of the intent." During this rapid journey, Dudley felt enveloped in a gentle warmth, which was quite comforting. Simultaneously, having successfully acquired a wizard's bloodline, Dudley experienced his first surge of magical energy. A faint breeze was born, giving a gentle push to the speeding car behind it. And then, there was nothing more to follow. It was less powerful than Hagrid's mere breath. This was hardly a surge of magical energy. It was clearly a mere ripple. Dudley had anticipated such an outcome, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Fortunately, he had never pinned his hopes of strength on Harry's blood from the outset. Inside the swiftly moving track transport vehicle, Dudley silently transformed from a Muggle into a wizard, unnoticed by Hagrid, Harry, or the fairy, who were all oblivious to the change. Harry remained captivated by the stalactites above the underground space and the distant flickers of flame that seemed to emanate from captive dragons in the shadows. The fairy manipulated the vehicle with its magical prowess, while Hagrid swayed in nausea amidst the tumult. Everything felt so harmonious. Meanwhile, in the distant mysterious castle, at the yet-to-begin Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 2 ancient artifacts of millennia-old heritage found themselves at odds. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. The Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance were at loggerheads. The nominal deputy headmistress, the true acting head of the school, Ms. Minerva McGonagall, hurriedly made her way to the headmaster's office. After reciting the peculiar name of a sweet confection as the password, Ms. McGonagall passed through the enchanted statue guarding the entrance and met the greatest wizard of the 20th century, a venerable old man, with a head of white hair and a long beard, adorned with a crooked nose. "Do not be alarmed, Minerva. Would you care for fizzy honeydew?" The wise old man always wrapped himself in a childlike spirit. "Thank you, Dumbledore. Rather than indulging in sweets, I believe it would be more prudent for you to accompany me to assess the situation with the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance. They are at odds over a name." The diligent Professor McGonagall was evidently more pragmatic. Moments later, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall arrived at the chamber housing the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance. By then, the dispute between the two ancient magical items had subsided. After a period of perception and inquiry, the Book of Admission consented to the writing request of the Quill of Acceptance. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall watched as the Quill inscribed a name at the end of the list of young witches and wizards for the academic year. Dudley Dursley. Dursley? The very Dursleys that Harry was fostered by. Professor McGonagall's expression was one of disbelief. How could this be? If the child of that cruel Muggle couple showed any potential, surely this name would have appeared in the Book of Admission 11 years ago. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. Over the years, through the inquiries of members of the Order of the Phoenix, such as the silent Mrs. Fig, Mr. Diggory, and other peripheral wizards, he had maintained a general understanding of the Dursley family situation. He was aware that Dudley Dursley was a thoughtful, opinionated young Muggle whose conduct was often beyond the norm. Indeed, he had once concealed himself to observe Dudley and Harry during their daily routines of schooling and play. Dumbledore could assert with absolute certainty that Dudley Dursley was not endowed with wizarding talent. Rather, he was merely a curious Muggle with an interest in wizards and the arcane. This bears some resemblance to his mother's childhood. However, at this moment, the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance are not flawed. Dumbledore remarked with a perceptive glance. And they have never erred. So, this young Dudley Dursley has truly transformed from a Muggle into a wizard. Professor McGonagall found it hard to believe. This challenged her understanding, for the notion that Muggles cannot become wizards is a steadfast tenet ingrained in the hearts of modern sorcerers. By now, Hagrid should have already escorted them to Diagon Alley, possibly even entered Gringotts. Dumbledore analyzed the situation bit by bit. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck Professor McGonagall, leading her to hypothesize. Gringotts? Dumbledore, have you sent Hagrid to retrieve that item? The transformation of Dudley into a wizard. Could it be because Minerva? Let us keep this matter to ourselves. Assume that Dudley Dursley's name was inscribed in the Book of Admission 11 years ago. Now, I must make a trip to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before arriving at a decision. A fiery redbird was summoned, soaring from the headmaster's office to circle above Dumbledore's head. The old man, with a crooked nose and half-moon spectacles, stretched out his arms and deftly grasped the phoenix's talons. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light enveloped them, and both the old man and the magnificent bird vanished. Chapter 17. The Painful Scar, an Unforeseen Transformation. At Diagon Alley, Gringotts, Vault 687 belonging to the Potter family. The small cart came to a halt. The group disembarked, and a goblin used a golden key to unlock the vault door. A dazzling brilliance greeted their eyes. Within the vault, piles of galleons, sickles, and nuts accumulated like mountains, leaving Harry momentarily awestruck. The Potter family's fortune was built upon potion-making and medical expertise. The commonly used bone regrowth potion and the warming potion are said to have originated from the Potter lineage. Harry's grandfather even pioneered an incredibly magical shampoo potion, which, along with the income from his company and patents, brought him immense wealth. After selling his shampoo company, the Potter family's riches reached a pinnacle. The combination of lucrative ventures and a lack of heirs resulted in the spectacular sight that Harry beheld at this moment. "Decorated Harry," Hagrid exclaimed as he stepped out. Retching slightly, the Potter family's fortune is more than sufficient for you to lead a prosperous life in the wizarding world. Yet, Harry did not immediately reach for the riches. Instead, he turned to Dudley. "Cousin, what about me? Do you think I will be polite to you, Harry? No matter how much you have, you're still my cousin." Dudley unabashedly plunged his hands into the vault, specifically selecting galleons, stuffing 2 large pockets to the brim. He then advised, "Hurry up. You should fill your pockets too, Harry. A trip to Gringotts is quite a hassle." "Oh, all right, cousin," Harry replied, showing no resentment towards Dudley's actions of taking money from their family vault. Instead, he obediently followed his cousin's instructions, quickly grabbing several handfuls of coins to stow away in the various pockets of his clothing. What a splendid bond of brotherhood. Hagrid's eyes glistened with emotion, and he wistfully thought how wonderful it would be to have a brother. "Hagrid, do not make a fuss. You shall have a brother one day. Now, get in the car and complete your task, for Harry and I have shopping to attend to." Dudley, with an air of impatience adorning his face, seemed utterly indifferent to Hagrid's mission. Ah yes, Hagrid, oblivious to Dudley's jest about having a brother, assumed Dudley was merely trying to comfort him. He clumsily climbed into the vehicle. The goblin, with a face lined with wrinkles, secured the lock on Vault 687 and handed the golden key to Harry. Subsequently, the group resumed their prior positions, and the small cart whirred back into action, journeying deeper into the vaults. The distance from Vault 687 to Vault 713 was not particularly great, and soon they arrived at their destination. The security of Vault 713 surpassed that of Vault 687 by a considerable margin, as the key to this vault was fashioned from the goblin's very finger. No one could pilfer anything from Gringotts' subterranean vaults. The goblin, with an expression of unusual confidence, proclaimed that should anyone other than a goblin lay a finger on this door, they would be sucked in and imprisoned. Generally, if no one were to retrieve anything, they would conduct inspections every decade, cackling with glee. As the goblin's sharp index finger penetrated the keyhole, the vault door gradually transformed into a wisp of black smoke, revealing a small space within. Since this vault housed only minor items, the interior was not particularly expansive. Hagrid, rarely serious, disembarked and strode purposefully to the vault, extending his large hand inside. Dudley, standing to the side, caught a glimpse of the contents, a small package bound with brown paper and twine, remarkably resembling the props he had prepared in advance. The Philosopher's Stone, Grade S. The system promptly provided identification information, and as Hagrid reverently lifted the small package and tucked it into his front pocket, even Dudley, with his usual demeanor, felt a surge of exhilaration. Fortune smiled upon them. All was proceeding smoothly. At that critical moment, however, Harry, standing beside Dudley, suddenly clutched his forehead and winced in pain. "Cousin, my scar on the forehead has begun to throb unexpectedly." Noticing his cousin's inquisitive gaze, Harry candidly shared his experience. Dudley's expression shifted, and he hastily grasped Harry's hand, inscribing a letter in his palm with his finger. Instantly alert, Harry realized that the grandiose tales of Gringotts security, recounted by Hagrid and the Goblin, paled in comparison to Dudley's silent warning. "Let's depart. What is the matter with you?" Hagrid, having turned around after retrieving the Philosopher's Stone, caught a glimpse of Harry's furrowed brow illuminated dimly by the torchlight. "Ha ha ha, Hagrid. You still have remnants of a sandwich stuck in your beard," Dudley teased, pulling Harry closer to Hagrid. "Oh, really? Ha ha ha." Hagrid, blissfully unaware of Dudley's deeper implications, reached up to feel his beard. Darryl had anticipated this moment. Approaching Hagrid, he urgently whispered, "Hagrid, there's a dark wizard not far from here. Be cautious." Hagrid, astonished, quickly held his tongue and surveyed the surroundings with his round, glistening eyes. Seizing the opportunity to divert Hagrid's attention, Darryl unleashed his most potent technique. With his right hand clutching the counterfeit ruby paper package he had just drawn from his coat, he leapt slightly, extending his hand with the swiftness of a serpent striking its prey. Suddenly, a crimson flash erupted from the shadows. Vigilant, Hagrid swiftly scooped up Harry and Darryl, pivoting sharply to shield them with his broad back against the curse. The powerful stunning spell struck Hagrid's back, momentarily dazing him. He yawned and shook his head, quickly regaining his composure. Hastily, he drew forth his umbrella wand and turned to cast a beam of white light toward the source of the stunning spell. Hagrid did not utter an incantation. It was a silent transfiguration spell. Fool! That dim-witted giant, possessing giant blood, is resistant to spells. Using an incantation meant for other objects against him. In the darkness, cloaked and hooded, Quirrell, reeking of garlic, cowered under Voldemort's reprimand, simultaneously defending himself with a silent shield charm against Hagrid's white light. A thunderous explosion followed. The air trembled with the force of the blast. Quirrell, instructed by Voldemort, immediately unleashed a powerful exploding spell in Hagrid's direction. A yellowish light shot forth from the tip of his wand, resulting in a deafening explosion reverberating in the distance. Fool! The fragment of Voldemort residing in Quirrell's skull was nearly incensed. Go check it out. Destroy the Philosopher's Stone, and I demand your life. Chapter 18. Fusion of S-Class items, the Philosopher's Stone. An assault ensued. The shrill alarm blared following the explosion, and a series of shimmering protective shields appeared outside the vault, reinforced by magical rays, ensuring its stability amidst the chaos. Similarly, Hagrid and his companions, nearly buried under stalactites and debris, remained largely unscathed. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to invade Gringotts? The goblin Griphook extended his claws, summoning a grand protective barrier that enveloped himself and shielded Hagrid, who was hunched over to protect Harry and Darryl, keeping a considerable amount of rubble at bay. "Harry, Hagrid, listen to me. If that dark wizard approaches, Hagrid will take the lead to try and disarm him. Harry, you must cast the calming charm with all your might to soothe him, preventing him from conjuring any lethal spells. I will provide support and seize the opportunity to strike." Within the protective barrier, Darryl calmly outlined a battle strategy to his close companions. "Yes, cousin." Harry nodded resolutely, having undergone numerous simulated battles against wizards with Daryl in the previous years. Darryl, no. This is far too dangerous. Hagrid expressed his concern, reluctant to put the two children in peril. Don't argue, Hagrid, do as I say. Otherwise, we may all perish. The Dark Wizard's spells do not discriminate between children and adults. Dudley spoke with unyielding severity, then wriggled out of Hagrid's embrace. Bowing his head and positioning himself behind the goblin, Griphook. Harry, too, sprang into action, letting his fringe conceal the scar upon his forehead as he stood beside Hagrid's thigh, murmuring to gather his composure, remain calm. The two spells he had developed alongside his cousin were still nascent, lacking the potency of true incantations, rendering rapid casting impossible. Thus, preparing in advance was the wisest choice. Observing Dudley and Harry's demeanor, Hagrid, with no better alternatives at hand, begrudgingly acquiesced to Dudley's tactical plan. Gripping his umbrella wand tightly in one hand and forming a fist with the other, bracing for any potential threat. Should a dark wizard dare approach, his fist might be swifter than any spell. Dear guest, what brings you here? Griphook inquired, raising his hands to maintain the protective barrier, feeling Dudley's presence behind him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Enough with the chatter. Perfect your protective shield, attend to the dragon guard, and seal the spells, boasting of the safest vault. Such grandiloquence is absurd. Dudley scathingly critiqued the goblin security measures, leaving Griphook feeling almost humiliated. Meanwhile, he once again mentally commanded the system. System, fuse the Philosopher's Stone. It was evident that Dudley had just procured it. Command received, consuming one S-grade magical item fusion opportunity. The small packet Dudley had stealthily concealed within the pocket of his coat deflated, containing an S-grade magical item, the Philosopher's Stone, which instantaneously transformed into an invisible, intangible force, merging seamlessly with Dudley. Congratulations, host. Acquired the exceptional wizarding bloodline. From this moment forth, your magical power and capacity shall rival that of elite magical professors. Your innate magical talent is extraordinarily remarkable, as your mental fortitude solidifies and strengthens. Alongside the increase of your age and magical knowledge, your magical prowess shall continue to grow, ultimately reaching 5 times your current capacity. Acquire the golden transmutation technique. You may expend magical energy to transmute any non-gold metal into pure gold, with a maximum of 100 ounces, approximately 2,835 grams, transmutable every 7 days. Acquire the elixir of life transmutation technique. You may expend magical energy to imbue any beverage with the properties of the elixir of life, with a maximum of 10 gallons, approximately 455 liters, transmutable per year. Note, consumption of 1 gallon of beverage infused with the elixir of life grants an individual an additional 2 years of life. The elixir can only extend lifespan. It cannot preserve youthful appearance, heal bodily injuries, or grant immunity to instant death attacks. Acquired partial advanced alchemical knowledge and skills. You have mastered the alchemical knowledge and skills related to the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. The surge of formidable power and profound memories accompanied by the system notifications was fully absorbed by Dudley. He felt utterly invigorated. In the blink of an eye, as Dudley fused with the Philosopher's Stone in an instant, Quirrell, berated by Voldemort with fierce reprimands, had already reached the rubble that ensnared Hagrid and his companions. Kilo brandished his wand, swiftly clearing away the stalactites. The roar of a fire dragon echoed from afar, growing ever closer, as fairies riding chained fire dragons approached to offer their support. Hurry, you worthless wretch. Find a magical stone and depart at once. Yes, my master, Voldemort urged Kilo, who increased the pace of his wand movements. Soon, he glimpsed a brilliant blue energy shield beneath a pile of rubble. Master, they're blocking our way, Kilo exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Fool, stop your prattling and eliminate them. Voldemort's frustration was palpable. Without further hesitation, Kilo raised his wand and shouted, Avada Kedavra! A dazzling green light shot forth, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, colliding against the shield conjured by the fairy, La Huang. The shield shattered instantaneously. Oh no, La Huang gasped, her form twisting into a spiral before vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, it was more than 10 meters away. Esteemed guests, please wait while I summon aid. The unprincipled fairy, sensing danger, employed a heightened version of her innate apparition charm and fled. Had it not been for the extraordinarily powerful anti-apparition charms in Gringotts' underground vault, La Huang's previous escape would not have been so modest. Her swift departure would have been far more impressive. Incoming boulders. Realizing he could not rely on the fairy, Dudley immediately used the wand he had acquired from Diggory to cast the levitation charm he had learned in standard spells. Thanks to his considerable magical prowess and a stroke of luck, Dudley's spell successfully took effect. A large stalactite soared through the air, intercepting the residual force of Kilo's killing curse. The simplest method to counter the Avada Kedavra, the most notorious of the unforgivable curses, is to use a substantial object to shield oneself. This technique was learned by Dudley from Dumbledore while watching a series of films in his previous life. Kilo had intended to obliterate the shield while simultaneously dispatching the obstructive fairy. However, the shield shattered, the fairy fled, and a burgeoning pudgy boy thwarted the killing curse. This infuriated Kilo, who quickly repositioned himself to cast another curse, the tip of his wand igniting once more with green light. Yet at that moment, a sinister voice penetrated Kilo's ears. "Calm yourself. Calm yourself." An inexplicable tranquility washed over Kilo, extinguishing the green light emanating from his wand. As he envisioned the extinguishment of his own youth, he was an exemplary graduate of Ravenclaw, a solitary hero who had bravely ventured into the Albanian forest to confront vampires and wicked witches. He was thud. A fist as colossal as a pot lid struck the face of the once intelligent hero. Kilo experienced a sensation akin to flight, involuntarily spinning through the air 3.5 times. As a shattered tooth lodged itself in his mask, and he crash-landed heavily upon a boulder. No one can harm Harry Potter and his cousin," Hagrid bellowed, having sold out both Harry and Dudley, before leaping high into the air, ready to crush the despicable masked figure lying on the ground. Useless. Useless. Voldemort could no longer contain himself. How could Quirrell, a seemingly exceptional Ravenclaw, become so inept under his command? Wasn't the Dar transformation supposed to amplify strength threefold? Yet, both his power and intellect had regressed. Frustrated, Voldemort resolved to take matters into his own hands. He had heard that name, one that filled him with deep loathing. And if he did not act soon, his only remaining subordinate would be crushed by the oafish giant. Chapter 19. The Intensification of Conflict. Harry Potter. Which one is Harry Potter? A dark, damp, and eerie voice resonated as Quirrell, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and evaded Hagrid's advance at the last moment, swiftly retrieving the wand that had been flung into the crevices of the rubble. Hagrid crashed onto a large stone, causing it to shatter, and grimaced in pain. Dudley's countenance turned grim. Voldemort was far too swift, and the wand was beyond his reach. At that moment, the black smoke had already reformed near another stone. The figure, still clad in black, now faced away from them, with the wand held ominously in his right hand. Strangely, a perfectly oval hole had appeared in the hood, revealing a grotesque, hairless visage with crimson eyes, no discernible nose, and withered lips, an utterly repulsive sight. Dudley, well versed in the original tale, recognized this as Quirrell's head, which now bore the visage of Voldemort's main essence. Roar! The dragons bellowed as the goblins of Gringotts finally arrived at the battlefield. "Drop your weapons. Surrender. You are surrounded." A goblin riding atop a dragon amplified his voice with a spell, issuing a warning to the intruders. Simultaneously, 3 dragons unleashed flames in a grand display of power. "You've disturbed me." A malicious wave of azure flames erupted, forming a colossal fiery tide that surged towards the hovering dragons and goblins. "Watch out! It's fiend fire!" The goblins screamed, retreating and raising their hands to unleash beams of yellow light against the onslaught, but their efforts proved futile. The fiend fire blazed more intensely, swiftly coalescing into a massive blue serpent. The serpent gaped its fiery maw, revealing fangs of flame as it lunged towards the goblins. "Now, we are free from distractions." Quirrell retreated, while Voldemort advanced, his posture both strange and menacing. "Tell me, who is Harry Potter? Why you are the Dark Lord Voldemort?" Hagrid stammered, his voice trembling. The name cast a significant shadow even over the half-giant. "Tell me, you oaf." Voldemort roared, his state far from optimal. He cursed Quirrell as a fool, oblivious to the fact that his own mind was somewhat unhinged. Consumed by hatred for Harry, he was not inclined to strike with immediacy or to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Instead, he longed to capture his lifelong adversary foretold in prophecy, eager to inflict torment upon him. As Voldemort drew nearer, Hagrid realized that his earlier outburst had been excessive, and he fell silent. Calm down. Calm down." Behind Hagrid, disregarding the tense atmosphere, Harry remained resolute, adhering to Dudley's original battle plan. He extended his hands and cast a calming spell towards Voldemort from a distance. A peculiar force gradually enveloped Voldemort's current form, birthing an inexplicable sense of tranquility within him. However, Voldemort's malice and madness were far beyond Harry's influence at that moment. In less than a second, he shook off the effects of the calming spell. So it was you who affected my servant's mind. A commendable wandless spell. Such a genius. You must be Harry. Suddenly, Dudley, concealed behind a boulder, launched an assault on Voldemort, his wand glowing with a brilliant blue light. A whirlwind of magical sand and stones surged forth, propelled by his powerful incantation, rushing towards the grotesque figure silhouetted against the backdrop of towering blue flames. As Dudley infused his wand with immense magical energy, stirring up a tempest of debris, he shouted in fury, "You fool! I am Harry!" He had not hesitated to cast his spell to deny Voldemort any chance for retort. Rather, the powerful charm, such as the one he had just cast, required a degree of practice and familiarity to execute effectively. Dudley had not yet systematically studied spellcasting, and his rapid success was largely due to the formidable magical talent awakened by the Philosopher's Stone. Another genius. Voldemort's voice suddenly echoed in Dudley's ear. "You must be Harry Potter's cousin." Startled, Dudley realized that Voldemort had transformed Quirrell's body into smoke and slipped through the gaps of the swirling sand, appearing beside him in an instant. He hastily threw a punch, but alas, Voldemort's spell, drawn from Quirrell's life force, was swifter. The piercing curse struck Dudley, causing him to be flung backward in agony, landing amidst the rubble, and the spell he had cast dissipated. Dudley had failed to reach Voldemort, who was merely Quirrell's form, and the curse was not fatal. His weakened protective trait had not activated. Cousin Harry, witnessing Dudley being struck and sent flying, could no longer maintain his composure and cried out in distress. Now his identity was utterly exposed, as Harry attempted to rush towards Dudley to assess his injuries. Hagrid swiftly intervened, placing himself firmly between them. "You big oaf, you are as foolish as ever. Secrets are either etched upon your face or spill from your lips. When I was speaking just now, your anxious expression and furtive glances revealed everything to me. It brings back memories of when I nearly sabotaged you, this great fool, and almost suffered a bout of idiocy myself." Voldemort advanced step by step towards Hagrid and Harry, his words piercing Hagrid's heart with chilling dread. "Was it you all along?" Hagrid opened his mouth wide, exclaiming, "Of course, I should have anticipated it. Aside from you, no one could be so wicked. Ha ha ha, foolish giant. Begone. Stop using that ridiculous face of yours to amuse me." Voldemort laughed maniacally, resembling a villain on the verge of achieving his malevolent desires. As he sensed the wrinkles and blemishes gradually appearing on his face, which was essentially Quirrell's scalp, he no longer hesitated and cast another spell. Disintegrate. Hagrid's red and yellow striped coat, along with the shirt beneath, instantaneously shattered into tatters, a multitude of scraps falling to the ground. Among them the faux Philosopher's Stone wrapped in leather paper and twine. "Ha ha ha!" Voldemort cackled with unabashed glee, waving his wand as the small package soared into Quirrell's now aged hands. "That belongs to Dumbledore. Return it to me." The tattered Hagrid let out an infuriated roar, his wrath eclipsing his fear of Voldemort. Gripping his umbrella wand tightly, a dazzling white light erupted forth. However, with a casual flick of his wand, Voldemort deflected Hagrid's transfiguration spell with an invisible shield, causing it to strike a nearby stalagmite, which instantly transformed into a festering, pus-dripping dead rat, shattered to pieces. While deflecting Hagrid's spell, Voldemort launched a counterattack. Hagrid's massive form was propelled by an explosive force, crashing heavily to the ground, bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dudley, through sheer resilience forged from 2 lifetimes, endured the excruciating pain inflicted by the Cruciatus curse. As he regained consciousness, he witnessed Voldemort's wand tip glowing ominously with the same curse, this time aimed at his cousin. "No!" Dudley bellowed in rage, aware that a mother's love would not shield against the Cruciatus curse, his emotions surging violently. Accompanied by intense anger and defiance, a powerful golden magic radiated from Dudley, instantly enveloping Voldemort, who sought to harm Harry, along with the expansive surroundings. This time, his magic truly erupted. Chapter 20. A hard-won victory. An encounter with Dumbledore. In the shattered underground vault corridor, countless fragments glimmered with a golden hue. In astonishment, his crimson eyes caught the reflection of Harry's clear gaze. The hideous green skin on his face began to transform into resplendent gold. "Harry, strike him! Seize the wand!" Seizing the opportunity, Dudley shouted loudly, raising his tightly gripped Diggory wand towards Voldemort. "Disarm you! Disarm you! Disarm you!" This was not merely a matter of repeating words thrice for emphasis. Dudley was fervently channeling his magic, striving to successfully cast the correct disarming spell. Simultaneously, the initially bewildered Harry, upon hearing his cousin's familiar command, felt a surge of assurance and immediately complied. Muttering, "Power, power, rise. Rise." He thrust both hands forward. With one fist clenched, he struck forcefully at the portion of Voldemort's face that had yet to turn to gold, namely Quirrell's remaining scalp. With a swift motion, the hand transformed into a claw, aiming to seize the wand from Quirrell's grasp. Naturally, Voldemort would not remain passive. His crimson eyes ignited with unparalleled hatred and murderous intent as he forcefully intoned the incantation, Avada Kedavra. At that critical moment, Dudley's disarming spell was successfully cast, striking Voldemort. The U-wand, which Harry nearly wrested away, emitted a faint green light at its tip before it was flung from Voldemort's hand, soaring like an arrow into a distant stalagmite. Typically, a disarming spell would cause an opponent's wand to fly into one's own hand. But Dudley's execution was less than flawless, achieving merely a passing grade. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Voldemort had lost his capacity for mayhem, for he was not yet powerful enough to wield Quirrell's body without a wand in his weakened state. More critically, Harry, the savior enveloped in the complete embrace of maternal love, had now come into contact with his malevolent foe. Quirrell emitted a horrific scream of agony as the backlash of power spread from the back of his head and right wrist throughout his body, disintegrating his flesh into ash, even the parts that had turned to gold due to Dudley's magical surge. With a resounding explosion, Quirrell's head burst apart, and an invisible repulsive force propelled Harry and the pain-stricken Dudley away. The black hood disintegrated, and a dark purple scarf, reeking of garlic, was flung into the air, followed closely by the smoky essence of Voldemort's main soul. This wretched entity spiraled downward, attempting to grasp the fallen foe philosopher's stone package with its shadowy tendrils before making its escape. At that moment, although Dudley was still in pain and in a less than ideal state, he was determined to confront Voldemort, this loathsome creature who had thoroughly provoked him today. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to raise his wand. "Fire. All spells shall end." An ancient yet resonant voice interrupted Dudley's incantation. A blindingly bright yellow light pierced through the raging flames of the giant serpent, advancing with unstoppable vigor from a great distance, accurately striking the black smoke tendril extended by Voldemort's essence. "Damn you, Dumbledore!" Alongside this barely audible curse, Voldemort's essence abandoned its pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone and swiftly ascended, colliding with the descending dark purple scarf in a fervent embrace. At the moment of contact, they suddenly transformed into a distorted spiral, vanishing from sight. It was evident that Voldemort and Quirrell had planned their escape in advance, transforming the scarf into a key. Not just any key, but an enhanced version. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to flee the depths of Gringotts, fortified with numerous protective spells. Through apparition. "Curse it!" Dudley cursed vehemently, not even glancing at the time-manipulating master who was tidying up the aftermath of the fire spell. He struggled to rise, unsteadily making his way to Harry, ensuring his cousin was unharmed before rushing to Hagrid, who lay in a pool of blood, unconscious. "Heal swiftly. Revive quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, Dudley grasped Diggory's wand and directed it towards Hagrid, initiating the healing process. After casting 2 spells without success, he swiftly discovered the technique for the healing charm, and under the luminous white light, Hagrid's wounds gradually began to mend. "Harry, help Hagrid up." "Yes, cousin." Harry responded as always, and after bestowing upon himself a spell of enhanced strength, he effortlessly assisted the heavy Hagrid to his feet. Upon witnessing Hagrid stir and regain consciousness without any adverse effects, Dudley then cast the healing charm twice more on himself and Harry. "Harry, Hagrid, are you both all right?" An elderly man with white hair and a crooked nose approached, his voice gentle yet filled with compassion. Hagrid, still not fully aware, vaguely recognized Dumbledore's presence and managed a weak nod. Meanwhile, Harry, supporting Hagrid, felt somewhat at a loss before the venerable figure, remaining silent and merely observing. "Stay back, or I shall have no choice but to strike you." Dumbledore's expression faltered. It had been long since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Perhaps never had anyone dared to address him so. Whether it was Grindelwald or Voldemort, saints or Death Eaters, all had held a modicum of reverence for him. With over a century of life experience, it was difficult for him to fathom that an 11-year-old wizard would speak with such audacity. Chapter 21. Dudley's Fury. Dumbledore's regrettable incident. Amid his astonishment, Dumbledore contemplated using the legilimency spell, but ultimately decided against it. Hagrid, whose consciousness had not yet fully returned, had failed to catch Dudley's words earlier. "Now, As he regained clarity, he remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere. Scanning the area, he spotted the crumpled package of the faux philosopher's stone on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, and hastily retrieved it, presenting it to Dumbledore. He then respectfully introduced Harry and Dudley to the Elder and recounted the events that had transpired. In his excitement, Hagrid attempted to draw Harry and Dudley closer to converse with Dumbledore, only to find Harry firmly standing beside Dudley, resisting any attempts to pull him away. Dudley, absorbed in his own endeavors, ignored Hagrid entirely. "Oh, it is all my fault. I should not have revealed Harry's identity," Hagrid lamented, sensing Harry's reluctance. "Do not be disheartened, Hagrid. They will forgive you. Allow them some peace for now," Dumbledore advised. Dudley, however, had no time for tranquility. In front of Dumbledore, he extracted 3 empty blood storage bags, wrapped in cotton and tinfoil, from his clothing and opened them. Wielding Mr. Diggory's wand, he executed a simple levitation charm, drawing together the extensive pool of Hagrid's blood that remained on the ground and carefully collecting it within the bags. Once he had gathered Hagrid's blood, Dudley approached the stalactite where Quirrell's wand was embedded, attempting the shattering spell several times until he successfully retrieved the cracked and damaged wand. After completing these tasks, he proceeded to search the ashes of Quirrell's remains, finding nothing of value, and ultimately abandoned his search. "Pure gold, come fort." Dudley hesitated not. Even the smallest mosquito is worth a morsel, let alone gold. The scattered grains of golden sand shattered the stones that bound them, soaring into the air, gathering in the palm of Dudley's hand. Empowered by immense strength, Dudley wielded his wand to cast the spell he had collaboratively devised with Harry, uttering incantations in ancient Latin, meticulously crafted for this very magic. The gesture of his wand was a simple outline of a clenched fist. A crimson light flickered. Perhaps due to the blessing of being its creator, Dudley achieved resounding success in casting this spell for the first time. Reveling in the surge of newfound power, he felt immense satisfaction, far surpassing the spells Harry had previously cast upon him. Dudley turned to gaze at Dumbledore, who sat waiting on a stone, their eyes locking in a direct confrontation. Simultaneously, he clenched his left hand, instantly compressing a small handful of gold dust into a cohesive form. Ding! Encounter with Albus Dumbledore. Unlocking current regretful events. The untimely demise of his parents. Be great. Details. Albus Dumbledore's father was convicted for assaulting 3 Muggle children in his youth and subsequently perished in Azkaban. His mother succumbed to a silent explosion within his sister Ariana. The accidental death of Ariana, S-grade. Details. Albus Dumbledore's sister Ariana died during a chaotic duel involving him, his brother Aberforth, and his then-lover Gellert Grindelwald, the original Dark Lord. Though there is no direct evidence, deep within Albus Dumbledore's heart, he knows that it was his spell that claimed his sister's life, becoming his greatest fear and an inescapable nightmare. The forbidden love of the dark and light wizards, S-grade. Details. In his youth, Albus Dumbledore fell in love with Gellert Grindelwald, a powerful extremist who was obsessed with dark magic and the legend of the Deathly Hallows, believing that wizards should dominate Muggles. Ultimately, due to ideological differences and the disastrous outcome of their 3-way duel, they parted ways, leading to an irrevocable schism in their relationship, with one prevailing and the other imprisoned, leaving no hope for reconciliation. Having silently absorbed the newly unlocked regretful events, Dudley's mood and countenance darkened further. None of these were matters he wished to resolve now, nor were any within his capacity to address. "Harry, let us depart," Dudley exclaimed, turning on his heel and striding away. Harry, who had been closely following Dudley, showed no hesitation and quickly kept pace. Although he could not fully comprehend the reasons behind his cousin's anger, he felt no need to understand. He would unconditionally stand by Dudley's side, even if it meant he could not attend Hogwarts to learn magic. Dumbledore and Hagrid were left behind. "Hagrid, it seems that the rather opinionated Mr. Dursley has developed some misunderstandings regarding me." Dumbledore rose, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. They should harbor no ill feelings towards you." The wise old wizard, though not employing legilimency, had discerned the situation clearly. "Oh, how could this be? You came to rescue us. Dudley is a smart and good boy. He should not treat you this way." Hagrid's head is quite large, yet his intellect seems to fall a tad short. He is utterly bewildered by the current situation. "No, Hagrid, to be precise, I did not rescue them. They had already triumphed over Voldemort before I intervened." Dumbledore, devoid of any self-aggrandizement, candidly articulated the truth. "Moreover, Hagrid, you are indeed correct. Mr. Dudley Dursley is exceptionally clever, surpassing my expectations, both astute and forthright, without a hint of pretense. This is splendid. Perhaps a sincere dialogue could dissolve his grievances and misconceptions towards me. Let's proceed. They appear to be in a bit of trouble, and furthermore, the first-year supplies for the two new students remain unpurchased. From a distance, Dumbledore and Hagrid observed a minor altercation between Dudley, Harry, and the goblins who had come to rectify the situation. Oh, very well. Professor Dumbledore, I sincerely hope you can foster a close rapport with the two children. But for now, please assist them. I shall join you shortly. Hagrid wiped the tears from his face, saddened by the estrangement from two new friends and the loss of two adorable creatures. He knelt down, gently cradling the two flattened, lifeless dormice, carefully wrapping them in a silken cloth and placing them in a separate pocket. Do not be overly sorrowful, Hagrid. Dumbledore comforted his old companion. I am well, Professor Dumbledore. Professor, do you mean the two new students? Is Dudley included? Yes, indeed. Dudley has suddenly mastered magic. He is no longer a Muggle. Hagrid, still in a state of heightened tension from the battle, had not had the opportunity to contemplate Dudley's peculiar transformation. Now, upon reflection, he merely felt joy for Dudley without delving deeper into the implications. Chapter 22. The Goblin Compensation. Dumbledore refrained from elaborating on this topic, as he too was perplexed by how Dudley had abruptly transitioned from Muggle to Wizard, possessing an innate prowess that rendered him a remarkably powerful sorcerer. He stroked the faux philosopher's stone paper package that Hagrid had handed him, sensing a trickle of magic within, which caused his expression to subtly shift. With his mastery of alchemy, he discerned that it was not a philosopher's stone at all, but rather a commendable natural ruby at best. Had Voldemort succeeded? Had a goblin swapped it? Or was it the remarkable Mr. Dudley Dursley? Dumbledore pondered, correlating the known information. The answer to this conundrum seemed rather straightforward, much like the fervent voices nearby. Is this how you conduct security at Gringotts? Your vaults are akin to sieves, allowing terrorists to enter and exit at will? Your employees scurry away like frightened mice at the slightest hint of danger. And the Dragon Guard, the Goblin Squad, how laughable, easily thwarted by a mere flicker of flame? What are you all doing? With so many families in the magical community paying vault management fees annually, it all gets tossed in the Irish Sea without a ripple. Do you understand? We were almost there. So close. My cousin, my hulking friend, and I could have perished right here. They presumed we had come to the bank to withdraw funds, and those unaware might have thought we were attempting to breach a terrorist stronghold. Before a throng of goblins diligently clearing the remnants of the underground vault, Dudley passionately took the floor, his words flying forth with fervor, his presence towering even higher than Hagrid's stature. The goblins he chastised hung their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. A leading goblin manager, stealing himself, stepped forward to seek reconciliation. Esteemed guest, we at Gringotts extend our sincerest apologies for your unfortunate experience. Apologies? Dudley swiftly interrupted. What is the monetary worth of your regret per ounce of galleons? You think your wrinkled, parched lips can merely brush against one another to gloss over this matter? I have been subjected to the Cruciatus curse, the most tormenting of all, the Cruciatus. How do you account for my suffering? What the terror we endured? What the life and death crisis we faced? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory resolution today, I shall expose the inadequacies of your abysmal security to the Daily Prophet, ensuring that every wizard sees your true colors and withdraws their assets from you, leaving not a single canute behind. The goblins were utterly alarmed. Their ancestors had been vanquished by wizards, stripping them of their right to wield wands, leaving them with naught but their yearning for gold and treasures. A massive run on the bank would be tantamount to a death sentence for them. 1,000 no, 3,000 galleons? Additionally, the Potter family's vault shall incur no management fees for eternity. The goblin manager, visibly pained, presented his offer. I believe further negotiation is unnecessary. Harry, withdraw all the funds from the vault. We shall proceed directly to the Daily Prophet and secure a year's worth of front-page headlines. Dudley's expression turned cold, as he feigned to depart. No, please don't. Very well. You win 10,000 galleons, plus a permanent exemption from management fees for a vault. The goblin manager collapsed onto the stone steps, as if struck by a soul-sucking curse, feeling as though his very essence had been extracted. I demand 100,000. Not a single galleon less. Dudley revealed his sinister grin, determined to prevail. No, that is impossible. The goblin manager, as if burnt by the steps, leaped up in a panic, his agitation palpable. The other goblins echoed his sentiments, asserting that such a price would be akin to a dagger to their jugulars. Oof. Dudley sneered contemptuously, maintaining a silence that exerted a silent psychological pressure upon the goblins. The goblin manager, beads of sweat forming, felt the weight of immense psychological strain. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly retreated once more. 50,000 galleons. Truly, we cannot offer more. This is the utmost we can provide. In consideration of Harry Potter and Professor Dumbledore. Upon noticing Dumbledore and Hagrid approaching, the goblin manager perked up, hoping to curry favor. However, the mere mention of Dumbledore's name only fueled Dudley's resolve further. How is it that you imply I am worth less than a single galleon? Not even deserving of mention? Dudley roared with indignation, his magical aura surging. Should those without renown be condemned to death? The goblin manager staggered back several steps under Dudley's formidable presence, stammering, "No, I did not mean that." "Then what do you mean?" Dudley pressed forward relentlessly. "Gringotts must make amends." At that moment, Dumbledore, stepping closer, spoke gravely. "In your attempt to conceal the scandal, you barred me from the vault, believing you could manage alone, nearly leading to the demise of an innocent." "Silence!" Dudley barked at the elderly wizard, recognizing that Dumbledore was attempting to defend him, to explain to him and Harry. Yet such a defense felt hollow. How did Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, learn of the information and rush to Vault 713 to seize the Philosopher's Stone? This was an established plot, a clear ploy by the old man. How could he evade responsibility? Furthermore, how long had he been watching from the sidelines? Could the goblins truly contain him? 50,000 galleons. The Potter family's vault shall be exempt from management fees permanently, plus 2 injured Norwegian ridgebacks, 1 male and 1 female. Ignoring Dumbledore amidst the astonished gazes of the goblins and Hagrid, Dudley firmly presented his final offer. "Let's finalize this deal." The goblin manager, momentarily stunned, instinctively understood that he could not refuse someone bold enough to confront Dumbledore, and thus, he reluctantly agreed. Dudley glared fiercely. "I was merely inquiring as to where you should deliver the 2 dragons." The goblin manager once again faltered. 50,000 galleons, deposited into the Potter family vault. Heal the 2 ridgebacks and await my instructions. Once my letter arrives, you shall deliver them precisely where I indicate, without any discount. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Follow his instructions." Dumbledore instructed the goblins before linking arms with Hagrid. A flash of orange light erupted as they activated apparition, spiraling away into nothingness. After everyone departed, the goblin manager remained silent for a moment before suddenly shouting at the other goblins. "What are you all still doing here? Activate the repair charms. Also, reinforce the anti-apparition spells. I do not wish to see anyone entering our vault freely again." Chapter 23. Shopping in Diagon Alley. Hagrid's dragon-raising ambition. In the Gringotts main hall, chaos reigned as a multitude of people had gathered, being calmed by another group of goblins. These individuals could be categorized into 2 types, reporters and aurors. The previous explosive curse cast by Quirrell had disrupted the geological structure of the underground vault, causing a slight tremor throughout Diagon Alley, naturally attracting the curious. Journalists from the Daily Prophet surrounded the perimeter, snapping photos with magical cameras and incessantly questioning the goblins about what transpired. Meanwhile, the aurors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic engaged in serious discussions with the arriving Dumbledore within the inner circle. Hagrid stood alone at the periphery, shielded from the reporters by the inner circle, while the aurors, with Dumbledore facilitating communication, paid him no heed. Dudley led Harry swiftly to Hagrid's side. "Dudley, Harry, you ought to engage in a hushed conversation with Professor Dumbledore about Hagrid," he murmured. "Close your ears and listen." Dudley first brandished his wand several times, casting a charm to prevent eavesdropping, before solemnly and patiently explaining, "Hagrid, you are an adult and should comprehend that a friend of a friend may not necessarily be your friend. Our matters with Dumbledore do not concern you. You need not feel distressed about it." "Oh, Dudley, Harry, you still consider me a friend. How wonderful. You do not blame me for revealing your identities to Voldemort, do you?" Hagrid exclaimed, visibly agitated as he bypassed the disheartening topic and seized upon what truly mattered to him. Dudley remained unfazed by Hagrid's turmoil and continued. "Everyone has their flaws. You did not intend to expose us. Even if you hadn't revealed our identities today, Voldemort would not have spared us merely for the sake of treasure. Furthermore, and most importantly, today's incident has not resulted in grave consequences. Therefore, I can forgive your lapse this time. My cousin forgives you, and I bear you no ill will, Hagrid." Harry added, "That is splendid. I was terrified just now." Hagrid exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "You should strive to keep secrets for your friends and learn to discern situations. Otherwise, in our future interactions, Harry and I will inevitably hold back from you, and greatly so." Hagrid's expression turned complex, mingling guilt with a newfound resolve. "I understand, Dudley. I shall endeavor to improve. That is all I need to hear," Dudley replied, his tone softening. Now that we have secured the money, it is time to purchase school supplies. This was an agreement you made with us. Surely, you would not wish to retract it? Oh, I would never retract, Hagrid responded, his spirits lifting once more as he glanced toward Dumbledore and gestured towards the side door of Gringotts. Dumbledore, diverting a fraction of his attention, nodded at Hagrid. Unexpectedly, Dudley had already bent low, shielding Harry, and sought a goblin to guide them to a secluded exit. Wait for me, Hagrid hurriedly called, hastening to catch up. Meanwhile, Dumbledore delivered his final words to the squad of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, stating, "Inform Fudge that Voldemort, that fearsome Dark Lord, is poised to return. The Ministry must prepare for battle." With that, he silently exited Gringotts, discreetly following Dudley and his companions. The Aurors present were left stupefied by Dumbledore's proclamation. Had it been uttered by anyone else, they would have surely drawn their wands to subdue the individual and send them to St. Mungo's for mental health treatment. Yet, these words emerged from the lips of Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century and the uncrowned king of the British wizarding world. They had no choice but to heed them. After experiencing a minor earthquake, although Diagon Alley appeared unscathed on the surface, the lingering fear of the unknown rendered it rather deserted for a time. The atmosphere was starkly different compared to when Dudley and Harry first ventured into Diagon Alley en route to Gringotts. However, this unexpected tranquility proved advantageous for Dudley and Harry's shopping endeavors. At the Cauldron Shop, they procured the necessary vessels for potion making, purchasing an impressive 4 or 5 sets of top-tier equipment. At Slug Jigger's Apothecary, they acquired various potion ingredients, in addition to the mandatory items specified in their admission letters. Dudley amassed quite a collection of other potion components. At Madame Alkin's Robes, for all occasions, they selected numerous wizarding robes and formal attire tailored to fit Dudley and Harry, all featuring automatic ironing and mending capabilities, purchasing a dozen or more sets in total. At Flourish and Blots, they acquired 2 complete sets of the standard textbooks for 1st through 7th years at Hogwarts, while Dudley chose some intriguing tomes on spells, curses, and alchemy to enrich his bedroom bookshelf. In the Owl Emporium, Hagrid generously treated Harry to a snowy owl as a gift among friends, which Dudley did not oppose. Harry, true to the original tale, named the snowy owl Hedwig. Initially, Hagrid intended to buy a pet for Dudley as well, but Dudley declined. "Dudley, don't you want a pet? That gray owl looks splendid," Hagrid remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice, as he believed Dudley's refusal stemmed from lingering resentment towards him. "An owl isn't impressive at all. Just one for sending letters would suffice. Having more is pointless," Dudley scoffed, asserting that aside from his cousin Hedwig, Hogwarts had an owl post service, ensuring he wouldn't lack for owls when school commenced. "Hagrid, don't forget the compensation the goblins at Gringotts promised me. If I were to have a pet, a dragon would be far more exhilarating." After exiting the Owl Emporium, Dudley confided his true thoughts to Hagrid. "Didn't you say your dream was to raise dragons? Once things settle down, find a suitable place, and I'll write to the goblins to have 2 dragons sent to you. You can take care of them, and any eggs they produce will be yours." "Wait, what?" Hagrid exclaimed, astonished. "Hogwarts doesn't allow dragons. Be a little bolder and think outside the box, Hagrid. When the dragons arrive, just give them some makeup and claim they're winged fire lizards. No one will challenge our rationale," Dudley suggested nonchalantly. "Is that even possible?" Hagrid pondered, as a new realm of possibilities opened before him. Had he known such a solution existed, he would have raised not the Acromantula, but rather a common spider that had grown large due to a potion. Unlocking early, Hagrid's long-standing aspiration to raise dragons, Class A. In the original story, Hagrid was deceived by Quirrell into trading the weakness of Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, for a dragon egg, which eventually hatched into a Norwegian ridgeback named Norbert. Ultimately, to prevent discovery by the school, Harry and his friends worked together to relocate Norbert to Charlie Weasley, who specialized in dragon care in Romania. Chapter 24. Confrontation with Dumbledore in the Streets. Darcy felt a surge of joy upon unlocking a currently feasible A-grade regret event. He understood that raising dragons at Hogwarts was far more intricate than he had previously asserted. Misleading interpretations required power as a foundation. In the absence of personal connections, financial inducements, absolute coercive force, or the threats of power and prestige, the Ministry of Magic, under the governance of Cornelius Fudge, would still adhere to the laws and regulations governing wizards. This he was quite confident about. In stark contrast to Darcy's audacious disregard for the rules, the venerable Dumbledore, who trailed behind, furrowed his brow. This esteemed wizard realized that Darcy held no regard for the established order, embodying a sheer lawlessness. He pondered how to steer Darcy back onto the righteous path, for he wished not to witness the emergence of another Voldemort in his lifetime. As Darcy and Harry approached the final destination of their procurement journey, Ollivander's wand shop, Dumbledore materialized before them, calling out to both. He presented Darcy with an acceptance letter, stating, "Dear young Mr. Dursley, it is with great pleasure that I, Albus Dumbledore, in my capacity as the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts, where you shall attend alongside Harry Potter." Darcy halted in his tracks, observing the great wizard before him, perceived as both wise and foolish, brave yet cowardly, and aged. A sly smile crept across his face, laced with a chilling intent. "You claim to be exceedingly pleased? To what extent? Moreover, who informed you of my intention to attend Hogwarts? Truth be told, prior to today's events, I held a modicum of respect for you and intended to enroll alongside Harry. However, if you cannot furnish me with a reasonable explanation, I shall persuade my parents to relocate me and Harry to another country. We might attend Ilvermorny in America, Beauxbatons in France, Durmstrang in the north, or even a magical sect in China. Wherever we go, I am confident that Harry and I will become powerful wizards, surpassing your strength." Darcy's voice was as frigid as an icy gale, instilling fear even in Hagrid, while Dumbledore's brow knitted in astonishment. This astonishment, tinged with concern, deepened after Harry unconditionally echoed Darcy's sentiments. "I will follow my cousin's wishes. Wherever he decides I should study, that is where I shall go. My parents' grievances will be avenged," Harry declared, his voice trembling yet resolute. After a prolonged contemplation, Dumbledore could no longer restrain himself and discreetly cast legilimency upon Darcy, only to find that Darcy's words mirrored his own thoughts precisely. It became evident that Darcy would indeed act on his words. Upon receiving the mental intrusion alert from the system, a trace of disdain crossed Darcy's features. He was utterly convinced that Dumbledore had grown petty and had indeed aged. The thoughts Dumbledore had just discerned were a true reflection of Darcy's genuine intentions. Despite encountering considerable danger today, in terms of outcome, Dudley has undeniably achieved a remarkable success in his endeavors, acquiring the capital for more audacious actions. He has merged with the Philosopher's Stone, possessing magical prowess equivalent to that of an elite professor, and he will continue to grow stronger in the future. As long as he masters the use of various black and white spells through diligent study, the path will become even simpler. Upon returning home, he plans to transfer the weakened wizarding bloodline, acquired through the fusion of Harry's blood, to his mother, teaching her several spells to at least mitigate the rejection of the magical world by Petunia, thus securing an opportunity for a D-grade magical item fusion. Coupled with his existing stock, 2 C-grade and 2 D-grade items, he will be able to synthesize a chance for a B-grade magical item fusion. If he successfully fuses Quirrell's damaged wand, regarded as a pinnacle B-grade magical item, he will instantly become an elite professor well-versed in a plethora of both white and black spells. It is important to note that had Quirrell's wand not been damaged, it would have been classified as an A-grade magical item by the system. The spells cast by Quirrell throughout his life, along with those performed during Voldemort's parasitic phase through Quirrell's body, will be fully inherited by Dudley upon fusion, allowing him to master them completely. Consequently, Dudley will possess the means to establish himself within any magical community. And even if he chooses not to resolve other lingering issues or meet the original story's characters at Hogwarts to unlock new regrets, it would be entirely acceptable for him. He can easily withdraw from conflict with his cherished family, watching as Dumbledore and Voldemort engage in their battle of wits. This newly devised simulation plan faces no obstacles aside from Dumbledore, who currently stands in his way. Unless Dumbledore were to completely succumb to darkness and attempt to eliminate him while altering Harry and Hagrid's memories to forcibly restore order, what would be the difference between Dumbledore and Voldemort? The beliefs he has fought for over the years would be obliterated by his own hand. Dumbledore would not resort to such measures, just as Dudley would rather wager his life than allow himself to be manipulated by others. So, have you set up the barrier and pondered for so long to devise an infallible explanation? Dudley spoke calmly, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of men, far from the demeanor of an 11-year-old boy. Finally, Dumbledore spoke, weariness and the weight of experience evident in his eyes. "You are an exceptionally astute young wizard. You should be able to discern that I am here to refine Harry." "Huh," Dudley laughed. "I can certainly see that your intention is to train Harry, but is that the crux of the matter? The crux is that you lack the capacity for proper planning and are attempting to set up an exceedingly rudimentary and perilous situation, indifferent to the lives of others. Why did Voldemort know that the Philosopher's Stone was in Gringotts, specifically targeting Vault 713? You deposited the stone in Gringotts, while simultaneously allowing Hagrid to lead Harry and me to retrieve it. Yet you also leaked the information in advance, attracting the life-hungry Voldemort. Did you not? Harry is protected by the guardian magic set by Aunt Lily, rendering Voldemort incapable of killing him, yet he can still torment him. Can you bear to let an 11-year-old child endure the agony of the Cruciatus curse? You call this training? We are strangers, and in your initial perception, I was merely an inconsequential muggle, my existence likely overlooked by you. I can comprehend that. But what of Hagrid? Hagrid, who trusts you so implicitly, almost revering you as a deity, follows your every command without question. Have you pondered his fate? In the underground vault, had Voldemort not unleashed the shattering curse upon him, but rather the killing curse, you would now be gazing upon a lifeless body towering at 3.5 meters. Within the protective barrier, Dudley rages at Dumbledore, his every word striking at the heart. Harry's face pales, his regard for Dumbledore diminishing with each moment. Hagrid trembles, his lips quivering, with wide eyes fixed on Dumbledore, fervently hoping he might counter Dudley's accusations. Dumbledore, besieged by Dudley's relentless inquiries, feels a rare panic welling within him, an emotion that should not inhabit him. After much contemplation, he realizes he had indeed failed to consider the broader implications. I truly did not anticipate that you would confront Voldemort at Gringotts. I miscalculated the timing. Yet Dudley's fury remains unabated. You didn't foresee this? Dudley scoffs. I suspect your mind is faltering, perhaps even succumbing to dementia. What were you thinking? Letting Hagrid lead us to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone first, allowing Voldemort to grasp at nothing, luring Voldemort to Hogwarts, then concealing the stone in some obscure corner of the school, setting up a series of challenges, and providing Harry with clues to navigate them. All in the name of training him? In mere words, Dudley elucidates Dumbledore's carefully laid plan, leaving the old wizard astounded. He had anticipated Dudley's intelligence, yet he had not foreseen such profound insight, plunging him into a chasm of self-doubt. Is my scheme truly so easily discerned? Is it so foolish that its simplicity is baffling? Dudley's words strike Dumbledore with a chilling clarity. Setting aside the foolishness of this plan, I wish to inquire, if you did not wish for us to confront Voldemort at Gringotts, why disseminate the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone being there? Could you not have simply declared that it had already been secured within Hogwarts? Is it impossible to keep such information concealed? If concealment proves unfeasible, why not retrieve yourself? Could you not foresee the dangers that lay in wait? You intended to exploit Hagrid's inability to keep secrets, leaving Harry with clues concerning the stone, all to lay the groundwork for your so-called training plan upon the commencement of term, did you not? You were leveraging Hagrid's trust in you. Hagrid, such a loquacious individual, divulged to me and Harry the vault number of the hidden Philosopher's Stone and even revealed the collection letter you provided him. Yet, he never disclosed the true nature of the treasure itself. It was his admiration and trust in you that compelled him to guard the secret with such difficulty, completely unaware that you had already leaked it and even manipulated him to your advantage. Dumbledore, how magnificent you are! How astute! Dudley articulated both the straightforward and the veiled truths, each word resonating with genuine emotion. Dumbledore, well versed in the art of legilimency, was painfully aware of this. Realizing the depth of his own hypocrisy, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Little did he know he had sunk to such depths of self-deceit. Hagrid, I apologize. Harry, Dudley, I deeply regret my actions. Today, I have come to the unsettling realization that I have become an arrogant old fool. Tears of remorse streamed down Dumbledore's face. Wait, do not rush to tears. Dudley continued to press Dumbledore. Let me ask you again. Your arrival at Gringotts today was not merely due to your recognition of flaws in your plan, was it? You saw my name on the Hogwarts admission list through the Book of Admission and the acceptance quill, did you not? You perceived me as a variable that warranted your attention, to consider how to manage and educate me thereafter. Furthermore, are you certain that you were detained by the goblins and arrived at the underground battlefield only at the last moment? Your timing was remarkably impeccable. Had you delayed even a second longer, Voldemort would have escaped with the false Philosopher's Stone. You observed Harry and me demonstrating our prowess, intending to assess our capabilities and perhaps test us, correct? You're absolutely right, Dudley. I apologize. Dumbledore acknowledged his shortcomings, choosing not to conceal them any longer. In his century-long existence, he had encountered many who could read minds, yet he had never met anyone as astute and straightforward as Dudley, who, upon discerning the truth, pursued it with relentless fervor. Dumbledore realized that Dudley's character and resolve were remarkably mature, impervious to the influences or lectures of others. Rather, it was he, the centenarian, who required guidance and enlightenment. There is no need for further apologies. If apologies held any weight, this world would be devoid of regret and sorrow. Dudley exclaimed passionately. After a lengthy discourse, all he received in return was a simple, earnest apology, leaving him somewhat disenchanted. An aging man, endowed with immense power and a predominantly benevolent nature, had garnered the adulation of many mediocre wizards, accustomed to the role of guiding and leading others. Yet, limited by his experiences and character, he could not attain perfection. Yet, through a series of fortuitous yet perplexing events, he would occasionally achieve his objectives at the expense of his own strength. Dumbledore was indeed a good man, but not a good leader. If he did not alter his ways and continued to hide in the shadows as a clumsy schemer, attempting to steer Harry's development, then Dudley would certainly alter the original plan, ensuring that neither he nor Harry would attend Hogwarts. You have compelled me to use your Philosopher's Stone. Seeing Dumbledore fall silent, Dudley lost interest in continuing his sarcastic remarks and decisively stated, "Let this be your apology for putting me and Harry at risk for no reason. Harry, let's go buy wands," Dudley boldly declared, lifting his leg to leave, when he suddenly heard a voice behind him proclaim, "Forget everything." Instantly, Dudley cast the shield charm to protect himself and Harry, achieving success quite fortuitously, yet he felt no impact against the invisible barrier he had constructed. Turning around, he discovered Hagrid aiming his umbrella wand at his head, the white light at the tip just dissipating. The forgetting spell had been cast upon him by Hagrid. "Dumbledore, your charm is indeed formidable," Dudley thought, realizing what had transpired, and couldn't help but make another snide remark towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore, taken aback, trusted Hagrid with his life and believed in Hagrid's absolute loyalty, yet he never anticipated that Hagrid could go to such lengths for him. "Hagrid, I'm truly sorry." Hagrid, bewildered from the memory wipe, posed a question that deepened Dumbledore's guilt. However, Dudley had no interest in lingering any longer, pulling Harry through the soundproof barrier established by Dumbledore. And before leaving, he said to Hagrid, "Hagrid, please keep an eye on the things we bought earlier. We are off to choose our wands." At that moment, Dumbledore had already lifted the soundproof barrier, standing alongside Hagrid by 5 magical carts filled with items, watching as Dudley and Harry entered Ollivander's wand shop. Just then, as the wise and resourceful great wizard found himself somewhat at a loss, contemplating how to remedy his oversight, 5 or 6 wizards arrived in Diagon Alley through apparition. Leading them was none other than Cornelius Fudge, the most powerful figure in the British wizarding world, the Minister of Magic. Chapter 26. Minister Fudge, flustered yet resolute. Minister Fudge was in a state of panic. Yet this anxiety did not stem from the news of Voldemort's return as relayed by Dumbledore. Rather, it arose from Dumbledore himself. In Fudge's view, Voldemort had been dead for nearly a decade, and there was no possibility of his resurgence. Dumbledore was undoubtedly being alarmist. This old man, though aged, still possessed a youthful spirit. The positions of Hogwarts headmaster and chief warlock of the Wizengamot were no longer sufficient for him. He seemed intent on creating a scandal, fabricating lies to usurp his authority as Minister of Magic. Therefore, upon receiving news from the Aurors, he hastily conferred with his closest advisors and rushed to Diagon Alley. He could not be certain whether Dumbledore had leaked this shocking falsehood to the reporters of the Daily Prophet. Thus, Fudge's intention in arriving at Diagon Alley was twofold: to silence the goblins of Gringotts and to ensure the Daily Prophet spoke in accordance with his wishes. However, upon arrival, he realized he had to address a third matter. Minister Fudge spotted Professor Dumbledore standing at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, alongside a half-giant with a checkered past. Within his heart, a tumult of emotions, fear, anger, panic, and resentment swirled incessantly. Ultimately, they coalesced into a resolute determination for power. He leaned toward his secretary, clad in a pink coat, and whispered a few instructions, delegating tasks. Observing this once humble confidant, now arrogant before others, depart with 2 Aurors toward the offices of the Prophet in Gringotts, he felt a modicum of relief. He adjusted his attire, instructing the remaining Aurors to disperse the few wandering wizards on the street, and then proceeded to approach Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation," Minister Fudge asserted, his tone serious as he closed the distance. "You too require an explanation?" Dumbledore felt a surge of irritation. While he could tolerate the rebukes of innocent young wizards, he had no patience for the provocations of a politician. "What is your stance, Dumbledore? I concede your formidable strength. But remember, I, Cornelius Fudge, am the Minister of Magic." The minister, incensed by Dumbledore's apparent impatience, nearly leaped in outrage. "Very well, Fudge, you are indeed the minister. I'm fully aware of that." Dumbledore endeavored to regain his composure, though his tone remained somewhat brusque. However, you ought not to be here, but rather at the Ministry. Alert your colleagues and the entire wizarding community of Britain to be on guard. You're speaking nonsense. Hagrid interjected, unable to endure the skepticism directed at Dumbledore. As a party to the events, he felt justified in voicing his opinion. Minister, this is the truth. In the vaults of Gringotts, I witnessed Voldemort possessing a wizard. I would never mistake that horrific visage. He even cursed me. Fudge, incensed by Hagrid's defiance, retorted with personal attacks. What credibility does a wretched wizard, burdened with a murder charge, possess? If truly the Dark Lord cursed you, would you still be alive to lie to me? Were it not for Dumbledore's protection, I would have you incarcerated in Azkaban. Enough, Fudge. Dumbledore's voice rose with indignation. He harbored guilt towards Hagrid and could not stand idly by while Fudge insulted him. Hagrid is a good wizard. You cannot speak of him thus. At this moment, Hagrid's face flushed with anger, recalling the injustices he had endured over the years. Tears of frustration welling in his eyes. I did not commit murder. Aragog did not kill anyone. Voldemort has framed me. It was he who opened the Chamber of Secrets and caused the deaths. He confessed it to me in the vault. Clap, clap, clap. Fudge, infuriated yet mocking, suddenly broke into applause. I see how it is. The illustrious Professor Dumbledore not only seeks to unseat me with the deceased Dark Lord, but also wishes to pin another crime on him to exonerate your oafish subordinate. The dead cannot refute your claims. What a clever strategy. No, Fudge, you are far too sensitive. I firmly believe Hagrid would not utter a falsehood. Voldemort has not truly perished, and it will not be long before he rises again. You must instill a sense of vigilance within the magical community, Dumbledore earnestly implored. However, Minister Fudge dismissed his words entirely. He thrust his considerably aged face, which appeared much younger than Dumbledore's, close to Dumbledore's ear and hissed menacingly, "Cease your theatrics. Dumbledore, I see through all your machinations. If you wish to avoid disgrace and spare your foolish giant companion from a fate in Azkaban, it would be wise to refrain from disseminating such absurd and alarming news. This is the counsel of the Minister of Magic." With that, Fudge turned sharply, ignoring any further dialogue between Dumbledore and Hagrid, and strode purposefully toward the Daily Prophet. 2 remaining Aurors promptly followed in his wake. Fortunately, no one took notice. Left behind, Dumbledore's heart grew heavier with sorrow. He never anticipated that, merely a day later, his meticulously crafted plan would unravel into a tangled mess. What was he to do next? Setting aside Dumbledore's guilt and melancholy, Dudley and Harry, upon entering Ollivander's wand shop, found themselves in an entirely different predicament. The shop was enchanted with soundproofing magic, rendering the clamors of the street outside inaudible upon their entry. This tranquility was necessary, as the meticulous craft of wand-making demanded a serene atmosphere. Upon entering, both Dudley and Harry were immediately captivated by the towering wooden shelves on either side, brimming with wand boxes. For a wizard, a wand is akin to a firearm for a Muggle. This quaint chamber, replete with wands, resembled a magical armory, both magnificent and enchanting. Yet, to Dudley, the wands presented an altogether different spectacle. Chapter 27. System Exploration and Wand Selection. Willow Wand, Grade D, Compatibility 48. Apple Wand, Grade D, Compatibility 53. Ash Wand, Grade D, Compatibility 71. Black Walnut Wand, Grade D, Compatibility 9. Dogwood Wand, Grade D, Compatibility 37. Under Dudley's scrutiny, the system revealed the information of the visible wands and, based on Dudley's exceptional wizarding bloodline, detected the corresponding compatibility data. His earlier conjecture proved correct. The wands that had not yet been claimed by a master were all rated as Grade D. Only upon acceptance by a master would their rating improve, nourished by magical energy and spell usage. An exception might exist, however, in the form of the ancient wand held by the elderly Dumbledore outside, which was of an SSS grade. One of the Deathly Hallows, this legendary wand was said to have been crafted by Death himself. It remains uncertain whether it possessed an SSS grade from its inception or if it was elevated from AD grade to an SSS grade due to the nourishing influence of Death's power after its creation. This is a cryptic enigma that is difficult to verify. Daryl's curiosity is merely piqued. His foremost concern at present is to discover the wand that resonates most harmoniously with him among the thousands available. He currently possesses 2 wands. The first is a C-grade Diggle wand, with a compatibility rating of 62, a figure that is gradually increasing. This is due to his magical prowess being significantly superior to that of the Diggle, and after a vigorous infusion of magic and spell casting, this wand, not averse to changing allegiance, has embraced its new master. Beyond innate compatibility, powerful wizards have the ability to gradually mold their wands to their own essence, provided the wand in question is not obstinately loyal. Certain wands, with high degrees of fidelity, will resist use by any wizard other than their owner. Attempting to wield them may weaken the spell's potency or invoke unforeseen effects. Such was the case when Harry utilized Hagrid's umbrella wand. The second is a B grade, damaged Chilo wand, which has a mere compatibility rating of 23. Utilizing it would be a precarious endeavor, fraught with the uncertainty of spells mutating or even rebounding upon him. For Daryl, this wand holds only fusion value, with negligible practical utility. If he ultimately decides against attending Hogwarts and forgoes further opportunities for fusion, this new wand may yet become his primary wand in the future. What do I see? Harry Potter, you've arrived. Thank goodness you are here. I have waited for you for such a long time. Just as Daryl was searching for a wand that resonated with him, Harry was also curiously scanning his surroundings when an elderly wizard with silvery white eyes peeked out from the back of the narrow shop. The earlier minor tremor had prompted the esteemed wand maker, Mr. Garrick Ollivander, to retreat to a more fortified area of the shop. Earlier that evening, he had been drinking at the Leaky Cauldron, where he had seen Daryl and Harry. He was aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the renowned savior would be visiting his wand shop, monopolizing the wand market in the British magical community, to purchase his very first wand. The earthquake had caused him to anticipate some disruption, yet thankfully, the savior had indeed arrived. Of course, most of the wizards who come to me are here to purchase wands. Come now, allow me to take your measurements. As Ollivander spoke, he wielded a magically extending measuring tape, maneuvering around the counter to stand beside Harry. The tape commenced its automatic measurements of Harry's arm length, leg length, height, and even the distance between his eyes. Mr. Potter, which hand do you prefer to use? The right hand, sir. While measuring, Ollivander posed a question more pertinent than the dimensions themselves. Heaven knows why selecting a wand necessitates such meticulous measurements. Harry inquired out of curiosity, only to learn that it was a special technique belonging to the Ollivander family. After compiling an array of seemingly useful data, Ollivander ascended a ladder. On a wooden shelf laden with numerous wand boxes, the search commenced, selecting, extracting, and presenting them to Harry for testing. The unsuitable feedback led to an ongoing quest for a new wand. It must be noted that, while the underlying principles remained enigmatic, none of the wands chosen by Ollivander for Harry possessed a compatibility rating lower than 75. Dudley could ascertain the compatibility of the weakened wizarding bloodline he bore with various wands through the system. This bloodline originated from Harry's own blood, and the compatibility data reflected Harry's inherent compatibility to some extent. As Dudley focused on Harry's wand trials, his own encompassing search yielded results, without troubling Ollivander. Having identified his target, Dudley executed a powerful leap, seizing a wand box from the topmost shelf on the eastern side. Alda wand grade D, with a core of dragon heartstring, measuring 13 inches in length, compatibility with a host rated at 98. There existed no wand with a higher compatibility. This was derived from the calculations of the exquisite wizarding bloodline, obtained through the fusion of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is an alchemical creation, not a product of any wizard or magical creature's blood. The wizarding bloodline acquired through the Philosopher's Stone is not only immensely powerful, but also remarkably pure. If Dudley were to possess an innate wizarding bloodline, it would likely correspond to this very wand, with a compatibility of 98. Nurturing it with magical energy for a few days would lead to a perfect compatibility of 100. At that point, further fusion would grant Dudley the flawless ability of wandless casting. Meanwhile, Dudley had secured his desired wand, and Harry's destined wand had also been selected. The Holly wand, with a core of phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches. Ollivander gazed at the wand in Harry's hand, adorned with golden sparks, and introduced it. His silver eyes filled with astonishment and excitement. It is incredibly powerful and well suited for you, Mr. Potter. Moreover, it possesses a twin, crafted from the same phoenix feather, currently held by a wizard whose name is too dreadful to utter. That wizard is exceedingly evil, yet immensely powerful. You mean Voldemort? Harry furrowed his brow, inquiring directly. Chapter 28. Ollivander's generous sponsorship. Ollivander was taken aback and cautiously warned. Mr. Potter, individuals in the magical community typically refer to him as the Dark Lord. You no need to elaborate. I refuse this wand. Please find me another. Harry promptly set aside the wand, in stark contrast to the original narrative where he was portrayed as a naive savior, almost forgiving of his family's S Annihilator. This Harry, influenced by Dudley, possessed a clear and straightforward moral compass, firmly rejecting anything associated with Voldemort. Do not be hasty, Harry. Just as Ollivander appeared somewhat flustered, Dudley stepped forward. Cousin. This wand, Harry pouted, his small face etched with confusion. Dudley gently ruffled Harry's unruly hair, reassuringly stating, we should first inquire with Mr. Ollivander about the nature of the twin wands before making a decision. This is quite right. Indeed, Ollivander responded, his tone laced with curiosity. Dudley announced his name. Previously, at the Leaky Cauldron, all attention had been focused on Harry, leaving Dudley unnoticed. Thus, Ollivander was unaware of Dudley's full name. Reporting one's name is a rule in Ollivander's shop. Every individual who purchases a wand is meticulously remembered by Ollivander, including their name and the wand they acquired. Regardless of how much time passes, Ollivander can effortlessly recall this information, akin to a computer's calculations. Mr. Dursley made an excellent inquiry. Ollivander greatly appreciates wizards who show an interest in wand lore, as long as it does not encroach upon his core craftsmanship. He elaborated, twin wands are remarkably unique. If two individuals wielding twin wands are allies and cast spells together against an adversary, their magical power intensifies tenfold. Conversely, if the wielders are adversaries, their spells will counteract one another, for the wands refuse to turn against their counterpart. They possess preferences of their own. Understanding this, Dudley nodded and glanced at Harry. Harry instantly grasped his cousin's intention. I comprehend, cousin. I shall take this wand. In that case, Mr. Ollivander, we have chosen our wands. But I would also like to trouble you with a few more matters. Dudley decisively addressed Mr. Ollivander. Please wait a moment, Mr. Dursley, Ollivander interjected, now noticing the wand box Dudley held in his hand. What a discerning customer. He had chosen a wand for himself. This simply cannot be allowed. The Ollivander family would never sell a wand to an incompatible wizard. Mr. Dursley, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Do you understand? Selecting a wand is a very serious. Ollivander began with a stern expression, but his words faltered mid-sentence. This was due to Dudley opening the slender box and withdrawing the white willow wand. With a gentle flick, silver sparks erupted. Soft, radiant, and compliant. How could this be? Ollivander was astounded. Dudley had not employed their family's techniques. He merely glanced around and was able to select such a perfectly suited wand from thousands. He had even chosen it through the wand box. You must reveal your secret to me, Ollivander exclaimed, grabbing Dudley's hand, his silver eyes reflecting a fervent thirst for knowledge. It is not difficult for the discerning, Mr. Ollivander, Dudley earnestly replied. Just as you stated, the wand chooses the wizard. Thus, we merely need to attune ourselves to their intentions to accurately select a wand that resonates with us. Their essence is a creation of you and your ancestors. Logically, you should be able to more easily connect with their hearts, should you not? If you can communicate with the wand's intentions. Future wand selection for wizards would no longer require measuring with a ruler. Simply inquiring which wand is most favored by the visitor would suffice. The workload would be significantly reduced. Is that how it is done? Ollivander found himself momentarily lost in thought, continuously pondering the theory Dudley had just concocted. And with each contemplation, it seemed increasingly plausible. Indeed, it was profoundly logical. Ollivander was overwhelmed with joy. An elderly man suddenly began to dance with abandon, clearly elated. Hold your horses. I still have matters to discuss with you. Derry quickly grasped Ollivander's shoulders, his robust strength preventing the old man from leaping into his jubilant dance. Enough. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Dursley, for imparting such a vital secret to me. You needn't worry about payment. I shall gift you these 2 wands. Ollivander remained exuberantly generous. That sounds splendid. Might you bestow upon us a few more wands? Derry, brimming with audacity, smiled broadly. Huh? Ollivander paused, momentarily taken aback, before replying. A single individual may possess only 1 wand at a time. One cannot replace it until it is damaged, as per the Ministry of Magic's regulations. Furthermore, our family staunchly upholds this rule. We cannot treat wands as mere commodities to be sold in bulk. We are not so frivolous, Derry whispered, as if conveying some clandestine message. Ollivander, startled, peered through the window towards the entrance of the shop. He beheld Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century, and the current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, departing with an air of nonchalance. Perhaps Ollivander was beginning to suspect something. Shh, don't reveal anything, Derry cautioned mysteriously. Very well. In that case, what wands do you desire? Who shall wield them? Ollivander capitulated, believing he was entangled in a momentous event that could alter the landscape of the British magical community. That one, and that one. Derry brandished the freshly acquired wand of white willow, effortlessly casting 2 spells to levitate and retrieve 2 boxes of wands from the shelf. One wand was perfectly suited to his latent wizarding lineage, its body and core materials akin to the one Harry possessed, albeit sourced from different trees and a phoenix. Thus not a twin wand. The other was an oak wand with a unicorn tail hair core, identical in composition to Hagrid's umbrella wand, intended for his father, Vernon. He had taken the blood shed by Hagrid from the subterranean vault, surely not out of mere whimsy. I shall take these 2 wands. As for who will use them, that remains confidential. Mr. Ollivander, for your own safety, it is better that you remain uninformed, Derry asserted gravely, adopting a demeanor of concern for Ollivander's well-being. Ollivander, indeed, fell for the ruse, retracting his head and ceasing his inquiries. Very well. You have them. There's one more thing, Derry declared, as he tucked the newly acquired wands into the specially sewn inner pocket of his coat, retrieving Quirrell's cracked wand and placing it before Mr. Ollivander. You must help me ascertain to whom this wand belongs, and provide me with a certificate. Chapter 29. Why not replace the minister with a more obedient one? The yew wand, with a unicorn tail hair core, measures 9 inches in length. Ollivander fixed his gaze and immediately discerned the composition of the wand. In an instant, he divulged that this wand belonged to Quirinus Quirrell, who, it was rumored, had been appointed as the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this year. How could his wand possibly be here, and in such a state of disrepair? Fortunately, it was not beyond salvation. Ollivander cherished wands profoundly and could hardly bear to see one damaged. He intended to retrieve Quirrell's wand, contemplating a restoration plan. Absurd. If he were to repair the wand, its classification would escalate to Grade A. The cost of fusion would soar. How could I possibly complete my spellcasting crash course? Mr. Ollivander, all I require is a simple certificate. This wand is involved in a significant matter and does not need repairing. Dudley assumed an air of officialdom, and Ollivander, unable to protest further, moved behind the counter to fetch a piece of parchment and began to write. An exceptional wand maker possesses commendable skills in both carving and drawing, as evidenced by the myriad of uniquely shaped wands within the shop. Even wands crafted from the same materials are imbued with their own distinctive forms by Ollivander. Thus, in a short time, he skillfully rendered a lifelike depiction of Quirrell's cracked wand on the parchment from memory, capturing its essence flawlessly. He annotated the composition and ownership of the wand, signed his name, and added a touch of magic to imprint his family crest. Thus, a simple yet elegant certificate was completed. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Ollivander. Dudley swiftly snatched the parchment, his movements as quick as lightning, and casually expressed his gratitude before turning to leave with Harry. Suddenly, he felt a pang of uncertainty and recalled Dudley's advice. Closing his eyes to attentively sense the life and will of the thousands of wands in the shop. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, whether Mr. Ollivander achieved a communion of hearts with the wands was of no concern to Dudley. The benefits were secured without spending a single canute. Upon exiting the wand shop, he and Harry encountered a despondent Hagrid and a contemplative Dumbledore. What is wrong, Hagrid? Did you lose your money? Dudley jested, his spirits lifted after an exhilarating verbal exchange and a bountiful con. However, happiness seemed to have a balance. Where there was laughter, there was also sorrow. Hagrid spoke gloomily, having purged the blemish of Dumbledore from his mind. Yet the poor half-giant remained mired in melancholy. Is this Minister Fudge truly powerful? More so than the great Dumbledore? Dudley remarked sarcastically, simultaneously retrieving a brand-new suitcase from a nearby magical cart. Oh, Dudley, certainly not. No one is more powerful than Professor Dumbledore. Not even Voldemort would dare claim such a thing. And what of his reputation? Does Minister Fudge wield greater influence than the illustrious Dumbledore? Darley then inquired, having already opened the suitcase, and with the white poplar wand that resonated most harmoniously with him, he directed it towards the space within the suitcase. That does not exist, Hagrid remarked, noting that Professor Dumbledore wielded unparalleled influence both domestically and internationally. Why, then, do you remain here in a state of gloom and contemplation? Has your mind faltered? If this minister cannot comprehend reason, then let us seek a minister who can. Darley spoke with remarkable calmness, his words striking a chord. To label him as whimsical would be an understatement. At critical moments, he faltered on significant issues, possessing immense strength yet yielding to compromise, leaving himself frustrated, his comrades disheartened, and allowing foes the opportunity to flourish in their mischief. This is unacceptable. Darley, I cannot condone this. Dumbledore, in a moment of introspection, was taken aback by Darley's audacious remarks. He quickly scanned his surroundings, ensuring no other wizards were near, and instinctively sought to counter Darley's notions, hoping to correct the misguided thoughts of this unruly prodigy. However, Darley, uninterested in the validation he sought, disregarded Dumbledore entirely and proceeded to cast a spell, interrupting Dumbledore's discourse. Stretching without a trace. Darley waved his wand at the suitcase, uttering the incantation, imitating Hagrid's previous spellcasting. The spell of stretching without a trace was a sophisticated charm, regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Thus, the spellbook Mr. Digger had procured for Darley lacked pertinent instructional content. Consequently, this was Darley's inaugural practice, skipping theoretical knowledge and diving straight into practical application. A crackling sound erupted as Darley's wand emitted a spark of black smoke, which quickly extinguished. Clearly, he had failed. Darley, your pronunciation is flawed, and your wand movement is incorrect. Dumbledore ceased discussing trivial matters, seemingly having come to a realization. Observing Darley's efforts, he assumed the role of a mentor. This time, Darley did not dismiss Dumbledore. Instead, he engaged earnestly in learning. Being a pragmatist, he would not forego an opportunity to enhance his abilities over trivialities of pride and emotion. After a round of guidance, Darley successfully cast the stretching without a trace charm, causing the internal space of the suitcase to expand dramatically to 100 cubic meters, resembling a modest room. However, perhaps due to inexperience or insufficient technique, the expanded space could not be sustained permanently, lasting only a week, falling short of Darley's expectations. Dumbledore discerned Darley's thoughts and, without hesitation, wielded the Elder Wand, tapping it upon the suitcase. Stretching without a trace. Lighten the weight. Preserve and maintain. Stabilize the charm. A seamless series of incantations, executed effortlessly. Darley watched in astonishment as an ordinary suitcase transformed into a Class C magical item. Within it, not only was a permanent space of 1,000 cubic meters established, but the item stored would remain unspoiled indefinitely, without affecting the suitcase's weight. It was a truly exquisite storage treasure. Excellent. Dudley praised and promptly stored 5 fully laden magical carts into a suitcase. This comprised all the belongings he and Harry had procured, save for Hedwig, who was confined within her cage. Concerned for his pet and messenger's well-being, Harry opted to carry the cage himself. Once everything was stowed away, Dudley grasped the magical suitcase and turned to face Dumbledore, issuing an ultimatum. Chapter 30, Dumbledore of Grim Tidings. Mr. Dumbledore, if I am not mistaken, Aunt Lily and Uncle James once stood by your side, opposing Voldemort, did they not? Therefore, as a representative of the fallen wizards who served under you, I believe we are entitled to pertinent information. By midnight tomorrow, please make your way to 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, to disclose to us the circumstances surrounding Aunt Lily and Uncle James's demise. Furthermore, should you have any additional requests, we may discuss those as well. Kindly do not fail to appear. Before the morrow's end, I shall decide whether my family remains in the UK or ventures abroad. This is not a threat. Your attendance is entirely at your discretion. Dudley spoke with utmost seriousness, completely unfazed by the increasingly troubled expression on Dumbledore's face. He sought to provide Harry with clarity, to afford himself an opportunity, and to offer Dumbledore a chance for resolution. The butterfly had already set the hurricane in motion. The future had become obscured. So let the tempest rage even fiercer. Dudley, I must disagree with your assertion. Lily and James were my comrades, my allies, not mere followers. Very well. I shall attend our meeting tomorrow. There are matters for which I too seek answers, a direction. As for the choice between traveling abroad or returning to Hogwarts, I hope you and Harry will deliberate carefully. Dumbledore's face was etched with worry, his countenance complex. It felt as though mere hours had aged him a decade. His heart was weary. Yet, unbeknownst to him, soon his heart would bear an even greater burden. I await your arrival, Dudley said with a stoic politeness, handing over the certificate penned by Mr. Ollivander. This is your payment. I thank you for breaching the Ministry's regulations to assist me in crafting an unregistered large-space suitcase. Moreover, even if Dumbledore declined to enhance the suitcase, Dudley intended to present the certificate regardless, for he desired to ensnare Dumbledore in further complications, which would aid in the negotiations to come. After passing the document, Dudley turned and sauntered away, remarking, Very well, I shall write to you. Hagrid replied with his characteristic simplicity, suddenly realizing that as long as Dudley and Harry did not entirely oppose Dumbledore, their friendship would remain unaffected. With this thought, his heart lightened, becoming more cheerful. However, Dumbledore beside him could not share in this newfound levity. In the underground vault, he had witnessed Dudley retrieve the Shattered Killer's wand from the boulder. At that moment, the wielder had already been reduced to ashes, their identity indistinguishable. He did not ponder much, and simply assumed that Voldemort had taken possession of an unfortunate wizard. Little did he know that this ill-fated wizard was none other than Quirinus Quirrell, a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, whom he had specifically appointed as the professor for this year's defense against the dark arts class. The position of a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts had long been cursed by Voldemort, rendering it a perilous role. Any wizard who took on this responsibility faced dire misfortune within a year, either meeting a tragic end or becoming incapacitated. However, Dumbledore could never have anticipated that Professor Quirrell would succumb to the curse even before officially assuming his post. How could one who had become a host for Voldemort be exempt from such a curse? Dumbledore felt a profound sense of distress. Quirrell was dead, and Hogwarts was merely a month away from the commencement of the school year. He needed to find another wizard of comparable renown or skill, one who would be willing to accept the position and become this year's unfortunate pawn. Oh no, rather, the defense against the dark arts professor. Furrowing his brow, Dumbledore, alongside Hagrid, watched as Dudley and Harry passed through the back wall of the Leaky Cauldron, entering the pub and leaving Diagon Alley behind. With a sigh, he placed his aged hand upon Hagrid's arm and performed the disapparation spell. Dudley and Harry boarded the returning Muggle train. It was already past noon on Harry's 11th birthday, which had proven to be thrilling, exhilarating, and richly eventful. "Cousin, you really needn't overthink things. Wasting time isn't your style," Harry remarked, stroking Hedwig's feathers with an air of conflicted contemplation. "Overthinking is your forte, Harry." Dudley laughed. "So much has happened today, we both need to process it. It's not just because it's your birthday that we postponed our conversation with Dumbledore." "I knew it." Harry pouted. "I am strong. Moreover, the situation is quite apparent. Due to a prophecy, Voldemort has unleashed a deliberate wave of violence, culminating in the tragedy that befell my family, resulting in the deaths of my parents. He encountered me, his destined nemesis, and was left in a state of ruin, neither living nor dead. Dumbledore sought to cultivate my abilities in order to vanquish Voldemort once and for all. However, his strategies were fraught with flaws and rather petty. I know you disapprove, cousin. At that time, Voldemort was a ruler, and he would not operate alone. He surely had many vassals and accomplices. While Dumbledore may not have regarded these individuals with much concern, we must not let them escape justice. Vengeance must be executed beautifully. Both the principal villain and their accomplices must face their due fate." Harry's expression was equally serious. Having grown up alongside Dudley, he was no mere goody two-shoes. "So, cousin, what is your perspective on Dumbledore? Having experienced today's events, I find myself somewhat perplexed. My parents fought alongside him against Voldemort, and logically, we should be on his side, yet his actions are rather puzzling. Do you recall the very first name Dumbledore uttered upon entering the battlefield? Today marks the first formal encounter between you and Dumbledore, and rather astonishingly, his foremost concern is you, rather than Hagrid, with whom he shares a bond of remarkable intimacy. Why is this?" Dudley elucidates patiently, revealing that in Dumbledore's mind, you hold greater significance than Hagrid. Harry, with logical acumen, discerns the answer. Chapter 31, Dudley's Insights, unveiling the human Horcrux. Indeed, Dudley wholeheartedly concurs, and then inquires further, "Why does Dumbledore place such immense value upon you?" "Because I am the bane of Voldemort. He requires my assistance to obliterate this great menace." Harry swiftly arrives at the conclusion. Dudley nods in agreement. "Exactly. Dumbledore seeks the triumph of justice over darkness, striving to uphold the stability of the magical realm and maintain the status quo of relations between wizards and muggles, ensuring mutual non-aggression. To achieve this aim, he meticulously orchestrates plans, regarding you as the pivotal instrument of victory, directing the majority of his attention toward you. For this cause, he is willing to permit a measure of sacrifice, whether it be Hagrid, myself, or any other ally, even to the extent of sacrificing himself, all in the pursuit of this objective. Yet simultaneously, he embodies a benevolent and amiable elder, albeit one whose thoughts may lack thorough consideration. Thus, I find myself both admiring and despising him, cherishing him and loathing him, ultimately aspiring to transform him. Is it truly so complex? In that moment, Harry struggled to comprehend such intricate emotions, yet amidst his confusion, he gradually began to grasp the profound implications. Humanity is intricate. Every individual possesses numerous facets. Therefore, Harry, do not hastily form rigid conclusions about a person, nor invest excessive energy in those who do not warrant it. Dudley imparts his life wisdom to his cousin. Using this as an example, should tomorrow's discussion with Dumbledore prove unfruitful, he would promptly categorize him as unnecessary, rendering any thoughts of transformation moot. Our family would swiftly relocate from England to other lands to hone our magical abilities, focusing intently on resolving the issue of your forehead scar, until we become sufficiently powerful to devise a magic that counters Voldemort's characteristics, returning in a state of overwhelming dominance. My forehead scar, is there a problem? Harry seized upon the critical phrase. Indeed, your scar is a remnant of Voldemort's mark from a decade ago. It has remained dormant for years. Yet today, it has suddenly ached, which alerted me to the anomaly. Subsequent events indeed validated my suspicions. Voldemort has returned. His proximity, or rather his attention toward you, has provoked your forehead scar. Having perused the original tale, Dudley possesses the answer, and the reverse engineering of this process is rather straightforward, yielding a well-founded analysis. My scar can sense Voldemort? Harry perked up, recognizing this as a fortuitous development. This means Voldemort cannot ambush us. To a certain extent, one might assert this. Dudley understands that this sensing ability is not infallible and harbors greater risks, cautioning, but matters possess dual aspects, Harry. One must not solely acknowledge the benefits while neglecting the associated dangers. Contemplate for a moment why this scar possesses the ability to sense Voldemort. To be more precise, it detects the essence of Voldemort's spirit. The Voldemort we confront today dwells within a wizard named Quirrell, existing solely as a soul, while his corporeal form belongs to another. Harry found himself in deep thought, yet he lacked the requisite theoretical knowledge to comprehend it fully. Harry, do you recall what I mentioned? Once you surpass your 11th birthday, your childhood comes to an end. Dudley suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, assuming the role of a stern older brother. Previously, you approached your studies with a lackadaisical attitude, often content with minimal effort, relying solely on your innate talent to muddle through. To ensure your childhood was somewhat pleasant, I refrained from being overly harsh. However, starting tomorrow, such leniency will no longer be tolerated. You must earnestly learn the knowledge and skills that will empower us, broaden our horizons, and enrich our wisdom. Otherwise, do not speak of avenging your grievances. Do you understand? Focus your studies on practical content. First, spells, then magical theory, and finally, potion making and herbology. Is that clear? Understood. Harry responded promptly. Yet an intangible pressure enveloped him. Cousin, could you enlighten me as to why my scar can sense Voldemort's soul? Dudley wasted no time in revealing the truth. Only a soul can sense another soul. Harry, do not forget how Voldemort came to be in this weakened state of existence. Cousin, are you suggesting that there is a fragment of Voldemort's soul within my forehead scar? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. When the protective charm on me rebounded Voldemort's attack, did it not only render him into a state of a soul, but also capture a portion of his essence? The conclusion seemed certain. It was unlikely that Aunt Lily's loving protective charm had left such a significant vulnerability. Its purpose was to shield you, not to create peril. Dudley elaborated. I am inclined to believe that Voldemort practiced some form of dark magic related to soul splitting. In a moment of unforeseen injury, he inadvertently cast it. Voldemort was unaware that he had left behind a piece of his soul within your scar and could not sense it. Otherwise, in the underground vault today, he would not have needed to rely on reading subtle cues to ascertain your identity. Furthermore, the fragment of soul within your scar should lack independent consciousness, unable to influence your mind. Otherwise, over the years, it would have undoubtedly exerted a negative influence, thus exposing you to Dumbledore's scrutiny. Given this analysis, it seems the fragment of soul within the scar does not pose a significant negative impact on me. Does it? Harry optimistically remarked. However, Dudley refuted this optimism. That is still a part of Voldemort, Harry. Unless this fragment is eradicated, once Voldemort's primary soul perishes, he could potentially be reborn through that piece of soul within you. At that point, you might become the second Quirrell. No, I refuse to have a grotesque face sprouting from the back of my head. Harry was taken aback by Dudley's assertion. Thus, we must devise a means to extract or obliterate the fragments of the soul ensconced within your forehead scar, all while ensuring your safety. Dudley's tone softened as he reassured Harry. Fear not, Harry, I shall accomplish this. Cousin, I believe in you, and I am unafraid. Harry felt a surge of strength, his fears vanishing entirely. The scenery outside leisurely retreated, their conversation concealed by the effects of the silencing charm, imperceptible to any Muggle. Chapter 32. The transformation of the tin into a golden vessel, a glimpse into the future. Number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursley residence. The battered wooden door and its frame remained unchanged. A gust of wind swept through, causing the half-open door to sway pitifully back and forth. Harry, pay attention to my pronunciation and gestures. Taking advantage of the solitude, Dudley raised Diggory's wand towards their front door, exclaiming, "Reparo!" A brilliant light flashed, and it appeared as though time reversed. Wood shavings and splinters danced in the air, reassembling themselves upon the door, while the splintered frame righted itself. In no time, the Dursley front door was restored to its former glory. Dudley's incantation was flawless, executed with singular success. Harry watched intently, silently taking notes. I recall that this morning, when I awoke, I accidentally created a dent in the living room ceiling, and you shall fix it shortly. Dudley assigned his task. Yes, cousin, Harry responded eagerly. At that moment, two familiar voices resonated through the repaired wooden door. Vernon and Petunia called out, rushing to the entrance to greet Dudley and Harry. They had spent the entire day indoors, lacking the motivation to summon a repairman for the door and ceiling. Vernon had taken a day off to accompany his wife, anxiously awaiting the return of their son and nephew from the perilous magical realm. Upon seeing his son unharmed before him, he finally released the tension that had plagued him. After reuniting with family, Dudley and Harry tacitly avoided mentioning the dangers they had encountered, wishing to spare the Dursleys from undue worry. The family joyfully entered their home. In the living room on the ground floor, under Dudley's guidance, Harry wielded Diggory's wand, showcasing the repairing charm to mend the damage to the ceiling. The reason for using Diggory's wand was that the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibited underage wizards from performing magic in Muggle areas. The trace would dissipate once the owner turned 17, rendering adult wands undetectable. To avoid unnecessary complications, Dudley resorted to utilizing Mr. Diggory's wand as a tool for practicing spells at home. After all, Mr. Diggory's wand was not overly particular about its master. Observing Harry casting spells with the wand, Vernon and Petunia's expressions shifted slightly, though they were not overly astonished, as they were well aware of Harry's innate wizardry and had adjusted their perceptions of wizards and magic. However, the moment they witnessed the golden light dancing at their son's fingertips, the Dursleys could no longer maintain their composure. In the cluttered storage room, Dudley rummaged through a few seemingly useless discarded tin cans. Without the aid of a wand, he placed his hand upon them, and in a dazzling flash of golden light, the dull, rusty cans astonishingly transformed into radiant pure gold. "The cans have turned to gold," exclaimed Vernon, disbelief etched across his face. Petunia, equally astonished, never imagined that a mere visit to the wizarding world could endow Dudley with such extraordinary abilities. Is this magic? Had I known it could manifest in such a way, perhaps I would have been less resistant to wizards in the past. Vernon picked up one of the golden cans, scrutinizing it closely while muttering to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a worried expression, he turned to Dudley, asking, "Dudley, my dear, tell me honestly, this transformation into gold, will it have any adverse effects on your health or lifespan?" At his words, Petunia's heart raced, and she anxiously looked at her son, hoping for reassurance. "Of course not. There are no side effects. I can only convert a limited amount, no more than 100 ounces every 7 days, Dudley replied with a grin, pulling out a handful of magically transformed gold dust from his coat pocket and placing it into one of the golden cans. "That is quite a sum, and it's weekly. Soon will be among the wealthiest of families," with the assurance that his beloved son would not suffer any negative consequences. Vernon's obsession with gold reignited. "Let us keep this under wraps, Mom and Dad. Not every wizard can do this. We must remain discreet and quietly amass our fortune," Dudley advised. "Dad, you could actually resign from the drilling company. From now on, wherever we choose to go, we can live a life of affluence." "Dudley, are you suggesting that you and Harry 1T be attending Hogwarts?" Petunia, having developed a keen sensitivity to verbal cues from years of gossiping, immediately sensed a shift. "Let us decide tomorrow. I want to hide my thoughts. We will have a special guest visiting our home tomorrow, Mom. You used to correspond with this guest via owl when you were young, considered a pen pal." "What?" Petunia gasped, her surprise palpable. "Are you saying Dumbledore is coming?" She recalled the lingering regrets of her childhood, never forgetting that name. "Indeed," Dudley replied earnestly to his parents. "Tomorrow, Harry and I will negotiate with Dumbledore. If we can reach an agreement on certain matters, we 1T need to relocate, and Harry and I will proceed to Hogwarts as planned. If not, we will have to contemplate traveling abroad. And, Mum, be prepared. I have become a wizard, and soon you can fulfill your childhood dreams too." "Are you saying I will become a wizard as well?" Petunia felt a tumult of emotions, excitement intertwined with confusion. Despite Dudley's earlier mentions, she had not held much hope. Yet now, with Dudley's vivid example before her, disbelief was no longer an option. "Dudley, what about me? What about me?" Vernon's attitude had completely reversed, now eager to embrace the very wizardry he once loathed. "Em sorry, Dud. Regarding your transformation into a wizard, I cannot ascertain the completion timeline at this moment. It largely hinges on the outcome of my negotiations with Dumbledore tomorrow. Should all proceed smoothly, you may join your mother in becoming a wizard. However, if the situation falters, you may find yourself waiting for several years. Derry remarked with a hint of regret. Oh, it is of no concern. My son, your father is not in a hurry. He can wait, Vernon generously assured. Since their return from the magical realm, the conversations within the Dursley household had remained remarkably harmonious, imbued with love and understanding among the family members. Everyone consistently supported Derry's decision, as always. As twilight descended, following a sumptuous dinner, Harry's 11th birthday was nearing its close. Derry, in the solitude of his bedroom, meticulously assessed his available resources and crafted a detailed plan before drifting into slumber. Tomorrow, an uncertain tomorrow, awaited him with yet another formidable challenge. Chapter 33. The Compromise Faction. You have disappointed me. The prelude to August is heralded by Leo. On the evening of August 1st, 1991, the day following Harry's 11th birthday, an aged lion was invited to visit the Dursleys. Unlike a decade prior, this time, the old lion could no longer rely on a letter to address the bereaved families of his fallen comrades. Dumbledore rapped gently on the wooden door of number 4. Privet Drive, with his weathered fingers. Inside the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley welcomed him, engaging in an awkward exchange of pleasantries. Following the protocol established by Derry earlier that day, Petunia guided Dumbledore upstairs to Derry's bedroom, deftly closing the door behind her. Indeed, you're growing older. Your movements are less agile. Arriving in the evening, she remarked. In the bedroom, Derry and Harry were seated, engrossed in their studies. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, Derry unceremoniously mocked him, rising to gesture for a chair to be moved for the esteemed visitor with his wand. Dumbledore appeared in much better spirits than the previous day, smiling and showing no signs of irritation at Derry's comments, as he dutifully seated himself while offering a defense. Derry, I ask for your forgiveness. For I am but an old man who has long been set in his ways. I require more time for reflection and emotional clarity. Derry scrutinized Dumbledore's facial expressions and body language, then chuckled lightly. As you have traveled far, would you prefer coffee, black tea, or orange soda? Orange soda? Is that a Muggle beverage? If it is sweet, I would be quite eager to try, Dumbledore responded with a smile, sensing that Derry might be more agreeable today than yesterday. Orange soda is tangy and sweet. To call it sweet would not be amiss, Derry declared, striding toward the corner of the room to retrieve a can of orange soda from his refrigerator. He feigned chagrin, saying, Alas, we have run out of orange soda. Oh, this is the last can. Harry shall have it. Derry grinned widely, tossing the can directly to Harry, who had just set down his book. Without hesitation, Harry opened the can and drank deeply. The black tea is rather agreeable as well, Dumbledore suggested as a fallback. The tea leaves have been exhausted. Derry replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. Then coffee will suffice. Could you add a bit of sugar for me? Dumbledore requested, taking a step back. I do not partake in coffee, hence I have made no preparations, Dursley candidly remarked, his honesty being a trait he typically upheld. Dumbledore found himself utterly speechless. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Truth be told, I am not particularly thirsty. We could engage in a sincere conversation instead. No, as a guest. You must have a drink. Dursley's smile morphed into a mischievous grin, unwilling to accept Dumbledore's refusal. He retrieved several vividly colored containers filled with liquid from the refrigerator, along with an empty glass, and began to concoct a mixture on the desk before Dumbledore. A dash of lychee juice, a hint of honey, and a splash of whiskey. Dursley muttered to himself, engrossed in the creation of his blended beverage, as a crimson glow began to emanate from his hands. Finally, with a flourish of dazzling magic, he declared, Done. Please indulge. As the peculiar, magically enhanced concoction floated before him, Dumbledore paused momentarily, then glanced at Dursley and Harry. Without uttering a word, he accepted the glass and drained its contents in one swift motion. Delightful. It bears a resemblance to fruit wine, and the flavor is exquisite. Upon finishing, Dumbledore expressed genuine admiration, his countenance brimming with enjoyment. However, across the table, Dursley's expression turned icy. It appears that Mr. Dumbledore has squandered a precious day without deriving anything of value. You remain a compromiser, Dursley continued, his voice calm, his gaze as deep and cold as an unfathomable abyss. If the magic I employed was not one of longevity, but rather a toxin or curse, I wonder, Mr. Dumbledore, would you still be smiling? Your assessment of me is quite astute, Dursley. I shall strive for transformation, Dumbledore acknowledged, having grasped the intent behind Dursley's earlier actions. feeling deeply moved. Yet, he added his own perspective. Nevertheless, I firmly believe you would not inflict harm upon me without reason. I have witnessed much. My eyes do not deceive me, Dudley. While you entertain many audacious thoughts, you are not wicked. Your essence is fundamentally kind. Dudley was well aware of his own nature and required no validation from others. Mr. Dumbledore, unlike yesterday, you did not employ legitimacy against me, and your demeanor has been quite sincere. You are, indeed, a commendable guest. Likewise, when Harry and I inquire further, I ask that you share all that you know. Dumbledore was taken aback by the rapid shift in his emotions within a mere 15 minutes, feeling increasingly exposed before Dudley. His mastery of legitimacy had reached unparalleled heights. It was safe to say that aside from natural-born legitimacy masters, none could read minds better than he. Yet here was Dudley, a young wizard who had yet to attend a magical school, managing to perceive his thoughts with astonishing clarity. An unbelievable feat, however, given the direction the conversation had taken. Dumbledore seized the opportunity. Honest discourse is precisely why I am here. Dumbledore laid the groundwork with a remark that acknowledged Derry's earlier proposal, then formally commenced his inquiry, posing the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Derry, how did you manage to transform from a Muggle into a wizard? And how did you acquire abilities akin to those of the Philosopher's Stone? Derry responded, this is a talent I was born with. Through certain experiences, some that turned tragedy into beauty, I have gained a unique power. This power allows me to merge with magical artifacts, thus inheriting their capabilities. However, this power is difficult to attain and fraught with limitations. Derry offered a rather rudimentary explanation of his extraordinary abilities. He was unafraid to reveal his uniqueness to Dumbledore. If he could persuade this venerable lion today, it would provide him with a formidable ally for addressing future regrets. If he failed, Dumbledore's nature would likely ensure that his secret remained undisclosed. Moreover, after their conversation concluded, regardless of the outcome, Derry intended to compel Dumbledore to swear an unbreakable oath of confidentiality. Chapter 34. Using Horcruxes to resolve Horcruxes? Such miraculous talents exist? Derry, perhaps one of your ancestors was skilled in alchemy, or even more intriguingly, one of your forebears may have excelled in human transmutation, a long-lost and forbidden branch of ancient alchemy. Just as a natural master of mind reading must have an ancestor proficient in mental magic, a born metamorphmagus likely descends from a lineage adept in transfiguration. Yet, it stands to reason that such a powerful gift should not manifest in a Muggle. Who can say? Derry shrugged, neither confirming nor denying Dumbledore's conjectures. Please proceed with your next question. Very well. Dumbledore, unexpectedly composed, had anticipated Derry would be intrigued by the topic, only to find himself at an impasse. He decided to stick to his original line of questioning. Derry, how did you come to know that Hagrid was to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone? And how did you prepare this ruby for substitution in advance? As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a dark crimson gem resembling candy from his pocket, the very stone Derry had stealthily exchanged for the one in Hagrid's coat. Upon hearing Dumbledore's question, Derry felt a wave of frustration. This was the most significant oversight from his actions yesterday. You old man with your white hair and beard. Why did you have to meddle with that cursed object? Now he would have to concoct an explanation. He did not intend to fabricate a lie, though he would not divulge the unvarnished truth either. This is an innate intuition I possess. I can glean some insights about potential future events. Of course, it is not comprehensive nor necessarily accurate. Derry, are you a natural-born prophet? Do you have such lineage as well? Dumbledore was once again taken aback, his astonishment over the past 2 days surpassing that of the preceding decade. All right, I know what you are about to say. Not a single thing I enjoy hearing. Dumbledore interjected, let us move on to the next question. Or have you finished? Darriere. No, I still have a few questions. Dumbledore forcibly stifled his exasperation and continued to inquire. So, in the depths of Gringotts, did you forewarn Hagrid due to your premonition of Voldemort's proximity? Not quite, came a reply. I've discussed this matter with Harry. Let him elucidate it for you. Dudley, seeking to evade responsibility, turned to Harry, urging him to explain the significance of the scar on his forehead, the lingering fragment of Voldemort's soul, and the connection it forged with the Dark Lord. Without hesitation, Harry recounted the events in succinct terms. Dumbledore listened intently, yet with each revelation, the furrows on his brow deepened, and by the end, a shroud of ominous clouds enveloped his thoughts. Horcruxes. Voldemort had indeed mastered and employed this most malevolent form of dark magic. It was no wonder he had become so formidable and so exceedingly difficult to vanquish. If the fragment of soul residing within Harry's scar was a result of Voldemort's inadvertent creation, it was inevitable that he had fashioned other Horcruxes, perhaps even more than one. Given Voldemort's madness, this was almost a certainty. Dumbledore spoke, half explaining, half to himself. I apologize, children. I have lost my composure. He paused, reluctant to express such sentiments. But the intricacies of Horcruxes were indeed exceedingly vexatious. With a complex expression, Dumbledore continued, Harry, that is a form of dark magic that necessitates an act of murder for its execution. By committing such an heinous act as a ritual, one can fragment their soul, embedding the severed portion into an object, thus creating a Horcrux. In doing so, even if the wizard's corporeal form perishes, the primary soul extinguished. The soul may be reborn through the Horcrux, achieving a form of immortality. Dumbledore explained the function of Horcruxes in a grave tone. To prevent Dudley and Harry from straying into darkness, he solemnly cautioned them about the perils of such magic. Never attempt this dark sorcery. It is cruel, and the act of soul fragmentation is profoundly unwise. A fractured soul will alter one's temperament and dull their perceptions. Just as Dumbledore earnestly imparted this warning, Dudley, suddenly struck with inspiration, excitedly proposed, now that Voldemort's fragment is said to reside within Harry's scar, it has effectively fused with Harry's soul. Might we not allow Harry to learn this dark magic, eliminate one of Voldemort's minions, perform the ritual, and then separate and destroy Voldemort's soul fragment? Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bordering on terror. Cast aside that horrifying notion, Dudley. How could you even suggest that Harry learn to kill? Dudley's expression turned icy. Spare me your intermittent displays of absurd compassion, Dumbledore. You lured both Harry and Voldemort to Hogwarts, presumably with the intent of having Harry eliminate Voldemort, ridding the wizarding world of a great menace. So, when you guide Harry towards murder, it is acceptable, but when I speak of it openly, you cannot abide? Harry and I are resolute in our quest for vengeance on Aunt Lily and Uncle James's behalf. Our adversaries must meet their end, and if we can repurpose them in the process, why not? Or do you possess an infallible method to assist Harry in separating the fragments of Voldemort's soul? No, Dudley. You are grossly underestimating the complexity of the situation. The creation of Horcruxes is a profoundly malevolent dark magic. It involves the severing of the caster's own soul. Harry cannot employ this method to extricate Voldemort's soul fragments. Such an act would only obliterate Harry's own soul. Dumbledore explained with a tone of grave urgency, revealing his palpable fear. The risks are exorbitant, and the feasibility is lacking. Thus, we must set this aside. Dudley regained his composure. He never intended to gamble with Harry's life. Even if he were to consider this method, he would first seek 2 test subjects. Dumbledore exhaled deeply, recognizing that while Dudley might possess a semblance of goodness, he was certainly not a conventionally virtuous individual. Nevertheless, they required a secure means of addressing the fragments of Voldemort's soul within Harry. This was a formidable challenge, and it contributed to the shadows clouding Dumbledore's mind. Chapter 35. The love-stricken seeker of the light. I will devise a safe method, Harry and Dudley. I assure you. Dumbledore spoke earnestly after a moment of silence. You had better provide an additional guarantee, Dumbledore. Dudley replied sternly. If you devise a solution, I hope you will communicate it directly with us for discussion, rather than acting presumptuously on your own. You may evaluate my approach, and I too require the opportunity to assess yours. Do you understand? Please continue with your inquiries. Dudley leaned back against the chair, adjusting into a more comfortable position. I have no further questions, having understood your intentions and capabilities, and unexpectedly gleaned vital information regarding the defeat of Voldemort. Other minor issues are of little consequence. Dumbledore shifted his posture, his expression one of compassion. Now, it was your turn to question me. Very well. Dudley waved his wand, summoning 3 bottles of juice from the refrigerator. The caps of the glass bottles effortlessly popped open, floating to rest beside Dumbledore, Harry, and himself. Dudley took a refreshing sip of juice, quenching his thirst and calming his mind before continuing. Our inquiries are quite straightforward. There are 2 primary facets, one concerning the past and the other the future. First, we seek to understand the events surrounding the past, Mr. Dumbledore. Harry, and I need to know the circumstances that led Voldemort to murder Aunt Lily and Uncle James. What motivated Voldemort to target the Potter family? What was the content of the prophecy? The prophecy foretold that the adversary of Voldemort would emerge from a lineage that had defied him thrice, born on the final day of July, endowed with a mysterious power that Voldemort could not comprehend. Whose lips uttered the prophecy? It was Professor Sybil Trelawney. who made this prediction while submitting her application to become the divination professor at Hogwarts. How did Voldemort become aware of this prophecy? Who informed him? Could it be that Professor Trelawney's insatiable desire to boast has led her to indiscriminately share her revelations? As Dudley posed his question, his gaze bore into Dumbledore, meticulously scrutinizing his micro-expressions and body language. No, Professor Trelawney made this prophecy during her interview for the divination position at the Hogshead Inn, with only myself and her present. Dumbledore, Dudley suddenly bellowed, startling Dumbledore and interrupting his hesitant attempt to speak. Dudley then fixed a piercing stare upon Dumbledore, admonishing, "Please answer honestly, Mr. Dumbledore." When you hesitated in your speech, your lips pressed into a straight line, a clear indication of concealing information. You intend to concoct a fabrication to shield someone from blame. Am I correct? Dumbledore, somewhat flustered, averted his gaze from Dudley's aggressive eyes. His attention shifted to Harry's expression of disappointment, which pierced his heart. With a deep sigh, Dumbledore replied, "Dudley, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable. The signs you mentioned have never been articulated to me with such professionalism. This pertains to Muggle psychological concepts, specifically micro-expression psychology, Mr. Dumbledore. Therefore, do not attempt to deceive or play tricks before me. Such behavior is neither wise nor fair." Dudley shot Dumbledore a warning glare and continued, "Additionally, please restrain your inherent tendency to make decisions for others. Your only obligation is to state the truth. How we interpret it is a matter for Harry and me. Now, tell us, who divulged the prophecy to Voldemort?" Severus Snape was the one who eavesdropped on my conversation with Professor Trelawney at the Hogshead Inn. He overheard the initial 2 parts of the prophecy and relayed this secret to Voldemort. Dumbledore conveyed the truth, yet he promptly added an explanation. At that time, Snape was infatuated with dark magic, pursuing immense power and influence, which led him to join the Death Eaters and become Voldemort's servant. Upon learning of this revelation, Voldemort conducted an extensive search within a magical community and ultimately identified 2 individuals aligning with the prophecy. One was Harry, and the other was Neville Longbottom from the Longbottom family. Snape had always harbored deep feelings for Lady Lily, and when he realized that his betrayal placed Harry's family on Voldemort's kill list, he was consumed by regret. He defected from the darkness and approached me in secret to explain the situation, requesting that I protect Harry's family, to which I consented. Hold on a moment, Mr. Dumbledore. By Muggle legal standards, this would certainly warrant a sentence of at least 10 years in prison. You cannot advocate for him simply because he acted as your informant. Your casual mention of Voldemort's extensive search represents the demise of numerous wizarding families. Hagrid mentioned to Harry and me yesterday that Voldemort and his Death Eaters have slain many esteemed wizarding couples, and he can cite several examples. These individuals need not have perished, all because of Snape's betrayal. From your words, it is evident that Severus Snape has not truly recognized his faults. He is merely entangled in his obsession with my Aunt Lily. Had Harry not fulfilled the conditions of the prophecy, would Voldemort have refrained from persecuting Harry's family? I implore you to reflect on your innermost thoughts and reveal to me. Would he have? Dumbledore fell silent, pausing for a moment before responding with difficulty. He likely would not. Chapter 36. The Revelation of Truth in an Action. Thank you for your candor. Dudley coldly complimented Dumbledore before turning to his cousin Harry and saying, "Harry, make a note of that name." Dumbledore's expression grew notably complex as he observed Harry producing a pristine black notebook and placing it on the table to begin writing. Thanks to his relatively healthy spine and natural height, Dumbledore, even while seated, could discern the contents Harry was inscribing in the notebook. Alas, Dumbledore sighed deeply, mourning the fate that awaited Snape. Enough with the sighing. Where is this Snape now? Is he alive or dead? Dudley dismissed Dumbledore's sorrow, directly launching into an inquiry regarding the criminal. Your kindness truly knows no bounds, Mr. Dumbledore. Allowing a criminal to thrive so comfortably. Dudley delivered another heartless taunt. Dumbledore felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Upon witnessing Harry, without Dudley's prompting, adding Snape's location and position to the notebook, that feeling of helplessness intensified. There is no need to become entangled for others, Mr. Dumbledore. It is now your turn. Dudley's cold and unfeeling words yanked Dumbledore from his emotional mire, only to thrust him deeper into despair. Now tell me, how did you allow my Aunt Lily and Uncle James to be unprotected after receiving prior warning from the spy? And after you had given your assurance? At Dudley's inquiry, a profound sadness enveloped Dumbledore's countenance. I suggested that the Potters employ the Fidelius charm for their home in Godric's Hollow, and they complied. It is a powerful and secretive protective spell. A building under this charm becomes invisible to all, both wizard and muggle alike, provided that the location remains undisclosed by the secret keeper. Thus, even if Voldemort were to be nearby, he would be unable to locate the Potter residence. So, to which fool did you entrust the critical role of secret keeper, leading to yet another traitor siding with Voldemort? Dudley interrogated sternly. Lily and James initially intended for me to be the secret keeper, but in the end, they chose their close friend, Sirius Black. Dumbledore replied with a hint of regret. Was it this fool Black who lured Voldemort to Harry's home? Dudley remarked, his lips curling in a smirk. I find myself uncertain. Sirius Black is a wise and formidable wizard with a deep bond to the Potters. Logically, he would never divulge information to Voldemort. Yet, the truth remains that Voldemort penetrated the protections of the Fidelius charm and infiltrated the Potter residence. Dumbledore himself harbors doubts regarding this matter and can only express what he knows. Is this individual alive or deceased? After the incident, did you not inquire about him? Dudley is at a loss for words regarding Dumbledore's lack of initiative. Following the tragedy, Sirius mourned amidst the ruins of Harry's home for an extended period, utterly unresponsive to any questions posed by others. Eventually, he departed, causing a tremendous explosion on a Muggle street that resulted in the deaths of 12 Muggles, as well as the Potters and his other friend, Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore recounted the events in detail. One must see the living or the dead. Is it true that this Peter Pettigrew has perished? Just yesterday, the Minister of Magic insisted that Voldemort was dead. But what is the reality? Have you seen the body of Pettigrew? The scene only bore a single severed finger of his. The explosion was so catastrophic that no other remnants of him were found. Do you comprehend the magnitude of an explosion that could obliterate a person to the point of leaving no trace? Was Pettigrew perhaps clutching several kilograms of TNT at the moment of detonation? Dudley's face was etched with disdain for those who remain willfully ignorant, and he observed that you wizards lack even a modicum of scientific inquiry, yourself included. The explosive spell that Harry and I witnessed in the vaults of Gringotts yesterday exhibited a power that could not possibly reduce a person to mere dust, leaving only a finger behind, if Sirius was not at least 10 times more powerful than that wizard named Quirrell. He could not have annihilated a person to such an extent. Furthermore, do you not find it curious, do you not suspect, that all of Pettigrew's bones were obliterated, yet his finger survived? Is it possible that Merlin himself safeguarded that solitary digit? Were the 12 Muggles who perished in the same manner, leaving only a finger? Perhaps these Muggles were farther from the epicenter of the explosion and suffered less severe damage. Were the buildings at ground zero? Has the extent of their destruction been assessed? What magnitude of energy could cause such devastation? Is it conceivable that an explosion of this nature could obliterate a person entirely? When it comes to matters of life, have you wizards conducted a thorough investigation? The case was hastily closed, brushed aside, and surely the memories of the nearby Muggles were altered by the Ministry of Magic? You wizards neither investigate nor allow Muggle authorities to do so. 12 ordinary lives were lost in such a muddled fashion. I surmise their demise was attributed to a gas explosion. How utterly laughable. Dudley's rapid-fire, logically coherent inquiries left Dumbledore dumbfounded. This was a procedural approach to investigation that even this venerable wizard, who has lived for over a century, had never contemplated. The advancement of Muggles is astonishing. They can now discern truth without the use of magic. In contrast, wizards appear increasingly backward, arrogant, and ignorant. Your analysis is quite astute, Dudley. It now appears that Peter Pettigrew has feigned his demise. At that time, it was not Pettigrew who sought vengeance against Sirius for the betrayal that led to the downfall of the Potters. In fact, the true circumstances may be quite the opposite. The explosion was orchestrated by Pettigrew, and the secret of the Fidelius charm was also divulged by him. Sirius was not the secret keeper. Rather, he relinquished that position to Pettigrew. Following the tragic demise of Harry's family, Sirius likely sought retribution against Pettigrew. Dumbledore has meticulously untangled the threads of this narrative and arrived at the truth. This illustrious wizard is indeed wise, grasping the essence of matters with remarkable clarity. However, it is evident that in the past, he had not utilized his intellect in such a manner. Could it be? Could it truly be, Mr. Dumbledore? You are still following my line of reasoning. I have encountered a potion known as Veritaserum in magical drafts and potions. It has been nearly 10 years. Sirius has been imprisoned in Azkaban for almost a decade and has not perished. Have you never thought to inquire? It seems you are utterly indifferent to the truth behind the tragic fates of my Aunt Lily and Uncle James. Over these years, have you solely fixated on devising schemes to ensure Harry defeats Voldemort? Dudley is left speechless. Chapter 37. Dumbledore's Self-Reflection. Yet, upon uttering those words, he immediately regretted them and fell silent. He is not one to adhere strictly to rules. Using regulations as a shield only backfires, revealing his narrow-mindedness and lack of introspection to Harry and Dudley. I was wrong, gravely mistaken, from the very outset. Dumbledore spoke heavily, yet upon finishing this confession, it seemed as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Dudley, Harry, perhaps I have never been the one capable of making the right decisions. Errors have accompanied me throughout my life. In my youth, driven by a fleeting passion, I harmed my family and aided those who should not have been helped, thereby facilitating the rise of the first Dark Lord. As I grew older, I inadvertently introduced Voldemort into the magical realm, allowing a being who disregarded life and could never comprehend love to master formidable magic and become the second Dark Lord. I imprisoned the first Dark Lord with my own hands, earning unwarranted fame and adulation, which foster my arrogance and shackle my perspective. I have become a stranger to myself. Or perhaps I have never truly found who I am. Under Dudley's persistent inquiries and provocations, Dumbledore completely lowered his defenses, introspectively analyzing the majority of his life from a critical standpoint, engaging in a heartfelt soliloquy. Harry's gaze was intense, deeply moved. Dudley, too, expressed genuine admiration, nodding repeatedly. As one reaches a certain age, cognition and thought can become rigid, making it challenging to embrace new concepts and ideas. I must concede, Mr. Dumbledore, you are an extraordinary individual. At over 100 years of age, you possess the courage to overturn your past and evolve into a new self. For this alone, you are indeed a remarkable person. This is the first time I have genuinely used this term in its true essence to describe you. Dudley's acknowledgement somewhat alleviated the intense emotional turmoil that Dumbledore could hardly suppress following his self-reflection. Harry, Dudley, have you forgiven me? Dumbledore asked, his eyes glistening with tears. The truth was nearly evident. To be fair, the tragic fate of Aunt Lily and Uncle James could not be attributed to you. They chose to join your cause based on their own beliefs, positioning themselves against Voldemort. After the implementation of the Fidelius charm, they, guided by their own convictions, declined your kind offer to be the secret keeper, entrusting their lives to Sirius Black. Whether Sirius genuinely betrayed them to Voldemort or mistakenly entrusted the role of secret keeper to Peter Pettigrew, leading to the breach of secrecy, it ultimately demonstrated their misplaced trust. Aunt Lily and Uncle James were adults and should bear the consequences of their decisions. Therefore, I believe that in this matter, Mr. Dumbledore bears no fault, at most. It was an unforeseen circumstance that hindered you from fulfilling your promise regarding Snape as an undercover agent, which cannot be construed as a matter of forgiveness between Harry and me. Dudley articulated his perspective candidly, and then turned to Harry, who nodded in agreement. Kind-hearted Harry, naturally, would not be unreasonable. Your ability to think this way is commendable, and Dumbledore found some psychological solace. However, Dudley then interjected with a somewhat critical note. What you truly seek from us, Mr. Dumbledore, is forgiveness for events that transpired after the tragedy. Aunt Lily and Uncle James willingly followed you in the fight against Voldemort. While they were alive, that was their choice, and there is little to discuss. However, after their sacrifice, as their leader, you were obligated to provide a proper explanation and compensation to Harry, my mother Petunia, and indeed to me, their family. Yet after the incident, you neither clarified the complete truth nor addressed my parents directly to express your sentiments. You allowed young Harry, still in swaddling clothes, to endure the pain of losing his parents, only to be whisked away by Hagrid on a flying motorcycle for half the night, left to endure the cold wind on our doorstep for several hours, with nothing more than a thin letter explaining the situation. You didn't even bother to knock on our door to draw my parents' attention before departing. You should be grateful that Privet Drive was relatively safe that night, and that my mother had the habit of getting up to fetch milk. Had Harry been abducted then, I cannot fathom the tragedy that could have unfolded. My parents treated me well, yet it is undeniable that they were not kind-hearted individuals. My mother Petunia and Aunt Lily had long-standing conflicts over magical abilities, and my father Vernon harbored a deep-seated disdain for wizards. You must be aware of this, Mr. Dumbledore. I know, but embarrassment crossed Dumbledore's face. But what? But despite knowing all this, you still left Harry with them, without any preparation or understanding. Due to the protective magic of maternal love that resides within Harry, it can only endure in a place where blood relatives are present and can be called home. The mindless wizards of the magical realm have hailed Harry as a savior, yet one cannot wish for Harry's childhood to be marred by such adulation, which may ultimately distort his character. Is this what you intend to convey? Dudley's resentment, which had nearly dissipated due to Dumbledore's sincere self-reflection, surged anew when discussing his parents' and Harry's upbringing. You are aware of my parents' dispositions and behaviors, yet you would have them raise Harry. You then appear before Harry as a gentle and enigmatic elder, effortlessly winning the affection of an unloved orphan, thereby facilitating the arrangement of Harry's future development, ultimately fulfilling the prophecy that he would become a sword against Voldemort. Chapter 38. The Indestructible Alliance. I had not subjectively contemplated this layer. Dudley, your analysis strikes like a dagger, piercing deep into my heart. Dumbledore spoke, his embarrassment dissipating as his self-analysis became clearer. As I mentioned earlier, I have been self-righteous for far too long, harboring many dark thoughts beneath the noble cause of opposing Voldemort and saving the magical world, much like the shadows that easily go unnoticed in the sunlight. These are indeed my failures, Dudley. Harry, should you choose not to forgive me, I have no words to offer. Henceforth, I shall make amends through tangible actions towards both you and the Dursleys. With Dumbledore's expression of contrition complete, Dudley fell into silence, turning his gaze towards Harry. Harry understood his cousin's intent. Dudley respected his opinion and did not wish to speak for him in granting or withholding forgiveness. After a moment of serious contemplation, Harry addressed Professor Dumbledore. Regardless of your intentions, you indeed provided refuge for my parents. Furthermore, I am grateful to you for bringing me here, allowing me to grow up alongside my cousin. Therefore, I harbor little resentment towards you, and I shall strive to forgive you. Excellent. Harry, I find great solace in your words. Tears welled in Dumbledore's eyes, unable to be contained. At that moment, Dudley steadied himself and, under Dumbledore's hopeful gaze, spoke. Mr. Dumbledore, I tend to be rather pragmatic. Words hold far less weight than actions. Therefore, whether I forgive you or not will depend on your future deeds. Additionally, neither Harry nor I can make decisions for my parents. Once we conclude our discussion, please fulfill your promise to apologize to them. I will, Dudley. Dumbledore assured immediately. Now that we have addressed the past, let's turn our attention to future matters. Dudley focused intently, contemplating his forthcoming statement. The success of today's negotiation hinged upon this moment. Speak now, Dudley. Present your and Harry's requests, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Whether you wish to remain in England, accompany me to Hogwarts, or pursue magical studies in other realms, I shall support you. Dumbledore had found his peace. It appears that Mr. Dumbledore has indeed engaged in profound reflection. Dudley felt a flicker of joy. Even before negotiations had officially commenced, he had already achieved half of his goal. Now, I shall formally begin my inquiries regarding the future. Mr. Dumbledore, can you assure me that henceforth, you shall refrain from subtly guiding Harry's development with your clever machinations? Yes, I assure you. From now on, any matters concerning Harry will be discussed with both you and him, allowing you to decide whether to proceed. Mr. Dumbledore, can you promise not to interfere, and even to assist me and Harry in our quest for vengeance against Voldemort and his minions? Yes, I guarantee it. The eradication of Voldemort and his followers has always been my objective. Mr. Dumbledore, if Harry and I were to attend Hogwarts, can you ensure that my family, particularly my parents, the Dursleys, will remain unharmed? Yes, I assure you. I will not allow the tragic fate of Lily and James to repeat itself. Excellent. Wonderful. Dudley suddenly rose, approaching the tearful and emotionally moved Dumbledore, and solemnly extended his right hand. Mr. Dumbledore, would you agree to heed the counsel of your 11-year-old advisor in our future endeavors and to formalize this alliance? Dudley, you have left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. He sensed that Dudley was orchestrating an intricate game of wizard chess. Bestow upon me your power and prestige, Dumbledore. Let me become your second brain. For a prosperous and stable life, to eliminate regrets, to grow stronger, for our shared goals, and for an ideal future. I hope this decision will prove correct. After a moment of solemn contemplation, Dumbledore extended his aged hand and firmly grasped Dudley's right hand. Two resplendent, fantastical strands of twisted light materialized from thin air, entwining around their wrists, and then, with a flicker, vanished without a trace. They had forged an unbreakable pact. At that moment, Dumbledore could not fathom the unexpected and formidable actions he would undertake in alliance with Dudley. Nor could he predict the monumental transformations this covenant would bring to the wizarding world. In that instant, the strongest sentiment in Dumbledore's heart was that Dudley and Harry had finally accepted him. In his centenarian years, he had found two kindred spirits, companions across the ages. Cousin, are we truly staying? Harry, who had witnessed the formation of the pact, could no longer contain his curiosity after the magical threads dissipated. Indeed, Harry, now that we have the greatest wizard of the 20th century as our ally, why would we wander in foreign lands? Dudley beamed with the triumph of negotiation. However, before Dumbledore and Harry could celebrate, Dudley immediately shifted into a serious mode of operation. Dumbledore, there are less than a month left before school begins. We must take action. Action? Dudley, what kind of action are you referring to? Dumbledore inquired, somewhat perplexed. Many facets. Darley's mind raced with urgency, primarily focused on addressing the insubordinate Minister of Magic. Dumbledore, I trust you've perused today as Daily Prophet? If my assumptions are correct, it scarcely mentions Voldemort, does it? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's face instantly reflected a look of resignation. Indeed, he then retrieved a folded newspaper from his pocket. Darley took it and unfolded it before himself and Harry. The front page prominently displayed. Yesterday, Gringotts conducted a specialized security drill in the underground vaults. The tremors in Diagon Alley were purely coincidental. The goblins of Gringotts solemnly assure that no vault's assets were compromised. Rest assured. Chapter 39. Darley's schemes and overwhelming tasks. I knew it would come to this. The media narrative is manipulated, coerced by foolish politicians under your tacit approval, Dumbledore. Darley handed the newspaper to Harry and commented without reserve. Darley, I did not instruct Fudge to act in such a manner. I warned him. It is he who assumes authority. Dumbledore hastily defended himself, convinced that the blame could not rest upon his shoulders. Was it not his own volition? Darley interjected. Dumbledore, I believe you ought to reflect. At times, your naivety and weakness are excessive. Yesterday, when Harry and I were purchasing wands in Diagon Alley, Minister Fudge raised his voice at you and Hagrid, did he not? He likely even threatened you. He has encroached upon your dignity. Yet you permit him to roam freely. Does this not tacitly endorse his behavior? Dumbledore was taken aback by Darley's words, exclaiming, Darley, I hardly think Fudge is in mortal peril. Where are you going with that? Darley widened his eyes. Please do not cast me in such a negative light. Dumbledore, I merely wish for you to remove him from office. Such a fool, blinded by power, should not remain as Minister of Magic. His actions endanger the entire wizarding community of Britain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dumbledore exhaled in relief. Removing Fudge was far more palatable than contemplating his demise. But how could Fudge be ousted? Would it require magical force and renown, which would undoubtedly meet with considerable resistance? That is unnecessary. Such an approach is too arduous and base. Engaging in that manner would merely render you a wolf in sheep's clothing. Darley began to strategize for Dumbledore. You have faced Voldemort directly for nearly 20 years. Surely there must be individuals within the ministry aligned with you? There are few, Darley. What do you propose? Dumbledore inquired. Have your allies uncover evidence of Minister Fudge's malfeasance. A person so enthralled by power to the point of denying reality has undoubtedly savored the exquisite fruits of authority. Is it conceivable for such an individual to claim he has never accepted bribes or acted unjustly? Darley remained composed, exuding an air of strategic prowess. Instruct your people to act swiftly, or, Dumbledore, you could take matters into your own hands and extract Fudge's memories to swiftly identify all his transgressions. Then, instruct your associates to present evidence to the Wizengamot to formally impeach Fudge. Following that, as the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, you must impartially adjudicate the corruption case against Minister Fudge, decisively removing him from office and subsequently endorsing a capable wizard who will heed your counsel to lead the Ministry of Magic. Frankly, in the realm of British wizardry, you wield control over two of the three principal powers, the executive, judiciary, and educational institutions. Your prestige is unparalleled. I cannot conceive of any overt challenge that could possibly thwart you. Dudley, you are fortunate to have chosen the side of justice. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the actions you might take as you mature. Dumbledore was astounded by Dudley's proposal. Dudley, you are mistaken. I do not stand for justice. I stand for my family. However, to ensure their safety and well-being, I require a magical community that adheres to a relative order of justice. Moreover, regardless of my stance, the actions I am capable of taking in the future are beyond your imagination. Dudley spoke with unwavering confidence. I firmly believe that. Dumbledore did not perceive Dudley as merely boasting, so he resolved to take action. Voldemort was stirring once again. I must alert the magical community to prepare. By the way, here are the tickets you and Harry will need to travel to Hogwarts at the beginning of term, departing from King's Cross Station in London, platform 9 3/4. Aboard the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore rose, placing 2 train tickets on Dudley's desk before preparing to take his leave. Unexpectedly, Dudley called him back. Why the rush? Dumbledore, you're over 100 years old. Why are you bustling about like a youth? Have you forgotten what I just mentioned? There's still much I need you to accomplish this month. Oh, this month? I assumed other matters would be addressed after the term commenced. After all, changing the Minister of Magic is a significant undertaking, and a month seems rather tight. Just sit still for a moment. Time is like water in a sponge. If you find it insufficient, simply squeeze a little more. The ministerial change will require your presence primarily for the memory charm and the court proceedings. Other tasks can be delegated to others. Once Fudge is ousted, he and his cronies will vacate a multitude of positions, which will greatly benefit the wizards working for you, so there is no need to worry about their diligence. Dudley laid out his analysis with clarity, and he was determined to clarify Dumbledore's responsibilities as well. Dumbledore, besides dealing with Fudge, this month you also need to visit Azkaban. Using Veritaserum or the memory charm, extract the final details regarding the demise of my Aunt Lily and Uncle James from Sirius Black. If it turns out that Sirius betrayed us to Voldemort, incapacitate him and present him to me and Harry. If it was Sirius's own folly that led him to trust Wormtail and relinquish the secret keeper position, then you must extract from him all the subtle characteristics of Wormtail, particularly those that would aid in his disguise and concealment. Then, if Sirius Black did not intentionally cause the death of my parents, Professor Dumbledore, I implore you to rescue him from Azkaban. He has languished there for nearly a decade, and coupled with his own self-reproach, the punishment he has endured is more than sufficient to atone for his transgressions. After Dudley paused deliberately in his speech, Harry naturally supplemented his cousin's words. After all, this was a matter concerning his parents, and the treatment of their foes necessitated a clear stance from him. Harry's sentiment echoed my own. Dudley continued, moreover, if you intend to release Sirius, Dumbledore, kindly refrain from informing him about the likelihood of Wormtail's faked death, lest he acts recklessly and alerts the enemy. It would be prudent to wait at least a month after Harry and I commence our studies before facilitating his release. Allow him some time to regain his composure. The Dementors of Azkaban are adept at tormenting individuals, and after such a prolonged confinement, one might indeed suffer a mental breakdown. Understood, Dumbledore acquiesced. Yet his expression remained somewhat hesitant as he stammered, Dudley, I still hope you will not expose Harry to such brutality at an early stage. Whether Harry encounters the grim realities of our world is not for me to decide. Dumbledore, fate may toy with us, yet we must rise to the occasion, becoming indomitable and valiant warriors. Dudley forcefully dispelled the nascent pity and weakness that had begun to stir within Dumbledore, adding with a grin. We witnessed firsthand in the underground vault of Gringotts how a creature with a face transformed into gold and then into ash. That spectacle was no less jarring than any gruesome event. Do not perceive us as fragile children. Thus, temper your compassion, Dumbledore. Allow me to present you with a new task. Chapter 40. Such presentation, do you fear? Noting Dudley's inclination to revisit past grievances, Dumbledore promptly fell silent, dutifully awaiting the continuation of Dudley's discourse. I read in modern wizarding events that after Voldemort vanished a decade ago, his followers, the Death Eaters, were imprisoned in Azkaban, correct? Before issuing a task, Dudley posed a pertinent question. Were they interrogated with Veritaserum? Not all. Veritaserum is an advanced potion, concocted only by a select few masters of potion-making, and is not mass-produced. Out of respect for privacy and humanitarian considerations, it is generally not employed in interrogations. Furthermore, most of these individuals hail from influential pure-blood families within the magical community, serving as core members of their respective clans, and are not unwavering loyalists of Voldemort. I see. Duplicitous individuals wielding power and influence. It appears that the Wizarding Society has not managed to innovate in any significant way. You are absolutely correct, Dudley. A substantial portion of the conservative pureblood families severely impedes the progress of the magical realm. Their ideologies are both antiquated and extreme, necessitating a firm reprimand. I shall issue them a warning. Dumbledore wholeheartedly concurred with Dudley's perspective, but struggled to conceive a fitting pretext to enact this course of action. Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to relying on external counsel. What should I do, Dudley? Dumbledore inquired. Dudley had been anticipating Dumbledore's question. With a wicked grin, he replied, It's quite simple. Eliminate all the Death Eaters confined in Azkaban. What? Dumbledore was utterly astonished, incredulously affirming. Are you suggesting we eliminate them all? Indeed. Derry's tone was resolute, and amidst his firmness, he found himself perplexed by Dumbledore's profound reaction. Dumbledore, this is a course of action you ought to have taken long ago. I fail to comprehend why you are so astonished. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. What a simple principle. Each of these Death Eaters, unwavering in their loyalty to Voldemort, has blood on their hands. According to Muggle law, they should have been executed long ago. You wizards of the old era have shown excessive leniency, verging on foolishness. The Death Eaters slaughter ordinary wizards and those among your ranks who fight for justice. Yet they face no retribution for their heinous acts. Is this equitable? If we do not eliminate them now. Once Voldemort regains power and orchestrates a mass prison break from Azkaban, how much devastation will these Death Eaters, tormented by Dementors for nearly a decade, wreak upon the wizarding world? Have you considered this? Allowing enemies to strike at allies. What could be more foolish? By executing these Death Eaters now, we can instill fear in the wavering traitors and significantly diminish Voldemort's living forces. Furthermore, we can glean insights into Voldemort's vulnerabilities from their memories, including the unknown Horcruxes. This is a multifaceted advantage. Is there truly a need for hesitation or astonishment? Simply act. Derry, your reasoning is sound. However, many of these Death Eaters are of pure blood, and upon careful consideration, they are often connected to the majority of wizarding families. It is difficult for me to accept the notion of exterminating them all, let alone for other wizards. Dumbledore remained somewhat hesitant. Let me remind you, there are only about 3,000 wizards in all of Britain. If we delve into their connections, who is not related to whom? The Death Eaters never considered familial ties when they struck at you. Allowing them to remain will only lead to your downfall. At that point, losing half of our 3,000 wizards is not an impossibility. Derry's poignant words ultimately swayed Dumbledore. After a period of contemplation and understanding the nature of Dementors, Dumbledore recognized that without intervention, there was a significant risk of the Death Eaters escaping, and Voldemort might even entice the inherently malevolent Dementors to join his ranks. Should such a scenario unfold, he could bear the consequences, but other wizards surely would not. Very well, I shall see to it. Dumbledore clenched his old wand concealed within the folds of his robe. Observing Dumbledore's resolution, Derry softened his tone. Dumbledore, your concerns are not without merit. Even though the mass slaughter is for a just cause, it may incite fear among the ignorant and mediocre wizards, thereby tarnishing your reputation and hindering our future endeavors. Dumbledore's thoughts seemed to falter. It is you who wishes to eliminate the Death Eaters, yet you harbor doubts. I have already resolved to pursue this course. Why do you now speak in opposition? What is it that you wish for me to do? Derry, perceiving the uncertainty in Dumbledore's eyes, clarified, what I mean is, you cannot act directly. This operation must be presented in a carefully constructed manner. And how shall we package it? Dumbledore inquired directly. The situation unfolded as follows. Minister Fudge, embroiled in corruption and bribery, faced trial and was dismissed from his position. Harboring resentment, he fled to Azkaban. This grand conspiracy was uncovered by Professor Dumbledore, who had come to visit Sirius Black. In this dire moment, to prevent harm to the magical community, Professor Dumbledore was compelled to take decisive action, unleashing a mysterious and formidable spell that swiftly quelled the rampaging Death Eaters. Subsequently, the arrested Minister Fudge, unable to withstand the relentless blows of fate, suffered a mental breakdown, erasing his memories and leaving him in a state of folly. Ultimately, under the benevolent arrangements of the compassionate Professor Dumbledore, he was confined to a mysterious prison devoid of Dementor guards, where he would spend the remainder of his days. Dudley recounted the tale as if narrating not a fabricated story, but meticulously crafted news report. Dumbledore listened in astonishment, while Harry appeared equally taken aback. What do you think, Dumbledore? With the situation packaged this way, most wizards will only further recognize your strength and authority, rather than harbor any negative sentiments towards you. Those indecisive double dealers will be intimidated, and even if Voldemort seeks them out, they will hesitate to immediately align with him, perhaps even reporting back to you and betraying Voldemort. Chapter 41. Doubts of Injustice and Mature Students. I understand, Dudley. We shall proceed as you suggest. Dumbledore emerged from a state of shock and, without further hesitation, agreed to Dudley's plan. His mindset and approach were undergoing a profound transformation. There was another matter at hand. Seeing Dumbledore's agreement, Dudley swiftly introduced the next topic. Dumbledore, Hagrid has endured unjust suffering for far too long. You must expedite his exoneration and prove his innocence. This is also to atone for the mistakes you made in the past. As the chief wizard of the Supreme Wizarding Court, you wield immense judicial power, yet lack the capability to investigate cases and assign blame effectively. Can a mere handful of facts suffice to condemn Hagrid for the murder of Aragog? At that time, Voldemort, known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, was an outstanding fifth-year student at Hogwarts. His exceptional magical prowess and striking appearance earned him considerable esteem among his peers. Voldemort claimed before the Ministry's investigating wizards that he had witnessed Hagrid's spider responsible for the death of Myrtle, and his followers fervently echoed his assertions, severely clouding the judgment of the Ministry's wizards. Moreover, Hagrid was unable to prove that the Acromantula had not committed the murder. Thus, I could not absolve him or prevent his expulsion, compelling me to retain him at Hogwarts as a groundskeeper. However, Dudley was not inclined to indulge Dumbledore. He immediately analyzed the rational actions that Dumbledore could have taken at that time. I am truly astounded by you wizards. Your judicial system is remarkably antiquated. Do you grasp the concept of innocent until proven guilty? When suspicion falls upon an individual, sufficient evidence must be gathered to substantiate such claims. How can you expect the accused to prove their own innocence? The inability to self-validate equates to guilt? What nonsensical logic is this? Dumbledore, you believe that your inability to exonerate Hagrid at that time was merely a lapse in judgment. There was no need for magic or potions. I could have presented evidence proving Hagrid's innocence in the murder charge. The history books of your wizarding world state clearly that Salazar Slytherin was a pure-blood supremacist. Would he have left behind a chamber that a half-blood, born of a wizard and a giant, could access? If that argument seems insufficiently persuasive, may I inquire whether an autopsy was conducted on the deceased Moaning Myrtle? A giant spider kills either by suffocating with its web through venomous erosion, or by piercing with its limbs, or biting with its mandibles. Is there any trace on Myrtle's body that corresponds with such methods? Could it be matched to the Acromantula that Hagrid cared for? Even if the young Voldemort was cautious and left some deceptive traces on Myrtle's corpse, they would not withstand thorough and meticulous examination. For when life ceases, the blood no longer flows. The poison from wounds sustained in life, compared with the marks left post-mortem, reveals stark differences. Moreover, there is a crucial clue. I heard from Hagrid that Myrtle became a ghost after her death. Did you not think to ask her what had caused her demise? Had she ever encountered Hagrid's Acromantula? A juvenile Acromantula lacks the lethal capacity to kill a wizard. If a spider was indeed the culprit, Myrtle, as the victim, could not have been oblivious. Thus, was it truly so arduous to demonstrate Hagrid's and a spider's innocence at that time with a little diligence? Dumbledore, had you acted upon this, not only would you have absolved Hagrid of suspicion, but you would have also unveiled the young Voldemort's deception. At the very least, you could have charged him with defamation. You might have even discovered that Voldemort was the one who opened the chamber and committed murder, thus imprisoning him in Azkaban. Under such circumstances, could Voldemort have ever risen to become the Dark Lord who wreaked havoc upon the wizarding world? Even if he had, the cost would have been far greater. Dudley's incisive analysis left Dumbledore utterly astounded once again. Dudley, you possess an acumen surpassing any Ravenclaw I have encountered. Had I possessed your astuteness and wisdom back then, had you been born a century earlier for me to meet you sooner, the tragedies I faced would have been significantly diminished. Dumbledore's heart was a tumult of emotions, guilt, remorse, sorrow, and a profound sense of loss, as tears welled in his eyes once more. However, Dudley, the regrets of the past are immutable. The lack of ability and the intricacies of fate have led to this outcome. All we can do now is strive to make amends. I shall expedite Hagrid's exoneration and prove his innocence to all wizards. Dumbledore assured him. Dudley refined his request. Excellent. Since becoming headmaster, I have not personally taught for many years. Thus, I welcome you and Harry to attend my classes when the time comes. Dumbledore agreed to this request without hesitation. Not just Harry and me, but also my parents, the Dursleys. Dumbledore, I hope you do not mind having 2 older students in your class. This is the final request I wish to make of you before the school year begins. Dudley unabashedly added to Dumbledore's already substantial workload. He was eager to witness how Dudley would transform 2 fully grown Muggles into wizards. As the hours slipped into the depths of night amidst a plethora of astonishing conversations, the Dursleys awaited in their first-floor living room, having prepared a sumptuous dinner. After an extensive dialogue, Dudley, Harry, and Dumbledore tidied their emotions and descended from Dudley's spacious bedroom, making their way down the staircase to the Dursleys' living room on the ground floor. In the presence of Dudley and Harry, Dumbledore solemnly apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, particularly to Petunia, sincerely requesting their forgiveness for his past indiscretions and expressing his respect and remembrance for the Potters. This left Petunia and Vernon momentarily bewildered, but Dudley's explanations and reassurances helped them comprehend Dumbledore's intentions. After shedding tears, the Dursleys forgave Dumbledore, no longer viewing the wizard with the same fear and distance as before, thus embracing an unfamiliar yet ordinary friendship. Dudley then timely announced to his parents that the family would no longer need to travel abroad, and before Dumbledore, he extended both hands to grasp his parents' arms. A miracle was about to unfold. Chapter 42, Dumbledore's little class begins. As he departed from the bedroom, Dudley lingered behind, retrieving the half-day chill blood of Hagrid from the refrigerator and utilizing a D-grade fusion opportunity to blend it, resulting in weak half-blood giant wizard bloodline. Coupled with the fusion of Harry's blood on the Gringotts tram yesterday, he had now obtained weak wizard bloodline. This was precisely the moment that would elevate both of his parents to extraordinary status, as Dudley unremarkably touched his parents. Dumbledore marveled to observe a faint magical aura emanating from Petunia and Vernon. Suddenly, several flowers sprouted from the living room floor, and the furniture quivered slightly. Both Petunia and Vernon experienced a minor surge of magical energy. The acceptance book and quill at Hogwarts stirred once more, though this commotion was exceedingly subtle, failing to rouse anyone before settling down. The reason was simple. The Dursleys had long surpassed the age of 17, thus not meeting Hogwarts admission criteria, and upon detecting this, the quill lost all desire to write. Petunia and Vernon had become wizards, despite being mentally prepared for this revelation. Witnessing such a scene that challenged the very perceptions of the wizarding community left Dumbledore's eyes aglow with astonishment. Indeed, however, my parents lacked the potential for further advancement. At most, they could learn 5 spells, and those would not be of a particularly advanced nature. Comparatively, the weak half-blood giant wizard bloodline is somewhat superior, as it not only enables the learning of 5 spells, but also strengthens the body and grants a modicum of magical resistance. The Dursleys, now successfully transformed into wizards, were elated, bouncing around the living room, eager to cast magic, only to realize they were missing a crucial element compared to true wizards. I have long been prepared for you, Mom and Dad. With a cheerful demeanor, Dudley extracted 2 pristine wands, graciously gifted by Ollivander, from the depths of his coat pockets and handed them to his parents. The Dursleys accepted them with delight. Vernon grasped an oak wand akin to Hagrid's, while Petunia held a holly wand similar to Harry's. As they waved the wands simultaneously, gentle yet resplendent golden-red sparks erupted from their tips. The wands had chosen their masters, exhibiting an extraordinary affinity. Simultaneously, as the wielders were adult wizards, the silver thread embedded within each wand dissipated into nothingness. It was truly a marvel. Dumbledore marveled, expressing his inability to find the words to describe such a miracle. It was perhaps best left unspoken, as it was a matter requiring discretion. Dudley, unable to fully comprehend the awe he had instigated in Dumbledore, urged him to take a seat at the dining table, insisting, "Don't just stand there. Let us eat first, for sustenance is essential for our endeavors." Dumbledore's journey to Privet Drive had concluded successfully, yet it also entailed a weighty responsibility. After departing from the Dursley residence clad in Hagrid's old coat, he assessed the workload awaiting him over the next month, which would undoubtedly surpass the sum of all he had accomplished in the previous decade. However, he found no aversion to this busyness. He felt invigorated by having clear objectives and plans, embracing the fatigue with joy. In the late hours of August 1st, as the clock approached midnight and the dawn of August 2nd loomed, Dumbledore performed a disapparation, instantly arriving at the lair of Minister Fudge, his old haunts, or rather, his ancestral home. He cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, becoming akin to a transparent specter, and seamlessly infiltrated Minister Fudge's slumbering bedroom, extracting the minister's memories pertaining to criminal activities using the Elder Wand. After gleaning the necessary insights, Dumbledore, guided by the memories, effortlessly pilfered incriminating evidence, such as ledgers hidden within Fudge's residence. Subsequently, he returned the memories and, clutching the evidence, reappeared at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, where his brother Aberforth awaited. Dumbledore swiftly penned several concise letters, instructing his owl messengers to deliver them to his trusted allies within the Ministry of Magic. The once diminished old lion now radiated vitality and rekindled determination. The magical realm was on the cusp of transformation. On August 2nd, a significant event unfolded at the British Ministry of Magic. Led by the esteemed Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, several mid-level officials presented a trove of meticulously detailed evidence, formally impeaching the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, for accepting bribes and engaging in corrupt practices. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Susan Bones, a witch of integrity, kindness, and fairness, did not shrink from her duty despite the accused being her superior. Faced with the overwhelming evidence before her, Ms. Bones, disregarding her assistant's well-meaning advice, resolutely accepted the case and expedited its submission to the Supreme Wizarding Court at Wisengamot. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had returned to number 4, Privet Drive, where he magically expanded the Dursleys' living room to commence a magical classroom. The curriculum primarily focused on spells and casting techniques, interspersed with elements of transfiguration. Given that the Dursleys can only master 5 relatively simple spells, Dudley and Dumbledore meticulously curated a list of skills for them to learn, enabling the formation of a fundamental combat routine. Petunia's weakened wizarding bloodline derives from Harry, setting her highest learning goal to the well-known disarming charm, known in the original story as the Expelliarmus. Although this is an advanced spell, Dudley believes that, due to the inherent talents within Harry's bloodline, his mother has a viable chance of mastering it. Furthermore, considering the needs for attack, defense, healing, and everyday utility, the remaining 4 spells for Petunia to learn are as follows. The Summoning Charm, which allows for the movement of large objects to defend against lethal curses. The Calming Charm, a collaborative creation by Dudley and Harry, now optimized into a fixed spell that can reduce the murderous intent of dark wizards, making it difficult for them to cast lethal curses. The Shield Charm, providing protective armor as a standard defensive spell, and the Healing Charm, capable of treating minor injuries. On the other hand, Dudley's father, Vernon, possesses a weakened half-blood giant wizarding bloodline, stemming from Hagrid, with an inclination towards transfiguration and strength-related abilities. Consequently, the 5 spells Vernon is to learn include the basic Transfiguration Charm, which can transform ordinary objects like stones into spikes for ranged attacks when combined with the Movement Charm. The Movement Charm, which can be paired with the Transfiguration Charm to create combinations, also possessing some utility of the Summoning Charm for defensive purposes. The Strength Enhancement Charm, a collaborative development by Dudley and Harry, optimized into a fixed spell that amplifies strength, allowing for closer engagement in melee combat. Particularly useful for wizards who typically lack athletic prowess. The Disengagement Charm, which releases an opponent's grip on their possessions, working excellently in tandem with the Strength Enhancement Charm, and capable of causing internal structures of inanimate objects to repel and collapse, thus freeing them from chains. And the Shield Charm, providing protective armor as a standard defensive spell. Chapter 43, Stepping Down, Exoneration, Public Disclosure. With the learning plan established, Dumbledore promptly assumed his role and commenced the lessons. The curriculum encompassed spell theory, pronunciation, wand movements, and the intent behind casting spells, gradually delving from the most fundamental concepts into practical exercises, all delivered with great care. Dumbledore possessed considerable expertise in magical instruction, having served as the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts for many years prior to his tenure as headmaster. This significantly alleviated the learning challenges faced by the 5 students, who were all attentive, driven by their aspirations to grow stronger. Teaching at the Dursley residence was a continuous process, during which Dumbledore also had to manage his time effectively, undertaking numerous significant tasks as per Dudley's plans. August 5th, under Kingsley's leadership, the Aurors deliberately allowed their quarry to escape, then followed the trail, ultimately capturing them all in one fell swoop. Minister Fudge's influence waned as the pure-blood families that had supported him turned their backs. The judicial proceedings accelerated considerably. August 6th, Dumbledore personally placed numerous protective enchantments around the Dursley residence, and he applied the Fidelius Charm to the master bedroom where the Dursleys rested, designating Dudley as the secret keeper. When necessary, the protective sphere of this charm could expand to encompass the entire Dursley household. Furthermore, within the master bedroom, safeguarded by the Fidelius Charm, Dumbledore arranged for the installation of a special flue fireplace. This fireplace utilized a concealed route, allowing one to sprinkle some flue powder and reach a hidden room at the Hogshead Inn without stating a destination. Dumbledore had already coordinated with his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, the proprietor of the Hogshead Inn. Despite the strain in their relationship caused by the tragic loss of their sister, they maintained cordial communication regarding significant matters and acts of assistance. On August 8th, the Wisingamot officially commenced proceedings regarding the corruption case of Minister Fudge, with Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore presiding over the trial. Faced with detailed and irrefutable evidence, Cornelius Fudge could not deny his culpability and was compelled to plead guilty. He was immediately removed from the position of Minister for Magic and banned from future employment. Following the announcement of the verdict, Fudge, in a fit of despair, vehemently berated Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Dumbledore, you are indeed intent on usurping my power." Reluctantly, he stepped down from his position. Fudge's loyal subordinates also faced demotions or dismissals depending on the circumstances. The squat, portly witch Dolores Umbridge, who adored power and favored pink attire, was stripped of her position and relegated to the lowest rank in the ministry, tasked with recording wand information for visitors entering and exiting the ministry. After the trial concluded, Dumbledore proposed that Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt succeed Fudge as the next Minister for Magic. among the attending wizards of high standing in a magical community. 40% immediately expressed their agreement, while 30% withheld their opinions for further discussion, and the remaining 30% suggested that additional candidates be considered for a voting election. On August 9th, under Dumbledore's formidable influence, the upper echelons of the wizarding community gathered to witness a significant event. Hagrid extracted a silvery strand of memory from his mind and placed it into a large pensieve. Through the recollections within the pensieve, the assembled wizards were transported back to the harrowing scene that transpired in the Vault of Gringotts on July 31st. Voldemort slowly approached Hagrid and Harry, revealing the truth about the betrayal of Hagrid. Nearly a decade later, the sight of that fearsome visage, albeit on another's head, instilled terror among the wizards present, who held their breath in trepidation. This revelation fully exonerated Hagrid and restored his honor. Hagrid was to receive compensation from the Ministry of Magic and the Wisenamoth, along with the reinstatement of his rights to wield a wand and perform magic. Subsequently, Dumbledore presented a memory where he struck Voldemort's main soul with the killing curse, revealing that the injured fragment of Voldemort's soul had escaped using a key fashioned from Quirrell's turban. This served to announce both good news and bad news to the magical community. The disheartening news is that Voldemort has returned, and wizards must remain vigilant. However, the silver lining is that Voldemort is presently weakened, reliant on inhabiting the bodies of other beings to sustain his existence. Should any wizard uncover traces of Voldemort, they are urged to promptly inform the Ministry of Magic, Soars, and Dumbledore. During the meeting, Dumbledore explicitly cautioned those members of pure-blood families who have previously served as Death Eaters against attempting to assist Voldemort. Failure to heed this warning would result in consequences beyond their comprehension. These opportunistic individuals, who tend to align with the prevailing power, naturally refrained from making reckless moves while Dumbledore held sway, offering verbal assurances instead. Yet, the true intentions harbored within their minds, and the covert schemes they may pursue, remain shrouded in mystery. Dumbledore, not being a natural master of legilimency, could not openly read minds in front of a multitude of wizards without risking his own reputation. Nevertheless, he does not require the ability to delve into their thoughts to surmise their intentions. He has devised a flawless plan of action, regardless of their malicious designs. They will soon find themselves subdued. On August 10th, the Daily Prophet published the contents of the previous day's meeting, plunging the entire British magical community into a state of shock and mild panic, reverberating even through the international magical realm. Vernon and Petunia have each mastered 2 simple spells. Furthermore, Dumbledore has procured 2 precious protective garments from his friend, the alchemical master Nicholas Flamel, who has lived for over 6 centuries and entrusted them to the Dursleys. These protective garments are rated B-level in terms of defensive capability, offering substantial resistance against typical offensive spells, though they cannot thwart the killing curse. This serves as an additional safeguard for the Dursleys' personal safety. To recharge the protective magic of maternal love surrounding Harry, the Dursleys cannot relocate abroad. They must maintain the essence of number 4, Privet Drive. Clearly, if only Dudley and Harry remained, it could hardly be considered a home. Thus, to maximize the protection of his parents, Dudley has made several requests to Dumbledore, in addition to the already established unbreakable vow and the close-fitting protective garments. Chapter 44. The Soaring Two-Colored Phoenix. House elves, a subspecies of fairies, have undergone generations of long-term domestication by wizards, resulting in deep-rooted servility and guaranteed loyalty. Moreover, house elves possess commendable magical abilities, and their innate capacity for apparition is significantly superior to that of wizards, enabling them to perform this magic even within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, where apparition is strictly prohibited. If Dudley had 2 such companions discreetly safeguarding his parents, he would feel considerably more at ease. However, house elves are not easily acquired commodities. They're typically found only within reputable pure-blood families and are generally not available for sale. Hogwarts is home to over 100 house elves, yet they are loyal to the institution itself and belong to the school's collective property, preventing Dumbledore from reallocating them for personal use. Consequently, Dumbledore can only discreetly procure them within the magical community under his own name, hoping to acquire them. However, several days have passed without any news. August 11th. Having been stripped of all official titles, Cornelius Fudge unexpectedly visited the solitary island prison of Azkaban. Nestled in the vast ocean, the Dementors stationed there, unaware of Fudge's dismissal, continued to regard him as the formidable minister of magic. Reluctantly, they executed his absurd orders. Like wisps of tattered gray rags, they soared through the air, seeking out the cells that housed the most devoted Death Eaters. First, they approached these deranged and numbed prisoners, delivering a vicious kiss that siphoned away the flickers of joy they had recently managed to cultivate. Only then did they unlock the prison doors. The Death Eaters, having been drained of their strength by the Dementor's kiss, lay sprawled on the ground, momentarily stunned by the opening of their long-locked confinement. It was not until the Dementors emitted eerie sounds to urge them forth that the Death Eaters grasped the reality of their imminent freedom. Ah, we are free. The realization ignited their spirits, and they let out maniacal laughter, invigorated by a surge of adrenaline coursing through their weakened bodies. They sprang to their feet like famished wolves, racing out of their prison. The Dementors, already disheartened by the loss of a significant source of joy, were further perturbed by the audacity of these prisoners who dared to taunt them and revel in their liberation. In an instant, a swarm of tattered rags, armed with tiny black claws, dove toward the jubilant Death Eaters, abruptly silencing their revelry. Just then, an old wizard with a head of white hair, clad in a dark purple robe and wearing half-moon spectacles atop a crooked nose, appeared unexpectedly. A blinding light erupted. August 12th. The front page of the Daily Prophet was dominated by a large animated image. The central scene depicted two vividly animated magical phoenixes wreaking havoc across the land. One, a fiery orange phoenix, incinerated a multitude of Death Eaters into ashes. The other, a silvery Patronus phoenix, purified countless Dementors into mere wisps of smoke. In the lower left corner of this image, a vague, aged silhouette could be discerned. Though the image was indistinct, few within the British magical community would fail to recognize this figure. Indeed, who but Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century, could possess such formidable power? The British magical world erupted in fervor. The majority of ordinary wizards, who had recently been gripped by fear over Voldemort's return, now found their hearts brimming with courage. With Dumbledore present, what could the parasitic remnants of Voldemort's soul possibly threaten? Their sentiments were clear. The Dark Lord? Bah, let's catch you. We shall report you without hesitation. The atmosphere within the British magical community grew tranquil once more. The quiet ones, the pure-blood wizards who once served as Death Eaters, were acutely aware that the timid Fudge, who was solely adept at amassing wealth and power, would never entertain the mad notion of releasing Death Eaters from Azkaban to execute a grand scheme. The very thought was terrifying. Dumbledore, whose prowess eclipsed that of the entire British magical community and even the international wizarding realm, now possessed an equal measure of political acumen. Until Voldemort returned in his full might, these duplicitous individuals could only play the role of law-abiding wizards. All pure-blood wizards contemplating mischief promptly ceased their schemes upon receiving this news and resolved to behave themselves. Furthermore, the tidings of Dumbledore's discreet acquisition of house elves had caught the attention of these double agents. Previously, they had no intention of selling. Now, they were eager to give them away for free. On August 13th, Dumbledore arrived at the Dursley residence for lessons, accompanied by two house elves, a male elf named Dobby, generously gifted by Lucius Malfoy, and a female elf named Winky, procured at a bargain from Barty Crouch. It seemed the operation was yielding commendable results. Dumbledore. Dudley beamed at Dobby and Winky, who pledged their loyalty to the Dursleys, and he remarked, "Your little maneuver." No, it was two maneuvers, was quite impressive. Indeed, Dudley, you are correct. And thank you for your kind words. Soon, you shall master it as well. Dumbledore's spirits mirrored the success of his endeavors against evil, and he felt quite content. To thwart Voldemort from harnessing the power of Azkaban, he not only eradicated the Death Eaters, but also decimated the Dementor population by 70%. His justification was that the Dementors had conspired with the former Minister of Magic to incite rebellion and harbored nefarious intentions. The remaining Dementors in Azkaban had become utterly subdued, unable to derive any joy from feeding on prisoners. "There are matters I must discuss with you and Harry," Dumbledore said, his expression turning serious after the smiles faded. He led Dudley and Harry upstairs, leaving Dobby and Winky on the ground floor, eagerly trying to please their new masters, Petunia and Vernon, while Hagrid stood nearby, introducing the characteristics and benefits of house elves to the Dursley couple. Chapter 45. The Delusional Godfather. The Cup Horcrux. In Dudley's spacious bedroom on the second floor of the Dursley home, familiar surroundings and faces convened once more. "Speak, Dumbledore, what have you discovered?" Dudley inquired. Dumbledore gathered his thoughts and carefully chose his words before responding. "Firstly, I have verified the truth from Sirius, and it aligns with our analysis. Sirius was not Voldemort's accomplice. It was Peter Pettigrew who betrayed us. In a moment of folly, Sirius believed that the timid and unremarkable Pettigrew was better suited to be the Potter's secret keeper than himself. Thus, he approached James with the suggestion, and James consented. Little did they know, Pettigrew had long since succumbed to fear and aligned himself with Voldemort, becoming his spy, which ultimately led to the tragic fate of the Potter family. Upon hearing this, Dudley displayed little reaction, silently lamenting Sirius's folly in his heart. Harry's gaze flickered. His heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Although he had anticipated this moment, it was only now that he fully grasped the specific circumstances surrounding his parents' tragic demise. "Make a note of this, Harry," Dudley urged. Harry retrieved the black notebook he had previously used, adding beneath the details concerning the accomplice, Snape, the names of Wormtail and Sirius. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, the despicable traitor, the primary architect of his parents' death. Unforgivable. He must pay the price in blood. Currently, his whereabouts remain unknown. Sirius Black, the foolish friend of his father, whose inadvertent mistake had indirectly led to the tragedy. Though he could be forgiven, for now, he must be treated as a stranger. Professor Dumbledore, I trust you have gleaned further information from Sirius? Dudley inquired, his tone resolute. I have indeed, Dumbledore replied. Sirius mentioned that Wormtail had once become an animagus with the assistance of him, James, and Lupin, allowing him to transform into a rat. I suspect that for all these years, Wormtail has evaded capture by employing this very tactic. It appears our search should focus on a rat missing a toe, without direction. However, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Dudley lamented, his mind already formulating plans. Ah, this is a photograph Sirius provided to me, torn from a group picture taken during their student days. Dumbledore produced a small, animated, magical photograph from his pocket, evidently ripped from a larger image, depicting the youthful and rat-like figure of Wormtail. Dudley glanced at the photograph, committing it to memory before passing it to Harry. Dumbledore, you haven't disclosed the possibility of Wormtail still being alive to Sirius, have you? Furthermore, you retrieved Sirius from Azkaban? Where did you take him? As I mentioned, I did not inform him of that. I merely posed these questions to assist Sirius in clearing his name, and he harbored no suspicions. There is a house elf named Creature who can attend to him. I instructed him that until he is officially exonerated, he must remain there and not venture out, to which he agreed. However, Sirius is eager to meet Harry. He wishes to apologize for his past mistakes, and he also mentioned what? Noticing Dumbledore's hesitation, Dudley sensed the impending negativity and furrowed his brow in impatience. Sirius expressed that if Harry was unhappy living with the Dursleys, he could come stay with him. He also stated that when Harry was born, the Potters had made an agreement with him to be Harry's godfather. Observing Dudley's increasingly stormy countenance, Dumbledore hurriedly relayed the message, retreating a couple of steps, anticipating interruption. What a naive notion. What a foolish imbecile. As expected, Dudley erupted in fury, leaping to his feet and bellowing, a godfather? He still wishes to be Harry's godfather? Let him indulge in his delusion. I shall never allow a dim-witted fool to take on such a role. No, no one can be Harry's godfather. Harry does not need a godfather. Let the godfather go to hell. Observing Dudley's emotionally charged fury, Dumbledore was taken aback. This astonishment was unlike the rational and wise surprises Dudley had previously evoked. It was a peculiar, ineffable kind of surprise. Harry widened his eyes, but soon he comprehended the reason behind his cousin's wrath. Dudley was unwilling to allow an unrelated individual to abscond with his family. Rest assured, cousin, I am quite content and happy at home. I have no intention of seeking Sirius, Harry promised earnestly. Dudley took a deep breath, striving to calm his agitated emotions before speaking. No, when I get the chance, I will accompany you to meet this fool. If I don't berate him until his face is ashen, he will never understand why clouds are white. Dudley, let's discuss something else. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Dumbledore cleverly shifted the topic. It concerns the Death Eaters and Voldemort's Horcruxes. Dumbledore said gravely, I discovered a clue regarding a Horcrux of Voldemort in the memories of his most fervent Death Eater, the witch Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort transformed a golden cup belonging to one of the founders of Hogwarts, Helga Hufflepuff, into a Horcrux. He informed Bellatrix that it was a treasure of immense value to him, leading her to securely store the cup in the Lestrange family's vault at Gringotts. That's splendid news. Dumbledore, when you plan to retrieve it? Dudley inquired. Regarding the other Horcruxes, he had intended to reveal them to Dumbledore gradually upon returning to school, collecting them for a separate plan. However, now that Dumbledore had found a lead, it hastened the collection process, leaving Dudley busier for the month. Dumbledore, with a proud expression illuminating his aged face, retrieved a golden, exquisitely crafted cup with two handles from his pocket and placed it on the desk before Dudley. Resembling a mischievous child. What? Dudley gaped at the golden cup on the desk, and then at Dumbledore's beaming face, utterly astonished. He had assumed that Dumbledore had come to inquire about how to legitimately enter another family's vault to procure items, only to discover that this old man had acted unilaterally. Chapter 46. The SS Class Special Regret Incident. You didn't attend class yesterday. Not only trading for a house elf, but also visiting Gringotts? Dudley asked, attempting to regain his composure with an obvious question. Indeed, I accomplished even more. Dumbledore grinned broadly, laughing heartily. Witnessing Dudley's shocked expression filled Dumbledore with more elation than a dose of Felix Felicis. The delight was unparalleled. As the greatest wizard of the 20th century, how could he allow Dudley to astonish him? It was time for a change in roles. Dumbledore cheerfully recounted, yesterday, I boldly entered Gringotts under the pretext of liquidating the assets of the deceased Death Eater families, compelling the goblins to grant me access to the Lestrange family vault. The Hufflepuff cup had been subjected to both a duplication charm and a fiery spell. Upon contact, it would replicate uncontrollably and become scalding hot. However, this posed no challenge for me. The Horcrux was easily acquired. Additionally, I confiscated the vaults of all Death Eaters whose family heirs had been severed, redirecting the assets to Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix. I intend to utilize this substantial fortune to enhance the lives of the Order's members, particularly those who are financially strained. Furthermore, I plan to establish scholarships for exemplary students across all grades at Hogwarts, providing greater support to young wizards hailing from impoverished Muggle backgrounds. Dudley fell silent, momentarily unsure whether to scoff or to commend. He had never anticipated that Dumbledore, this old honeybee who once solely indulged in his own pleasures, would finally consider the welfare of his subordinates. It was a basic understanding, known even to children in elementary school, to reward one's juniors. Yet the greatest wizard of the 20th century only grasped this concept at over 100 years of age. It was utterly absurd. Was this not a form of taking advantage of the Order's wizards, assuming they were meek, working for free, and even risking their lives? What a ridiculous realization. Dudley, a mere mortal, found it beyond comprehension. Ha ha ha, Dumbledore, as long as you are pleased, was all Dudley could muster in response. Now, let's set aside these trivial matters. Dumbledore observed Dudley's lack of enthusiasm for the previous topic and proactively broached a more challenging subject. I meticulously examined this cup Horcrux. The fragment of Voldemort's soul within it carries an abundance of chaotic and negative emotions. Moreover, this cup is a relic from one of Hogwarts' founders, holding extraordinary significance for Hogwarts and Hufflepuff House. Thus, I am reluctant to destroy it unless absolutely necessary. Dumbledore, you make a valid point. Additionally, the utility of this SS-grade magical item is rather lackluster, with a low cost-performance ratio. Transforming water into wine, enhancing the flavor of food, transporting food to specified locations, providing sanctuary to the loyal, honest, and kind-hearted. It is said that one of Hogwarts' founders, Helga Hufflepuff, was particularly adept at food magic. The rumors now seem highly credible. Dudley reached out to grasp the cup, preparing to examine it closely. However, the moment his hand made contact with the cup's handle, his system emitted a notification in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have touched a special item, unlocking the SS-grade Special Regret event. The Lost Treasure of Hogwarts Founders. Details. The 4 founders of Hogwarts each left behind a treasure as a testament to their invaluable contributions in establishing their magical school, serving as heirlooms for their respective houses. Yet, over the millennia, apart from Gryffindor's sword, the other 3 treasures have been lost. In modern times, the malevolent presence of Voldemort emerged, having discovered 3 long-lost treasures. Yet in a fit of madness, he crafted them into Horcruxes, tainting them with his own vile soul. The host must locate all 3 lost treasures and, without causing any harm to them, eliminate the fragments of Voldemort's soul that are attached. Ultimately, these treasures must be placed alongside the Sword of Gryffindor in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Furthermore, the host is required to establish magical legacies for each of the 4 Hogwarts houses, embodying the virtues of their founders, and impart these as a special course to benefit future students of Hogwarts. For each magical legacy created and successfully taught to a certain extent, the host will gain an opportunity for a non-consumable fusion with the heirloom of the corresponding house. Treasures may be lost, their functions may be insubstantial, but only through the transformation into legacies can they benefit generations to come. Special regret events offer fixed rewards without additional benefits. Daryl stood still, holding the Hufflepuff cup, lost in thought for quite some time until he received a lengthy system notification. What is the opportunity for conceptual spell enhancement? What does designated type mean? The opportunity for conceptual spell enhancement is a rule-level, conceptual, highly idealistic, and extreme sublimation of spell enhancement ability. Utilizing this opportunity allows the host to elevate one spell they have already mastered into a conceptual spell. Conceptual spells are not bound by any rules, incur no cost upon use, and can achieve any effect that can be explained by magical concepts. The term designated type means that upon acquiring this opportunity, the host may choose one of the spells they have mastered to undergo conceptual sublimation according to their own desires. Upon comprehending the system's explanation, Daryl's mind swirled with thoughts, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to inquire further. If I enhance the repairing charm with this opportunity, could it restore the deceased to their former selves? Chapter 47. Envisioning Conceptual Spells and Transactional Dilemmas. Thump, thump. Daryl's heart raced uncontrollably. He was overwhelmed with excitement. If he were to receive this reward, it would propel him to unimaginable heights, reviving loved ones, vanquishing enemies. No one could stand in his way. The return of Harry's parents, of Dumbledore's family. The resurrection of the dead was no longer a mere dream. Daryl's imagination ran wild, each novel idea bouncing forth, invigorating him. Holding the golden cup, a smile crept onto his lips, an unspoken sinister grin that appeared quite eerie. He had long suspected that the SS level and SSS level regret events were shrouded in mystery. And indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Yet Daryl's system had unlocked numerous regret events that could only be resolved through the resurrection of the deceased, thus surely providing Daryl with a powerful advantage. Now, with the resurrection advantage at hand, everything fell into place, calm and composed. Suddenly, Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, cast a calming charm upon Daryl. Upon seeing him grinning foolishly while holding the golden cup, both he and Harry initially thought it was the remnants of Voldemort's soul at play, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was simply Daryl in a fit of delirium. Consequently, Dumbledore cast a spell to help Daryl regain his composure. The two spells jointly developed by Dudley and Harry were swiftly mastered by Dumbledore after just 2 or 3 attempts, proving to be quite adept in his hands. "Cousin, are you all right?" Seeing Dudley's expression return to normal, Harry inquired with concern. "Mi fine." My intention in guiding Harry to develop this spell was primarily to combat the killing curse, not to dampen anyone's cheerful disposition. Dudley exclaimed. "All right, Dudley, my apologies. I merely thought your laughter was a bit excessive and assumed you had unwittingly fallen victim to an evil curse." Dumbledore chuckled, recognizing that Dudley was not truly angry. "You are mistaken. I have not been cursed. Rather, I have struck a fortune." Dudley could hardly contain his excitement, but he soon recollected himself and continued addressing Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, do you have any other matters to discuss?" "Nothing urgent, but do make a swift visit to Sirius's home and locate the house elf creature. I need him to relinquish the Slytherin locket. I have a foreboding that it is also a Horcrux of Voldemort." "Splendid. Dudley, it seems your prophetic bloodline has awakened," Dumbledore joyfully remarked, almost losing his train of thought, as he was always fervent about anything that could weaken Voldemort. "Dudley, there are a few more matters I must quickly mention. You instructed me to eradicate the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, but I could not fully accomplish that task. Bellatrix is dead, yet not entirely so. She has become a ghost, lingering on that solitary island of Azkaban, unable to stray far or be eliminated. It is my fault for employing a higher-level magic, a fusion of the fire-making spell and transfiguration, rather than the killing curse. Only the killing curse, or the Dementor's Kiss, can guarantee no remnants of a ghost remain in this world. I overlooked this detail at the time. Ghosts. The reasons for their formation are worthy of discussion, but there is no rush. We can address that later. If that Death Eater has become a ghost, so be it. She cannot commit further misdeeds, so let her wander in Azkaban for now," Dudley mused nonchalantly after a brief moment of contemplation. "Moreover, there's the matter of the 2 house elves I brought with me. However, it is somewhat unusual that Bartemius Crouch, the former director of magical law enforcement and the current head of international magical cooperation, approached me to offer a precious house elf at a low price. He is not a Death Eater. He has consistently stood for justice, displaying a principled and somewhat rigid demeanor, which does not align with someone who would proactively gift in order to forge connections. The only rationale I can deduce is that during his tenure as director of magical law enforcement, he had imprisoned Sirius in Azkaban without trial. Now that I have liberated Sirius from Azkaban, he, as a high-ranking official in the ministry, must have received the news and perhaps wishes to offer a gift to avoid any repercussions. However, this transgression is not severe, as Sirius remained silent after his capture, failing to defend himself, and the trial yielded no conclusive results. I had no intentions of troubling Bartemius over this matter. He is a principled old wizard, unafraid of challenges. Even when his own son became a Death Eater, he unflinchingly sent him to judgment and confinement in Azkaban. Thus, I find myself harboring an enduring suspicion regarding his unsolicited offer to trade house elves at a meager price. I hope, Daryl, that you can assist me in analyzing this matter. During your transaction yesterday, did you not employ legilimency to delve into his thoughts? Daryl inquired. Dumbledore, scratching his head in exasperation, replied, Daryl, I am not a voyeur. I cannot simply probe the minds of everyone I encounter. Furthermore, Barty's magical prowess is not to be underestimated. He may have even mastered the art of mental occlusion. Thus, even legilimency may not yield answers, and he could become aware of my probing, thereby jeopardizing our relationship. I prefer not to take such an approach, especially since he came to me in goodwill. Daryl nodded in understanding before posing another question. You mentioned that his son is a Death Eater, and he has been imprisoned in Azkaban. So, when you unleashed chaos in Azkaban the day before yesterday, did you kill his son? Of course not. His son perished in captivity long ago. If Barty were to extend goodwill towards someone who had just slain his son, it would defy all logic, regardless of his integrity. Dumbledore asserted with certainty. Chapter 48. Malfoy, Crouch, all secrets revealed. If you seek to verify this, there is a swift method at hand, one they have personally provided us. Are you suggesting? Indeed, Daryl replied with a slight smile, clapping his hands twice and calling out, Dobby Winky, with a swish. Two diminutive house elves appeared in Daryl's bedroom. Young master, how may we serve you? Both elves, clad in tattered garments, bowed in unison. Tell us, what unspeakable secrets did your former master possess concerning Voldemort and his Death Eaters? Daryl inquired with a stern expression. Dobby knows, but Dobby cannot speak. The former master commanded Dobby to remain silent. Dobby lamented, his pointed ears drooping, his face contorted with conflict that quickly transformed into guilt. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby must severely punish himself, he cried, kneeling and repeatedly striking his head against the floor. Enough. Stop banging your head. Just stand still, Daryl commanded. Unable to bear the sight, Dobby immediately rose and stood upright, tears of self-reproach streaming down his face. While Dobby did not consciously betray Lucius Malfoy, it had become evident that the Malfoy family harbored secrets. After much contemplation, she could find no relevant recollections. It appeared that the issue lay with Lucius rather than Barty. Dumbledore, observing keenly, believed he had discerned the truth. No, Dumbledore, you are mistaken. The suspicion surrounding Barty Crouch cannot be dismissed, Daryl stated plainly. Oh, Dumbledore, realizing his oversight, as soon as the words left his lips, fell silent. Daryl then continued to question Winky. You have pondered for quite some time. Barty Crouch is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, and he likely does not spend much time at home. Who were your primary patrons during the day over the past decade? Is it the wife of Barty Crouch or his son? Daryl inquired, his questioning progressively deepening. Mr. Crouch's wife had passed away nearly 9 years ago, and his son was imprisoned in Azkaban. For the past decade, my days have been predominantly filled with Shasha hesitated mid-sentence, realizing that her memories of the past 10 years were rather nebulous, punctuated by vast stretches of blankness. Strangely, she retained vivid recollections of her former master, Barty Crouch's son, prior to his incarceration. Feeling helpless, Shasha admitted her inability to answer Daryl's question, and to her own astonishment, she burst into tears. Enough, do not cry anymore. I have gleaned the information I sought. You may go now and assist my parents with their household chores. Daryl waved his hand, dismissing Shasha. Turning to Dumbledore, he remarked, It seems that Mr. Crouch's memory charm is rather ineptly executed. A brilliant deduction, Daryl. Both Lucius and Barty harbor secrets, which I had not anticipated. But how shall we uncover their concealed truths? The commands issued to house elves, if not rescinded by their masters, will instinctively resist the mind-reading attempts of other wizards. Forcing such an inquiry would render Dobby catatonic. As for Shasha, her memories have been obliterated. This is not a daunting task, Dumbledore. Given the current state of the magical realm, you hold the reins while Voldemort remains subdued. These two individuals possess power and influence, and the secrets they wish to keep from you are likely to fall into 3 categories. First, they may be safeguarding a Horcrux on Voldemort's behalf. Second, they might be harboring unrepentant Death Eaters. Third, they could be sheltering Voldemort's remaining soul in hiding. Daryl then sent Dobby away and reasoned logically. Thus, which of these scenarios do you believe Lucius and Barty correspond to? Dumbledore fell into contemplation, pacing as he analyzed. Lucius fears Voldemort. If Voldemort's soul were to confront him, he would likely resort to any of the 3 scenarios. Therefore, it is probable that Voldemort's soul has not approached Lucius. suggesting that the secret Lucius is concealing is most likely the first scenario. Voldemort, in his ascendance, may have entrusted a Horcrux to Lucius for safekeeping. This matter is exceedingly clandestine and easily obscured, which explains why Lucius has not been overly cautious and feels emboldened to seek my favor with gifts. In contrast, it is improbable that Barty is involved in either the first or third scenarios. He has overtly opposed Voldemort, assisting in the capture and trial of numerous Death Eaters, making it unlikely for him to align with Voldemort. His condition does not resemble that of someone under the Imperius curse. And given that he has erased a significant portion of Shasha's memories over the past decade, the most plausible conclusion is that young Barty Crouch is not dead. Barty has orchestrated a ruse of his son's death from Azkaban. For all these years, he has been confined at home, under Shasha's care and surveillance. Dumbledore's analysis was astoundingly precise. Ever since Darryl had enlightened him regarding the ruse of Pettigrew's fake demise, he had grown increasingly attuned to such matters. In the presence of suspicious deaths, he now contemplated the possibility of feigned deaths. Fortuitously, he had surmised correctly this time. Dumbledore, your reasoning is equally splendid, Darryl applauded. However, there's one thing I find perplexing. If Barty has sold Flash to me, who will continue to care for his son? Could it be that his son has escaped? Dumbledore suddenly speculated. Upon hearing this, Dudley felt a weight in his heart, considering the possibility. Although in the original narrative, young Barty would remain under old Barty's control for another 3 years, the storyline has undergone a radical transformation. It is indeed plausible that he could have escaped prematurely. I do not dismiss this possibility, Dumbledore. The only explanations I can conceive are either that Flash is too soft-hearted and easily manipulated by young Barty, and to prevent Flash from aiding his son's escape, Barty chose to sell Flash, thereby severing his son's aspirations and simultaneously ingratiating himself with you to secure his future position. Alternatively, it could be as you suggested. Young Barty has already fled. Dudley analyzed. So what shall we do now? Dumbledore inquired, accustomed to Dudley's strategic insights. Chapter 49, A New Fusion. Wandless Magic. Portable Space. Intimidate Malfoy, Monitor Crouch. Dudley pondered briefly before offering a suggestion. Lucius is weak against pressure, Dumbledore. If you apply some deception, he will be compelled to surrender Voldemort's Horcrux. As for Barty, we must first investigate and then monitor. You should personally go and ascertain whether young Barty is still alive and whether he is hiding at home. If he is, recruit several formidable and capable subordinates to keep him under surveillance. If Voldemort's main soul does not reveal itself for a while, we may need to use this young Barty as bait. If young Barty has already escaped, we shall have no choice but to resort to the clumsy method of sending people to search for him worldwide. Understood. I shall take action at once. Dumbledore turned to leave. Wait, Dudley called out to him. Dumbledore, you have shifted towards being decisive, straightforward, and uncompromising, which is commendable. However, I implore you to balance that confidence with a touch of humility and caution, lest it devolve into arrogance. You are indeed powerful, yet not devoid of weaknesses. Do not act rashly in matters where you lack complete assurance, especially concerning Voldemort and the collection of Horcruxes. If time permits, please confer with me. I would rather not have to pick up the pieces, nor do I wish to see our hard-won advantages squandered. Dudley sensed a crisis in Dumbledore's unilateral decision to forcibly acquire the Gold Cup Horcrux from Gringotts. In the original story, old Dumbledore was ensnared by the Resurrection Stone when he sought to retrieve the ring Horcrux embedded with it, yearning to revive his loved ones, thus falling victim to Voldemort's dark magic, which severely curtailed his lifespan to merely a year. Therefore, it was necessary for Dudley to caution Dumbledore against swinging from one extreme to another, leading to hubris and misstep. I understand, Dudley. Thank you for your concern. I shall be fine before witnessing your complete transformation of the magical world. Dumbledore, pondering something, looked at Dudley with a smile of reassurance, then vanished with a disapprobation. Has this old man truly grasped my meaning? Dudley murmured softly, watching the spot where Dumbledore had disappeared. Cousin, what did you say? Beside him, Harry inquired with curiosity. A trivial remark, of no significance. Harry, you may head downstairs first and assist Hagrid in reviewing the spells we've previously learned with my parents. I have some matters to attend to, and shall join you shortly. Dudley, harboring a thought, addressed Harry. Very well, cousin. I must inform Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Hagrid that Dumbledore will not be able to conduct a full class today. Harry neatly tucked away his small black notebook and the textbooks he carried with him, descending the stairs with a noticeably lighter step. Once Harry departed, Dudley retrieved his D-grade white poplar wand, nurtured by his own magical energy to a perfect compatibility. He grasped it firmly and approached the bookshelf, lifting the now empty C-grade large space magical suitcase. Fusion. Dudley commanded the system with his mind. In an instant, the white poplar wand and the magical suitcase vanished, merging into him as two invisible waves. Command executed. Consumed 1 D-grade fusion opportunity and 1 C-grade fusion opportunity. Current remaining magical item fusion opportunities, C-grade 1 time. Congratulations, host. Successfully fused with an exquisitely compatible wand. Attain perfect wandless casting. From this moment forth, your body and soul will embody the function of a wand, allowing you to cast spells with unparalleled ease. Moreover, unlike other wizards who learn wandless casting through practice, your wandless casting retains the enhancements provided by the white poplar wand itself. Acquire tracking silk locating ability. You have gained the capacity to construct, place, and detach tracking silk using your magical energy. You can perceive in real time the target to whom you have applied the tracking silk, provided they have not removed it. Acquired partial knowledge and skills in wand making. You have comprehended the fundamental principles of wand crafting and learned the Ollivander family's secret techniques for handling white poplar and dragon heartstring materials. Congratulations, host. Successfully fused with a magical suitcase with a capacity of 1,000 cubic units. Acquired personal storage space, 1,000 cubic. You may open the spatial portal at any time to store and retrieve items that fit within the storage space, whether they be living or inanimate. The weight of items stored in your personal storage space will not burden you in any way, and the decay, deterioration, or rusting of inanimate objects stored within will be significantly slowed. If you wish to store living beings without suffocating them, do not forget to simultaneously store essential supplies for their survival, such as air, water, and food. In the future, you may expand the capacity of your personal storage space or add other special effects by casting spells on yourself or fusing with other spatial magical items. Detected that the host has fused with a spatial magical item, the personal storage space automatically acquires system space characteristics. System space characteristics, indestructible. Unless the host's will and spirit are completely extinguished, the system space shall remain intact. Isolated from the outside, unless the host permits. No entity or object may enter or exit the system space. Acquired partial casting techniques for creating spatial magical items. You have mastered advanced spells of spatial expansion, weight reduction, preservation, and the art of maintaining enchantments. Dudley closed his eyes, taking a moment to attune himself to his current state. Remarkable. So clear. With a casual wave of his hand, he recited the incantations for the levitation and summoning spells. The large wooden chest containing Harry's hair. The Hufflepuff cup resting on the desk. A withered branch of a tree guardian hidden in a drawer beneath the bed, a feather from a divination bird, along with a substantial amount of galleons and gold coins, all floated into the air before him. Dudley then traced a large circle in the air, and an irregularly shaped spatial passageway materialized instantly. He waved his hand again, and the myriad of floating items eagerly rushed into his portable storage space. After securing this collection, Dudley retrieved Quirrell's fractured wand, grade B, and Diggory's wand, grade C, from his coat pocket and tossed them into the spatial passage. Subsequently, the passage closed automatically at his command, vanishing from sight. Since allying with Dumbledore and acquiring a formidable workforce, Dudley had postponed his plans to merge Quirrell's fractured wand, which would enable him to swiftly acquire an array of dark and light spellcasting techniques. He restructured his integration strategy, resolving to proceed without hesitation. After all, it was far more secure to carry important items with him. To his surprise, upon merging the magical suitcase, the system granted him an unexpected boon. Now, the safeguarding of the Horcruxes was rendered even more foolproof. Chapter 50. The Sealing and Destruction of Horcruxes. A bountiful return. The isolation of the storage space ensured that once a Horcrux was placed inside, Voldemort could not utilize it for his resurrection, effectively leading to its obliteration. This was both advantageous and disadvantageous. If I were to store all the other Horcruxes in the storage space, leaving only Harry outside, should Voldemort's main soul accidentally perish outside, it would certainly resurrect within Harry. That would endanger him. Conversely, if Harry were also placed in the storage space, and Voldemort's soul was obliterated in the absence of any Horcruxes, then extracting both Harry and the Horcruxes would be fraught with risk, as it was highly likely that Voldemort would resurrect during that process, thus addressing the symptom but not the root of the issue. Once he had secured his belongings, Dudley stood in his bedroom, lost in contemplation. After a while, he realized that if he did not allow Harry to take refuge in the portable storage space, each additional Horcrux he stored would increase the likelihood of Voldemort's resurrection upon Harry's forehead after his demise. Damn Voldemort. once I acquire the diary Horcrux. Just wait and see how I will engage with your younger self. He foresaw the need to have Dumbledore act promptly, barring any unforeseen events. He would soon gather the 3 lost treasures. But how to eliminate the fragments of Voldemort's soul without harming the treasures? The methods from the original story were all brutally destructive, using basilisk fangs, stabbing and slashing with the basilisk venom-imbued Gryffindor sword, employing the Fiendfire spell, all under the protective magic of love to mitigate the lethal damage. What lessons could be gleaned from these methods? Dudley pondered for a moment longer, gradually formulating a few indistinct directions in his mind. He ceased his contemplation, exited his bedroom, and descended the stairs. Upon seeing his parents engrossed in lively discussion about spells with Harry and Hagrid, a smile graced his face. Dudley summoned his cousin, requesting Harry to retrieve his holly wand. Without hesitation, Harry handed over his wand. Dudley accepted the wand with his right hand, extending his left to grasp a delicate, translucent white thread from the air, an ethereal trace from Harry's wand. Holding the magically monitored trace, Dudley gave it a vigorous shake, scattering it into oblivion. He then unleashed his own magical energy, conjuring 4 new red threads, attuned to his senses, which he seamlessly integrated into the bodies of Harry, his parents, and Hagrid. This is the trace I have conjured. It will allow me to monitor everyone's whereabouts at all times, ensuring that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, no one goes missing. Dudley elucidated. Just be mindful not to destroy it with magic, though generally, it remains undetectable. The trace was inherently discreet. Only exceptionally powerful wizards could sense or dispel it. To underscore this point, Dudley had crafted the conspicuous red threads for his family, noting that had he wished to stealthily target someone, he could have easily created completely transparent traces. After introducing the purpose of the trace, no one, including Hagrid, expressed any objections. Everyone found it intriguing and soon returned to their intense spell exchange. Dudley's earlier words had evidently made a significant impact, as the Dursleys were diligently studying magic. Notably, Vernon had not resigned from Grunnings, but had instead taken an entire month of leave to engage in intensive learning. With Voldemort weakened and nearly all of his devoted Death Eaters eliminated, the level of danger faced by the Dursleys was considerably low. Coupled with the protections of a safe house, protective enchantments, house elves, and their own magic, maintaining their usual lifestyle was not overly challenging, allowing them to avoid entering an early state of isolation. As they immersed themselves in their studies, time passed swiftly, and before they realized it, dusk had fallen. The evening of August 13th arrived. Dudley waved over a cup of sweet tea for old Dumbledore to soothe his throat and catch his breath. Dumbledore accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. Since establishing the alliance with Dudley, he had operated like a finely tuned antique machine, running at full capacity. That was quite refreshing. Now, let us get to the matter at hand. Have you obtained the items? Is the individual being monitored? Dudley pressed, concerned about the SS-level regretful incident and Voldemort, making it impossible for him to remain indifferent. Dumbledore grandly wiped the tea residue from his mouth with his sleeve, shot Dudley a knowing glance, and retrieved 2 objects from his pocket. One was an octagonal pendant box with silver chains and a silver rim, encasing a transparent prism within which a serpent was depicted. The other was a tattered, yellowed gray notebook secured by a shimmering magical lock of golden light. Your prophecy was indeed correct, Dudley. The pendant box of Slytherin indeed resides within the ancestral home of the Black family. Initially, the house elf creature was reluctant to relinquish it or divulge the tale behind this Horcrux. It was only under Sirius's forceful persuasion, invoking the name of his master, that creature finally revealed the truth. Consequently, Regulus's body remains ensnared in that cave to this day. Dumbledore recounted the startling news with a tone imbued with astonishment and sorrow. The Severus you hold in such high regard pales in comparison to Regulus, exclaimed Dudley with heartfelt sincerity. Let us find a moment to venture to that cave and retrieve Regulus's remains. We cannot allow a hero to languish in a dark cavern. I concur, Dumbledore hastily replied, choosing to divert the conversation away from Snape, wishing him well in his own endeavors. I am familiar with the location and background of that cave. When I visited the orphanage to escort Voldemort to school, the staff informed me that he had lured 2 orphaned children into a seaside cave, this very cave that harbors the Horcrux. Furthermore, given Voldemort's arrogance, pride, and madness, I suspect he has concealed some Horcruxes in places of significant personal relevance, such as this seaside cave, or perhaps Hogwarts or the ancestral home of the Gaunts. Chapter 51. The Ineffectual Resurrection Stone and the Potent Resurrector. Dudley listened with wide-eyed wonder to Dumbledore's analysis, marveling at the old wizard's sudden clarity of thought. "Surely, you haven't already visited the Gaunt residence?" Dudley inquired, scrutinizing Dumbledore's hands, apprehensive that the old man might have already procured the Gaunt ring, adorned with the resurrection stone. That would be fortuitous, Dudley thought, relieved that the formidable ally he had managed to persuade had not yet faltered within a mere fortnight. "Dudley, have you foreseen something anew?" Dumbledore asked with curiosity, observing Dudley's peculiar demeanor. "Your earlier analysis was indeed accurate. There are Horcruxes hidden in both Hogwarts and the Gaunt Mansion." Dudley, eschewing any mention of prophecies, candidly confirmed Dumbledore's earlier suspicions, recognizing the potency of the human-shaped external aid he had at his disposal. "Wonderful. I shall search the Gaunt residence without delay," Dumbledore exclaimed, invigorated by Dudley's declaration, eager to embark immediately. "Wait," Dudley shouted, abruptly halting the advancing wizard. "Please, just a moment. There is vital information I have yet to share, and you have not fully disclosed the outcomes of your previous endeavors." "Very well, proceed," Dumbledore acquiesced. "You first. I shall begin. The Horcrux contained within the Gaunt residence is the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family, upon which Voldemort has cast formidable dark magic. Even you, should you inadvertently don the ring, would find yourself ensnared by its harmful effects," Dudley emphasized, underscoring the gravity of the situation. "Dudley, your words carry an air of condescension." Dumbledore displayed a childlike expression of arrogance. "Why would I don that ring? Surely, I would first dispel the dark magic ensconced within the Horcrux." However, Dudley did not join in Dumbledore's mirth. Instead, he spoke with a grave demeanor, because that ring is embedded with the resurrection stone. It is one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, standing on par with the Elder Wand you hold. His emphatic assertions swiftly extinguished the smile from Dumbledore's visage. "Dudley, is what you say true? The resurrection stone is in the Gaunt residence." Dumbledore's composure faltered, his face alight with excitement, yearning, and trepidation. "Cousin, what is the resurrection stone? Can it truly bring the deceased back to life?" Harry, who had been eavesdropping, also lost his composure, eagerly pressing for answers. Observing the fervent reactions of his cousin and Dumbledore, Dudley felt a pang of concern and apprehension. He hastily dispelled their illusions, though it may be harsh. "I must earnestly remind you that the resurrection stone does not resurrect the dead. Much like a dish tidal gazing at the stars contains no actual stars." "What?" Dumbledore exclaimed. His exuberant spirits doused in an instant, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened. "Is that so?" Harry murmured, his tone subdued, yet his reaction was markedly more composed than Dumbledore's. Having grown up in the Muggle world, he held little expectation for the fantastical notion of resurrection. "Dudley, why do you say such things? Have you foreseen the powers of the resurrection stone?" Dumbledore persisted, unwilling to concede defeat. "The resurrection stone merely allows the user to summon a false image of departed loved ones. Whether this manifestation is conjured from a user's memories or simulated from the essence of the deceased, I cannot ascertain. Yet, I can assure you, this apparition is entirely illusory, not the genuine soul of the departed. Once summoned, it may evoke a profound sense of familiarity and joy within the user, leading them to harbor the belief that the afterlife is far more splendid, ultimately guiding them towards self-destruction. Those lacking resolve who wield the resurrection stone may find themselves ensnared in the tragic irony of failing to resurrect others while sacrificing their own lives." Dudley elaborated on the stone's function, observing Dumbledore's despondent expression, which was mingled with disbelief. He promptly continued, "Dumbledore, this is abundantly clear. If the resurrection stone were indeed effective, would Voldemort have cast it aside in the old manner? Given his nature, would it not be plausible for him to resurrect a host of formidable pure-blood wizards from history to serve as his Death Eaters? Would he not carry it with him to revive his fallen followers at a moment's notice? If the resurrection stone truly held value, then the Gaunt family, possessing it, should be flourishing rather than left with merely an empty abode." His familiar line of questioning cut through the fog of Dumbledore's delusions like a sword. "You are right, Dudley. I have lost my composure." Dumbledore struggled to regain his equilibrium, reflecting with tearful introspection. "There is no need for such despair." Dudley softened his tone, expressing a desire for his departed loved ones to return, which is a sentiment common to humanity, meriting no apology. "Harry and my mother also yearn for the revival of Aunt Lily and Uncle James, do they not? I merely wish to urge you to remain rational, to refrain from placing your hopes upon a worthless, shattered stone. The desire to resurrect loved ones is not without its avenues. Thank you for your understanding." "Dudley, what was that last sentence you uttered?" "Indeed, Dudley nodded in affirmation. Dumbledore, growing anxious, stumbled over his words. What? What method? If this endeavor is successful, my talents shall draw forth an immensely powerful force, one capable of transcending the boundaries of life and death, allowing me to resurrect whomever I wish. Dudley rose, articulating with utmost confidence and infectious enthusiasm, painting a vivid picture of possibilities for Harry and Dumbledore. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Dudley stepped forward and, employing a gesture learned from Hagrid, gently patted Dumbledore's broad-aged shoulder, offering reassurance. Enough, this task cannot be accomplished in haste. Let us proceed step by step, focusing first on the matters at hand. Dumbledore, I sense your emotions are tumultuous. The retrieval of the ring Horcrux and the resurrection stone can wait. For now, recount to me your prior endeavors, such as the locked diary Horcrux and the situation with young Barty Crouch Jr. Chapter 52, surveillance operations, the new minister, SSS level regret foreseen. Our analysis proves accurate. Lucius Malfoy, indeed, safeguarded a Horcrux for Voldemort. He had provided substantial funding to Voldemort, who retained a measure of trust in him. Lucius's resolve is tenuous. Upon my initiative to visit Malfoy Manor, he appeared slightly flustered. With a gentle nudge of words, he capitulated, willingly relinquishing this rather unique Horcrux. Unlike the fragments of Voldemort's soul contained within other Horcruxes, the soul fragment within this diary possesses the complete memories and consciousness of Voldemort in his youth. It even emits mental waves, attracting wizards to communicate with him through writing in the diary. This should be the first Horcrux Voldemort created, fashioned before he graduated from Hogwarts. This oversight is mine. Dumbledore recounted the process through which he acquired the diary Horcrux and the findings he unearthed. And what of this magical chain? Dudley inquired. It was I who imposed it. This chain seals the young Voldemort's perceptions of the outside world, preventing him from causing mischief. The possession of this Horcrux carries risks. Lucius has kept it locked away in a large chest for many years. Now that we have obtained it, we must ensure it is well protected. What if I wish to meet the young Voldemort within? Dudley asked again, reluctant to forego the opportunity to torment a willing outlet. He has many important experiments to conduct, and he requires the assistance of the young and handsome Mr. Tom. Dudley, can you assure me that you will not be swayed by the lingering remnants of Voldemort's soul? Dumbledore exhibited a hint of concern. Although your magical prowess is formidable, your lack of experience is undeniable. First, teach me how to break the magical chains, Dumbledore, said Dudley. I will only release the chains once I am thoroughly assured. Very well, Dumbledore acquiesced. Now speak of Barty and little Barty. Is little Barty still alive? Did he manage to escape? Having mentioned the diary Horcrux, Dudley inquired further. He furrowed his brow. Was there any information on his? But he did not succeed in his escape. Dumbledore interjected, abruptly altering the course of the conversation. This left Dudley perplexed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What exactly is the situation? Dumbledore's demeanor had markedly improved, and he explained, when I operate near the Crouch residence, I chanced upon little Barty fleeing from the house, attacking his father, Barty. It seemed Barty sensed assistance but could not detect my presence, and thus he relinquished his efforts. Subsequently, I lingered near the Crouch home, sending a message to the renowned Mad-Eye Moody and Remus Lupin, a close friend of Harry's father, urging them to come to the scene and take over monitoring little Barty's movements. Both are exceptionally powerful wizards, particularly Moody, who has incarcerated more than half of the dark wizards in Azkaban. With their presence, we can rest assured that little Barty will remain within our grasp. Dudley pondered. In the original tale, little Barty and Wormtail barely managed to capture Moody, and now little Barty was alone, while Moody had the werewolf Lupin as an ally. The odds were in our favor, thus he believed there would be no significant issues. Nevertheless, out of caution, he advised Dumbledore. Perhaps we should arrange for a few trusted ordinary wizards to assist, as this is a lengthy monitoring task. Moody and Mr. Lupin may not be at their peak 24 hours a day and might need to take shifts. Dudley, you are indeed thoughtful, Dumbledore remarked. Acknowledging the wisdom in Dudley's suggestion, he began to contemplate a few names of highly loyal companions to write to shortly. As dusk descended, Dumbledore chose not to dine at the Dursleys' residence. He informed Dudley that he would be interviewing several candidates in the coming days to select a replacement for Quirrell as the defense against the Dark Arts professor for the year. Additionally, the election for the new Minister of Magic would convene tomorrow, and Dumbledore was to preside over it. His schedule was demanding, filled with numerous responsibilities. The centenarian still had much to accomplish. On August 14th, at the ministerial election held at the Ministry of Magic, the relatively young Kingsley Shacklebolt, disregarding the limitations of seniority and propelled solely by his unwavering loyalty to Dumbledore, was decisively elected as the new Minister of Magic. A staggering 98% of the participating wizards cast their votes for Kingsley. This left the other candidate, seasoned Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, relegated to the role of a mere runner-up. Witnessing the ascension of Kingsley, previously of lower standing, to the exalted position of Minister of Magic. That evening, after presiding over the election and visiting the Gunter estate, Dumbledore returned once more to the Dursley residence. Thanks to Dudley's earnest warning, he did not encounter any unforeseen mishaps during this endeavor, as had transpired in the original tale. He successfully procured the Horcrux, the Ring of Marvolo Gaunt, which had been magically sealed, along with the Resurrection Stone embedded within it. The Resurrection Stone, much like Dumbledore's Elder Wand, was rated as SSS in the system. Dudley, upon detaching this seemingly incongruous and trivial stone from the Gaunt Ring, received a system notification, detected host contact with one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone, triggering system alert. Collecting all 3 Deathly Hallows will unlock the SSS level Special Regret event, the Curse of the Deathly Hallows. Completion of this regret event is exceedingly challenging, requiring multiple confrontations with genuine life-threatening crises. It is advised that the host proceed with caution. Chapter 53. C-level regret completed. Merging with B-level wand. Dudley was a person who heeded advice. Since the system had made such a declaration, he curbed his curiosity regarding this unprecedented SSS-level regret event. Although the other 2 Deathly Hallows, the Invisibility Cloak and the Elder Wand, were currently in Dumbledore's possession, it seemed that obtaining them to unlock the details of the regret event was not an insurmountable task. Yet, he refrained from broaching the subject with Dumbledore for the time being. The Invisibility Cloak was an inheritance of the Potter family, and Dumbledore would inevitably pass it on to Harry. As for Harry's belongings, they would eventually come into his possession. However, the matter of the Elder Wand was less certain. At present, Dumbledore, though aged, was vigorous and full of zeal, in remarkably fine form. The Elder Wand, which significantly amplified one's magical prowess, remained a potent tool in his hands, and it was uncertain whether he would bestow it upon Dudley. Dudley was already benefiting greatly from Dumbledore's efforts, as he had traversed far and wide, gathering most of Voldemort's Horcruxes. To further ask for such a formidable weapon might arouse Dumbledore's wariness, regardless of his amiable demeanor. Thus, it seemed prudent to hold off for the moment. An SSS-level regret event had already placed both him and Dumbledore in a quandary, and its resolution remained elusive. Given the emphasis on difficulty by the system, it was clear that completion would be arduous. It was wiser to await a more opportune moment or a necessity that compelled him to unlock it. Dudley made his decision and set the matter aside. He stored the Resurrection Stone and the Horcrux, the Locket of Slytherin, in his personal storage space, while securely binding the sealed diary and the Gaunt Ring with a small iron chain to carry with him. August 16th, Dumbledore concluded interviews for several professor candidates at Hogwarts. Ultimately, it was decided that the position of defense against the dark arts professor for the 1991 academic year will be filled by the distinguished witch, Ekris Hunt, returning from abroad. Of course, should this exceptional witch endure a full year under Voldemort's curse, she would be eligible to continue in her role for the following year. On the same day, while visiting the Dursleys for lessons, Dumbledore brought Dudley the Ravenclaw diadem, hidden within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. In the presence of Dumbledore, Dudley was ensconced into a personal space by the enigmatic presence of Voldemort. Consequently, the only remaining Horcrux, the Serpent Nagini, had yet to be claimed. According to the original narrative's timeline, Voldemort would not transform Nagini into his Horcrux for another 3 years. Whether Dudley's decision to withhold this information from Dumbledore was prudent or detrimental remains uncertain, as does the accuracy of his intelligence. Instead, he opted to maintain a degree of tension within Dumbledore, ensuring he remained vigilant and unyielding in his guard. In response, Dumbledore meticulously divulged all the knowledge he possessed regarding Voldemort, engaging Dudley in a profound analysis of Voldemort's lineage, past experiences, deranged personality, modus operandi, and life aspirations, with the hope of uncovering more of Voldemort's vulnerabilities and the whereabouts of his undiscovered Horcruxes. He shared his insights with Dumbledore, collaboratively devising strategies for application. It must be noted that the ironclad charm and disarming spell posed considerable challenges for the Dursleys, who were of only a weak wizarding lineage. In contrast, Dudley, Harry, and Hagrid had mastered these spells with remarkable proficiency. In Dumbledore's absence, Dudley exemplified the spirit of leading by example, patiently assisting the Dursleys in their studies. As the days slipped by, August 27th arrived. Dudley had already penned a letter to the Goblins of Gringotts. instructing them to fulfill their agreement by delivering a male and female adult Norwegian ridgeback dragon to the edge of the forbidden forest at Hogwarts. With the school year yet to commence and no students to interfere, the task was anticipated to proceed smoothly. Dumbledore had duly informed the Ministry of Magic, securing their approval based on his formidable power and reputation, assuring them that the dragons would pose no threat to others. The Ministry, under Kingsley Shacklebolt's leadership, readily acquiesced to Dumbledore's request, bringing Hagrid's dream of raising dragons one step closer to fruition. On the same day, Dudley received a system reward at home. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the sea-level regret incident concerning the wrongful expulsion of the half-blood giant. The notification continued. The host, through incisive viewpoints and piercing rhetoric, stimulated, guided, and transformed the great wizard Albus Dumbledore of the 20th century. The ascendant White Lord, motivated by the host's request and his own guilt and compassion toward Hagrid, publicly vindicated Hagrid, alleviating years of injustice. Furthermore, at the host's behest, he conducted private lessons to teach Hagrid spell casting, rectifying Hagrid's regret over his premature departure from Hogwarts. This regret incident has been perfectly resolved. A fixed reward has been granted. Sea-level fusion opportunity X1. Additional reward. Sea-level fusion opportunity X1. Current holdings, sea-level magical item fusion opportunities, X3. Upon receiving the system's notification, a smile illuminated Dudley's face. In truth, he had been eligible to claim this reward for some time. However, had he done so prematurely, Hagrid would not have fully embraced Dumbledore's teachings, thus preventing the regret incident from achieving a perfect resolution. Consequently, the additional rewards would not have reached the pinnacle of a sea-level fusion opportunity. Today was indeed the optimal moment to claim it. The system, commanded by Derry through his thoughts, merged 3 C-grade fusion opportunities into a single B-grade fusion opportunity to fuse with Quirrell's cracked wand. The B-grade magical item, Quirrell's cracked wand, which resided in his personal storage space, immediately transformed into an intangible wave and vanished, merging seamlessly with Derry himself. Command executed. Consumed 1 B-grade fusion opportunity. Remaining fusion opportunities, none. Chapter 54, True Power. Blessing of Strength. Congratulations, host. Acquired a wealth of black and white spell-casting techniques. You have learned the black and white spells wielded by the professor-level wizard Quirinus Quirrell throughout his life, along with a few advanced dark spells cast by Voldemort while possessing Quirrell's body. Gain delayed and unstable wandless casting. The system has automatically restricted it. Due to the wand's cracked condition and its low affinity with the host, the wandless casting ability acquired post-fusion is flawed and has been restricted, rendering it ineffective. Gained partial knowledge and memories of wand making. You have enhanced your understanding of wand crafting principles and acquired the Ollivander family's secret knowledge and techniques for handling willow and unicorn hair materials. Derry felt a surge of memories flooding his mind, his hands swirling as sparks of magic danced at his fingertips, and an overwhelming sense of power enveloped him. He had truly become an elite professor-level powerhouse, excelling in both magical prowess and spell-casting abilities. Ha ha! Derry's chilling laughter echoed through his bedroom, a sound so infused with dark magic that even the young remnant of Voldemort within his diary could not help but shudder, sensing an ominous foreboding of events yet to unfold. On August 29th, Derry and Harry ventured out to convene the core members of the Derry gang in a private room at a cafe for a meeting regarding future developments. During their years at Little Whinging Primary School, as recounted in the original story, Derry had profoundly impressed 4 Muggle boys with his courage and strength: Pear, Moken, Danny, and Gordon. Among these 4, while Pear was slight of stature, Moken, Danny, and Gordon were robustly built children, all exhibiting strength that surpassed their peers. Notably, despite his small size, Pear possessed the greatest strength of the 4, earning Derry's utmost trust. Unlike in the original narrative, during their primary school years, Derry did not lead his 4 companions in bullying other students. Rather, he directed them to confront the bullies of their classmates. Utilizing these 4 as his foundation, he attracted a host of mischievous elementary students to form and expand the Derry gang, which eventually transcended the confines of a single primary school, establishing branches in other schools across Little Whinging. During the leisure hours away from school, I would assist my younger comrades with the challenging tasks faced by the residents of the Shall We Gold District, such as locating lost pets, running errands, and investigating petty thefts. This endeavor would generate some fun for the gang, while also aiding Dolly in gathering items related to magic. Initially, even these minor tasks were deemed unsuitable for children by foolish adults. However, once Dolly showcased his prowess, the business of the Dolly gang began to flourish and expand. Boss, is this meeting to discuss the gang's development plan at Smelting High School after the term starts? Inquired the diminutive Pyrbokes, his face alight with excitement. No, this will be the last time I don this outfit obtained through my parents' connections, Dolly replied. For what purpose? Pierre questioned, perplexed. Harry and I will not be attending Smelting High School. We're set to explore a wondrous new world, Dolly declared. The reason I summoned you here is to inform you of this and to present you with special gifts. From this moment forth, Pierre shall succeed me as the second leader of the Dolly gang. Furthermore, you must restrain the brothers in our gang, steer clear of me, and maintain a distance from my home. Even in your daily activities, keep away from Eugene Road. What? All four, Pierre, Moken, Danny, and Gordon, were astonished by Dolly's words. Their youthful minds, lacking in intelligence, could not comprehend the concept of the wondrous new world Dolly spoke of. They only understood that he was bidding them farewell. Boss, do you no longer want us? Pierre's eyes brimmed with tears. What? Is my message ineffective? Dolly's expression hardened as he emphasized, from now on, Pierre will be the leader. And you must keep the brothers away from me and Eugene Road. Do you understand? Yes, understood. Now, do not move. Close your eyes. Do not open them until I say so, and remain still throughout. Dolly commanded sternly. Yes. The four complied, unconditionally trusting Dolly. At that moment, a flicker of sadness crossed Dolly's eyes, but vanished almost instantly as he radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, the tip of Harry's newly drawn wand glimmered with the same hue. Power boost. With the near-simultaneous utterance of the incantation, Dolly and Harry unleashed their full strength, bestowing formidable power upon Pierre and the other three. Subsequently, Dolly utilized a technique acquired from the fusion magic suitcase to solidify the power bestowed upon Pierre and his companions. This was akin to a blessing of strength. From this day forth, the Blessed Four would possess the strength equivalent to that of an adult bull, along with a corresponding mastery over that power. Moreover, this strength would gradually diminish only after they reached the age of 60. To maintain stability within the gang and honor his favoritism, Pierre Boches would receive a significantly greater endowment of power than the other three. All right, you may open your eyes, Dolly said calmly, while Harry also stowed away his wand. The four individuals opened their eyes, astonished and exhilarated by the immense sense of power coursing through their bodies, filled with joy. Have we become like you, boss? Peel asked incredulously. Not quite. You simply possess a bit more strength, Dolly replied candidly, then solemnly warned, promise me you will not flaunt this power, nor use it for malevolent purposes, or you shall face dire consequences. I'm not trying to frighten you. This world is far more complex than you perceive. Should you find yourselves in trouble later, do not expect to be rescued by me as before. Do you understand? Understood, they replied. Now, line up before me and swear to your deity to keep this secret and adhere to my commands. Chapter 55. Preparations for School. Long-buried grudges. After the oath, Dolly bestowed upon each of them 2,000 pounds, sending them on their way. This parting would last several years. Caution is the mother of safety. With Voldemort alive, his heart remained restless. After leaving the cafe, Dolly took Harry on a taxi ride to a suburban pet supply store, where he procured items that might be useful for the upcoming school term, discreetly storing them in his personal storage space. Upon returning home, he asked Dumbledore, who was instructing the Dursleys, to take a moment to enhance a large iron cage with a powerful locking charm. Once modified, the cage was also placed in Dolly's storage space. On August 30th, far away at Hogwarts, Hagrid sent a letter via owl, informing Dolly and Harry that the two fire dragons, compensated by Gringotts, had arrived. They successfully settled into the dragon enclosure he had constructed, secured with a magical iron chain. Displaying a gentle demeanor akin to his large dog, interacting with him quite amicably. Aside from their advanced age and slight reluctance to move, they exhibited no flaws. Dolly remained skeptical, recognizing that Hagrid, being a half-giant, considered all magical creatures adorable, with no confrontations, save for the cats that triggered his allergies. Nonetheless, there was little he could do at present. He would have to wait for a few days until school commenced to investigate further. That afternoon, within the Dursley home classroom, the esteemed wizard Dumbledore, standing at the pinnacle of power in the British magical community, wore a relieved and joyous smile. Even when he discovered Voldemort's Horcrux, he had not felt such happiness. At last, he had enabled the Dursleys to grasp the 5 spells he had meticulously planned. Although their power was not formidable and their skills were unrefined, they could finally wield them. Observing Petunia and Vernon standing opposite each other, one brandishing the disarming charm, the other the shield charm, they were overjoyed, and Dolly and Harry shared in their happiness for their family. Subsequently, Dolly received a system reward, albeit this time it was not at the highest tier. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the D-level regret event, the magical world's rejection. Through the transference of his own fusion abilities, the host transformed his parents from Muggles into wizards, enlisting the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century, to serve as their tutor in the arcane arts. This fulfilled Petunia's long-held childhood dream and allowed her beloved husband, who reciprocated her affections, to become her companion in the magical realm, granting her unparalleled satisfaction. Nevertheless, the host did not bestow upon Petunia the gift of normal magical aptitude. This unfortunate circumstance was resolved satisfactorily. A fixed reward was granted, one opportunity for D-grade fusion. An additional reward of one opportunity for E-grade fusion was also bestowed. Upon receiving the system notification, Dudley's elation remained undiminished, although it appeared that he had expended 2 D-grade fusion opportunities to rectify this regret, ultimately receiving only 1 D-grade and 1 E-grade fusion opportunity, resulting in a net loss of 2 E-grade opportunities. Such a calculation was misleading. Dudley believed that the emotional liberation, joy, and empowerment he had granted his parents were invaluable gains. On August 31st, the small classroom of the Dursleys was dismissed. On this day, Dumbledore did not visit the Dursleys, but remained at Hogwarts to prepare for the upcoming school year. Though Professor McGonagall was present, requiring little preparation from him, he took the opportunity for a brief respite. Within the Dursley household, Dudley packed most of the supplies he and Harry had acquired in Diagon Alley into his personal storage space, preparing for the morrow as commencement. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley felt a twinge of melancholy about the impending separation. This sentiment intensified when Dudley informed them that they would not need to drive him and Harry to London the following day. With tears in her eyes, Petunia pulled Dudley and Harry aside to impart her limited knowledge of the magical world, even mentioning the matter of vengeance for their sister. She hoped that the villains responsible for her sister's demise would face retribution, but more importantly, she wished for Dudley and Harry to remain safe and unharmed. Dudley assured her with confidence that there were few wizards in the magical realm he could not handle, and with Aunt Lily's protective magic in place, he and Harry would face no mortal danger. After much persuasion, he managed to soothe his mother's worries. However, Petunia, still deeply troubled, brought up a figure that had once instilled her with fear and dread. Dudley, dear, and Harry, as you venture into the magical world, you may encounter a wizard named Severus Snape. When Lily and I, along with our parents, resided in the town of Cokeworth, we became acquainted with this ominous boy who lived nearby on Spinner's End. He was reclusive and possessed magical abilities, often employing his tricks to torment and frighten me. I despised him and was terrified of him, yet he shared a close bond with Lily. Later, he and Lily journeyed to Hogwarts. Lily had once casually mentioned to me that he was exceptionally talented and possessed considerable magical prowess. Thus, should you encounter him at Hogwarts or within a magical realm, you might find his connection with Lily advantageous in seeking his assistance. The love a parent bears for their child prompts them to devise far-reaching plans. Petunia racked her brain, contemplating the few wizards she knew, hoping to add another layer of protection for her son and nephew. Unbeknownst to her, Severus Snape had already secured a place on Dudley and Harry's list of adversaries. Upon hearing his mother mention that Snape had previously tormented her, Dudley was nearly beside himself with fury. Fortunately, time was still on their side. Everything had come rushing back to him, and this Snape is... Harry attempted to caution Petunia, indicating that Snape was not only no virtuous character, but indeed their foe. However, Dudley interjected, "Harry, no need to elaborate," suppressing his indignation. He turned to his mother and assured her, "Don't worry, Mom. Harry and I will take good care of this Mr. Snape." For a moment, Petunia was taken aback. Hearing her son's assurance eased her anxious heart somewhat. "Little Dudley, it's about him taking care of you, not the other way around." Chapter 56, The Blind Coward. Sweep clean. September 1st, 1991. The day Hogwarts commenced its academic year. Dudley and Harry donned their wizarding robes early, freshened up, and enjoyed breakfast prepared by the house elf before bidding farewell to the Dursleys with heartfelt embraces. Then, in the living room of the Dursley residence, under the watchful eyes of the Dursleys, Dudley gripped a cane resembling a walking stick in one hand while raising his other arm. Harry instinctively placed his hand atop Dudley's. "Take care, Mum and Dad, Aunt and Uncle," accompanied by their simultaneous farewell. Dudley and Harry's figures abruptly morphed into a swirling vortex, converging at a central point before vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at King's Cross Station in London through apparition. The wizarding apparition spell permits one to teleport only to places they vividly remember, and the distance of the teleportation cannot be excessively far. For long-distance travel, one must rely on the Fluent Network or port keys. Additionally, traversing Platform 9, boarding the Hogwarts Express steam train, and crossing the Black Lake in a small boat to reach Hogwarts Castle, culminating in the sorting ceremony, constitutes a magical rite of passage into Hogwarts. Therefore, Dudley and Harry had no intention of taking a shortcut directly to Hogwarts. They, like other students, arrived in London to validate their tickets and board the train. In a relatively secluded corner of King's Cross Station, Dudley and Harry each cast a Muggle-repelling charm upon themselves. Subsequently, Dudley drew an irregularly large oval in the air, opening a spatial portal from which he retrieved 2 magical trolleys from his personal storage space. The trolleys contained some of the school supplies Dudley and Harry had purchased, and Harry's trolley also held Hedwig's cage. The 2 newcomers felt conspicuously out of place empty-handed. It was far better to blend in with the crowd. Moreover, Harry did not wish for Hedwig to remain confined in the dark and stifling storage space for an extended period, even though Dudley had ensured an ample supply of air, water, and food within. Despite being an owl, Hedwig actually preferred a more shadowy environment. "Come on, Harry," Dudley whispered as he wedged his wand into the crevice of his small cart. "All right, cousin," Harry replied, pushing the laden cart toward the station alongside Dudley. "Cousin, it seems Professor Dumbledore neglected to inform us of the location of Platform 9 3/4. Harry inquired with a hint of confusion along the way. Dudley sighed and elucidated. "Harry, you must learn the art of logical reasoning. This is merely a straightforward mathematical conundrum. 9 3/4 is a mixed number, greater than 9, but less than 10. Therefore, it is evident that this peculiar platform lies between platforms 9 and 10. We shall simply follow the signs. Indeed, your intellect is remarkable, cousin," Harry praised with a smile. Dudley could only respond with a resigned yet affectionate grin. After walking for a while, Dudley spoke up again, reminding Harry, "By the way, Harry, we may encounter that infamous rat with a missing toe today. Be mindful of your expressions. Do not reveal anything. Follow my lead." "Cousin, are you referring to Scabbers?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and disdain. "Sure, just keep it to yourself and manage your expressions well," Dudley interrupted. "Yes, I understand, cousin." Harry quickly composed himself, striving to regain his calm demeanor. In contrast to the original tale, Dudley and Harry set off earlier, utilizing apparition to arrive at the station, with a clear objective in mind. Thus, when they reached the brick wall between platforms 9 and 10, they encountered no sign of the Weasley family. Instead, they found themselves amidst the peak influx of Hogwarts students arriving at the station. Observing students pushing their carts through the wall, Harry's face lit up with eager anticipation, and he tugged at Dudley to join the queue. Unexpectedly, upon noticing the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, numerous young wizards and their parental guardians recoiled in fear. Recognizing Harry as the savior, they scowled and distanced themselves from Harry and Dudley. Harry was taken aback. During their previous visit to Diagon Alley at the Leaky Cauldron, he had been warmly welcomed and admired with great enthusiasm. Why, then, did they now seem to avoid him as if he were a monster? What had transpired? Dudley, too, was momentarily puzzled, but upon catching snippets of hushed whispers from the crowd, he quickly grasped the situation. With a disdainful glance at the gathered witches and wizards, he addressed Harry in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. "Harry, do not be perplexed. The masses are often blind. These wizards, once swayed by mere hearsay, have come to believe that a mere infant vanquished Voldemort, thus bestowing upon you the title of savior." A collective gasp echoed among the assembled wizards at Dudley's candid proclamation of Voldemort's name, revealing their instinctive panic. Fortunately, last month, Dumbledore established the authority of the Dark Lord through a series of formidable measures, preventing the wizards' panic from rapidly escalating into terror. Witnessing the cowardice of the wizards, Dudley grew increasingly disdainful. He raised his voice and continued, "Now, this group of wizards can envision you as a malevolent, fraudulent monstrosity due to the news of Voldemort's return, imposing the blame for his incomplete demise upon you. Harry, you need not feel disheartened. It is not worth your sorrow for a bunch of mindless fools." Dudley's unabashed contempt and vitriol incited a stir among the gathered wizards, some of whom were ready to brandish their wands and cast curses. Yet, encouraged by his cousin's words, Harry found clarity. He promptly drew his wand, prepared to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dudley. "Harry, there is no need to be concerned. They are merely trash to be cleared away," Dudley declared, swiftly waving his hand. "Sweep away the whirlwind." In an instant, 6 vigorous mini whirlwinds materialized, lifting the hesitant wizards along with their carts and scattering them far and wide. Thanks to the influence of the Muggle repelling charm, the Muggles at the station remained safely distanced, unaffected. "Harry, let us proceed." With the path now unobstructed, the brothers could traverse the brick wall directly into platform 9 3/4. Indeed, cousin. Chapter 57. The Opinion Leader. The first encounter with the Weasleys. Subsequently, at Dudley's gestured indication, Harry boldly took the lead, pushing the cart as he charged through the brick wall. Dudley closely followed, ready to thwart any foolish wizard's counterattack. However, none came. The inept wizards had yet to rise. The brothers successfully passed through the wall, spotting the sign for platform 9 3/4, along with the gleaming old steam train nearby. This Hogwarts Express does not appear to be capable of swift movement, Dudley remarked, as he and Harry pushed the cart, allowing the conductor to check their tickets before casually selecting an empty compartment to board. Seated side by side in a compartment, Dudley and Harry shared the snacks purchased in the Muggle world, chatting as they awaited departure. The repercussions of the minor incident before entering the station were evidently not fading quickly. As the departure time approached, more young wizards boarded the train. Those unfortunate souls blown askew by Dudley's whirlwind soon spread even more malicious rumors throughout the Hogwarts student body. Consequently, the image of Harry and Dudley became increasingly demonized. Several groups of young wizards, while searching for empty compartments, inadvertently opened the door to where Dudley and Harry sat. Upon recognizing Harry, they gasped and quickly shut the door, fleeing without a moment's pause. Such occurrences inevitably affected the moods of both Harry and Dudley. Harry felt discontent due to others' unfavorable opinions, while Dudley was displeased that Harry was upset by the perceptions of others. Without hesitation, Dudley raised his hand, ensuring that the compartment door remained ajar, and inscribed their names in the air with his magical prowess, crafting a pair of floating crimson characters that hovered ominously in the corridor as a warning. This would deter any uninvited young wizards from disturbing them. "Cousin, have we stumbled into serious trouble?" Harry inquired of Dudley within the confines of the compartment. Regardless of whether they were Muggles or wizards, once a group formed, the individuals within that collective inevitably conformed to the prevailing norms and constraints of group perception, often silencing their own thoughts and voicing opinions merely to blend in. I am certain that within this assembly of wizards, there exist clear-minded individuals. However, their reluctance to speak out on our behalf stems from their rejection of us, an opposition to the group's collective mindset. Over time, this group cognition profoundly influences every member, establishing a sort of cognitive iron law. Even if the collective belief is erroneous, it remains unchallenged. For instance, the taboo against uttering Voldemort's name, or the absurd notion that a mere infant could vanquish him. Harry, partially comprehending Dudley's discourse, could not help but frown. Dudley, finding amusement in the situation, chuckled heartily. If we rely solely on our current selves, resolving this predicament will indeed be exceedingly troublesome. We must showcase our prowess and negotiate with influential opinion leaders to gradually amass reputation and reshape the wizarding community's perception of us. If that is the case, we might as well disregard the situation and allow these wizards to say whatever they please. The collective is both blind and forgetful. Once something more sensational transpires within the wizarding world, they will forget all about us. Yet now, with the greatest opinion leader in the wizarding realm as our ally, the matter becomes considerably simpler. "Cousin, are you referring to Dumbledore?" Harry suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, Dumbledore may have been too preoccupied of late to notice the emergence of this unfavorable sentiment towards you within the wizarding world. Once the train arrives at Hogwarts, we should inform him of this matter. If he publicly supports us in the Daily Prophet, public opinion will swiftly realign and the issue will be resolved. Harry, contemplating Dudley's proposed solution, fell into deep thought. Dudley chose not to interrupt, aiming to foster Harry's capacity for independent thinking. After a considerable pause, Harry appeared to have an epiphany and turned to Dudley with a question. "Cousin, what exactly is an opinion leader?" In simple terms, they are esteemed individuals with charisma whose words command the trust of many, capable of swaying public opinion, Dudley elucidated. "Then could I not also become such an opinion leader? After all, the wizarding world has regarded me as their savior for many years. Numerous individuals know of me and acknowledge my significance." Harry's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he pursued this line of thought. Dudley regarded his cousin with a mix of surprise and insight, sensing Harry's burgeoning ideas. Yet contemplating the current circumstances, he felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. "Harry, while your reasoning holds merit, do not forget that you are now despised and scorned by those who once supported you." "I am aware, cousin." Harry's gaze grew resolute, for they were oblivious to the truth, a truth I could unveil to them. Just as Dumbledore had once helped Hagrid clear his name, who among the masses is free from reproach, who is not subject to censure. The opinions of the mediocre are best disregarded, as long as one exhibits sufficient strength. This crowd of simpletons may point fingers, Yet they would not dare to do so in front of him and Harry. They would only whisper behind their backs. Were it not for the concern that Harry might be adversely affected in his social interactions by these banalities, thus imposing undue psychological pressure upon himself, he would not even entertain the thought of having Dumbledore intervene. However, at this moment, Harry had formulated his own thoughts, his action plan, and the direction in which to tackle matters was not inherently flawed. This was indeed a positive development, and Dudley, as a concerned cousin, ought to lend his full support. "Proceed as you see fit, Harry. I shall unconditionally support you," Dudley proclaimed after a brief pause. "Oh, splendid, cousin," Harry exclaimed joyfully, for he had nearly abandoned his own ideas during Dudley's moment of hesitation, but thankfully, his cousin was there to back him. Just then, as Harry reveled in his excitement, someone politely knocked on the doorframe of their compartment and shyly inquired, "I apologize for the interruption. May I sit with you?" Dudley and Harry turned to see a small boy with red hair and freckles, carrying a large suitcase. Ron Weasley, a member of a modest pureblood family. Incident details. As the sixth son of the Weasley family, which is enlightened, upright, loving, and free from blood prejudice, yet very impoverished, Ron has seldom owned first-hand items throughout his life. His robes, formal wear, textbooks, even his wand and pet, have all been hand-me-downs from his brothers. This, to some extent, has affected Ron's self-esteem. He yearns for first-hand personal belongings, if only to appear less embarrassed. Chapter 58. The mouse should be fed poison. "Who are you? Aren't you afraid of us?" Harry curiously asked the red-haired boy standing by the door, as this was the first time he had encountered a young wizard who showed kindness towards him and his cousin. "I am Ron Weasley. I am not like them. I do not understand why others have suddenly ceased to express their gratitude towards you. The Dark Lord is not dead. That is not your fault. At the very least, you have granted the magical community a decade of peace, have you not?" Harry was elated upon hearing Ron's words. He glanced at Dudley, who nodded in affirmation of the truth in Ron's statement, and immediately stood up to assist Ron with his suitcase, inviting him into the compartment to take a seat. "My cousin is right. There are indeed some wizards who can discern right from wrong. Ron, it is a pleasure to meet you," Harry said with enthusiasm, feeling a renewed sense of confidence in his plans. He warmly introduced Ron. "Ron, this is my cousin, Dudley Dursley." Dudley, following Harry's introduction, nodded and smiled at Ron. "Wow, I know, I've heard about you. Your cousin, at the brick wall of the platform, has sent numerous wizards soaring through the air with a mighty gust of wind, and among them were several adults. It was truly remarkable." Ron gazed at Dudley with admiration, his eyes sparkling, and he indignantly added, "Most of those people are from Slytherin, or their parents are, and they are quite dreadful, spreading vile rumors about you on the train." Dudley discerned the exaggeration in Ron's words. Following the crowd was a tendency that transcended house affiliations. He had clearly observed that the small wizards' carts bore the emblems of all four houses: lion, badger, eagle, and serpent, yet indeed, there were more from the serpent house. "Well, let's not dwell on that. Ron, if you don't mind, please indulge in some Muggle snacks. Harry and I would be delighted to share." Dudley gestured toward the plethora of unopened treats on the table. "Splendid. I certainly don't mind. Our family does not subscribe to the pure-blood supremacy of wizards. I happen to be quite hungry, and the sandwich my mother prepared has gone cold. Thank you for the snacks." Ron eagerly seized 2 chocolate bars and began to munch with great delight. The scenery outside gradually shifted as the Hogwarts Express set in motion. The bond between Harry, Dudley, and their new friend was deepening. "Ron, do you come from a wizarding family? Are both your parents wizards? Do you have siblings?" Harry, thrilled to have found a kindred spirit, was eager to engage. "Harry, you cannot imagine how terrifying it is to have 5 older brothers. It means that new things are eternally out of my reach. The robes I wear are Bill S. The wand I use is Charlie S. And even my pet is one that Percy discarded, a plump and lazy gray rat." As Ron spoke, he retrieved a sleeping rat from his robe pocket, completely oblivious to the complex flicker in Harry S.'s eyes at the mention of the rodent. "His name is Scabbers. We've had him for nearly 10 years, which is quite elderly for a rat, so he spends most of his days in slumber, only becoming lively at mealtime." Ron continued to introduce his beloved pet, placing on the table. Noticing that the smelly creature remained asleep, he picked it up again and gently patted its face. "Wake up, Scabbers. It's time to eat," Ron called to his pet, awkwardly shoving half a chocolate bar toward the rat's mouth. "Ahem." Dudley cleared his throat to draw Ron's attention, explaining, "Ron, rats cannot eat chocolate. It contains theobromine, which is poisonous to them." A flush of embarrassment rose to Ron's face as he quickly clarified, "I know. I was hoping to let Scabbers have the biscuit inside the chocolate bar. He is quite clever." At last, the rat, Peter Pettigrew, was roused from his slumber by his oblivious young master. startled by the notion of being poisoned. He quickly wriggled free from Ron's grasp and tumbled onto the compartment table. Oh, he is so clever. He even knows how to evade. May I touch him? I have some pet food that was originally meant for Harry S. Hedwig. Dursley, with a look of astonishment, fabricated a lie, his expression mirroring that of an innocent child enamored with pet mice, radiating goodwill. One hand slowly reached towards a mouse, Scabbers, transformed from the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, while the other naturally slipped into the ample pocket of his robe, tracing a small circle within before retrieving a specially crafted pouch of delectable jerky from his enchanted space. Of course, go ahead. Ron, under the impression that Dursley genuinely adored Scabbers, generously encouraged, also reminding his pet, "This is my friend. You mustn't bite him, Scabbers." Squeak. The diminutive Peter emitted a mouse's squeal, suddenly captivated by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. His keen sense of smell, now heightened by his animagus transformation, drew him irresistibly towards the alluring packet of jerky that Dursley had just opened. A wizard's transformation into an animal grants them the inherent abilities of that creature. And as a mouse, Peter had developed a fondness for certain scents, making it impossible for him to resist the savory morsel seasoned with a Muggle-created mouse bait, especially in the context of Dursley's amiable demeanor, which cloaked any sense of danger. Squeak. Without hesitation, Peter leaped onto Dursley's outstretched hand. Perceiving this young wizard as a benevolent soul who had just warned his foolish owner against feeding him chocolate and now presented him with such a delightful treat, encountering such kindness made for a truly blissful day, Dursley cradled the transformed Peter, a gray mouse with a stubby tail, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. With his other hand, he gently widened the opening of the pouch, allowing Peter to dip his head inside. The delicious morsel was tantalizingly close, and Peter could no longer suppress his appetite. He eagerly opened his mouth, utilizing his rodent teeth to indulge in the delightful feast. Across from them, Ron remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the truth that Dursley had halted his attempt to poison Scabbers in order to administer the potion himself. After all, a mouse suffering from lethargy could reasonably be treated with a bit of mouse bait, could it not? Chapter 59. 20 galleons for the life of an enemy. Dursley's gaze remained fixated on the jubilant gray mouse consuming the bait, his expression warm and gentle, though his hands concealed a latent magical power. Meanwhile, Ron resumed his conversation with Harry about spells and charms. Harry feigned excitement, his enthusiasm noticeably diminished, as his thoughts were preoccupied with the plight of the stub-tailed mouse and his cousin's maneuvers. Years spent alongside his cousin had imparted an unconscious understanding. Although Harry might not possess Dursley's nearly flawless acting skills, he recognized the necessity of not directing too much attention towards the mouse, lest he arouse the vigilance of his adversary. "Harry, I've recently learned a spell that turns objects yellow. I wasn't able to successfully cast it yesterday, but I intend to give it another try today. Perhaps luck will be on my side." Ron was oblivious to Harry's concealed worries, preoccupied with showcasing his own magical prowess. He glanced around, his gaze settling on his pet, Scabbers, who was still munching on some jerky. "I need a target for my spell. How about this gluttonous, filthy rat?" he mused, reaching out to grasp Scabbers by the tail, yanking him from the stash of treats. Dudley made no attempt to intervene, for Peter Pettigrew had already consumed a sufficient amount of the potion, and by the time Ron seized the rat's tail, Peter's chewing had slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl. The effects of the rat poison were taking hold. Peter felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by fatigue, completely unaware of Ron's tugging at his tail. Years of being a pet had dulled his instincts. All he knew was the cycle of eating and sleeping. Now, feeling tired and drowsy, he merely wished for another nap, hoping his foolish young master would leave him some of the delectable morsels for when he awoke. Oh, look, this silly rat has fallen asleep again. After pulling Scabbers closer, Ron noticed that the rat was unusually still, slumbering more profoundly than usual, prompting him to make a sarcastic remark. "Perfect. Let me turn his gray fur to yellow." "Wait, Ron, something seems off with Scabbers." Dudley interjected suddenly, his voice tinged with urgency, as if he had sensed something amiss. "What?" Ron asked, puzzled. Dudley extended his hand, brushing over the limp body of the rat, discreetly casting a hardening spell. Once the incantation was complete, he casually lifted the rat again, using his other hand to theatrically check for a breath at the rat's nose. "Oh no, he's dead. Scabbers is choked," Dudley exclaimed in horror. "Dead?" Ron paused, poking the rat held in Dudley's grip with his finger. It was stiff. Indeed, the body had already hardened. He felt a twinge of unease but quickly dismissed it. "Good riddance. I've been wanting a new pet for ages." Though he had nurtured Scabbers for many years, there was an emotional detachment. The rat had met its demise through its own gluttony, a fate orchestrated by fate and Merlin himself. It was not their fault. Besides, a rat that had lived nearly a decade had more than fulfilled its purpose. No problem, Ron declared generously. Now, my mother has no excuse not to buy me a new pet. I've always wanted a gray owl. Dudley was taken aback by this reaction. He had expected Ron to show at least a modicum of sorrow. Harry, give Ron 20 galleons as compensation, since the principal party was so magnanimous. Dudley felt it only right for his cousin to pay up. Huh. Ron was stunned, having never considered that he could receive compensation for this situation. His eyes widened as he saw Harry produce a handful of gleaming gold coins, but he quickly declined. No. Scabbers was simply greedy. You needn't compensate. Take it. A rat that has lived for 10 years is quite a rarity. It choked on the jerky I gave it. Compensation is only fair, or else I will feel a pang of guilt. Dudley spoke swiftly, casting a knowing glance at his cousin, Harry, who immediately rose to his feet and forcefully shoved a handful of galleons into Ron's hands, instigating a playful scuffle between them. Seizing the moment, Dudley swiftly used Harry's body as a cover, drawing a small circle in the air to open a spatial portal, through which he unceremoniously cast Peter Pettigrew into his personal storage space. The portal he had created led directly into the interior of a magical prison within the space, where Pettigrew instantly found himself a frail, half-dead creature trapped in a cage, unable to resist Harry's enthusiasm and fueled by an undeniable desire for a new wand and pet. Ron ultimately blushed and awkwardly accepted the 20 galleons. Where's Scabbers? Is he truly dead, or has he simply run off? Ron's heart raced as he bent down, searching frantically beneath tables and chairs for the body of his pet. Yes, he was looking for a body. Stop searching, Ron. Dudley chuckled, seeing through Ron's anxious demeanor. However, as a true friend, he chose not to reveal his insight. Instead, he reassuringly continued, I used a vanishing spell on Scabbers' body, so you wouldn't have to look at it and spoil your excitement for the new school year. Wow. Ron's heart eased as he absorbed the news. It was better that Scabbers was indeed gone. He stood up, his face alight with wonder as he looked at Dudley. The vanishing spell, that is an incredibly advanced technique. My brother Charlie could only perform it in his 5th year. Dudley, you are truly remarkable. It's a pity I missed it. Don't worry, I can demonstrate it again. Capturing his adversary, Peter Pettigrew, had significantly uplifted Dudley's spirits. He shot a confirming glance at Harry, indicating that everything was settled. And then, before Ron, he pointed to a discarded snack wrapper, preparing to showcase the vanishing spell. Just then, a proud voice echoed from the corridor outside. Look, Neville. That compartment is magically marked with Harry Potter and his cousin's names. We should go take a look. Perhaps your toad has wandered there. Chapter 60, Hermione Neville. And the tracking spell. The little girl moved with the same swiftness and fervor as her thoughts. Hermione Granger had barely finished speaking before she dashed to the open compartment door, where she spotted Dudley, Harry, and Ron. Their attention drawn, Dudley and the others turned to see the small witch with long, curly hair and a somewhat haughty demeanor. Hermione Granger, the know-it-all bullied grade B. Incident details. Coming from a Muggle family, Hermione Granger, like her peers, naturally faces discrimination and bullying from wizards with pure blood supremacy ideologies. The original story vividly illustrates this, as Draco Malfoy and his pure blood clique constantly seek opportunities to insult Hermione with harsh words and actions. Despite Hermione's effective rebuttal against the bullying behavior in the original narrative, her friends provided her with immense support and comfort. The unlikely savior, Harry Potter, along with his formidable cousin and the red-haired classmate, were in search of a toad. Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad, Hermione declared as Dudley received a system prompt. A toad? No, we haven't seen one. Although there's a dead mouse. Ron quipped humorously. Dead. Neville, who was trailing behind Hermione, panted heavily as he rushed forward, his heart racing at the thought of his beloved pet. Oh no, that was my pet from Uncle Algy, my Trevor, Neville lamented. Witnessing this, Harry and Ron quickly intervened to reassure their sensitive friend. Dudley observed the unfolding scene, while new system notifications echoed in his mind. Neville Longbottom's parents driven mad by suffering, classic incident details. As another wizarding family fitting the prophecy's first 2 criteria, Neville's parents, the Longbottoms, were abducted and tortured by Death Eaters around a decade ago, following Voldemort's downfall. They were driven to madness by the relentless Cruciatus curse inflicted by Bellatrix, and remained hospitalized at St. Mungo's, never having recovered in the original story. Neville Longbottom's excessive benevolence forgotten, classic details, having endured immense psychological torment from young age due to his parents' madness. Neville's childhood was fraught with distress. To alleviate her grandson's suffering, Neville's grandmother repeatedly cast the Obliviate charm on him, helping him forget some of the pain, but leaving him with significant memory issues as a consequence. Poor child. Dudley silently sighed after receiving the system prompts, then stood up, ready to take charge. To my two unexpected classmates, if you hold no prejudice against Harry and me, I would be delighted to assist you in the search for that toad, named Trevor, Dudley said calmly after they exchanged names. With Dudley stepping forward, Harry and Ron felt a wave of relief, having already clarified the situation to Neville, whose tears had ceased. Hermione, noticing Dudley's composure match her own, brightened and tilted her head higher, proclaiming, "Everyone is equal. I harbor no bias against anyone. Furthermore, I detest those who unjustly harbor prejudices. I am Hermione Granger." "Excellent," Dudley replied, then formally introduced himself to Hermione and Neville, alongside Harry and Ron. "What do you intend to do to help Neville find his toad? Will you use magic?" Hermione eagerly inquired after the introductions, her demeanor still somewhat haughty. Of course, this revelation left Hermione, Ron, and Neville momentarily astonished. "Is this a wand for Muggles?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Nearby, the middle school students possess similar equipment. Don't wizards typically use shorter, more manageable wands for casting spells? I find that a cane is far more convenient. With a confident smile, Dudley declared, "Please, clear a path. I am about to cast a spell." Hermione promptly pulled Neville back into the hallway, making room at the compartment door, eager to witness how magic would be performed with a Muggle cane. "Reveal the trace. Show me the way." Dudley gently tapped the smelting stick against the floor of the carriage, reciting the incantations. Immediately, a blue arrow of light materialized before him, pointing down the left corridor. "Follow this arrow to locate the toad's trail," Dudley explained, leading Harry and Ron out of the compartment. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville, already positioned in the corridor, had turned their gaze toward the direction indicated by the arrow as soon as it appeared. In the distance, flickering blue phantoms of toads revealed the path that Lethifold had traversed. "Remarkable magic," Hermione praised, then inquired, "Which textbook contains these two spells? I must learn them." Dudley replied effortlessly, "You've even previewed the third-year curriculum." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. She had never encountered a peer so eager to learn. Dudley remained silent in response to her remark, while Harry, brimming with pride, chimed in, "What as third year? My cousin knows more magic than is covered in all 7 years of spellbooks combined." "All right, Harry, no need to boast. You should adopt Hermione's spirit of inquiry." Dudley gently chided his cousin. Once Harry settled down, he continued, "Let us follow the magical guidance and search." Chapter 61. The Toad Provokes Conflict. The Malfoy Trio. In a corridor adjacent to the compartment where Dudley and the others were, a haughty blonde boy, his hair slicked back in a pretentious manner, strode confidently, flanked by 2 plump lackeys. If they continued in their current direction, they would soon encounter Dudley and his companions who were searching for the toad Lethifold. "Crabbe, Goyle, hurry up. Harry Potter is in the compartment ahead. I can hardly wait to befriend him." This put his 2 chubby companions in a bind, as they had to jog to keep up. "Malfoy, why do you want to befriend Harry Potter? He is not exactly popular right now." Crabbe, the lackey trailing behind, queried in confusion. "And that monstrous cousin of his, who used magic to knock down so many people. Aren't we risking a beating by approaching them?" Goyle chimed in, echoing Crabbe's concerns. Unhappy with his companion's doubts, Draco Malfoy abruptly halted, causing Crabbe and Goyle, unable to stop in time, to collide with him, sending Malfoy stumbling forward a few steps before regaining his balance. "This is my father's sentiment. He believes that my friendship with Harry Potter will strengthen the ties between us purebloods and Dumbledore. As for Harry Potter's cousin, how could you possibly believe that he could vanquish so many wizards? It is utterly inconceivable. A Muggle born with a surname unheard of. How could he wield such formidable magic? My father couldn't even accomplish it at the age of 11. It must be mere rumor." Crabbe and Goyle, confronted by Malfoy's refutation, could only nod timidly, appearing thoroughly submissive. Yet suddenly, their expressions morphed into sheer terror. "Malfoy, your shoulder." His lackeys were at a loss for how to alert their master. "What now?" Malfoy replied exasperatedly, glancing at his right shoulder. "Shoulder? There's nothing there. What a fuss." On the other side, Malfoy then directed his gaze to his left shoulder, inadvertently locking eyes with the toad. "Quick, quick! Someone remove this toad." Malfoy gasped, his lips trembling, yet he dared not move, fearing the creature might leap onto his handsome visage in a fit of panic. How?" Upon hearing Malfoy's command, a flustered Crabbe and Goyle initially faltered, hesitating several seconds before recalling their wands. This was unlike bullying other young wizards, facing a slimy, cold-blooded creature rather than a weaker peer. They found their courage waning at the tender age of 11. Meanwhile, Malfoy had regained some composure, drawing his wand before his minions and aiming it at the toad on his shoulder. Toad expulsion, Malfoy intoned, casting a simple charm designed to repel unwanted entities, creating a forceful effect. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from behind Malfoy, just as the light from his wand was unleashed. The toad, sensing danger, leapt from Malfoy's shoulder, evading the spell. However, the charm did not go astray. It traveled in a straight line and struck Neville, who was rushing over to rescue his pet. Poor lad. He failed to save his companion, and instead found himself in peril. His friends gasped, wanting to assist but were caught off guard. Only Dudley, with a burst of energy, launched himself forward, extending his right hand to deliver a gentle push, counteracting the impact of the expulsion charm on Neville, allowing him to land safely and avoiding a disastrous fall. "Are you all right, Neville?" Hermione, Ron, and Harry soon arrived, surrounding Neville and inquiring about his condition in a cacophony of voices. "I'm fine, but save my Trevor," Neville gasped, leaning against Dudley for support, eager to rise and make another attempt. "You should rest," Dudley replied, resigned. The corridor of the carriage was exceedingly narrow, making it difficult to maneuver. Just moments ago, Neville had rushed in haste, and to avoid harming his comrades, Dudley had refrained from intervening. As Dudley prepared to act, Hermione stepped forward to defend Neville. The proud young lady, a veritable repository of knowledge, brandished her vinewood wand, intent on confronting the trio of Malfoy. "Wait a moment, Hermione," Dudley interjected. It was Neville's toad that leapt onto their shoulder. It was merely an accident. Rubbing his forehead, he halted Hermione while summoning the air. Not far away, the toad, Trevor, which had landed on the corridor floor, suddenly felt itself ensnared by a gust of air. It was then lifted effortlessly into the hands of a small wizard, Dudley. Before Hermione could take 2 steps, Trevor soared past her, gracefully settling just above Dudley's right hand, suspended in midair. Without hesitation, Dudley promptly tossed his pet, which he found quite unappealing, into Neville's hands. Frankly, caring for Snape would be preferable to nurturing a toad. Dudley found it baffling, yet respected Neville's peculiar taste. However, as fate would have it, the winds of fortune shifted. The haughty Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 bodyguards, strutted over with an air of superiority. Malfoy's arrogance was distinctly different from Hermione's. The former stemmed from a misguided sense of bloodline and status, while the latter emanated from genuine confidence in her knowledge and abilities. "Are you all simply planning to walk away?" Malfoy began, his tone dripping with disdain as he directed his scorn towards Neville. "You're the foolish child of the Longbottoms, aren't you? Keep a better eye on your filthy toad. You are bringing shame upon our pure-blood families." "Excuse me," Neville mumbled, his head bowed in shame as he stammered an apology. "Who do you think you are to treat Neville so?" Hermione interjected once more, standing up for her friend. "You used a spell to knock Neville down. You owe him an apology as well." "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, one of the 28 pure-blood families. My father is a governor of Hogwarts. Why on earth would I apologize to a foolish child who has offended me?" Chapter 62. The arrogant Malfoy faces consequences. The boastful Draco Malfoy, in his 3 sentences, could not refrain from mentioning his father, amusing Ron to no end. This only served to infuriate Malfoy further, temporarily ignoring Hermione. He turned his ire towards Ron. "Are you mocking me? With your red hair and tattered robes, it's clear you're just another impoverished Weasley, a disgrace to pure-blood families. When your family's earnings catch up to your siblings, perhaps then it will be appropriate for you to grin." Ron could no longer maintain his composure. His face and neck flushed crimson with rage. "Malfoy, what did you just say?" I thud. The punch landed with remarkable effect. Malfoy's tears and blood erupted from his face. Clutching his visage, he cried out in pain. "How dare you strike me? Hit my face. What is your name? I will ensure my father has you expelled from Hogwarts." Malfoy, in a fit of rage, shouted at Hermione and called upon his 2 dim-witted bodyguards to unleash a curse. "I am Hermione Granger. If Hogwarts is governed by scoundrels like you, I would rather not attend." Undeterred in the face of Crabbe and Goyle brandishing their wands, the resolute Hermione stood her ground, confronting the trio of Malfoy. "Granger? Never heard of you. You truly are a filthy mudblood." Draco Malfoy, his face still stinging, could not help but unleash a torrent of abuse. Just as he was about to hurl the most despicable slur at Hermione, he was unexpectedly struck by Harry's powerful punch. This blow landed squarely on Malfoy's abdomen. Unlike Hermione's light punches, Harry's strike was imbued with tremendous force, enhanced by the spinning technique he had learned from Dudley. The impact sent Malfoy soaring off the ground, crashing into his 2 hapless sidekicks. Fortuitously, the 2 pudgy followers cushioned his fall, allowing Malfoy to land safely after being propelled several meters away. Crabbe and Goyle had their own reason to be grateful for their ample girth, which absorbed the brunt of the impact. Unexpected yet entirely predictable, Dudley mused. The malevolence was not absolute, nor was the goodness apparent. Draco Malfoy, you truly have a penchant for self-sabotage. You wish to befriend Harry? What a fool. The brief friendship between Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, Level A. Details of the regrettable incident. In the original story, perhaps due to recognition of Harry's fame, or perhaps under the influence of his Death Eater father, Draco Malfoy initially harbored a desire to befriend Harry Potter. However, his upbringing steeped in pureblood supremacy led to an immediate aversion from Harry upon their first encounter. Subsequently, Malfoy's derogatory remarks about Harry's friend Ron severed any potential for friendship. Thus began a transformation from affection to enmity, as Malfoy and his cronies continually opposed Harry and his friends throughout their school years. It was only when Voldemort and the Death Eaters regained power that Malfoy exhibited a reluctance to fully align with the Dark Lord, occasionally offering subtle assistance to Harry's side, which gradually shifted Harry's perception of him. After their victory over Voldemort, and as they settled into family life, they ultimately reconciled, transforming their animosity into camaraderie. The system's unlocking of this regrettable incident concerning Malfoy posed a dilemma for Dudley. He would never conspire to matchmake his cousin with an irredeemably bad friend for the sake of system rewards. Yet, the dilemma remained that Draco Malfoy was not beyond redemption. Reflecting on his previous experiences watching the original films, Dudley felt a twinge of sympathy for Malfoy. Perhaps it is best to let this regrettable incident unfold naturally. After some contemplation, Dudley resolved to take decisive action against the prevailing ideology of pure-blood supremacy in the magical realm. This endeavor is not merely to rectify Hermione's regrettable incident, but to foster a more harmonious magical realm, uniting all possible forces to collaboratively explore the arcane arts and confront Voldemort and other malevolent dark wizards. In the course of administering the potion, should Draco Malfoy, and by extension the Malfoy family, undergo a profound transformation in their mindset, it would facilitate Harry's acceptance of this newfound ally. If that proves unattainable, then relinquishing this regrettable incident would bring closure. Dudley, preoccupied with his thoughts, remained undeterred in addressing the reality before him. He observed the trio of Malfoys clutching their abdomens, unsteadily rising from the corridor floor, scrambling to retrieve their recently dropped wands, uncertain whether they would retaliate or strategically retreat. Meanwhile, from behind Dudley and his companions, the familiar calls of the Hogwarts Express attendants echoed through the air, those NPCs who, while traversing the train, peddled an array of snacks and beverages. Such vendors exist in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, although the magical realm offers a more peculiar assortment of treats. Cousin, what should we do? Harry, now acutely aware of their precarious situation, sensed the impending danger. Stay calm, watch my maneuver, Dudley replied with an air of confidence, fixating on the Malfoy trio who were poised to reclaim their wands. In a hushed voice, he chanted, "Bind them swiftly, silently." In an instant, 3 robust ropes materialized from thin air, ensnaring the Malfoys, rendering their cries utterly mute, as if silenced by an unseen force. Next, Dudley raised his smeding wand and cast a transformation spell. The wand's elongated body split into 3 longer tendrils, extending forward with the grace of serpents. The tendrils deftly coiled around the Malfoys' wands before ensnaring the trio themselves. Harry and his companions watched in astonishment as the Malfoys were hoisted into the air by the wand's transformed tendrils, flailing their limbs and attempting to articulate their terror. Yet no sound emerged. They were compelled to move in tandem with Dudley, who led them onward. Eager to witness how Dudley would navigate the attendant, who was now growing suspicious, the group hastened to follow his lead. Before long, anticipating the attendant's impending outcry, Dudley wasted no time in uttering another incantation. Confound. Instantly, the attendant was beset by dizziness, swaying and leaping in a chaotic dance. Thus, Dudley and his friends slipped past the disoriented vendor, deftly pilfering 2 gold galleons to leave atop the snack cart, which then levitated a veritable feast of magical treats in their wake. Chapter 63. Enclosed compartments, dealing with captives. The Hogwarts Express continued its journey toward Hogwarts. In the corridor of the carriage, the snack vendor, having regained his composure, looked around in confusion, unable to recall the peculiar events that had just transpired. Curiously lowering his head, he noticed 2 gold galleons resting on the small cart, while a significant portion of the snacks had vanished. How strange. Did I really sell that many treats just now? And this money, did they give too much? The attendant, utterly bewildered, could only accept the galleons and continue her rounds, calling out to each compartment. The compartments were cramped, barely accommodating so many individuals. However, Dudley effortlessly resolved this with a silent extension charm. Not only did he expand the space within the compartment, but he also dispelled the protective enchantment originally set at the door, closing it securely. After sealing the door, he cast another spell to ensure it remained locked and reinforced the entire compartment to prevent any interruptions, coupled with the inherent soundproofing magic of the train compartments. Whatever transpired inside would remain unheard and unseen by outsiders. Within the compartment, Dudley, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville sat divided into two groups on opposing plush benches. The table between them had magically enlarged several times, overflowing with the magical snacks Dudley had just purchased, alongside the remaining Muggle treats. Meanwhile, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle were firmly bound by vines conjured from their wands, slumped helplessly on the spacious floor created by the extension charm, their eyes betraying a mix of rage, fear, and despair. Dudley toyed with the wands of the three captives before casually tossing them onto the heap of snacks. With a flick of his finger, he lifted the silencing spell off Draco. "Let me go at once. You filthy mudbloods. I shall have my father hang you by your ankles." Upon hearing these words, none of the seated companions, other than Dudley, could maintain their composure, their anger palpable. However, as they beheld Draco spewing venomous words, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and mingling with the nasal discharge from his injuries, they felt a twinge of anxiety. "Cousin, did I strike too hard?" Harry asked, a hint of concern in his tone. "Perhaps a bit, but it's nothing serious," Dudley replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. While everyone wished to appear composed, the anger was undeniable. "Harry, this is only natural. Do not blame yourself. Blame young Mr. Malfoy for his lack of situational awareness and his foul mouth." "Harry," Draco exclaimed, spitting blood as he reacted to the rapid turn of events. "You're Harry Potter? The infamous Harry Potter?" "Indeed, that is I. Why did you hit me?" Draco's agitation grew, nearly spiraling into madness. "I came here specifically to befriend you. Why must you injure me so grievously?" "Why? Who would want to befriend you?" Harry retorted, his expression one of disdain and disgust. "And why would I strike you? Did you not hear my cousin? Your mouth is far too foul. You deserve a thrashing. You're all insane." Draco was on the brink of a breakdown. "Harry Potter, alongside Weasley and Longbottom, you have all lost your minds, aligning with mudbloods and listening to their words against pure-blood wizards." Thud, thud, thud. Crash, crash. Upon hearing Malfoy audaciously insult his cousin, Harry rose without uttering a word, striding purposefully over to Malfoy and delivering two resounding slaps across his face. The already pallid boy, smeared with blood, quickly became red and swollen. At this moment, he dared not utter a single word, only gazing at Harry with a mix of resentment and sorrow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Dudley placed a hand on his forehead, comprehending his cousin's actions and fury, feeling a sense of solace. However, Malfoy's derogatory remark about him being a mudblood bore no weight. In his previous life, as a native of China, such insults lacked any biting power. Moreover, the term mudblood referred to a lineage deemed dirty and inferior. In China, only pet cats and dogs were subjected to lineage distinctions. Yet, the term held no sting for Dudley. It was a different matter for Hermione, having just transitioned from the Muggle world into the wizarding realm. Her understanding of wizards and magic was derived solely from the textbooks purchased in Diagon Alley, leaving her unaware of the term's meaning. Ignorance was no hindrance. Hermione embodied the spirit of inquiry. If she did not understand, she would ask. Upon clarifying its meaning, Hermione inevitably felt a surge of anger and sadness, yearning to take revenge on Malfoy, but Harry had already intervened, and she herself had previously confronted him. Malfoy was indeed in a dire predicament, leaving Hermione torn between sorrow and a sense of satisfaction. Dudley observed the reactions of his peers, particularly Hermione's, recognizing that he could have intervened to halt Malfoy's foul language, but chose not to, for he understood that mere intervention was a superficial remedy. He could not constantly shadow Hermione or Malfoy, and students like Malfoy were not a rarity at Hogwarts. Thus, for Hermione, or any young witch or wizard from a Muggle background, it was nearly impossible to evade bullying or insults from pure-blood supremacists within the confines of Hogwarts. Dudley realized that his role was not to repeatedly resort to violence as a means of prevention, for that would not address the underlying issue. This approach was not the correct method to resolve the grievances of Miss Know-It-All being bullied. His goal was to help Hermione unlock her emotional burdens while simultaneously broadening Draco Malfoy's perspective, allowing them to comprehend the sinister intentions lurking behind the terms mudblood and pure-blood supremacy. He aimed to guide his companions to view the situation from a loftier vantage point, enabling them to discern true villains from the brainwashed fools and those who willingly played the fool. In doing so, They could genuinely release the sting of such insults and respond to bullying with a more tranquil mindset. Chapter 64. Pureblood Supremacy? Utterly absurd. At that moment, young Master Malfoy, with his bruised and bloodied visage, displayed an expression of fear tinged with stubborn defiance. Dudley felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, but stifled it. He began to recite a spell: heal swiftly, cleanse anew, calm the spirit. Powerful magic emanated from him as the incantation took effect. The healing and cleansing spells enveloped the trio of Malfoy, first alleviating their injuries significantly, and then purging the bloodstains from their faces and bodies. The final calming charm was cast over all present, soothing their spirits as much as possible. You must be Harry Potter's cousin. I never imagined you were as formidable as the rumors suggest. What would you like to discuss? When will you release us? Malfoy, having regained his composure, finally spoke in a normal tone. He regarded the ever-composed Dudley with a complex expression, as if his perceptions had been challenged, mingled with a reluctant acknowledgement of his own submission. Fear not, Malfoy. We are your classmates, not kidnappers, and we shall not keep you bound indefinitely. If you can sincerely apologize for your previous words and actions, you will soon be liberated, Dudley replied calmly, a smile gracing his face. Fine. I apologize. I am sorry. Is that enough? Just let me and Crabbe go, will you? Malfoy said, his face darkened, speaking rapidly and with blatant insincerity. That one T suffice. It's far too perfunctory. Dudley shook his head. What is it that you truly want? Malfoy's irritation flared once more, his voice raised. You were the ones who provoked me first. I cannot agree. Dudley maintained his calm demeanor. Initially, it was indeed Neville's toad that leapt onto your shoulder, causing you distress. However, that was an accident, at worst a careless mistake on Neville's part, much like your banishing charm that inadvertently struck Neville. The toad jumped off your shoulder, and I caught Neville before he fell. No one was harmed, so it should have been settled. Yet, you approached us demanding an apology from Neville, calling him foolish and launching personal attacks. Personal attacks? You all attacked my character first, Malfoy retorted, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet stubbornly defending himself. I struck your face because you insulted Ron's family. Hermione interjected, unable to contain herself. I hit your stomach because you slandered Hermione. Harry chimed in. The subsequent slap was a response to your disparagement of my cousin and all of us. You all mocked me first, the Weasleys. Then you kidnapped us. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Malfoy, incited by their words, vehemently countered Hermione and Harry's arguments. Enough. Dudley, in exasperation, cast the calming spell once more, soothing the array of children. As he observed Malfoy's obstinate and unreasonable arguments, he recalled one of Dumbledore's commendable traits, the old headmaster's capacity for reason, his willingness to admit his faults, and his openness to counsel. Far more amenable than Malfoy, Dudley gathered his thoughts and decided to take a firm approach. There is no need for further discussion. Malfoy. Each person possesses a scale within their heart to discern right from wrong. You may wish to consult your conscience and ponder. Between us, which side has been more egregious? Say what you will. Malfoy's tone initially faltered, hesitating for a moment before weakly expressing his defiance. Stubborn and unyielding, Dudley shook his head, diving straight into the matter at hand. Malfoy, have you ever counted how many times you've referred to mudbloods during a trivial conflict among classmates? How many times you've attacked others' families and bloodlines? Upon hearing Dudley mention bloodlines, Malfoy regained his fervor. Pureblood wizards are inherently superior to those of Muggle descent. You and that Hermione are naturally inferior. What if I insult you? You deserve it. At Malfoy's vicious words, even Dudley, who usually maintained his composure, could no longer restrain himself. He pointed at Malfoy's pristine, pale face and cast a hex. A sharp hiss escaped Malfoy's lips as he let out a pained scream. The intense burning sensation engulfed him, and soon his face was covered in grotesque lumps, rendering him unrecognizable. One must concede, if spiteful words could be quantified as strength, you would indeed be formidable. Dudley had vented his frustrations on both himself and Hermione and continued to reason with Malfoy. Do you genuinely believe in the supremacy of pure blood? Stop deluding yourself. Both my parents and Hermione's are Muggles, yet you deride us as mudbloods. Ron is pure-blooded, yet you mock his poverty and call his family a disgrace. Neville is also pure-blooded, yet you ridicule him for being foolish and intimidate him. Harry's parents are wizards, but his mother hails from a Muggle family, which technically makes Harry a half-blood. Yet, due to Harry's fame, you seek his friendship. Is this adherence to the doctrine of pure-blood supremacy? No, it is not. You merely exploit the notion of pure blood to exalt your own status, to validate the Malfoy family superiority over other wizards as a matter of course. You and your decaying pure-blood ideology are terrified of the burgeoning numbers of Muggle-born wizards encroaching on your interests, threatening your power in a magical realm, and undermining your lofty position. Thus, you concoct a doctrine of pure-blood supremacy to disguise yourselves and belittle others. You speak nonsense. Pure blood is noble. It is noble, Malfoy retorted loudly, enduring the pain and discomfort on his face. Earlier, Dudley had deliberately spared Malfoy's mouth from the Hex's effects, allowing him to continue speaking. Clearly, Malfoy's spirit and worldview had suffered a profound shock. He instinctively opposed Dudley's words, yet could not find any logical fallacy within them, inevitably leading to emotional turmoil. Huh? Your father? Do you truly believe your father subscribes to this pure-blood supremacy? If he were a staunch believer, he would not be serving Voldemort as a lackey. Dudley continued passionately, his words relentless. Voldemort, the offspring of a rebellious witch who seduced a handsome Muggle with a love potion, has managed to rise above you pure-blood families. What grounds do you have to preach about pure-blood supremacy? It is utterly ludicrous. Chapter 65. The interest behind pure-blood ideology. Both parties of companions stood in stunned silence. Within the confines of the compartment sat 8 individuals. Except for Dudley, Harry's expression remained unchanged, while Hermione exhibited a look of relief. The others appeared anxious and unsettled. Ron's anxiety was tinged with an excitement akin to having discovered a juicy secret, while Neville's trepidation was laced with a bewildered innocence. Crabbe and Goyle, the 2 silenced lackeys, displayed a mixture of terror and hostility toward Dudley, evidently having been thoroughly indoctrinated by their foolish Death Eater parents. Malfoy was petrified, yet his shock was accompanied by a stubborn skepticism. Clearly, the Voldemort Dudley spoke of did not align with the scant, distorted information he had gleaned from his parents and the fence-sitting pure-blood Death Eater circles throughout his upbringing. How dare you insult my father by fabricating tales of a formidable dark wizard? Malfoy stammered after a prolonged pause. The Dark Lord is the staunchest supporter of pure-blood supremacy. He cannot possibly have such a disreputable background. Ha ha ha! Dudley erupted into a terrifying laugh. Oh, poor, ignorant Malfoy. Do you not comprehend why Voldemort champions pure-blood supremacy? It is merely a strategy to ensnare you decrepit pure-blood aristocrats who are so fixated on your status and interests to make you his hounds, to serve his will and assist him in ruling the wizarding world. Your father, along with those 2 dim-witted lackeys of yours, and the remaining duplicitous Death Eaters who have survived to this day, fall into one of 3 categories. Either they are fools brainwashed by the pure-blood ideology, or they are cunning individuals who exploit Voldemort's power to perpetrate evil and solidify the position of pure-blood supremacy, or they are mere sycophants, succumbing to Voldemort's tyranny and joining the ranks of the corrupt. Which category do you believe your father belongs to? And what about you, the heir of a Death Eater? In the future, should Voldemort manage to stage a triumphant comeback, which type do you think you will willingly or unwillingly become? Have you pondered these questions at all? Malfoy's face, marred by unsightly blemishes, betrayed no emotion, yet his flickering eyes revealed an inner turmoil. At merely 11 years of age, he, despite being somewhat more astute than his peers and having undergone a wizarding aristocratic education, could not fully grasp the duplicitous nature of Dudley's words and the intricate web of interests entwined within them. Thus, he could only remain silent. Noticing this, Dudley deliberately turned to observe Hermione's expression, discovering her deep in thought, seemingly comprehending Dudley's message to a greater extent than Malfoy, though it was evident that she too had not reached full understanding. Dudley recognized this circumstance. After all, even the most intelligent child remains but a child, unless one is a fellow time traveler like himself or has been groomed from an early age as a hereditary heir. It is difficult for anyone to fully comprehend such complexities without sufficient life experience. Very well, he mused, if the nuances of humanities elude you, let's approach it from a scientific perspective. Consider the historical events that transpired, the underlying reasons for their occurrence, and how historical figures addressed these challenges, whether their resolutions were effective or not. I see a flicker of introspection in your gaze. You are not beyond redemption, unlike your 2 obstinate companions, who have been thoroughly brainwashed. Dudley's tone softened, and his words were directed not only at Malfoy, but also at Hermione. As for Ron and Neville, Dudley harbored no illusions that they would grasp his sentiments. One had awakened, yet remained apathetic towards learning, while the other was still ensnared by the effects of a forgetting charm, yet to come into his own. Who would bother to peruse Muggle history books? With a hint of Dudley's amiable demeanor, Malfoy puffed himself up, asserting that the superiority of pure-blood wizards was immutable, Had those pure-blood wizards in history not been foolish enough to intermarry with Muggles, diluting their lineage, there would be no mud-bloods like you in existence today. The wonders of magic would forever elude you. Thus, pure-blood families rightfully deserved a status above yours and should command your respect. Dudley cast a surprised glance at Malfoy, astonished that the pompous boy could articulate such a seemingly rational fallacy. It serendipitously aligned with Dudley's intention to counter the ideology of pure-blood supremacy through a scientific lens. He clapped his hands in encouragement, causing a flicker of apprehension to cross Malfoy's beady eyes. What do you intend to do now? I warn you, do not strike me again or cast any dark curses upon me, lest my father Malfoy retaliate weakly with threats. Spare your father, Malfoy, Dudley interjected, shaking his head in exasperation. Do you still believe your Malfoy family retains the same grandeur as before? A decade ago, Voldemort's devastating defeat, coupled with the recent debacle of the Death Eater rebellion in Azkaban, has diminished your decaying pure-blood lineage to its historical nadir. You're barely able to safeguard your own interests, now reduced to a mere shadow of your former self. You continue to antagonize others on behalf of your father. Are you intent on leading him to ruin? Malfoy's expression turned frantic as memories of his father's furrowed brow resurfaced. Alongside the admonition to befriend Harry Potter and cultivate relations with Dumbledore, plunging him into silence once more. It appears you are quite astute. Malfoy was taken aback to find Dudley agreeing with him, and a flicker of triumph sparked in his gaze. Clearly, he was oblivious to the art of feigned humility and the potency of the word but. However, Dudley continued with a smile, if that were the case. The wizarding community would have long since been extinguished from the annals of history. Even now, the number of wizards in the British magical realm is barely 3,000. Oh no, not 3,000 anymore, merely 2,005 to 600. One can only imagine how scarce those so-called pure-blood wizards, who once thrived on this land, truly are. Had these initial pure-blood wizards refrained from intermarrying with Muggles and instead confined their unions solely within their own kind, it would not take many generations before they became inbred. I wonder if you little wizards hailing from wizarding families have ever studied genetics, understanding the perils of consanguinity. I know. Hermione interjected suddenly. Chapter 66. The Fainting Malfoy. The Mudblood Servant. I have read the works of geneticist Mendel. Inbreeding can lead to genetic mutations in offspring, resulting in deformities. And only a minuscule probability may yield individuals of exceptional intelligence and remarkable talent. However, in the long run, if successive generations engage in consanguineous marriages, it will inevitably result in the offspring of a family suffering from deformities and an increasing rate of mortality, ultimately leading to their complete extinction. Hermione fully showcased her charm as a know-it-all, imparting a valuable lesson to her peers in the wizarding world. Indeed, Dudley cast a look of admiration towards Hermione and added, So, pure-blood little wizard Malfoy, do you understand? The wizarding bloodline, akin to what Muggles refer to as genes, necessitates diversity and richness. If wizards never intermarry with Muggles, Muggle-born wizards would not emerge, but simultaneously, wizards would risk becoming an extinct species. To this day, there exists no absolute pure blood. Every wizard, including you, Malfoy, possesses some degree of Muggle ancestry, and that is a fact. Dudley's words struck Malfoy like a blade, piercing through his youthful defenses. However, there was a slight oversight in Dudley's statement. In truth, there exists one purely pure-blooded wizard in this world, Dudley himself. His wizarding bloodline was derived from the Philosopher's Stone, just as the original batch of pure-blood wizards did not inherit their bloodline by birth. It is likely that they inadvertently acquired it from magical creatures. The evidence supporting this assertion is clear. Wizards are human. Muggles are also human, biologically belonging to the same species. Why should wizards possess magic while Muggles do not? The most plausible explanation is that the very first wizards were originally Muggles. They were the elite or fortunate among humanity, having obtained some wondrous substance or power from the magical beings or materials existing in the natural world, transforming themselves into wizards. Subsequently, through continuous procreation and intermingling with others, they spread the wizarding bloodline. In contemporary times, perhaps the genes of every Muggle harbor the potential for magical lineage. However, the magical gene is a recessive trait, while the non-magical gene is dominant. Muggles possess both the non-magical and magical genes, yet the expressed trait corresponds to the dominant non-magical gene, resulting in the absence of magic, thereby rendering them incapable of becoming wizards. This elucidates why two Muggles can produce a wizard. The magical genes from both Muggles can be inherited by their offspring, who may possess only the magical gene without the non-magical gene, thus expressing the recessive trait associated with the magical gene, namely having magical abilities and becoming a wizard. I don't believe it. Upon hearing Dudley's conclusion, Malfoy erupted once more. His worldview and values had been profoundly shaken, and he instinctively rejected and denied Dudley's claims, insisting, "I am pureblood. The Malfoy family is pureblood. All 28 sacred families are pureblood. You two Muggleborns are spouting nonsense. I will not believe you. I will not believe you." Observing Malfoy's almost deranged demeanor, Dudley lost interest in continuing the debate. His objective had been achieved. Hermione had comprehended the concept of so-called pureblood. At this moment, hearing Malfoy insult her as a mudblood only allowed her to remain composed, dismissing it as the ravings of a madman. Daryl is now eligible to claim the system rewards for resolving the B-level regret incident involving Miss All-Knowing, who suffered bullying. However, he has chosen to refrain from doing so for the time being, as he has yet to achieve the level of a perfect resolution that would grant him the highest rewards. It is likely that he will require Hermione to independently address a few more incidents of bloodline discrimination and bullying throughout her future academic journey at Hogwarts, thereby solidifying her newly formed understanding. As for Malfoy, Daryl is confident that the words he just spoke have left an indelible impression on Malfoy, shattering many of his preconceived notions about purebloods. Perhaps it will not be long before this young Malfoy, who still possesses a hint of inherent kindness, gradually comes to accept the truth. With this thought in mind, Daryl prepared to cast a little magic on Malfoy and his companions, intending to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, Ron, who was seated opposite him, spoke up. The Weasley and the Longbottom families are also among the so-called 28 sacred families. However, the Weasley family does not subscribe to the notion of pureblood supremacy. Malfoy, if you cannot comprehend this, do not drag us down with you. Ron's eyes gleamed with a hint of sarcasm as he addressed Malfoy. We, too, are a sacred family, but our lineage certainly includes unions with Muggles. It is only you stubborn pure-blood families who refuse to acknowledge this truth. Hence, the Weasley family stands as a paragon of pure-blood shame. Ron's face flushed with indignation, and in an effort to maintain his newfound friendships and uphold his family's honor, he boldly exposed the secrets of the Malfoy lineage. Your family is nothing but a shameless bunch of hypocrites. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your family tree. While it may appear that every branch is adorned with the names of wizards, the truth is that every couple of generations, your family resorts to intermingling with a half-blood wizard to improve the very family genes that Daryl and Hermione just mentioned. Furthermore, the pureblood community has circulated tales of your ancestor, Lucius I, who once pursued a Muggle queen, yet failed in his endeavors. And you dare to claim the mantle of pureblood? You have the audacity to wield the rhetoric of pureblood supremacy to belittle and bully others? I'm ashamed for you. Ron's revelations, laden with scandal, became the final straw for Malfoy. Overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of humiliation, Malfoy succumbed to unconsciousness with a faint gasp. The remaining occupants of the compartment turned to Ron, who felt a surge of panic. It's not my fault. It's Malfoy's own shortcomings. Daryl gave Ron a thumbs up, which steadied his nerves somewhat, before he pointed at Malfoy and his cohorts. Forget everything. A brilliant white light enveloped Crabbe and Goyle, rendering these two hopelessly oblivious fools, who had absorbed nothing throughout the ordeal, to forget all that had transpired in the compartment. They would only remember that they had been dragged in by Daryl and subsequently received a beating. Urgent transfiguration. Spell stabilized. Following this, a powerful transformation spell enveloped the robes worn by Malfoy and his companions, converting their garments into tattered rags, soiled and malodorous, resembling the fetid black muck of a swamp clinging to their bodies. Furthermore, Dudley has managed to stabilize this transformation effect, allowing it to persist, rendering Malfoy and his companions utterly unable to extricate themselves. Ugh! Phew! The silencing charm on Crabbe and Goyle was lifted by Dudley, who now felt the repulsive, sticky, and foul-smelling muck clinging to them, prompting them to retch, further smearing the filth upon their muddy garments. If you choose to insult others with mud, be prepared to become muck yourselves, Dudley asserted firmly, waving his hand to cast a bubble charm, conjuring a large bubble to shield himself and his friends from the unpleasant odor, while simultaneously dispelling the locking enchantment on the compartment door, thereby opening it with a flick of his wrist. Take your leader and get lost, Dudley bellowed, tossing Malfoy and his cronies' wands into the corridor outside. Chapter 67. This time we bear the burden, next time it's your turn. Dudley released the binding vines and ropes that had ensnared Malfoy and his entourage. Crabbe and Goyle, too intimidated to resist, endured the discomfort and nausea brought on by their muddy attire, rising unsteadily to assist the unconscious Malfoy. who was similarly enshrouded in muck and bore an unsightly visage, barely recognizable. Trembling, they exited the compartment. Subsequently, Dudley lifted the non-existent stretching charm from within the compartment and cast a cleaning spell once more, eradicating the refuse and foul odors, restoring the compartment to its former state. Everyone, don't just stand there. The matter is resolved. Let us enjoy some snacks. Don't let them go to waste. Ron, Neville, and Hermione momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by Dudley's swift change of demeanor. However, they soon acclimated to the shift, as Harry took the initiative to begin snacking, engaging warmly with their newfound allies. Dudley observed the expressions of his 3 new companions, then tore open a pack of chocolate frogs, quickly seizing the leaping frog legs to devour. Neville followed suit, albeit with a more naive demeanor due to his introverted nature, appearing somewhat shy and hesitant to meet Dudley's gaze, embodying a timid disposition. In contrast, Hermione did not allow Dudley's previous behavior to foster any sense of distance or fear. Rather, she set aside her pride, gazing at him with gratitude and admiration, akin to a fan encountering their idol. Dudley graciously accepted this admiration, viewing it as the acquisition of yet another intelligent ally or subordinate. He understood, well, that Hermione was captivated by his knowledge, abilities, and way of thinking, rather than being infatuated with him. A formidable woman like Hermione, both clever and courageous, would likely seek a partner akin to Ron, the gentle yet fierce protector. As for Dudley, he had no intention of falling into the trap of romance. His ambition lay solely in becoming stronger. Which house do you wish to be sorted into? Dudley inquired. I most desire to be placed in Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor. As the sky darkened outside the carriage window, signaling their imminent arrival at Hogwarts, Ron suddenly broached this topic, piquing the interest of his companions. Harry expressed his wish to be sorted into Gryffindor as well, noting that both Hagrid and Dumbledore were alumni of that house, while he fervently hoped to avoid Slytherin, wishing to distance himself from the taint of those decayed purebloods. Hermione and Neville also expressed their thoughts, largely echoing each other. Neither wished to be sorted into Slytherin. Dudley remained aloof from the conversation. According to the original narrative, everyone in this compartment, aside from him, belonged to Gryffindor, and it was likely still the case. Cousin, which house do you wish to join? Harry inquired, eager for a shared experience. Dudley chuckled lightly. It matters not which one. All 4 houses offer the same curriculum, devoid of distinction. Our purpose in attending Hogwarts is to learn magic and hone our skills. Placing excessive importance on house allocation is to lose sight of the essence. It is utterly meaningless. Upon hearing this, the companions fell into a state of astonishment, particularly Ron, who had never contemplated the matter thus. His family was almost entirely aligned with Gryffindor, and he had always envisioned himself joining their ranks. But cousin, if we are not sorted into the same house, that mean we'll be separated? Harry pressed, a hint of urgency in his voice. What's there to fear? Do you think these so-called house rules could constrain me? Dudley dismissed the concern entirely, given his current prowess and his connection with Dumbledore. At Hogwarts, aside from the girls' dormitory and lavatory, he could reside wherever he pleased. He even fancied the idea of taking up residence in the restricted section of the library. Indeed, Harry felt reassured. The others, however, found themselves at a loss for words, enveloped in an awkward silence. Ding-dong. The trained speaker crackled to life, announcing that they would arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 5 minutes. Passengers were urged to gather their belongings in preparation for disembarkation, with all personal items to be delivered to their respective dormitories. Upon hearing this announcement, the atmosphere in the compartment shifted to one of exhilaration and tension. The joy stemmed from the imminent arrival at their destination, the enigmatic Hogwarts. The anxiety arose from the uncertainty of whom they would meet and what experiences awaited them, provoking a sense of trepidation towards the unknown. We're about to disembark. Cheer up. Hogwarts devour us, and let us share the remaining snacks. Dudley maintained his composure, effortlessly dividing the leftover treats into 5 equal portions. Furthermore, if the Malfoy trio foolishly attempt to report us to the professors at Hogwarts, feel free to place the blame on Harry and me. That is unacceptable. I am involved too, and I will not shift the responsibility onto my friends. Hermione instantly stood, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Dudley, we shall face whatever punishment together. I have a pair of twin brothers who often find themselves in trouble at Hogwarts, and the consequences are usually trivial, like cleaning the trophy room or confinement in the professor's office. It's hardly a grave matter, Ron echoed, clearly inspired by his 2 exemplary siblings. I feel the same, Neville attempted to contribute, though his words stumbled forth, lacking eloquence. Excellent. Wonderful. For the sake of your camaraderie, We shall all be good brothers and partners from this moment forth," Dudley proclaimed with newfound enthusiasm, gently patting Ron, Hermione, and Neville on their shoulders, warming their hearts. "Since we are good companions, let us dispense with formality. It is certainly preferable for 2 individuals to endure punishment rather than 5. This time, I shall shoulder the burden alongside Harry, and in the future, you shall also take your turn." "Huh?" Ron and the others were taken aback. "There's going to be a next time?" Dudley appeared displeased, wearing an expression that suggested they looked down upon him. "This is merely the beginning. There will undoubtedly be future occurrences, and even more beyond that. Do not be afraid. From now on, I will protect everyone. As long as we are in the right, we must not cower. Let us bravely combat evil. Should any trouble arise, I will bear the consequences." Dudley thumped his chest, taking on an air of bravado, reveling in the chaos with not a hint of burden in his heart. He had meticulously devised plans to harness his newfound abilities. They were not to be left idle, but rather put to use. Furthermore, he speculated that Voldemort's fragment of soul would likely come to Hogwarts in search of the Philosopher's Stone to replenish his vitality and scheme for his resurrection. By collaborating with the protagonists blessed by fate from the original story, they could pool their insights and perhaps, inadvertently, uncover clues related to Voldemort's soul. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 68. The Tension and Pursuit Over the Black Lake. A long whistle and the screech of the train's brakes reverberated from the open compartment door, jolting Ron and the others from their stupor. "We have arrived. Let us disembark." Dudley adjusted his robe, grasped the smelting stick, and, resembling a carefree leader of a ruffian group on an excursion, confidently stepped out of the compartment. Harry followed closely behind. The remaining trio of Ron exchanged glances before hastily joining the others. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Passengers disembarked from the train, making their way to the open space on the platform. There were not many students from Hogwarts, approximately 40 per grade, with a total of around 300 across 7 grades. At this moment, within this assembly of 300, 2 distinct areas had spontaneously formed. One was occupied by Dudley's 5-member group, where the young wizards, intimidated by Dudley's prowess, instinctively distanced themselves from Harry's tainted reputation. Of course, there were those who did not perceive Dudley and Harry as particularly formidable, yet this group, swayed by the majority, refrained from approaching Dudley's entourage at such a time. Ron's elder brothers had noticed their younger sibling standing alongside Dudley and Harry, gesturing appreciatively toward Ron from a distance. The other vacant area was occupied by 3 small figures cloaked in mud, exuding an unpleasant odor akin to a biochemical weapon, compelling others to steer clear. These 3 figures concealed their faces with spare clothing, keeping their heads bowed in silence, huddled together for warmth, clearly wishing to keep their identities hidden. However, this only intensified the whispers and stares from the crowd, with Slytherin students openly displaying their disdain, ridicule, and even insults. This caused the 3 muddy figures to tremble with indignation, their heads bowing even lower. Yet, the mud upon them quivered, but refused to fall away. "Hey, first-year students, come with me." The towering figure of Hagrid approached, holding a lantern aloft. At first glance, he noticed Dudley and Harry, smiling at them without perceiving the disdainful glances from the other young wizards directed at Dudley and his companions, his usual obliviousness intact. Upon seeing Hagrid, Dudley took the lead, guiding Harry and their newly acquired friends to the front of the line, trailing closely behind Hagrid. Meanwhile, the trio of Malfoy, covered in mud, trailed dejectedly at the rear of the first-year students. It was a rare sight to witness such a division within the ranks. The older students couldn't help but point and whisper, intrigued by the identity of those who would make such a spectacle at the significant milestone of entering Hogwarts. Their curiosity would remain unsated for a while, as students from 2nd to 7th year did not share the same path with the first years. Instead, they would take a shortcut, led by their respective house prefects, to reach the Hogwarts dining hall and await the newcomers. In contrast, the first years, under Hagrid's guidance, arrive at the edge of the Black Lake, with the magnificent, mysterious, and imposing Hogwarts castle visible in the distance, captivating the hearts of the new students. They were to split into groups of 4 and board small boats to cross the lake, arriving at the castle for the sorting ceremony. Without hesitation, Dudley waved his wand, commandeering 2 boats. "Get on board." He beckoned his friends, organizing them into a formation of 3 in one boat and 2 in another. Dudley, Harry, and Ron occupied the front boat, while Hermione and Neville took the rear. Hagrid, accustomed to Dudley's commanding ways, had official duties and could not whisper to his friends. He first assisted the other newcomers onto their boats before taking one for himself to lead the way at the front. The boats, enchanted to glide across the water, were also equipped with paddles, The mud-covered Malfoy trio naturally shared a boat at the rear, paddling in silence. No one dared to share their vessel, nor would anyone approach them. Malfoy, should we jump into Black Lake for a bath? Maybe we'll wash off this filthy mud, Crabbe suggested quietly from their boat. Goyle's eyes lit up at the thought, glancing eagerly at the water, as if ready to leap. Malfoy quickly pulled him back, hissing in a low voice. Are you trying to get us killed? There are vicious mermaids in this lake, and a gigantic squid. Besides, in these filthy clothes, can we even swim? We'll drown if we jump in. What do we do then? When we reach the other side, the sorting ceremony will commence, and in this state, how can we face anyone? Goyle whimpered, his voice cracking. Malfoy felt equally distressed. After waking, he had cast several spells with his wand at their muddy attire to no avail. Attempting to forcibly remove them was out of the question. After the train arrived at the station, resorting to the foolish method of concealing one's face with spare clothing was hardly a viable solution, merely serving to temporarily uphold the Malfoy family's dignity. Crabbe and Goyle were lazily paddling the small boat, while Malfoy, seated at the bow, cast his gaze towards the lead boats of the fleet, his expression shifting between hope and despair. Paddle faster. Accelerate. We must catch up to Harry Potter and his cousin's boat. After much internal conflict, Malfoy finally made a decision, promptly issuing orders to his two dim-witted companions. What? Upon hearing this, Crabbe and Goyle not only failed to pick up the pace, but instead ceased paddling altogether. Malfoy, are you out of your mind? If we get any closer to that terrifying freak, we might not survive. The fear instilled in Crabbe and Goyle by Dudley had penetrated their very bones. You fools. If we wish to avoid making a scene and losing face for our families, our only option is to find Dudley Dursley and offer a covert apology. Malfoy exclaimed. Only by having him lift the magic he has cast upon us can we attend the sorting ceremony with any semblance of dignity. Do you truly wish to humiliate yourselves before the entire school? Malfoy was frantic, simultaneously paddling the boat and vehemently explaining the situation to his lackeys. How could his companions be so utterly dim-witted? Malfoy felt utterly exhausted. The mere thought of Dudley's formidable strength and his formidable entourage only added to his weariness. Oh, I see now. Crabbe and Goyle, as if awakening from stupor, hurriedly resumed paddling, working in unison to hasten their small vessel. However, the hope of catching up to Dudley's lead boat before reaching the opposite shore seemed increasingly bleak. Chapter 69, A Rapid Escape from Desperation. The Black Lake, located on the southern side of Hogwarts Castle, is home to numerous magical creatures. The predominant inhabitants include a group of unsightly merfolk and a colossal squid. The merfolk of this lake are grotesque in appearance, bearing no resemblance to the enchanting sirens of legend. They are coarse in behavior and possess a rather unkind disposition. Nevertheless, they are bound by a magical covenant with Hogwarts, residing in the Black Lake for generations, serving as the southern defense of Hogwarts, and posing no threat to the students. Thus, Malfoy's apprehension regarding the prospect of diving into the lake for a bath was somewhat exaggerated. However, he was not entirely mistaken in one regard. Bathing in the lake would not resolve their predicament, for Dudley's persistent transformation spell could not be easily dispelled by mere washing with water. Dudley, look behind us. It seems they are up to something again. From the boat positioned at the front, Hermione, who was seated at the rear, noticed the commotion behind them and quickly relayed the message to Dudley in the lead boat. At that moment, Dudley had already heard the frantic splashing from the rear and surmised Malfoy's intentions. With a chuckle, he alerted his companions. Hold on to the sides of the boat and brace yourselves. We're about to accelerate. With that, Dudley gave the boat a light tap, unleashing a surge of magic. In the next moment, the enchanted boat carrying Dudley and his companions surged forward like a released arrow, splashing high waves as it raced towards the faintly visible destination, leaving the other small vessels far behind. This unexpected acceleration caught Hagrid off guard. With a helpless chuckle, he withdrew his oak wand, no longer needing an umbrella for cover, and waved it twice, attempting to hasten the other newcomers' boats. However, for the sake of safety, Hagrid's enchantment could not match the speed added by Dudley to the enchanted boat, and the splashes created by the vessel were well out of reach. The trio of Malfoy, now positioned in the middle of the fleet, gazed despondently at the rapidly departing boat, feeling utterly disheartened. Could Dudley Dursley truly be so relentless? Malfoy exclaimed in anger. Yet his ire quickly transformed into a long sigh as he recalled Dudley's outrageous remarks made in the compartment. Are we still pursuing them, Malfoy? Whispered Goyle. Pursue what? They are clearly trying to humiliate us. Even if we caught up, we would only find ourselves in deeper trouble. Malfoy lamented. It became evident that their only recourse was to seek the assistance of a Hogwarts professor. hoping that the faculty member welcoming the newcomers would respect their privacy and escort them to a secluded spot to lift the enchantment. "Why have you stopped rowing?" Malfoy suddenly inquired, leaving Crabbe and Goyle perplexed. Upon Malfoy's earlier declaration of no pursuit, they had ceased rowing, relying solely on Hagrid's spell to keep the boat moving at a steady pace. "Didn't you say we weren't chasing anymore?" Crabbe asked, confused. "Indeed. We're not chasing, but we need to find a Hogwarts professor first to lift the curse." Malfoy snapped. "You two imbeciles, start rowing again." Ultimately, the trio of Malfoy did not gain the upper hand. They were not the only ones with hands. Other newcomers were also rowing. Initially, everyone was captivated by the distant view of the castle, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming sorting ceremony, their spirits high. However, the three foul-smelling ruffians accelerated into the group, dampening everyone's enthusiasm. Thus ensued a tug-of-war with Malfoy's trio. As everyone quickened their pace, the injured Malfoy and his companions could not surge to the front. They could only manage to keep from falling behind, thanks largely to the ample strength provided by Crabbe and Goyle's robust physiques. After an exhilarating rowing contest, the mud-stained garments of Malfoy's trio became even stickier and more odorous, mingling with copious amounts of sweat. Upon reaching the shore, they inevitably faced a barrage of complaints, accusations, and insults. Their patience was nearly at its breaking point. In contrast, Dudley and his group had reached the shore early, gleefully awaiting Hagrid to guide the other newcomers. The sight of their grinning faces only intensified Malfoy's simmering resentment. Hagrid, having noticed the trio of muddy miscreants, intended to address the situation. However, upon seeing Dudley's enigmatic smirk, he quickly discerned that these three had crossed Dudley. It was clear that children who had incurred Dudley's wrath were not to be trifled with, and perhaps encountering some hardship would serve them well. With this thought in mind, Hagrid decided to disregard the matter, for soon he would escort the newcomers to the Great Hall, where all would be managed by the esteemed Professor Dumbledore. Thus, Hagrid feigned ignorance and led the group of first years towards the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. The first-year students arrived at the castle's underground dock after traversing a dark tunnel. Here, a gravel path ascended, leading them through a rocky passage carved into the mountainside. At last, they emerged into a vast expanse of grass. Not far ahead, a set of stone steps led to the mysterious and magnificent entrance of Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid raised his lantern and approached, rapping on the door with a firm knock. The door swung open to reveal a tall, middle-aged witch with black hair, donned in square glasses and a pointed wizard's hat, clad in a resplendent emerald green robe. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her gaze was sharp and serious. It was none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall, the current deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall first nodded at Hagrid, inquiring whether all the new students were present. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she prepared to take over and guide the newcomers into the castle. However, a casual glance at the group revealed three isolated, masked children standing at the back of the line. Navigating through the newly separated students, Professor McGonagall approached the trio, enduring the unpleasant odor, and inquired with earnest concern. She refrained from using the bubblehead charm, believing that such an action would further harm the children's dignity. "Could you take us somewhere else and help us lift the spell?" Draco Malfoy squeaked, striving to alter his tone, imploring Professor McGonagall with an air of extreme deference and vulnerability, a stark contrast to his usual haughty demeanor. Professor McGonagall immediately understood Malfoy's intent to preserve his pride and readily agreed to assist them, but she first required to know who was responsible for this predicament. The principal, Professor McGonagall, would not tolerate such egregious acts of bullying within the student body. "Tell me, which upperclassman cast the transfiguration spell on you?" Professor McGonagall assumed it was a student from Slytherin who had bullied the newcomers, yet, due to her position, she refrained from explicitly naming Slytherin House. "It wasn't an upperclassman. It was," Crabbe began, eager to report on Dudley and his gang now that a professor was present to back him up. However, he was abruptly silenced by Malfoy, who tightly covered his mouth with his masked hand. "Be quiet." Malfoy snapped sharply at his follower. Malfoy found himself in a complex state of mind. On one hand, Dudley's words had left a profound impression, causing him to question the validity of his long-held belief in pure blood superiority. On the other hand, he was genuinely fearful of Dudley. The strength and cunning intelligence emanating from Dudley's words, combined with the analysis concerning the Malfoy family's current standing, filled him with deep trepidation. Thus, he was reluctant to provoke Dudley any further. Otherwise, even if the professor were to lift the curse this time and they were to pass this trial, there would be no guarantee that Dudley would not seek them out again in private, subjecting them to further humiliation and distress. "What are you doing?" "There is no need to fear. I shall ensure justice is served. Professor McGonagall, observing Malfoy's demeanor, furrowed her brow and inquired with a serious tone, "Are they not upperclassmen? Could they possibly be outsiders, adult wizards? Tell me, who are they?" If they were indeed adult wizards from outside the school, the situation would be far more dire. "I shall. Stop guessing, Professor. It was I who did it." Suddenly, a steady and commanding male voice emerged from behind, interrupting Professor McGonagall's inquiry. She turned to see a stout little wizard wielding a cane instead of a wand, accompanied by a bespectacled boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and bright green eyes, leisurely approaching her. "You are Harry? Harry Potter?" Like many in the magical realm, Professor McGonagall recognized the illustrious savior at first glance, rather than Dudley. "Yes, Professor. I am Harry, and this is my cousin Dudley Dursley." At the mention of Dudley's name, Professor McGonagall's frown deepened. Her former superior, who had been idle for nearly a decade, had recently become extraordinarily busy, undertaking numerous awe-inspiring endeavors, seemingly due to this boy named Dudley. She recalled the fierce struggle over the admission book and the acceptance pin from a month ago, along with the miracles they represented. Professor McGonagall suddenly found herself at a loss as to how to address Dudley. "So you're Dudley? I know you. What did you just say? You transformed these 3 students into this state?" The time for contemplation was brief. Professor McGonagall resolved to focus on the matter at hand. Her brow furrowed as she sought confirmation of Dudley's astonishing claim, which was almost beyond belief. "Professor, you heard correctly. These 3 little mud creatures are indeed my handiwork." Dudley, gripping his cane, had now approached McGonagall and the trio of Malfoy. However, he was not as considerate as McGonagall upon nearing them. He cast a bubblehead charm around himself and his cousin. "Why did you do this?" "Naturally, it was because someone used mud to insult others. And not just once. I was not the only one targeted." Dudley's piercing gaze traversed over Professor McGonagall, locking onto Malfoy's narrowed eyes peeking from the seams of his clothing. At that moment, Malfoy felt as if his heart had leaped into his throat, fearing Dudley would publicly reveal his identity. "What?" Upon hearing Dudley's explanation, Professor McGonagall's tone soared an octave higher, and she too turned to meet Malfoy's gaze. "You are first years who haven't even begun your studies yet. How could you use such vile language to insult your classmates? If only you had been sorted, I would definitely deduct 20 points from each of you." After reprimanding Malfoy, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Dudley, saying, "Dudley, you too. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not cast such evil curses upon your classmates." "I used authentic transfiguration, Professor. Of course, I employed some dark magic as well, but he blocked it with his clothing." Dudley candidly confessed to his past actions, causing Professor McGonagall's complexion to pale significantly, as she could discern yet another troublemaker rising within Hogwarts. After uttering this statement, Dudley disregarded Professor McGonagall and took 2 steps forward, closing in on Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle, frightened, retreated, while Malfoy maintained his final semblance of defiance, gritting his teeth and refusing to budge. Though shrouded in mud and obscured by clothing, one could unmistakably identify Malfoy by his physique. "What more do you want? I had no intention of exposing you. You chose to step forward," Malfoy stammered, his voice trembling. Dudley, however, eschewed the trivial topic of accusations and fixated on Malfoy's eyes, calmly inquiring, "How do you feel after all this?" "What?" Malfoy was taken aback by Dudley's question, momentarily at a loss for words. "I ask you, how does it feel to be isolated, despised, spat upon, and insulted by your peers?" Dudley raised his voice, reiterating his query with solemnity. "I am angry, ashamed, distressed, terrified, and in pain," Malfoy shouted, his voice rising in pitch. "Louder!" Dudley coldly roared. Malfoy was startled, his body trembling, nearly jumping in fright. He struggled to regain his composure. "I am angry, ashamed, distressed, terrified. I am in pain." Malfoy summoned all his strength to bellow these words, which had previously felt foreign to him, allowing his suppressed emotions to pour forth. In that moment, he gained clarity. He reflected on his past absurd arrogance, recalled the innocence he had belittled due to his family status, and considered the immense oppression inflicted upon others in the name of pure-blooded glory. In that moment, he underwent a profound transformation, akin to a rebirth. "Excellent. Very spirited." Dudley's tone resumed its calmness as he continued to gaze at Malfoy, seemingly able to peer into the depths of his soul. Malfoy, having shouted and now gasping for breath, still dared not remove the cloth covering his face. He remained concerned about appearances, placing great importance on personal and familial honor. Unlike before, he had now developed empathy, learned to reflect, and understood the circumstances and emotions of others. "It seems you have undergone a change," Dudley remarked to Malfoy. I did not expect you to completely abandon your beliefs accumulated over more than a decade in just one day. I merely hope that, in the future, before you insult others, you consider whether you are in the right. Malfoy attempted to interject, but Dudley interrupted him. You need not assure me of anything. Your future actions will speak for themselves. He then swiftly recited a spell. Mist and fog arise. Dudley cast a variant of a weather charm, and suddenly, a thick blanket of white mist enveloped the area where the first-year student stood. This time, I shall extend you a courtesy and refrain from taking matters to the extreme. Dudley spoke again with an air of indifference, yet warned that should there be a next time, the opportunity would be irrevocably lost. Smelting's cane struck the ground, and a white magic emanated, brushing over the trio of Malfoy like a gentle breeze. Malfoy, astonished, reached up to touch his face, finding no blemish, and was about to express gratitude when he heard Dudley's voice. Don't just stand there. Hurry into the mist. Understanding the implications for his pride, Malfoy quickly grasped Crabbe and Goyle, plunging into the cloud that Dudley had just conjured. Within the fog, several timid first-year students began to scatter, and the trio of Malfoy seamlessly blended into the throng. Confusion ensued. The mist dissipated. Dudley cast 2 more spells, leaving the first-year students, except for Hermione, Ron, Neville, and the Malfoy trio, momentarily dazed. Dudley Dursley. The fog that Dudley had conjured did not obscure Professor McGonagall's view. Having observed Dudley's spellcasting closely, she had been vigilant against his potential malevolence. Now, witnessing that Dudley had managed the situation adeptly, she felt compelled to impart some sage advice from her position of authority. However, Dudley did not grant her that opportunity, abruptly interrupting her with steady, forceful words. Professor McGonagall, I believe you've been mentioned by Dumbledore. I admire your kindness and fairness. Yet I must remind you that reprimanding both parties in a conflict does not necessarily resolve the dispute. In fact, it may exacerbate tensions, yielding counterproductive results. Professor McGonagall stood momentarily stunned, the weight of Dudley's words holding her in place for several seconds. Professor McGonagall, it is time to take the new students to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. Hagrid, who had been quietly observing the scene, timely reminded the dazed McGonagall. He then discreetly departed to his hut and dragon enclosure, tending to his beloved creatures in humble obscurity. Only then did Professor McGonagall set aside her thoughts, maintaining her stern demeanor as she gathered the dispersed first-year students, leading them toward the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering, they beheld the entrance hall, with the Great Hall and dining area located to the right, accessible through a pair of double doors. At this moment, the first-year students could hear the clamor of conversation emanating from within the Great Hall, filled with upperclassmen awaiting the sorting and the commencement of the feast. Professor McGonagall did not immediately usher the students inside. Instead, she guided them to a small room opposite the Great Hall, where they could wait temporarily while she provided a brief overview of the sorting process. This encompassed 2 main points: the names of the 4 houses at Hogwarts, and the fact that students' performances post-sorting would influence their respective house scores, culminating in the high-scoring house receiving the House Cup at the end of the academic year. Having concluded her explanation, Professor McGonagall then proceeded alone to the Great Hall to inform Dumbledore of the students' readiness. The so-called Academy Award, in Dolly's view, is merely an exaggerated collective honor that holds little practical significance. Moreover, Dolly currently has no time to concern himself with the Academy Award or the impending sorting ceremony. From the moment he stepped through the gates of Hogwarts Castle, his auxiliary system began asserting its presence in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your benevolent actions and discourse at the castle gates, as well as within the bounds of Hogwarts, including the Hogwarts Express, have garnered recognition from the collective consciousness of Hogwarts. Special Hidden Regret Event SSS Level Unlocked. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry adrift from its course. Details of the Regret Event. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was established a millennium ago by 4 distinguished wizards. Its purpose was to provide magical education to gifted young witches and wizards, enabling the passing down and flourishing of magic through generations under proper guidance. However, divergences among the founders regarding student selection, along with differing bloodline ideologies through the ages, sowed the seeds of discord within Hogwarts magical education. 1,000 years ago, wizards from Muggle families were viewed as miraculous beings of talent. Salazar Slytherin's preference for pure-blood students rendered him an outlier, leading to conflicts with his 3 close friends, ultimately resulting in the creation of the Chamber of Secrets and his solitary departure. A millennium later, the pure-blood wizarding faction ascended to prominence, advocating for pure-blood supremacy and igniting a new wave of bloodline division, afflicting generation after generation of wizards. The various schisms arising from bloodline ideologies, perceptions of good and evil, ambition, and desire have rendered Hogwarts both a cradle for white wizards and a breeding ground for dark wizards over the millennia, straying far from its original educational objectives. Graduates of Hogwarts inevitably divide into factions of light and dark wizards, engaging in mutual strife and exhausting resources. This has not only cost countless wizard lives, but has also squandered a wealth of educational resources. The development of the magical world has declined with each generation, the talent pool becoming increasingly shallow, and the transmission of magic weakening. Contemporary graduates fall woefully short of their ancient counterparts, lacking the spirit of innovation and inquiry into magic, necessitating a profound transformation. Chapter 72. Resonance of Collective Consciousness. Phase Tasks and Castle Permissions. So, do you wish for me to entirely eradicate the disputes among wizards and establish an idyllic realm of harmony? As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Dudley could no longer suppress his inner skepticism, silently questioning. For he believed that wizards, humanity, and indeed all sentient beings coexisting in this world cannot completely eliminate conflict. Of course, if one were to resort to extreme measures, one could obliterate all other individuals, leaving only oneself. Yet, whether Dudley could accomplish this or not, he would never do so. He is not so fanatical. Furthermore, such an extreme scenario clearly contradicts the intent of the Regret event, which aims to nurture and expand the pool of talent within the magical realm. Thus, what exactly do you wish for me to do? Dudley cried out in his mind. Yet the system continued to convey its mechanical voice at a leisurely pace. The host must cultivate a clear and widespread collective consciousness among the students of the 4 Hogwarts houses, fostering an environment devoid of the vicious competition, comparisons, and antagonism that often characterize inter-house and individual rivalries. Instead, a harmonious and constructive competitive relationship must be established. On this foundation, an outstanding campus ethos should be nurtured, leading to the formation of enduring positive principles that will, in a natural and subtle manner, influence generations of students and their parents at Hogwarts. This will, in turn, significantly enhance the stability and order within a magical community. The host must deeply augment Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's capacity to foster talent, striving to elevate the baseline of strength and knowledge among its graduates. Moreover, it is essential to deepen the students' passion for magic, encouraging them to embrace the legacy of past magical traditions while simultaneously innovating and continuously creating a new generation of magic. This will comprehensively uplift the prowess of wizards within the magical realm. Note, the Special Regret event provides only fixed rewards, with no additional bonuses. Remark, the opportunity for the random conceptualization and sublimation of spells refers to the chance the host receives to randomly enhance a spell that they have already mastered. The difficulty of completing this task is undeniably high, yet the rewards are equally remarkable. Additionally, he had come to Hogwarts as a student, not to assume the roles of professor or headmaster. Addressing this SSS-level regret event clearly falls under the purview of the headmaster. Is it not forcing him into an unwanted position of authority? Oh, how vexing! Just as Dudley was lost in thought, pondering how to approach these formidable tasks, he suddenly sensed an intangible resonance with the mysterious ancient castle surrounding him. This millennia-old Hogwarts castle bestowed upon him certain special privileges. Could he freely enter any room within the castle, except for the headmaster's office and the Chamber of Secrets? Could he rationally modify and control the hourglasses that tally the points of the 4 houses in the Great Hall? Could he, to a certain extent, command the Sorting Hat, the Book of Admission, the Quill of Acceptance, and Peeves the Poltergeist? Could he mobilize Hogwarts' defensive forces, including the alchemical battle automatons within the castle and the allied creatures outside its walls, when necessary? This was a monumental leap forward. Hogwarts was rapidly becoming his domain. Externally, Dudley maintained a calm demeanor, but internally, he was elated. His previously wavering thoughts quickly solidified. If others afforded him a measure of respect, he would certainly reciprocate. The regret of Hogwarts' collective consciousness was something he was determined to resolve. First-year students, follow me into the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. At that moment, Professor McGonagall emerged from the Great Hall, beckoning the waiting first years to proceed inside. Without hesitation, Dudley gripped his wand and walked at the forefront of the line. His cousin Harry, a bit anxious, hurried to catch up and discreetly squeezed Dudley's elbow, whispering, "Cousin, I wish to take this opportunity during the sorting ceremony to clarify the misunderstandings the magical community harbors about us. Say no more. Do as you wish. I will fully support you, and if it goes awry, I shan't be concerned." Dudley, without a moment's hesitation, made a promise to his cousin. "Right, don't delay the sorting. You can join after it's over." "All right, cousin." Dudley's words undoubtedly served as a powerful tonic for Harry, instantly alleviating his anxiety and filling him with vigor. He followed closely behind his cousin, stepping through the grand entrance of the Hogwarts Great Hall. The floating candles, ethereal ghosts, resplendent starry ceiling, and the spacious, brightly lit area all contributed to the majestic atmosphere of Hogwarts. Indeed, the Great Hall was a sight to behold. For long tables, each designated for one of the 4 houses, were occupied by 2nd to 7th year students who sat with empty plates, eagerly watching the first-year newcomers as they entered the hall along the central aisle. They remained silent, their eyes darting across Dudley and Harry while searching for the 3 little miscreants they had encountered earlier on the platform. Unfortunately, by the time all the first years had entered the hall and the doors had closed, they had not found the amusing spectacle they sought. Among the first-year line was Malfoy, who noticed the unfriendly glances directed his way and couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude towards Dudley. Had Dudley not been discreet in shielding him, even with Professor McGonagall's covert assistance in lifting the spell, it would have been only a matter of time before the other first years deduced the truth through elimination. In that scenario, both his own dignity and that of his family would have been irreparably damaged. Unbeknownst to Dudley, who led the first-year procession alongside Professor McGonagall, they arrived at the end of the 4 house tables, where a long strip of empty space lay before them. Further ahead was a platform of moderate height, adorned with the 4 house hourglasses and the staff seating area. Among the occupants of that area was a certain infamous individual whom both Dudley and Harry had been contemplating for quite some time. Chapter 73, Snape's Regret. The sorting begins. Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table, exuding a warm and benevolent demeanor. The moment Dudley cast his gaze towards the staff area, he spotted him. Dumbledore offered Dudley a mysterious smile, as if he had prepared a special surprise for him. Dudley did not dwell on it, instead directing his attention to the left of the old headmaster, as did Harry. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly signaled to Dudley with a raised eyebrow, urging him to refrain from acting out in such a significant moment. Dudley understood the gravity of the occasion. He had no intention of taking action just yet. However, that did not prevent him and Harry from taking note of their target's appearance. Severus Snape, clad in a long black robe resembling a bat's wings, presented himself in an ostentatious manner. His greasy black hair, short and curly to the point of reflecting light, suggested a lack of proper hygiene. His pallid complexion seemed perpetually glum, as if everyone owed him a debt, creating an unsettling impression. He was easily identifiable. Dudley required no introductions, effortlessly locking onto the target among the Hogwarts staff. Harry did the same. Certainly, unlike Dudley, Harry does not rely on the original story's introductory information to identify individuals. Instead, he employs a method of elimination based on age and gender, along with the seemingly casual glances exchanged with Snape. This first adversary, noted in his small black notebook, appears particularly attentive to Harry's eyes. While his gaze towards others is characterized by calm indifference, it becomes intricate and softened only when it meets Harry's. Harry's emerald eyes mirror those of his mother, Lily Potter, and Snape, who harbors inappropriate feelings for her, is unmistakably searching for echoes of her in Harry. Upon this realization, Harry's gaze sharpens, brimming with animosity. Snape, confronted with such a look, feels as though he has been brutally stabbed, the pain nearly suffocating. It is as if he sees his beloved Lily glaring at him with profound disdain, a sight that renders him almost breathless. Snape attempts to reassure himself, yearning to gaze into Harry's emerald eyes once more, to discern if the inexplicable hatred within them has dissipated. However, an unusually robust freshman, radiating hostility, obstructs Snape's view of Harry entirely. Ding! The elusive white moonlight, S-rank, details Severus Snape's lifelong beloved childhood friend, Lily Evans, indirectly dies due to the prophecy he disclosed. This remains an inescapable anguish in Snape's life. The unattainable position of defense against the dark arts professor, a rank, details Snape fervently desires the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, but in the original story, Dumbledore consistently denies his application for the sake of his own safety. It is not until Harry's 6th year that he finally secures this coveted position. By then, however, Voldemort has reclaimed power, and Snape is preoccupied with his role as a double agent and executing Dumbledore's sacrificial counterplan, rendering this once-dreamed position insignificant. The misunderstanding of the Savior Trio, C rank, details in the original story, during Harry's first year, he is unaware of the entangled grievances between Snape and his parents. Due to insufficient information, the trio led by Harry develops various misconceptions about Snape. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the C-rank regret incident regarding the Savior Trio's misunderstanding. Thanks to the host's foresight and ongoing follow-up, Snape has become thoroughly understood by Harry, and the likelihood of the new protagonist group harboring significant misunderstandings about Snape has approached zero. This regret incident is perfectly resolved. Special release. Fixed reward. C-rank fusion opportunity X1. Additional reward. C-rank fusion opportunity X1. Current magical item fusion opportunities. C-rank X2, D-rank X1. E-rank X1. Dudley's attention was instantly captured by Snape, and at that moment, the system began to announce new regret incident information once more. Serendipitously, Dudley was unaware that he had inadvertently resolved one of Snape's regret incidents perfectly. Yet, the system's rewards could not alter Dudley's perception of Snape. He recalled the enmity harbored by Harry, and the memories of Snape tormenting his mother in his youth ignited a fiery anger within him. Dudley, using his robust physique to obstruct Snape's view of Harry, discreetly cast a calming charm upon himself, barely managing to quell the tempest of his emotions. He shot a fierce glare at Snape, and then conveyed a meaningful glance to Dumbledore before redirecting his attention elsewhere. Harry, just remember what he looks like. Don't stare at him as if to reward him. Dudley whispered a spell to Harry behind him, mentally preparing for the significant task ahead. Yes, cousin, Harry responded quietly, steadying his own emotions, choosing to disregard Snape, and instead rehearsing his speech in his mind. Not far off, Professor McGonagall had already retrieved a four-legged stool and the crumpled, grimy sorting hat, preparing for the sorting ceremony. The sorting hat, an SS-level magical artifact, featured a rounded brim and a pointed top, appearing ancient and patched, seemingly crafted from an unknown leather. Once placed upon a stool by Professor McGonagall, the hat's wrinkles formed into eyes and a mouth, wobbling as it began to sing. The essence of the lyrics conveyed its age and wisdom, its keen perception, and its ability to discern hearts, ensuring proper sorting. It then articulated the unique traits of each of Hogwarts' four houses: Gryffindor, known for bravery; Hufflepuff, recognized for loyalty; Ravenclaw, distinguished by cleverness; and Slytherin, marked by ambition. The concluding lines reassured, "Do not fear, do not panic. Wearing it is quite safe, for it possesses thought." As the song concluded, the sorting hat bowed to each house's long table, eliciting thunderous applause from the great hall, which buzzed with excitement. Among the new students, Ron exhaled in relief. His family had concealed the details of the sorting process from him, and he had believed it to be a dangerous endeavor, only to discover it was merely donning a hat. At that moment, Professor McGonagall gestured to the four house tables, and the applause within the great hall swiftly subsided. Then, with a serious demeanor, the deputy headmistress turned her gaze toward the new students, producing a parchment scroll inscribed with their names. She indicated that when she called a name, that students should step forward, take a seat, don a hat, and be sorted. Thus commenced the 1991 Hogwarts sorting ceremony. The first name spoken by Professor McGonagall, without any surprise, was Hannah Abbott. Chapter 74. A Forced Adjustment. The Sorting Turmoil. The Queen of the Sorting Hat, seated upon her throne, received the crown personally bestowed by Professor McGonagall. After a brief contemplation, the sorting hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. Hannah Abbott swiftly vacated the throne, departing amidst the cheers of the Hufflepuff upperclassmen, hurrying toward their long table. Following this, Professor McGonagall summoned each new student in alphabetical order by surname, crowning them, assigning them, and receiving their cheers before they exited the throne. Soon enough, the name Dudley Dursley, with the initialed, was called, placing him among the ranks of the newly sorted. However, Dudley did not, like the other newcomers, obediently step forward to take his place on the throne. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the sorting hat not far away, exercising the special privilege that Hogwarts collective consciousness had recently bestowed upon him. Sorting hat, I shall leave Harry Potter for last. You may sort the other newcomers first. The moment Dudley uttered these words, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence. This audacious display was unprecedented, leaving the entire faculty and student body of Hogwarts in stunned disbelief. Well, this is a rather shocking situation. In the midst of the quiet, the sorting hat, taken aback, hesitated before responding, "Very well. Since it is your request, I shall comply." However, Professor McGonagall was not so agreeable. This vice principal, known for her stern demeanor, was quite displeased with Dudley's repeated violations of the rules, though she had to concede that his earlier remarks at the castle gates held a modicum of truth. "Dudley Dursley, please adhere to the regulations. Hogwarts is not your home. You cannot do as you please." Professor McGonagall admonished him with a stern expression. In response, Dudley merely smiled slightly. Professor McGonagall, you did not convey such sentiments to us newcomers in the little room across the hall. Professor McGonagall's expression froze as she suddenly recalled her earlier words welcoming the new students. Hogwarts is a home for all. There is no need to feel anxious. Relax and await your sorting. Now, those very words had become a weapon in Dudley's hands. Professor McGonagall found herself in a predicament. Perched high above, Dumbledore sensed the awkward atmosphere and Professor McGonagall's discomfort and promptly intervened to defuse the tension. Minerva, let us proceed, as the Sorting Hat suggests. We ought to honor the legacy left by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's words were artfully crafted. He did not overtly side with Dudley, but instead, through the voice of the Sorting Hat, afforded Professor McGonagall an avenue for retreat. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall was taken aback by his response. She discerned the underlying implication of his words favoring Dudley. In that moment, she even entertained the absurd thought that Dudley had somehow cast a spell over Dumbledore. Yet, this notion flickered in her mind only for an instant before being dismissed as impossible. It remained a mystery what charm Dudley Dursley, this unconventional child, possessed that could compel her old partner, the greatest wizard in the magical realm, to yield so readily. With a resigned sigh, Professor McGonagall acquiesced to Dumbledore's suggestion, resumed her place with the list of newcomers, bypassed Dudley's name, and continued with the sorting. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a young boy, approached the stool amidst the lingering awkward silence and was sorted in a Hufflepuff. The familiar rhythm of applause and cheers became sparse, as many remained bewildered by how the earlier incident had so easily been brushed aside. Particularly those young wizards who had been thoroughly chastised by Dudley through a magical whirlwind in front of the brick wall of platform 9 3/4. They still held a glimmer of hope that Professor McGonagall could exact some retribution for them. However, reality did not unfold as they had wished. Professor McGonagall maintained her composure and proceeded to announce the next name, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Subsequently, as in the original tale, the Sorting Hat hesitated for quite some time before finally placing Neville into Gryffindor. In contrast, the composed Draco Malfoy did not experience the same fate as in the original narrative, the Sorting Hat. Instead of swiftly designating him to Slytherin before it even brushed against his head, hesitated, and only after Draco's incessant murmurs did it reluctantly assign him to Slytherin. Although the outcome remained unchanged, the process had indeed transformed. Next, Professor McGonagall continued to call out the names of new students. When it was Harry Potter's turn, she lifted her gaze and cast a somewhat discontented look at Dudley, seemingly reproaching him for leading his cousin astray. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall skipped Harry's name and moved on to the next. Following the original sequence, only 3 students remained after Harry, with Ron positioned second to last. Ron did not pose any difficulty for the Sorting Hat, being smoothly placed into Gryffindor. After Ron, the final student on the original list was assigned to Slytherin. At that moment, the grand entrance of the Great Hall was quietly opened. Dudley, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noticed that it was Hagrid who had opened the door. Hagrid had just fed his 2 giant pets some raw meat, and now it was his turn to dine in the hall. Hagrid timed his entrance perfectly. Dinner had yet to commence, and the sorting of Dudley and Harry had not yet taken place. He slowly made his way toward the staff table from the left side of the hall, deliberately keeping silent to avoid disturbing others. Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter, it is down to the 2 of you. Who shall go first? Professor McGonagall inquired, lowering her arm that held the list of new students, her expression urging them to proceed. Harry, you go first, Dudley declared outright. Without hesitation, Harry nodded in acknowledgement of Dudley and stepped forward, allowing Professor McGonagall to place the Sorting Hat upon his head. At that moment, Hagrid had also taken his seat at the staff table, watching with delight as Harry was sorted. He had initially feared he would miss the sorting ceremony of his 2 friends. To his surprise, the timing was impeccable. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat hesitated for a brief moment, engaged in a quiet deliberation with Harry, before ultimately proclaiming the name of the Lion House. Upon hearing that Harry had been placed into Gryffindor, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Hagrid, Dumbledore, and even Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, could not help but smile with joy. Below, at the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, erupted into jubilant cheers, inspiring their fellow Gryffindors to join in the celebration of the moment. However, the response was less than a third of the table. Dudley gently patted his cousin's shoulder, offering a moment of solace to Harry, and temporarily entrusted him with the smelting stick he was holding. Subsequently, amidst the excited cacophony of the Sorting Hat, he approached it empty-handed. Chapter 75. I desire all 4 houses. The students from the four houses watched Harry's every movement with bated breath. A considerable number of them were reluctant to be sorted into the same house as a violent little wizard they could not hope to defeat. The rampant rumors surrounding the so-called violent incident at Platform 9 3/4, coupled with Harry's audacious request to alter the sorting order, had led to a profound misunderstanding among the students of Hogwarts. To them, this sudden and unheralded emergence of Harry seemed far more daunting than the fallen idol, Harry. This fear and aversion stemmed from hearsay, rooted in the unknown. "Oh, come forth, Dudley Dursley, an extraordinary entity recognized by Hogwarts. Let me behold into which house you shall be placed." The sorting hat twisted upon its stool, dancing with joy, expressing its excitement in a melodic tone, both singing and speaking. This unique artifact was infused with the thoughts of the four founders of Hogwarts, its very existence tied to the school itself. Now, the collective consciousness born of Hogwarts Castle had astonishingly acknowledged a little wizard who was not the headmaster, granting him numerous privileges. Such an unprecedented occurrence in a millennium was bound to evoke excitement. Alas, the sorting hat remained unaware that this individual, who stirred its exhilaration, was a formidable character who played by no conventional rules. Revitalized, as Harry walked, he raised his hand to cast a spell, unleashing a surge of potent magic to cleanse the sorting hat thoroughly. "Oh dear, not like that. How ticklish." The sorting hat, enveloped by Harry's magic, quivered and danced, feeling both a delightful itch and comfort. The age-old grime embedded in its leather and patches was reluctantly purged by the magic. Once the magical aura dissipated, the sorting hat emerged renewed, sparkling with freshness, albeit slightly fatigued, its tip drooping lazily. "What on earth are you doing?" The sorting hat muttered in exasperation. "It's been far too long. It was time for a wash. Both you and Hogwarts." Amidst the astonished gazes of Professor McGonagall and the faculty members, Harry spoke nonchalantly. He then proceeded to take the sorting hat in hand. The now clean sorting hat perked up, momentarily disregarding the force bath incident, still eager to sort Harry. After all, he was acknowledged by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, which warranted special treatment. Let us not rush to conclusions. First, perform the test, and we shall deliberate. Harry boldly addressed the sorting hat in front of Professor McGonagall and the nearby faculty, seemingly unfazed. "No problem at all. I have always respected the personal wishes of young wizards." Without waiting for Harry to make a move, the sorting hat bent its brim and gathered energy in his palm, then leapt high into the air, placing itself upon Harry's head amidst the gaze of the entire Great Hall. "Oh dear, do not underestimate the refreshing feeling of a bath. I feel remarkably invigorated. Normally, I cannot leap this high." The sorting hat reflected on the exhilaration of high jumping before delving into the exploration of Daryl's traits. As anticipated, he was indeed unique and challenging to categorize. You possess the audacity to break all barriers, an unwavering loyalty to family and friends, a wisdom and strategy that surpass the ordinary, and lo, a formidable ambition. You embody the qualities of all four houses, yet I propose you should join Slytherin, as it seems most fitting for you." The sorting hat murmured in astonishment, the outcome aligning closely with Daryl's expectations. Unlike the wizard's legitimacy, the sorting hat not only reads minds, but also probes deeper into one's intrinsic character. What did you say?" The sorting hat was bewildered and taken aback. "Is my expression not clear enough? I wish to belong to all four houses. Place me in Hogwarts." Daryl clarified. "This does not comply with the rules. Besides, being assigned to Hogwarts would be tantamount to not being sorted at all. I am a sorting hat. How can I not sort you?" "Read my thoughts again." Daryl recognized he would face resistance, yet he refused to relent. While urging the sorting hat to continue reading his mind, he explained, "Initially, I did not care which house I was assigned to. Slytherin would not be unacceptable. However, upon entering Hogwarts, my perspective must inevitably shift. Sorting hat, do you not find it curious why Hogwarts has chosen me, granting me such significant authority? This is because Hogwarts requires an educational reform, and I am the catalyst for this change. Thus, I cannot merely join one house, for that would deprive me of the opportunity to guide and alter the perspectives of the other three houses, posing considerable obstacles to my future endeavors." It had always been aware that although it categorized wizards of the British magical world into four houses, ultimately, the students from these houses would transform into opposing factions of light and dark wizards, engaging in battles among alumni. At times, it pondered whether the sorting was absolutely necessary, planting the seeds of rivalry among wizards during their formative years, potentially harming them and the entire magical realm. Yet, the sorting hat was created for the purpose of sorting. This is a tradition of Hogwarts, and it lacked the audacity to overturn such a legacy, fearing unemployment. Now, Hogwarts' collective consciousness had identified a potential agent of change. Through mind reading, the Sorting Hat discerned the nascent outline of Daryl's proposed plan, a process that was rather crude but culminated in a splendid outcome. Moreover, this plan would not render it obsolete. So why not grant Daryl an opportunity, and in doing so, grant itself and Hogwarts a chance as well? Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat, having reached a realization, proclaimed with its utmost volume the most extraordinary sorting result in history. After the announcement, amidst the astonished expressions of faculty and students alike, it added, "I hereby declare, Daryl Dursley shall simultaneously join Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. His sorting result is Hogwarts. You shall take pride in this decision." Smiling, Dudley removed the sorting hat from his head. From the very beginning, he possessed a remarkable confidence in persuading the hat, a belief not solely founded on the permissions granted by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, but also due to the hat's own reflections on the issue of sorting in the original narrative. In that tale, the year Voldemort regained his corporeal form and seized power, the sorting hat displayed a lack of enthusiasm during the sorting ceremony. Its song before the sorting diverged from tradition, recounting the tale of Salazar, Slytherin, and his 3 companions parting ways a millennium ago, expressing doubts about whether its sorting decisions had been erroneous. It is undeniable that the Sorting Hat, as a splendid creation inheriting the thoughts of Hogwarts' 4 founders, possessed strategic foresight far superior to that of most wizards. This year's task for the Sorting Hat was complete, yet the Great Hall erupted in chaos. Professors whispered to one another, and students buzzed with chatter. Among the 4 houses, those young witches and wizards who believed the rumors felt utterly disheartened. Now, it seemed, there was no escaping the pestilence. Everyone was destined to share in the misfortune. Little did they know that the pestilence's cousin was preparing to join forces with him for another lesson. Chapter 76. Harry Potter, Not the Savior. Harry was also somewhat astonished by Dudley's sorting outcome. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Nevertheless, it was for the best, as at least his cousin could now be considered a member of Gryffindor. He quickly set aside his thoughts and briskly walked to Dudley's side, positioning himself at the footstool's location. This spot was centrally located in front of the faculty seating area, akin to a prime position. Professor McGonagall was gently shaking the sorting hat, inquiring whether it had been tampered with by Dudley, as it seemed to be speaking nonsense. What an absurdity for it to sort into Hogwarts. If this continued, the intricacies of sorting would be rendered obsolete, and the hat could very well be dismissed. Dazed by Professor McGonagall's questions, the sorting hat had no choice but to emphasize that Dudley was a unique case recognized by Hogwarts' collective consciousness, assuring her that such an occurrence was unlikely to happen again. This concession barely satisfied Professor McGonagall. Silence. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore, seated in the golden chair at the center of the faculty, stood up and, without wand or word, employed a vocal amplification charm to quell the commotion within the Great Hall. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Subsequently, Dumbledore addressed the assembly. "Let us dispel any baseless conjectures. Hogwarts has conveyed to me that this ancient castle, steeped in tradition for a millennium, has accepted Dudley Dursley. The Sorting Hat's decision regarding him is both genuine and valid. Dudley Dursley is now a member of one of the 4 houses and is entitled to reside in any male dormitory and dine at any house table." Dumbledore's esteemed reputation quelled all dissenting voices. Just as he was about to unveil the surprise he had prepared for Dudley and Harry, he noticed Dudley signaling to him from a distance. Immediately, he cast a spell to read Dudley's thoughts, a matter they had agreed upon during the preceding month. In the presence of outsiders, when it was inconvenient for them to converse openly, Dumbledore employed the power of legilimency to swiftly discern Dudley's thoughts, enabling him to respond promptly. By tapping into Dudley's deliberately conjured surface thoughts, Dumbledore immediately grasped the concerns of both Dudley and Harry. He paused for a moment, then shifted the conversation. Recently, the resurgence of Voldemort has instilled a sense of panic within the magical community. Upon hearing Dumbledore openly address the Dark Lord, the students of Hogwarts turned pale with anxiety. However, this trepidation did not linger long in Dumbledore's presence. The reason was simple. Dumbledore's recent decisive actions had indeed infused the magical realm with immense courage and resilience. Moreover, this panic had begun to veer in a misguided direction. Dumbledore continued, "Certain absurd rumors regarding Harry Potter have begun to circulate within the wizarding world. Now that Harry Potter and his cousin Dudley Dursley have arrived at Hogwarts, I believe it is essential for us to hear their account and discern for ourselves the veracity of these tales. The students of Hogwarts needed to cultivate their own discernment rather than propagate hearsay. Dumbledore's words altered the expressions of the students below. Those who had steadfastly believed in Harry's innocence appeared elated, while those who merely followed the crowd exhibited introspection. And those who had maliciously slandered Harry and Dudley displayed embarrassment and dismay. The words of the greatest wizard of the 20th century indeed carried weight. "Harry, the floor is yours." At once, the stool underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a stone pedestal with 3 steps. Harry glanced at his cousin, steeled himself, and confidently ascended the stone platform, facing approximately 300 students from the 4 houses, and began to speak. "I, Harry Potter, am not the savior. I was not. I am not, and I will never be." Harry's opening statement was resolute and emphatic. Upon hearing this, the entire hall stirred, their attention peaked. "The title of savior has been imposed upon me by you, by your parents and elders." Harry continued, "About a decade ago, Voldemort invaded my home and murdered my parents when I was merely an infant in my cradle. At that time, I was utterly oblivious, unaware of who Voldemort was, nor did I possess any formidable magic. It was solely due to my mother's sacrifice, her protective charm cast in her dying moments, that deflected Voldemort's killing curse, allowing me to survive. Therefore, it was not I who vanquished Voldemort. It was my mother's sacrifice that triumphed over him. It was Voldemort himself who defeated Voldemort. He destroyed his own corporeal form, leaving only his soul to wander and escape. Since then, unbeknownst to me, the wizarding community has spontaneously hailed me as the savior, rejoicing and celebrating without ever inquiring about my thoughts. And now, with Voldemort's soul reattaching itself to other wizards and returning, you, your parents and elders have once again, without my knowledge, cast me as a charlatan. I find myself unjustly bearing the title of savior, despite not having vanquished Voldemort. Do you believe this is fair to me?" Harry's reasoned and articulate speech profoundly moved the majority of the students present. The professors seated at the back, their eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Harry's silhouette with compassion. Even the perpetually stoic Severus Snape could not maintain his composure. He averted his gaze from Harry, only to inadvertently meet Dudley's scrutinizing eyes. Utilizing his profound understanding of microexpressions, Dudley easily discerned the pain and guilt reflected in Snape's eyes, a revelation that resonated deeply within him. "Humph." Dudley subtly scoffed. "What of your guilt? Guilt does not absolve you of your sins. Just wait, you despicable bat. Unfair, unfair." This time, a significantly larger number of voices joined in the chorus. Over 90% of the Hufflepuff students, more than 85% of the Gryffindor students, 60% of the Ravenclaw students, and 30% of the Slytherin students echoed their agreement. The Great Hall erupted with cries of "unfair, unfair," under the influence of the majority. Even the remaining students were swept up in the fervor, joining in the chant, though a group of Slytherin students did so most reluctantly. Seeing this magnificent scene unfold, Harry could not help but shed tears of emotion, as the pent-up frustrations within him found release. After the initial excitement, Harry extended his hands and, without a wand, cast a calming charm. "Everyone, please settle down. I have more to say." At this moment, Harry's magical prowess was still limited, and his wandless calming charm could not encompass a vast area. Observing this, Dudley immediately came to his aid, extending his own hand to cast the calming charm. His formidable magical energy intertwined with Harry's, significantly broadening the charm's influence. Where the magic flowed, the agitated young wizards from all 4 houses felt a sense of tranquility wash over them. However, the Great Hall was exceptionally vast, with long tables stretching nearly 100 meters, and the students were seated quite dispersely. Given Dudley's elite professor-level magical abilities, while he could cover a considerable area, he inevitably faced some limitations, with the magic's effect diminishing as it reached the back of the hall. Noticing this, both Dudley and Dumbledore, standing behind Harry, did not hesitate to lend their support. "Calm yourselves." Old Dumbledore, without his elder wand, pointed his right index finger forward. In a breath, an invisible wave of magic swept across the entire hall. Instantly, everyone within the Great Hall, professors, staff, and students from all 4 houses, felt a profound sense of calm, allowing them to approach the unfolding events with a more rational mindset. With the moment ripe, Harry took the opportunity to continue his speech. "Although I do not aspire to be a savior, the undeniable truth remains that Voldemort murdered my parents, and he is my mortal enemy. My cousin and I are resolute in our determination to eradicate Voldemort entirely. This quest is not for the safety of the magical realm, but purely for avenging my parents. We possess this conviction." Harry passionately articulated his innermost thoughts. He unleashed his magical power, gently extracting a silvery thread of memory. "Cousin, assist me." Harry, turning to face Dudley, who stood beside the stone platform, implored. Clear water, like a spring. With the utterance of this incantation, a torrent of clear water surged forth from Dudley's fingertips, floating in the air, winding gracefully, and swiftly coalescing into a massive orb of water. Reveal the memory. Present the vision. After conjuring the water sphere, Dudley cast 2 additional spells upon it, granting this orb a temporary meditative effect. Without hesitation, Harry flung the silvery thread of memory into the suspended water sphere above. In the next instant, fragments of Harry's birthday memories were revealed through the orb. Within the Great Hall, the students and faculty of Hogwarts clearly beheld the unfolding scene. Deep within the dimly lit vault of Gringotts, Dudley's magic surged uncontrollably. A torrent of golden energy rapidly expanding towards Voldemort, who was parasitically attached to Quirrell's nape. Voldemort's movements abruptly froze, his grotesque and fearsome visage gradually being suffused with gold, while the tip of Quirrell's wand, gripped tightly in his right hand, began to emanate a sickly green glow. Meanwhile, Harry, calling forth his strength, struck Voldemort's monstrous face with a right fist, while his left hand grasped Quirrell's wand-bearing hand. Subsequently, the disarming spell released by Dudley sent Quirrell's wand flying, and the body of Quirrell, which housed Voldemort, gradually disintegrated into ashes under Harry's touch. The onlookers in the Great Hall were utterly astonished and profoundly shaken as they witnessed the memories displayed within the water sphere. For the majority of the young wizards, this was their first glimpse of Voldemort's terrifying appearance, and their inaugural experience of such a thrilling and perilous battlefield scene. Despite Harry's denials, most young wizards now unwaveringly acknowledged his identity as the savior. Did they not witness Harry's fist reduce Voldemort to mere ashes? If he is not the savior, who else could possibly claim that title? Had it not been for the final image of Voldemort's fragmentary soul exploding from Quirrell's half-destroyed head, clutching a garlic-scented turban as he fled, many would have believed Dumbledore's previous declarations were mere fabrications. At the Slytherin table, several students bore expressions of disbelief. Their worldviews shattered before them. Their pure-blood Death Eater parents had instilled in them the notion of Voldemort's invincibility, leading them to believe that the so-called savior was a ruse, an illusion. They had thought that the Dark Lord's 10-year absence was merely a prelude to some grand plan to upheave the world. Now, with the truth laid bare, they realized that the rumors of the savior were only slightly exaggerated, yet undeniably true. The professors of Hogwarts were utterly astonished, marveling at the undeniable prowess of the so-called savior. At merely 11 years of age, he had mastered forms of magic they had never encountered, vanquishing a wizard possessed by Voldemort. Even more outrageous was the opinion of his cousin, Dudley Dursley, who, despite his youth, impressed Phileas Flitwick, the charms professor and head of Ravenclaw, to the extent that Flitwick believed Dudley's abilities rivaled his own. He felt there was little left he could impart to such an exceptional student. Unbeknownst to Dudley, who would have dismissed Flitwick's thoughts as mere flattery, there remained ample room for his growth. He could afford to exhibit a degree of arrogance, but true hubris was out of the question. As Harry concluded his address, he successfully fulfilled his intention of proving himself to the entire Hogwarts community. Applause erupted, thunderous and enthusiastic, spurred by an unknown instigator. Harry's face flushed with excitement as he bowed to the audience and descended the stone platform conjured by Dudley. Professor McGonagall, clutching the sorting hat and the list of new students, stood on the opposite side of the platform. She watched with admiration as Dudley showcased his remarkable transfiguration skills, wishing to award him some house points. However, upon reflection, she realized that granting points to Dudley would merely elevate all 4 houses equally, effectively rendering her gesture meaningless. Thus, she cast a complex glance at Dudley, who was enveloped in the joy of success, and attempted to slip away with the sorting hat. Minerva, wait! At that moment, Dumbledore rose once more, calling to the departing Professor McGonagall and gesturing for the students to quiet down. He then spoke, Chapter 78, The Miracle Spell, The Bestowal of Honors. It appears the truth is now clear to all. Harry Potter is innocent. Furthermore, I trust everyone has come to understand the events that transpired earlier this morning at Platform 9 3/4. Dudley Dursley acted to protect his cousin from the slanderous whispers of certain wizards, a matter which the Ministry of Magic's Aurors have thoroughly investigated and resolved. I hope that all students present will take this as a cautionary tale, enhancing their discernment and resisting the allure of rumors. Dumbledore's words elicited a spectrum of reactions among those young wizards who had been caught in the whirlwind earlier. Some felt shame, others believed themselves blameless, while While a few thought Dumbledore was favoring Dudley, regardless of their thoughts, they wisely refrained from disputing Dumbledore. Before Voldemort's notoriety, Dumbledore's might and greatness had already been firmly established in the hearts of many. This strength and greatness had been further amplified in the past month, leaving the young wizards, particularly the pure-blood Slytherin descendants, unusually subdued in his presence. Dudley's transgressions were thus forgiven, and the involved young wizards tacitly accepted this resolution. Just as they thought the feast would commence, Dumbledore had more to say. I sincerely apologize for delaying your dining experience, but I have an exceedingly important announcement to make. This matter holds significant importance not only for all of you, but for the entire magical community and, indeed, for the global fraternity of wizards. It can be regarded as a groundbreaking event. Dumbledore's prologue has piqued the curiosity of both the faculty and students, rendering them oblivious to their meals. Professor McGonagall, realizing Dumbledore's intent in summoning her, clearly did not wish for her to miss this crucial news. But what could be so vital? Could it be related to the clandestine Wisengamot meeting Dumbledore attended yesterday? Dudley and Harry, intrigued by Dumbledore's teasing, found their interest piqued. What monumental event could it be? How could old Dumbledore have withheld such information from them? Dumbledore reveled in the audience's reaction, particularly the puzzled expression in Dudley's eyes, which brought him a secret delight. It appeared there were matters beyond Dudley's comprehension. This momentous news pertained to a spell that can only be described as miraculous. Dumbledore, with a beaming smile, continued, "This is a spell that you all have just experienced the effects of." Just experienced? The students of the four houses began to murmur excitedly, having deduced the outcome, yet still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the professors at Hogwarts, particularly the heads of the four houses, had already grasped the implications, their eyes widening as they turned to Dudley and Harry, then back to Dumbledore, eagerly anticipating his definitive conclusion. "Indeed, it seems you have all surmised correctly." Dumbledore amplified his voice to reveal the mystery. "The miraculous spell is none other than the calming charm that Harry Potter, Dudley Dursley, and I have just performed together. This charm was a collaborative creation of the brothers Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley. Though its effects may seem modest, it is the nemesis of the majority of dark magic. For, in order to unleash the full potential of dark magic, one must cultivate potent negative emotions to accompany the magical energy and incantation. Take, for instance, the most notorious of the unforgivable curses. The Cruciatus Curse requires intense hatred. The Imperius Curse demands malicious intent to control others. And the Killing Curse necessitates a frenzied desire to kill. Without sufficient negative emotion, even the three unforgivable curses lose their fearsome potency. The Cruciatus Curse fails to inflict pain. The Imperius Curse cannot dominate minds, and even the Killing Curse proves ineffective for taking lives. Thus, the calming charm undoubtedly serves as the antidote to dark magic." Upon hearing Dumbledore's declaration, the Great Hall erupted once more. The majority of young witches and wizards cheered exuberantly, gazing at Harry and Dudley with profound admiration. Conversely, a faction of upperclassmen who had delved into dark magic through familial legacies or other means, particularly the pure-blood students of Slytherin, wore expressions akin to having lost a fortune, their faces marred by resentment and gloom. At this moment, Dudley felt neither particularly good nor bad. He remained quite composed, already aware that the calming charm could counter dark magic. He conceived the idea of developing the calming charm with the intention of suppressing the Killing Curse and other dark magic. Dumbledore's decision to make this matter public undoubtedly aimed to bolster the reputations of both Harry and Dudley, much like in the original narrative, where he annually highlighted the significant achievements of Harry and his companions during the school year to award points to the underperforming Gryffindor house, thereby enhancing Harry's reputation as the savior. Of course, Dumbledore also intended to disseminate the calming charm to combat dark magic and dark wizards. Dudley did not oppose this. The charm, true to its name, if widely propagated, would certainly mitigate the disturbances caused by dark magic in the wizarding world, leading to a more stable environment. This would contribute to the harmony of order and assist Dudley in resolving peculiar regrets. As for whether the calming charm could be misappropriated by ill-intentioned individuals and turned into a weapon against Dudley's side, he remained unconcerned. He had already devised a counter-charm even before teaching the calming charm to Dumbledore, which he had temporarily shared only with Harry, instructing him to keep it confidential. Standing at the center of the faculty, Dumbledore initially felt elated by the excitement of the students and professors, but his composure faltered upon noticing Dudley's extraordinary calm demeanor. Fortunately, he had not yet finished his speech and had more to reveal. Dumbledore signaled for silence and continued. The calming charm not only proves remarkably effective against dark magic, but serves another unique purpose. Advanced students should be aware that our world is inhabited by special beings, such as werewolves and vampires, which can infect and assimilate wizards. Many wizards transformed into werewolves or vampires become uncontrollable, turning into frenzied beasts under the full moon, unwittingly causing destruction and slaughter. With the calming charm, these tragically afflicted wizards can continuously cast the charm upon themselves before their sanity is completely overtaken by their primal instincts, allowing them to maintain their composure and navigate the difficult nights of the full moon. Currently, I have a familiar werewolf wizard who successfully used the calming charm to endure a night of lunacy, marking a significant breakthrough. While this method may not be a cure, it undeniably alleviates the plight of werewolves and vampires within the magical community. Therefore, to honor the remarkable achievement of Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley in creating the calming charm, the students of the four houses rose in unison, inspired by the demonstration of their professors. At that moment, the gaze of the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body turned towards Dudley and Harry. Harry felt invigorated, his face betraying a hint of excitement, while Dudley graciously displayed a subtle smile. Even his former captive, the traitorous Peter Pettigrew, had been posthumously awarded a similar honor, though it could not be consumed or spent. Its sole purpose was to elevate one's prestige during favorable circumstances. This esteemed reputation may assist Dudley in mitigating resistance as he embarks on an educational reform wave at Hogwarts, which also explains his willingness to feign a cordial demeanor. Dudley and Harry remained steadfast in their original positions. The Order of Merlin, founded by the venerable wizard Merlin during the medieval era, was established with the intention of fostering harmonious coexistence between wizards and muggles, maintaining order and prohibiting the use of magic against muggles. In contemporary times, this organization has dwindled to a mere nominal existence, with its responsibilities having been transferred to the Ministry of Magic and the Wisingamot. Before the watchful eyes of the entire school community, Dumbledore initiated a round of applause, and the Great Hall of Hogwarts erupted in a thunderous ovation. Following the applause, the venerable headmaster refrained from announcing the commencement of the feast and instead proclaimed a special appointment. I wish to convey another piece of news. In light of Dudley Dursley's recognition by Hogwarts Castle, his exemplary magical prowess, and his significant contributions to the magical community, I, as the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, would like to appoint Dudley Dursley as a teaching assistant to impart magical knowledge to our students. The teaching assistant may assist in the classrooms of other professors, proactively request vacant classrooms for independent lessons, and exercise the authority of a professor to award or deduct house points based on student performance. I hope Mr. Dursley will, amidst his own studies, assist the students of the four houses in their collective progress. I wonder if Mr. Dursley would be willing to accept this appointment before the entire school. Dumbledore bestowed upon Dudley a unique surprise, or perhaps a shock. This matter, akin to the previous one, had not been discussed with Dudley in advance. As Dudley gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, he discerned the encouragement and imploring nature reflected within them, and a torrent of thoughts surged within him. This evening, Dumbledore was advocating for him, presenting him with accolades, and verbally elevating him to this position, but the intention was far from simplistic. Having collaborated amicably with Dumbledore for a month and providing him with the precious hope of resurrecting loved ones, one would expect Dumbledore to hold him in high regard. Yet, unexpectedly, Dumbledore was willing to risk creating a rift with him, firmly placing him within the ranks of the Light Wizards, fearful that he might evolve into the next Dark Lord, plunging the magical realm into chaos. In his determination to uphold the order of the magical community, Dumbledore was indeed willing to sacrifice much. By promoting the efficacy of the calming charm and appointing Dudley as a teaching assistant to instruct this charm, it appeared as though he aimed to enhance Dudley's prestige, but in truth, it was a strategic move to ensure Dudley stood resolutely against dark wizards. I shall accept this position of teaching assistant, regardless of whether he was overthinking the situation or whether Dumbledore acted with intention or inadvertently. Dudley would not allow this to lead to discord with the headmaster. The nature of individuals is indeed difficult to alter. Dumbledore's calculation was entirely reasonable, aligning perfectly with Dudley's understanding of him. Throughout, Dudley had never intended to become a foolish Dark Lord. Thus, Dumbledore's actions genuinely served to assist him. He was troubled by his lack of identity and position to implement the educational reforms at Hogwarts. Even if Dumbledore did not proactively offer the assistant position, he would certainly seek it out in a couple of days. Upon hearing that Dudley had not hesitated, he promptly accepted, causing Dumbledore to smile with delight. Dumbledore's original intention was merely to surprise both Dudley and Harry. He understood that, given Dudley's character, he would undoubtedly cause quite a stir during his time at school. A fact already validated today. Dumbledore feared that if Dudley were merely a student, he might find it challenging to manage the significant incidents Dudley could potentially conjure, making his role as headmaster difficult. Thus, he decided to appoint him as an assistant teacher, a preemptive measure to smooth the way ahead. Of course, it would be disingenuous to assert that Dumbledore was entirely devoid of the thoughts Dudley had analyzed. Over the years, he had indelibly etched the belief in maintaining the order of the magical realm into his subconscious. Consequently, the plans and actions Dumbledore executed would, unbeknownst to him, be influenced by this principle, rendering him unable to alter it. If Dudley hadn't reminded him, he would have remained oblivious. Dudley's assistant position was swiftly confirmed amidst the dulled astonishment of the faculty and students. He exuberantly proclaimed a few nonsensical words, immediately announcing the commencement of the meal. The sound of wands lightly tapping empty plates echoed rapidly, as the famished students and staff in the great hall eagerly anticipated their feast. The house elves in the kitchens below received the command and hurriedly transported steaming portions of British delicacies via magic to the empty plates on the dining tables above. The house elves were unaware of why the meal was delayed compared to the usual schedule. They simply continued to prepare fresh food, ready to serve the most exquisite dishes at a moment's notice. In an instant, every table in the great hall was laden with an array of delectable food. Platters of roasted chicken legs, sweet corn, hot dogs, smoked meat, fried fish, pizza, and mushroom soup awakened the appetites of the faculty and students, who dined and chatted merrily. The atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. Dudley and Harry joined the Gryffindor table, sitting with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and the three supportive Weasley brothers, Fred, George, and Percy. As they enjoyed their meal, laughter and conversation flowed freely among them. Throughout the discussions, Dudley's friends did not hold back their admiration and praise for him and Harry. However, Dudley's mind was not entirely focused on eating and chatting. He periodically scanned the room, vigilant for any anomalies. He harbored a suspicion that Voldemort's fragment of soul was, at that very moment, residing within the Great Hall, parasitically attached to some wizard. Chapter 80, Persons of Interest. Rapid Verification. Dudley surveyed his surroundings. He noticed Argus Filch, the elderly caretaker, standing at the entrance with a sullen and indifferent expression, silently observing others as they dined. He received a notification from the system, unlocking a lowly D-grade regret associated with this individual. He also noticed a young witch seated among the faculty, possessing striking beauty, a radiant smile, and an undeniable charm and approachability. Previously unremarkable, Dursley now realized that this witch possessed exceptional social skills, engaging effortlessly with the diverse array of professors around her. Although she did not wear a headscarf, her presence was anything but ordinary. Of course, the brooding and stoic Snape appeared less than impressed by her. It was only when Dursley inquired of Percy nearby that he learned this enchanting, which was none other than Elker's Hunt, the newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts, recently hired by Dumbledore. This character was absent from the original tale, raising numerous suspicions. Particularly after observing the expressions and demeanor of the other professors and staff, Dursley found the beautiful witch's enigmatic nature even more pronounced. Most of the professors teaching other subjects were competent and well acquainted with one another. Thus, infiltrating their ranks would be challenging and likely to reveal any flaws. Only the frequently changing professors of defense against the dark arts, wielding authority, magical prowess, and vitality, while remaining relatively unfamiliar to the other faculty, were suitable candidates for such a role. With this thought in mind, Dursley discreetly called to his cousin, Harry, take a glance at that young female professor among the faculty and pay close attention to whether your forehead scar tingles. All right, cousin. Harry immediately complied, turning to observe the faculty table. After gazing for a considerable time, he found his scar unperturbed, yet his frustration was mounting. The old bat, Snape, seemed to misinterpret Harry and Dursley's gaze, barely touching his food as he sat there, engaging in an uncomfortable staring contest with the two brothers. Forget it, Harry. Dursley halted his cousin's actions, declaring that this tactic was ineffective. Once the gathering concludes, I'll find a reason for us to meet this enchanting professor. Sound good, cousin? The remnants of their meal vanished, collected by the house elves in the kitchen. Dumbledore rose once more, imparting the evening's final counsel to the students. In summary, he cautioned them to steer clear of the Forbidden Forest, adhere to Filch's request to refrain from using magic in the corridors, and inform those wishing to join the Quidditch team to seek out Madame Hooch for registration, with evaluations commencing in the second week of term. With these words concluded, Dumbledore disregarding the displeased expressions of his fellow professors, playfully instructed everyone to sing the Hogwarts school song. He conjured a long, colorful ribbon that floated in the air, twisting and transforming into a series of English lyrics to serve as a prompt. In an instant, a cacophony of bizarre and discordant melodies erupted, with each student singing their own tune, completely out of sync. Many students were merely filling the air with sound, singing anything but the school song. The mischievous twin brothers, Fred and George, were particularly outrageous, belting out a mournful tune instead. Dudley could only listen in disbelief. After listening attentively, Dudley concluded that his rendition of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star was indeed the most delightful, a melody of exquisite charm. Esteemed professors, as I step into the role of teaching assistant, I humbly seek your guidance in the days to come. Come, allow me to introduce myself. Dudley, brimming with enthusiasm, hastened to the faculty seating area, promptly bending down to shake hands with the diminutive Professor Flitwick. The professor, beaming with delight, was eager to exchange pleasantries with Dudley. However, before he could utter a word, Dudley had already released his hand to greet other professors. Harry, following closely behind Dudley, swiftly took hold of Professor Flitwick's hand as Dudley let go, bashfully offering an explanation for Dudley's exuberance, attributing it to his cousin's overwhelming joy. This pattern continued seamlessly. Dudley and Harry operated with clarity of purpose and remarkable speed. Before Dumbledore and the faculty could fully comprehend the situation, Dudley had successfully grasped the hand of the enchanting defense against the dark arts professor. To his relief, there was no backlash from the diluted love protection charm, indicating that the professor harbored no ill will. If Voldemort were to be lurking within her, he would undoubtedly be in a dormant state. Otherwise, an incident would have occurred. Dudley's mind raced, yet he maintained an outward composure, swiftly releasing her hand to proceed to the next professor while discreetly monitoring Harry's interaction with this lady professor. 2 seconds later, all appeared normal. The authentic maternal love protection charm surrounding Harry remained untriggered, suggesting that Harry's scar had not throbbed. Given their proximity, the lack of reaction led Dudley to ponder whether he had misjudged the situation. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when his gaze met Snape's distasteful visage. The insincere smile he wore faltering under Dudley's scrutiny. He promptly scowled and disregarded the old bat, moving on to shake the hand of the next professor. Snape's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Harry, trailing behind Dudley, similarly chose to ignore Snape, not sparing him a glance. Seething, Snape withdrew his hand, his already sullen expression darkening further. Hogwarts offered a total of 8 compulsory courses and 5 electives, summing to 13 classes, each overseen by a respective professor. However, as the ghostly Professor Binns of History of Magic did not partake in the Great Hall's meals, only 12 professors were present. Soon, Dudley and Harry had greeted them all with perfunctory enthusiasm. To appear more courteous, they also shook hands with Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, and Madame Pants, the librarian, exchanged fist bumps with their good friend Hagrid, and nodded to Dumbledore before turning to leave. The entire process was remarkably swift. The students of the 4 houses had yet to fully exit the Great Hall. Dudley and Harry quickened their pace, soon catching up to the Gryffindor group led by Percy, leaving a bewildered assembly of Hogwarts faculty in their wake. Chapter 81. Peeves and the Interrogation Room. The Gryffindor Common Room is situated on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, connected to the Gryffindor Tower. To reach it from the Grand Hall on the 1st floor, one must ascend numerous flights of stairs, traverse several curtains, and hidden doors. Remarkably, the staircases within Hogwarts possess an eccentric personality, moving at will and disappearing without warning. Were it not for Percy, the prefect, and the older students guiding them, the first-year newcomers would undoubtedly become lost. Along the way, the Gryffindor first years curiously surveyed the portraits adorning the castle, exchanging nods with the animated figures within the paintings. Midway through their journey, a peculiar creature emerged, launching a surprise attack on the Gryffindor group in a mischievous prank. It was the poltergeist Peeves, a being that, while resembling a ghost, could materialize and interact with physical objects. Donned in a colorful striped suit and a top hat, Peeves floated through the air, brandishing an assortment of projectiles. Upon sighting Peeves, several upperclassmen from Gryffindor turned pale, evidently having fallen victim to Peeves' antics during their previous years at school. Percy, as the prefect, was compelled to invoke the name of the Bloody Baron, the only ghost that Peeves truly feared, in an attempt to intimidate him. However, Peeves remained unfazed, cackling gleefully as he hurled the projectiles at the group. A deluge of water balloons and broken wooden wands descended upon them like a sudden hailstorm. The Gryffindor students scrambled to evade the onslaught, yet could not wholly escape the barrage, finding themselves on the brink of becoming drenched and bruised. It was at this moment that Dudley sprang into action. With a flick of his wand, he cast the levitation charm, suspending all water balloons and broken wands in midair before they gently descended to the ground. "Peeves, cease your mischief," Dudley admonished softly after neutralizing the poltergeist attack. Peeves halted his antics, his beady eyes locking onto Dudley. Recognizing him as a newly empowered wizard granted special privileges by Hogwarts, he begrudgingly ceased his pranks, exclaiming, "Oh, how irritating. Consider yourselves lucky." With that, Peeves floated away, and Percy cast a grateful glance at Dudley before continuing to lead the group. They soon arrived at a corridor adorned with the portrait of the Fat Lady, the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. After exchanging the password with the portrait, it swung open, revealing a circular passage through which the Gryffindor students eagerly entered. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Dudley and Harry arrived at the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, locating the room that had been recently assigned to them. Their belongings, which had been left on the Hogwarts Express, along with Hedwig's large birdcage, had already been delivered by the house elves. The dormitory was quite spacious, featuring 5 large wooden beds with pillars, canopies, and crimson drapes, accommodating 5 occupants. Besides Dudley and Harry, their 3 roommates included the red-haired mischief-maker Ron Weasley, the future swordmaster Neville Longbottom, and the explosive genius Seamus Finnegan. After a long day spent aboard the train and exhausting their energies and emotions within the Grand Hall, Ron, Neville, and Seamus swiftly climbed into their wooden beds, pulled down their curtains, and drifted into slumber. However, Dudley and Harry, who had also pretended to sleep, exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously opening their eyes. Gathering their resolve, they quietly descended from their beds, donned their robes, and stealthily slipped out of the dormitory, ensuring no one was disturbed. Once outside the dormitory, Dudley promptly cast the disillusionment charm on both himself and Harry, their forms rapidly fading into the surroundings, effectively rendering them nearly invisible. This charm is pivotal for wizards seeking to conceal their presence and is akin to crafting an ordinary invisibility cloak. While it does not grant complete invisibility, it bestows a chameleon-like quality, allowing one to blend seamlessly with the environment, thus achieving the goal of concealment. It is indeed an essential spell for nocturnal escapades. With their figures obscured, Dudley led Harry away from the Gryffindor common room in search of a mysterious location also situated on the 8th floor of the castle. As they traversed the castle corridors and approached their intended destination, Dudley suddenly sensed an intuitive nudge guiding his steps. The collective consciousness of Hogwarts truly was considerate. A flicker of delight surged within Dudley, for this would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency. Before long, Dudley and Harry found themselves at the center of a secluded corridor on the 8th floor. To their left and right stood 2 walls, one adorned with a tapestry depicting a giant who brandished a massive bone club, menacing an adult man. Yet, upon closer inspection, the scene was not one of violence, but rather the foolish man, known as Stupid Barnabas, attempting to teach the giant ballet. "I require an interrogation room, isolated from the outside, where no prisoner can escape, equipped with sturdy execution racks and chains," Dudley declared, leading a wide-eyed Harry through the door. Inside lay a darkly styled interrogation chamber, dominated by a towering blood-stained cross at its center, surrounded by numerous ancient, rusted iron chains and shackles. As Harry surveyed the room's grim apparatus, he swallowed nervously, feeling a twinge of panic. Nevertheless, he quickly cast a calming spell upon himself, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. "Cousin, I am prepared," Harry stated with steadiness. Dudley regarded him, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by determination. Rather than harbor resentment, it was better to release it entirely. Approaching the cross, Dudley traced a large circle in the air with his finger. Suddenly, a weaselly adult wizard with a rodent-like appearance and a severed finger tumbled forth from the circle. It was none other than Peter Pettigrew, the rare and infamous rat they had acquired from Ron for 20 gold galleons. However, the residual effects of the rat poison within him rendered Pettigrew weak and unable to move. Chapter 82, The Punishing Cross. The tormented little gray mouse. "Who are you?" Peter Pettigrew inquired weakly, his eyelids drooping. "Do you think I'm a fool, rat? Have you truly forgotten why you become a rat? You are Harry Potter." Under Dudley's pointed suggestion, Peter Pettigrew recognized Harry's striking emerald eyes and the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Dudley ceased his words, letting out a derisive laugh, and unleashed a surge of magic towards the cross and chains, swiftly binding Pettigrew with the animated shackles to the blood-stained cross. In that moment of being affixed to the cross, Pettigrew emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, startling even Dudley. "What are you doing? We haven't even begun." Dudley raised his wand and struck Pettigrew with a fierce blow, the sound of cracking bones echoing as 3 of Pettigrew's ribs shattered, his insides injured, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth. His cries morphed into muffled groans, his forehead drenched in sweat, an unsettling realization dawning upon Dudley. This reaction was not right. He handed the wand to his cousin and approached the cross to investigate. As his focus intensified, the system's assessment appeared before Dudley in a translucent panel. Painful punishment cross, grade B. Item description: a medieval wizard's execution and interrogation device. Any living being bound to this cross will endure excruciating pain, tormented continuously, with the executioner able to infuse magic to adjust the level of suffering. Such a remarkable item? Dudley was astonished. The Room of Requirement truly delivered. Not only did it provide a free lodging, but it also gifted him an antique treasure. Without hesitation, Dudley infused magic into the punishment cross, adjusting the pain level at random. Immediately, Pettigrew was engulfed in a cacophony of agonized screams. Ashisis. Just as Dudley relished the echoes of torment, Pettigrew suddenly fell silent. Cousin, he has fainted from the pain. Harry interjected, checking for Pettigrew's breath. What a pathetic wretch. Do you think I would spare you just because you fainted? Dudley declared to the unconscious figure hanging from the cross. Heal quickly. Revive at once. With 2 powerful healing and revival spells cast, Pettigrew slowly regained consciousness. At that moment, Dudley had ceased the tormenting effects of the cross. I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The revived Pettigrew's face was a mask of terror. Disregarding his injuries, toxins, and agony, he pleaded desperately for mercy. To hell with you. As Pettigrew begged for his life, Harry seized the Smeaton wand that Dudley had previously handed him and began to strike Pettigrew's rat-like face with fervor. With each blow, tears streamed down his face as he cried out in accusation. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that Voldemort invaded my home and killed my parents. Do you still have the audacity to plead for mercy? Do you even understand your wrongdoings? My cousin already told me, scoundrels like you, when they find themselves in the hands of the victim, they beg not out of remorse, but out of fear for their impending demise. I will strike. I will strike you dead. I will kill you. Dudley stood aside, observing his cousin's tearful frenzy with a heart full of melancholy. Yet his hands were not idle. He continuously cast healing and revival spells to mend and prolong the life of Peter Pettigrew. Such a traitor deserved swift demise, yet that would be too lenient. Dudley's smelting stick had been shattered by Harry, now lying in 2 fragments upon the ground. Don't kill me. I understand my mistakes. The Dark Lord is terrifying. I never wanted this, pleaded the wretched Peter, his desperate survival instincts kicking in. Despite his pitiful condition, he continued to beg for mercy with his toothless mouth, earning Dudley's reluctant admiration for his tenacity. How could a coward like you be sorted into Gryffindor? It seems even the sorting hat has its lapses. Dudley felt no compassion for Peter. He pointed at the broken smelting stick on the ground and commanded, "Restore to its original state." Instantly, the shattered wand reformed and flew back into Dudley's hand. Harry, take a moment to rest. We have ample time ahead. The fact that Mr. Pettigrew is still begging for mercy rather than seeking death indicates that our task is not yet complete. A sinister smile graced Dudley's face as he gently swayed the wand in his right hand, transforming it into a metallic mace. Peter's eyes widened in horror, reflecting the glint of the weapon, and he let out a desperate scream. Don't come any closer. An hour later, the punishment cross had been thoroughly stained crimson, and a large pool of blood lay upon the floor. Peter Pettigrew was left with no unscathed flesh, gasping for breath, watching Dudley administer justice. Harry felt a significant release of his pent-up rage and frustration, experiencing a sense of satisfaction. Dudley then offered a timely reminder. Harry, vengeance is one thing, but remember not to let this torturous pleasure consume your spirit and corrode your mind. You must cultivate an unwavering will that is not easily disturbed. Do you understand? Harry nodded, casting several calming spells upon himself to steady his mind. He then looked at Dudley with determination. I understand, cousin. Excellent. Dudley shifted his gaze toward the somewhat stabilized Peter Pettigrew. The warm-up is complete. Now it's time to practice some spells on you, little rat. Legilimens. Dudley extended his finger, tracing specific patterns in the air, diligently employing the spellcasting techniques he had learned from Dumbledore during the holidays to delve into Peter's thoughts and memories. Since Quirrell was unfamiliar with Legilimency and the brain-closing spell, and Voldemort had never used Quirrell's wand to cast corresponding magic, Dudley, wielding Quirrell's wand, had not acquired the necessary skills. Thus, to master the advanced magic of Legilimency, he knew he must practice diligently on his own. Chapter 83. Voldemort's Wand. The Lonely Mute. In the interrogation room, bright light crisscrossed. Dolly practiced legilimency on Peter's rodent-like head for over an hour. He finally grasped the essence and became well acquainted with this advanced spell. Wormtail was now incapable of even uttering a scream, reduced to an incoherent mumble. His mind was clouded, nearly driven to madness by Dudley's clumsy attempts at extracting memories. Fortunately, Dudley showed restraint. He had no desire to torment a fool, and each time he sensed Wormtail was nearing his breaking point, he would cease his actions, granting Wormtail a moment to breathe, lest he truly become daft or deranged. Although the incantations were intermittent, after more than an hour, Dudley had managed to extract all the secrets hidden within Wormtail's mind, disregarding the chaotic memories that held no significance for either Dudley or Harry. The most valuable secret Wormtail possessed was his knowledge of Voldemort's wand's whereabouts. Years ago, in Godric's Hollow, amidst the ruins of Harry's parents' home, Wormtail had arrived there before being pursued by Sirius, discovering the wand left behind when Voldemort's corporeal form was destroyed. He had concealed it in a secure, secret location. In the original tale, Wormtail's identity was exposed, and after fleeing from the Shrieking Shack, he sought out Voldemort's fragmented soul and retrieved the wand he had hidden, returning it to Voldemort. Now, however, the secret of the wand's location had been preemptively seized by Dudley. Slap, slap. Dudley laughed heartily, caught in the moment, and raised his hand to deliver 2 sharp slaps to Wormtail. "Cousin, have you discovered something?" Harry inquired curiously, knowing that whenever Dudley bore such a smile, it indicated he had gained some advantage or insight regarding potential benefits. "Indeed, Harry, it seems you need not worry about your holly wand clashing with its twin," Dudley cheerfully explained, his right hand drawing a small circle in the air as he conjured a syringe filled with potions from his personal space. The syringe bore the label, "Adrenaline Injection, Veterinary Use." With deft precision, Dudley removed the syringe's protective cap and injected the contents into Wormtail, administering the entire potion. Wormtail winced as the needle pierced him. His rodent-like eyes bulged and then contracted, veins standing out as he stammered a few incoherent sounds before losing consciousness once more. However, his blood pressure rose, his heart gained strength, and his vitality surged somewhat. "Let tonight's revenge conclude here, Harry," Dudley stated, magically collecting the substantial amount of Wormtail's blood that had spilled across the crossing ground, storing it in his personal space. The blood of a wizard, particularly that of a wizard with a certain degree of power like Wormtail, was considered a valuable material that would serve future purposes. Such special privileges granted to Dudley proved remarkably useful. "Harry, it's getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow marks the first day of classes. You cannot afford to be weary," Dudley softly reassured his cousin. Harry, obediently donning his pajamas, climbed into his wooden bed and fell into a deep slumber, refraining from inquiring about Dudley's plans for the latter half of the night, as he held an unwavering trust in his cousin. Guarded in peace. Once again, Dudley departed from the Gryffindor common room. Before his exit, he cast a powerful protective charm over himself and the dormitory where he and Harry resided. The enchantment provided a safeguard that encompassed a designated area. Should any hostile entity within this protective zone unleash an offensive spell, the incantation would involuntarily veer off course, failing to reach its target. The portrait of the fat lady, guarding the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, yawned in exasperation as she watched the almost spectral figure of Dudley slip away once more. What kind of young wizard, she mused, ventures out twice in a single night? And on the very first night of school. Even more absurdly, Hogwarts had granted this young wizard special privileges, compelling her to doze off while she kept the door ajar for Dudley. Dudley paid little heed to the fat lady's resentful gaze. His nocturnal escapade was driven by an essential purpose and rationale. "Hogwarts, guide my path. I seek to find a caretaker, Filch." Dudley silently reaffirmed this resolve within himself, soon feeling an ethereal pull guiding his steps. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, he descended from the 8th floor of the castle, navigating the ever-shifting staircases that morphed and vanished in perfect synchronization, allowing him to reach the stooped and aged caretaker's location with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, Filch was patrolling the 4th floor corridor, lantern in hand, while his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris, strolled nearby in companionship. Argus Filch, the solitary squib, D-Class. Incident report. Argus Filch is the devoted caretaker of Hogwarts Castle, a stringent enforcer of school regulations, yet a lonely squib. His life has been dedicated to Hogwarts. But unlike others within its walls, he cannot wield magic. This fact weighs heavily upon him. He forbids students from casting spells in the corridors, as they are his dominion. He relishes tormenting those who transgress school rules, punishing them by forcing them to perform tedious tasks without magic, feeding his own envy. He declines to dine at the staff table in the Great Hall, for he possesses no wand and cannot summon food from house elves with a mere tap of a wand on an empty plate. Instead, he resorts to catching fish from the Black Lake, cooking them surreptitiously in his office, sharing his meager meals with his cherished pet cat, Mrs. Norris. In a quest to alleviate his solitude, Dudley concealed himself at a distance from Filch and Mrs. Norris, quietly observing them as he recalled the previous prompts from the system. To be honest, he harbored no particularly strong feelings towards Filch, let alone affection. The man was an ordinary soul, filled with pride and jealousy. Filch lacked a moral compass, his thoughts skewed towards malevolence, deriving pleasure from the torment of others. He would obey the orders of whichever headmaster was in charge, regardless of the rationality behind those commands. In the original narrative, when Umbridge, that pink toad, held the position of headmaster, Filch was exceedingly pleased, eagerly serving her whims simply because she permitted him to indulge in the torment of students at will. However, Filch is not devoid of affection. He harbors a deep disdain for magical students, yet he possesses an unwavering love for Hogwarts, the enchanting castle of magic. Furthermore, he has invested considerable emotion in his pet cat, Mrs. Norris, viewing her as a source of solace. Thus, as long as Filch poses no threat to himself or his family and friends, Dudley is willing to resolve Filch's grievances at little or no cost, motivated by the prospect of system rewards and the acquisition of an additional subordinate. Contemplating this, Dudley sprang into action. He had conceived a hypothesis regarding how to transform the squib into a proper wizard. What he now required was validation of that hypothesis. Chapter 84. Do you wish to become a true wizard? In the vast, empty corridor of the 4th floor, an inexplicable gust of wind suddenly swept past Filch. He winced in pain, glancing at the back of his hand that held the lantern, where he discovered an unexpected, slender wound seeping with blood. Who is it? Who is there? I see you. Show yourself. Filch shouted, his senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings, his voice echoing with bravado. With years of experience, he knew that the recent wind was no natural occurrence. It was undoubtedly the mischief of unruly students employing magic to torment him. He would not allow such students to roam free. As he bellowed, Filch called for Mrs. Norris, hoping his beloved cat could assist him in locating the hidden troublemakers. A cat's sense of smell and agility surpasses that of humans. Although Mrs. Norris appeared gaunt from prolonged malnutrition, this did not hinder her ability to aid Filch in his search. Before long, her keen eyes had pinpointed the area where Dudley lay concealed. He had not strayed far. Filch and his pet shared a tacit understanding. Upon seeing Mrs. Norris focus on the location of the perpetrator, a sinister smile crept across his wrinkled face. My suspicions were indeed correct. However, the smile quickly faltered as Dudley erupted into a maniacal laughter that startled Filch, nearly causing him to drop the lantern. Mrs. Norris, too, puffed up her fur, her tail raised in alarm. Dudley dispelled his invisibility charm, revealing himself before Filch and Mrs. Norris. One hand gripped Smelting's wand, while the other lifted slightly, a drop of Filch's blood glistening on his fingertip. He had swiftly dashed past Filch, using his robust physique to evade detection, and had pricked Filch's hand to collect a drop of blood. He then concentrated, instructing the system to analyze the sample. The system revealed that this drop of blood was classified as inert magical blood, rather than an unidentifiable non-magical substance. This finding aligned perfectly with Dudley's prior conjectures. He had long understood that, although a squib could not wield magic, they were not entirely like Muggles. Squibs could perceive certain magical creatures invisible to Muggles, such as Dementors, and were unaffected by Muggle-repelling charms, possessing some mysterious attributes that Muggles did not. This confirmed that a squib is, in fact, a fractured wizard. The system's analysis of Filch's blood further substantiated this notion. The essence of the mute canon encompasses latent magical power, yet this power remains dormant, incapable of being harnessed or transformed into spells. In contrast to a typical wizard, the magical attributes expressed by the mute canon's genetic makeup are incomplete, lacking the ability to release and utilize magic. To address this predicament, it is imperative to bestow upon the mute canon the capacity to channel and wield magical energy. For others, this task might seem insurmountable, yet for Dudley, it is remarkably simple. During his prior fusion with the fractured Chilo wand, he acquired a delayed and unstable wandless casting ability, which the system subsequently rendered inaccessible. While this ability is trivial to Dudley, it would be a treasure for the mute canon. After all, even a delayed and unstable casting ability is still a form of magic, vastly superior to the inability to cast at all. By transferring this ability to the mute canon, It would be akin to equipping the mute cannon's magical genetic traits with a fractured wand, invigorating stagnant waters and creating an outlet for release. From that point onward, the mute cannon could intermittently wield magic, and with the addition of an actual wand of high compatibility, it would be nearly indistinguishable from a normal wizard. Are you the newly appointed assistant to Professor Dumbledore? Filch stammered, recovering from shock. He rudely raised his lantern close to Dolly's head, trembling as he spoke. Upon realizing that the one tormenting him was not an ordinary student, Filch's bravado diminished significantly. Dolly, with a scowl, pushed Filch's lantern aside with his wand, then revealed a devilish grin, speaking in a voice reminiscent of a demonic whisper. Mr. Filch, do you wish to bask in the astonished gazes of the Hogwarts faculty and students? Do you long to sit openly in the staff seats at the Great Hall, summoning food with your wand? Do you yearn for the acknowledgement of others, to no longer taste the bitterness of solitude? Do you aspire to become a wizard capable of wielding magic? What? Filch gasped, a flicker of insatiable desire momentarily flashing in his aged eyes before fading into a tempest of suppressed rage. He glared at Dolly, demanding, Assistant Dursley, are you jesting with me? Your prank lacks sophistication. Do not forget, while you are an assistant, you remain a student. As a student, you are subject to school rules and my authority as the caretaker. Believe it or not, it matters not. Dolly's expression turned icy as he turned to leave. Mr. Filch, you have just squandered the greatest opportunity of your life. Prepare to remain a mute cannon until your dying day. As he observed Dolly's retreating figure, Filch's turbulent emotions abruptly froze. His harsh words caught in his throat, and a sense of dread consumed him, as if a rare opportunity were slipping away. Wait! Filch could not suppress his inner turmoil and called out to Dolly. However, upon hearing Filch's voice, Dolly quickened his pace, refusing to halt. Professor Dursley, please halt. Filch was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of remorse, his psychological defenses crumbling swiftly. He emitted a quavering cry, employing honorifics as he hastened to catch up with Dudley, maneuvering to stand before him. I implore you, forgive my previous disrespect. Grant me another chance. Just one more opportunity, if you will. I am willing to pay any price to become a wizard. Filch bent his stooped old back, repeatedly bowing to Dudley, appearing both earnest and humble. He had yearned to be a wizard his entire life, and now, with a glimmer of hope in sight, he could not bear to relinquish it. Surely, someone like him would not deceive or mock, unlike those Weasley twins. Oh! Hearing Filch's words, a sly grin spread across Dudley's face. You mean to say you are willing to pay any price? Filch's hasty words faltered on his lips as he suddenly recalled his beloved Mrs. Lorelei and the Hogwarts castle, where he had resided for most of his life. I beg your pardon, Professor Dursley. Please forgive my earlier indiscretion. I cannot leave Hogwarts, nor can I forsake Mrs. Lorelei. Beyond that, I am prepared to pay any price for the chance to become a wizard. Chapter 85. Taming Filch and Issuing Orders. Excellent. I am pleased to see your realization, rather than mere bluster. Dudley's tone and expression returned to calm as he outlined his demands. I do not require much from you. My request is quite simple. All I ask is that you establish a magical oath pledging your loyalty to me and within the confines of Hogwarts. Perform tasks within your capabilities. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you. Is it truly that simple? Filch was taken aback, given Dudley's earlier demeanor. He had anticipated that Dudley intended to extract his life force, leaving him as a wizard for merely a year or so. Indeed, that is all, Dudley replied nonchalantly, raising his hand to conjure a magical contract in midair. This was a skill he had acquired from Dumbledore. Unlike the traditional unbreakable vow, the modified magical contract imposed minimal requirements on witnesses while retaining its binding efficacy. Let your Mrs. Lorelei serve as the witness for the contract. Once the magical contract was delineated, it shimmered in the air, radiating a mysterious and formidable power. Attracted by the light, Mrs. Lorelei approached willingly, and Dudley seized the moment to make his decision. Filch cast a worried glance at Mrs. Lorelei, but after Dudley assured him that the contract would not affect the cat, he hesitated no longer. He pressed his aged right hand against the magical contract suspended in the air. The contract dissolved into points of light, swiftly vanishing, while an unseen connection and binding were forged. Professor Dursley, no, Master, Filch muttered, conflicted and shrinking back. Do not call me Master. I am not that twisted pervert Voldemort. Dudley shot Filch a disapproving glance, outright rejecting Filch's designation of him. Observing the panic-stricken expression on Filch's face, Dolly sighed and ceased any further trivialities. Stand still and maintain your composure. Prepare yourself, for I am about to assist in your transformation. What? Here, Felch widened his eyes in disbelief, not anticipating Dolly's casual approach. However, upon meeting Dolly's unperturbed gaze, he could not help but feel a sense of awe and quickly responded. "Oh, very well. Please proceed as you see fit, Assistant Professor." Without further ado, Dolly extended his finger and gently tapped Felch's forehead, lifting the ban on the delayed and unstable wandless casting ability and transferring it to him. Initially, Felch felt nothing, but after a brief moment, he suddenly sensed a formidable power surging within him. Blinding violet light erupted uncontrollably from his being, fluctuating in intensity as it radiated outward. This once ineffectual old squib had, in an instant, transformed into a wizard. The accumulated magical energy and potency within him were evidently superior to that of a novice wizard. It is well known that a wizard's magical prowess increases with age until it reaches the limits dictated by their lineage. Remain calm. Noticing signs of Felch's magic spiraling out of control, Dolly immediately employed his most potent stabilizing charm to soothe Felch's agitated spirit. You must become the master of your own magic, rather than allowing it to govern you. Observe your cat, Lady Loris. Her fur has turned purple. Under the dual guidance of Dolly's charm and words, Felch gradually regained control over his magic, and a violet glow surrounding him slowly dissipated. The moment he returned to normalcy, he rushed to check on his cat. Cradling Lady Loris, he examined her closely, relieved to find that she had merely changed her fur color, and everything else remained as it should. You are now scarcely different from a typical wizard. Steal away some moments to discreetly attend a spellcasting class, and borrow a couple of tomes from the library to familiarize yourself with magical theory. Practice controlling your magical energy diligently, Dolly instructed, his expression unchanging as he observed the now exuberantly bubbling Felch. "I have noted everything. Thank you, Assistant Professor Dursley. If you have any further instructions, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall strive to fulfill them." Felch set Lady Loris down and sincerely bowed in gratitude as he sought guidance from Dolly. Dolly, unperturbed by the gratitude, promptly laid out some directives. First, concoct a plausible explanation for your transformation from squib to wizard. No matter how absurd, it must suffice. Under no circumstances must you divulge to others that I assisted you, nor our relationship. Second, my cousin Harry, along with my companions Ron, Hermione, and Neville, must not be subjected to your scrutiny. Should they err and you discover it, if the consequences are minor, you shall ignore it. If severe, you must inform me without imposing personal punishment. Third, beginning tomorrow, I require you to continuously compile reports on incidents of animosity and conflict among the four houses, as well as occurrences of pure-blood students discriminating against half-bloods and muggle-borns, regardless of the scale. All must be documented and submitted to me for review regularly. Fourth, I require you to diligently observe the daily life of Professor Severus Snape, the potions master, documenting his acts of reprimanding and punishing students, as well as his indiscriminate deduction of house points from students of other houses. This information should be submitted to me for regular review. Fifth, I ask you to monitor the unusual activities of this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Eccleshunt. Your surveillance should be discreet, maintaining a safe distance to avoid any unfortunate incidents. For now, these 5 directives will suffice. Do you comprehend? I understand, Filch promptly replied, yet a flicker of concern crossed his face. Assistant, while the other tasks seem manageable, Professor Snape is a formidable figure. What if he discovers my intentions? That would be even better. Dudley smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. It would be ideal if he loses his composure and casts a spell on you. Then I could act against him openly. Ah, that is splendid. Filch was taken aback, a tinge of bitterness appearing on his visage. Fear not. The current Snape will not take your life. Furthermore, I shall ensure your sacrifices are not in vain. Considering your age, your years are numbered. As long as you serve me diligently, I can provide you with a potion for longevity, allowing you to remain the Hogwarts caretaker for an extended period. Dudley, perceiving Filch's inner turmoil, promptly announced a motivational incentive. Upon hearing this, Filch's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Fear dissipated, replaced by a determination to fulfill his obligations, repeatedly assuring Dudley of his commitment. However, Dudley was less interested in Filch's promises and more eager to witness tangible results. Chapter 86, The First Class at Hogwarts. Meeting Hagrid. At 3:30 in the morning, Dudley finally lay in bed within the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, slipping into slumber. Before dozing off, he cast a protective charm for added security and used a calming spell on himself, settling his mind to swiftly enter a deep sleep, maximizing his rest to alleviate the fatigue of the previous day. Approximately 3 hours later, as dawn broke, the explosive genius, Seamus, was the first to awaken and rouse his roommates. It was now September 2nd, 1991, a Monday morning at 6:30. They were required to attend class in a herbology greenhouse located behind Hogwarts Castle in the early hours. Dudley and Harry awoke in a timely manner, their sleep aided by the calming spell, appearing less fatigued than expected. Energized, they set out with their roommates. The first class at Hogwarts unfolded smoothly, devoid of any turbulence. The herbology professor was Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, a stout, elderly witch with simple attire and curly gray hair. Her demeanor was exceedingly gentle and kind, her approach fair, and her teaching abilities were formidable. She effectively enhanced the students' understanding of the herbology curriculum through practical application, ensuring they remembered the characteristics of various plants, thereby laying a solid foundation of knowledge for their forthcoming potions lessons. Dudley and Harry engaged earnestly, skillfully planting and transplanting herbs. Magic encompasses more than just spells and incantations. Herbology, potions, and alchemy are equally vital components. Although Dudley had thoroughly memorized the herbalism textbook, this was his first encounter with magical plants and hands-on cultivation, which filled him with enthusiasm. By the end of the lesson, Dudley had earned points for all 4 houses. Naturally, due to the contributions from Harry and Neville, Gryffindor benefited the most from this class. Hermione, upon hearing that Harry intended to visit the library, eagerly joined him. This left Ron momentarily stunned. He had hoped to invite Harry to explore the castle and unwind together, but his perfect plan was dashed before it could be voiced. He glanced around, pondering his options, and after a couple of frustrated stomps, he sighed and reluctantly set off to catch up with the departing Harry and Hermione. What choice did he have? After all, he was a loyal friend. Yes, indeed, it was certainly not because he would feel lonely wandering the castle alone. After parting ways with his cousin, Dudley hurriedly made his way to the stone cottage outside the Forbidden Forest, intent on seeking Hagrid. 20 minutes later, Dudley knocked on the large wooden door of Hagrid's hut. Upon entering, he found Hagrid roasting sausages by the fireplace. "Oh, it's Dudley. What brings you here? Isn't today your first day of classes? Whereas Harry? Didn't he come with you?" Hagrid expressed surprise at Dudley's unexpected visit. "The classes are over. Harry has gone to study in the library. I am here to discuss something important and seek your assistance," Dudley stated directly, swiftly petting the head of Hagrid's dog, Fong. "Look, Fong really likes you," Hagrid remarked joyfully as Fong wagged his tail at Dudley. "Dudley, whatever you need, just let me know. I'm Professor Dumbledore's most reliable ally, and no task is too daunting for me. There are 5 matters at hand. If any of them face an unfortunate encounter with dark wizards, it would be best to inform you promptly so you can relay the information to me and Dumbledore." "What? Dark wizards are planning to sneak into the Forbidden Forest to attack unicorns and siphon their blood? Who is so barbaric?" Hagrid stood up in shock, momentarily forgetting his intention to fetch some rock cakes for Dudley. This person must be mad. Forcing a unicorn to bleed will bring a curse upon them. Unicorns are sacred beings. Their blood can only be used if they willingly offer it. Apologies, Hagrid, but I cannot disclose the identity of this individual. You understand the reasons. I do not wish for this matter to spread throughout Hogwarts. Dudley spoke candidly, causing Hagrid's face to flush with concern as he whispered, "Dudley, I will keep your secret. I look forward to it, but I hope you can refrain from speaking to anyone other than me, Harry, and Dumbledore for at least the next 2 months. Also, try to drink less alcohol, as this pertains to a grand plan," Dudley advised earnestly. "Furthermore, be vigilant of anyone using Polyjuice Potion to assume my or Harry's appearance. Let us establish a code phrase for our meetings." Hagrid's eyes widened as he discerned the gravity of the situation from Dudley's cautious approach and secrecy, his demeanor becoming increasingly solemn. "Dudley, wait. How can you prove that you are indeed Dudley?" Dudley had always been inseparable from Harry. Suddenly, Hagrid posed a rather astute question, leaving Dudley astonished. "Hagrid, you must validate your sharp wit today." Hagrid, at a loss for words, remained silent. A few minutes later, through a series of minor events during their lessons at the Dursley's residence, Dudley and Hagrid mutually confirmed each other's identities and established a memorable yet intricate code. "All right, I've noted this down, and I shall not divulge it to outsiders," Hagrid assured, thumping his chest. "Now let us discuss something else, Dudley." Dudley nodded. "The second matter is that once our conversation concludes, I must accompany you to check on the 2 Norwegian Ridgebacks. I have a nagging feeling something is amiss with them." Dudley's concern was not unfounded, for on his system panel, the aspiration of the A-grade dragon keeper at the regretful hunting ground had yet to reach the pinnacle of resolution, preventing him from claiming the ultimate reward. "I've noticed it too." Hagrid concurred with Dudley's observation. They're excessively docile and lack energy. There's no spark between them. At Dumbledore's behest, I cannot unchain them, allowing them to soar freely in the skies. Dumbledore is correct, Dudley said gravely. Not every wizard possesses your formidable strength and magical resilience, let alone the young wizards schooling within the castle. To you, dragons and acromantulas may be charming companions, yet to most wizards, they are formidable beasts that cannot be subdued. If they were to spiral out of control, it would spell disaster. This is something you must always remember. I understand. Dumbledore has reminded me of this. Hagrid appeared somewhat aggrieved. But must I always keep them bound by chains? The two dragons are aging, and I wonder if they will ever fly freely again in their lifetime. Their methods, though, Dudley contemplated, speaking slowly. Chapter 87. The Great Hagrid and the Fishing Plan. What methods? Hagrid inquired eagerly. You could invent a powerful taming spell that compels magical creatures, as formidable as dragons, to follow your commands wholeheartedly, while simultaneously unlocking their physical chains but binding their minds with an invisible shackle. Dudley suggested a possible solution. Me? Create a spell? Hagrid recoiled. That is beyond my capabilities. Dudley, you must realize that I am not adept at spell invention like you and Dumbledore. I believe most wizards share this limitation. Then you should devise and brew a potion that achieves the same effect. Dudley offered another direction. Hagrid's eyes widened even further. That is even less feasible. I am utterly clueless about potions. Aside from Dumbledore, only Snape at Hogwarts might accomplish such a feat, but I have no rapport with him. Furthermore, I see that you and Harry do not hold Snape in high regard. Dudley, is there not a single method I can manage? You can do it. Let me think. Dudley feigned deep contemplation, pausing for a moment before suddenly snapping his fingers. I've got it. I have conceived yet another method that only you can execute within the entirety of Hogwarts. What method, you ask? Hagrid, stirred by Dudley's enthusiasm, inquired further. With your profound love for magical creatures, you must charm and persuade those formidable beings, compelling them to enter into a magical contract with you, thereby becoming your steadfast companions, obedient to your every command from this moment forth. After a brief prelude, Dudley revealed the true essence of his request to Hagrid. Can I truly accomplish this? Hagrid pondered, feeling a flicker of confidence, yet still somewhat uncertain. Alas, how can I express my thoughts about you? You underestimate yourself far too much, Hagrid. Dudley sighed, shaking his head. In contemporary Hogwarts, should one seek to explore the knowledge of magical creatures' habits, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn of the Care of Magical Creatures class might stand as a worthy comparison. However, when it comes to coexisting with powerful magical beings and nurturing a genuine affection for them, only the seasoned magical creature expert, Newt Scamander, could rival your expertise throughout all of Hogwarts, and indeed, the entire wizarding world. Hagrid, you are truly remarkable, brimming with untapped potential. Should you succeed in this endeavor, you will irrevocably transform the dynamics between wizards and magical creatures. Historically, wizards have only been able to drive away dangerous magical beings, hunt them cooperatively, or engage in limited breeding, fostering a predominantly adversarial relationship. Yet, upon your success, these formidable creatures shall become loyal allies and companions to wizards, serving as their most powerful assets. You will emerge as an unparalleled benchmark in the realm of magical creature protection. Future generations of wizards shall remember your name, inscribing it in the annals of history, marking it as a significant point of study in the textbooks of magical history. You will achieve greatness, shining as brightly as Dumbledore himself. Hagrid, overwhelmed by Dudley's escalating praises, felt a surge of emotion that was difficult to contain. He could no longer sit calmly, devouring his sausage. Instead, he rose to his towering height of 3.5 meters, unable to restrain himself. The sparkle in his eyes outshone the flickering flames of the hearth, and his voice trembled, unable to form coherent sentences. He had never received such high praise before. In that moment, his self-esteem soared to unprecedented heights, and his confidence blossomed like never before. He was now utterly convinced of his ability to realize Dudley's vision. He was prepared to inscribe his name in the annals of magical history. Tell me, Hagrid, can you do it? Dudley, sensing the moment was ripe, stood up and posed a definitive question. I can do it. I absolutely can. Hagrid's voice quivered momentarily before he forcefully steadied himself, declaring his resolve with fervor. Beside him, the large dog Fong, affected by his master's emotions, barked joyfully in agreement. Excellent. Magnificent. This is the spirit. As long as you believe in yourself, nothing is beyond your reach. Your will and magic will construct the staircase to your success, Dudley remarked, his face brightening with satisfaction. If Hagrid were to assemble a legion of fire dragons, an army of eight-eyed giant spiders, a battalion of three-headed dogs, and a cohort of unicorns, the spectacle would be utterly unimaginable. After a brief interlude, noticing that Hagrid had calmed slightly, Derry was poised to discuss the subsequent three matters, but Hagrid, unable to contain his eagerness, spoke first. Very well, very well. Derry, caught between amusement and exasperation, responded affirmatively and proceeded to elaborate. The next three matters are equally significant, yet they should pose no challenge for you. The third matter, did you not mention previously that you had raised that eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest? That colossal arachnid has since proliferated numerous smaller offspring, has it not? That is splendid. I intend to confer with Dumbledore, enlisting the collective expertise of the professors, to transform Aragog's territory into a perilous treasure maze, serving as a practical training ground for 6th and 7th year students. At that juncture, I will require your assistance in communicating with and soothing the eight-eyed spider, ensuring the renovation proceeds smoothly, and upon completion of the maze, allowing the giant spiders to serve as its guardians. Derry, somewhat reticent, conveyed a kernel of truth to Hagrid. His primary motive for facilitating the construction of this maze was not solely to provide training for the upper-year students, but rather to ensnare Voldemort's main soul and his hapless new host, who might infiltrate Hogwarts, using a counterfeit Philosopher's Stone. He remained suspicious of this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Ekris Hunter, believing her to be linked to Voldemort's essence. Furthermore, he sought to take this opportunity to diminish the population of eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest, as they represented a blatant invasive species to the other inhabitants of the woods. Aragog, who only recognized Hagrid, was far from benevolent in the original tale. Even Harry and Ron, visiting as Hagrid's friends, were not spared from its wrath, as it permitted its offspring to assail them. While Aragog and his spider wife thrived in breeding large spiders, the other creatures of the Forbidden Forest were far from pleased. Should these offspring ever escape the forest and inadvertently harm young wizards, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be incensed. Thus, a dual-purpose fishing scheme was conceived. Chapter 88, The Discreet Millionaire. A visit to the fire dragons. No problem. I will enlist Aragog's assistance. Hagrid readily agreed, his mind unclouded by deeper considerations, offering his unconditional support for the plans involving Dumbledore and Derry. What are the remaining two matters? Hagrid inquired once more. The other two matters pertain to my personal affairs, and I require your help. Hagrid, no problem. I am more than willing to assist a friend. The exchange between Derry and Hagrid resembled the formation of an unequal pact. Derry then rose, moving with agility. He surveyed the furnishings within Hagrid's hut, approached a corner, and picked up a filthy blanket. Dusting it off to reveal its pristine white underside, he asked, "What is this? A dirty blanket? Is there an issue?" Hagrid, puzzled, replied, "I was wondering what was wrong with it." Derry pressed further. "I meant, what is this blanket made from?" He knew Hagrid was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely did not regard the treasure as anything of value. "And what about this?" Dolly once again picked up a large, dusty ornament hanging on the wall. "And this bedsheet? It is woven from the silk spun by an eight-eyed giant spider. What about this little broom? The short handle is derived from the horn of a naturally deceased unicorn, while the bristles are made from the tail hair of a night steed. And this small brush? It is crafted from the hard bristles on the legs of an Aragog." Approximately 20 minutes later, utilizing the system's identification function, Dolly astutely uncovered dozens of seemingly insignificant daily items made from the materials of magical creatures within Hagrid's cozy abode, gathering them all together. This left Hagrid somewhat perplexed. "Dolly, what are you doing with all these things? They are merely trivial items." "Trivial?" Dolly immediately raised his voice. "Oh, my dear Hagrid, those seemingly inconsequential items would be the envy of potion makers, alchemists, and wand crafters alike, who would be willing to fight tooth and nail for them. If you were to sell these, you could easily fetch over 100,000 galleons. How much? You say how much?" Hagrid was taken aback. "Have I been selling them too cheaply? Those dark wizards in Nocturne Alley truly are unscrupulous. You even sold them at a loss." Dolly felt a pang of distress so profound that he had to take several deep breaths to compose himself. "I have sold a few for some pocket money, but not much. I did not specifically collect these. They are abundant in the Forbidden Forest. If you desire more, I can gather them for you in the future." Hagrid appeared utterly unfazed, resembling a down-to-earth billionaire. "That sounds splendid. Do gather more for me in the future. I have great use for them." Dolly, with his thick skin, did not bother to show any courtesy toward Hagrid. "Additionally, I require what's suitable for crafting wand shafts. Be on the lookout for trees in the Forbidden Forest that have tree guardians. Those trees are perfect for wand making." "Not a problem. It's all on me. It won't require much wood to make wands. I can saw off some sturdy branches from the larger trees for you. You can make as many wands as you wish. Hagrid was exceedingly generous, considering the forbidden forest his own domain, as long as it did not endanger the magical creatures. He had as many materials as he desired. Dudley was thoroughly satisfied. He then extended his hand and drew a large circle in the air, opening a spatial passage from his personal space. He first retrieved a gold nugget from his belongings and handed it to Hagrid, subsequently collecting all the valuable items from Hagrid's cottage. Dudley, what are you doing? I don't want your gold. Dumbledore has recently given me plenty of galleons. I'm not in need of money. Hagrid declined the offer. Take it, Hagrid. This nugget of gold pales in comparison to the value of the items you've given me. Use it to acquire a new set of furniture in Diagon Alley. In a position of relative affluence, Dudley was not one to shy away from generosity. Had it not been for his pure gold transmutation spell being freshly acquired just over a month ago, he would have planned to present Hagrid with several more substantial gold bars. I'll make up for it with more gold later. Dudley silently calculated within himself, while Hagrid reluctantly accepted Dudley's goodwill and began inquiring about the final matter Dudley wished to discuss. With a serious demeanor, Dudley entrusted Hagrid with the task of retrieving Voldemort's wand, a chore that was merely a matter of running errands, provided that no unforeseen incidents occurred. It posed not the slightest danger, making Hagrid the perfect candidate for the job. Currently at Hogwarts, apart from Harry, Hagrid was the person Dudley trusted the most, even placing Dumbledore behind him in terms of confidence. Handing this responsibility to Hagrid gave Dudley peace of mind. Once their discussion concluded, Dudley and Hagrid departed from the stone cottage and made their way to the dragon enclosure Hagrid had constructed. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Dudley was eager to ascertain the quality of the two creatures the goblins from Gringotts had sent him. The dragon enclosure was not far from Hagrid's cottage. After a brief walk, they spotted a half-open stone fortress in the distance, gently emitting wisps of black smoke, which was twice the size of Hagrid's own abode. Brom, Nori, I'll come to see you. Hagrid called out from afar, having already renamed the two dragons, his tone brimming with warmth. To Dudley, the roars of the dragons sounded only slightly more impressive than a leopard's call, rather unimposing, to say the least. After a while, the two finally entered the interior of the enclosure. It was Dudley's first glimpse of the compensation the goblins had provided. Two lethargic, elderly Norwegian ridgebacks languidly sprawled on the ground. Those wretched goblin merchants. Only when the knife was at their throats did they part with such worn-out creatures. Dudley raised his hand, casting an ironclad shield charm, and boldly approached the dragons, which were securely chained in a half-open compartment of the enclosure. Dudley, be careful. Hagrid hurriedly cautioned. No worries, I'm well aware. With audacity befitting his skill, Dudley meticulously observed the dragons while transforming his smedding wand into an oversized scratcher. He spent quite a while tickling the sensitive spots around the dragon's wings, necks, bellies, and tails. The dragon's most significant response was to rise slightly, giving a couple of gentle flaps with their grotesquely large bat-like wings and emitting two small puffs of flame towards the ground. They seemed resigned to the situation, looking quite pitiful. Was this truly the fierce Norwegian ridgeback they were known to be? Dudley could not help but critique. Dull teeth, blunt claws, worn tails, and scars remaining on their wings. Aside from the raised black ridges on their backs, they bore little resemblance to true Norwegian ridgebacks. Indeed, those goblins must have treated Brom and Nori with extreme cruelty, inflicting trauma that dulled their spirits. Hagrid, with a profound empathy for magical creatures, was now shedding tears for the two dragons. It appeared that these once mighty beasts were beyond redemption. Perhaps it was time for them to reproduce. Dudley, observing the two listless dragons, began to devise a plan. Dudley, are you suggesting that Brom and Nori should have dragon offspring? I've tried to encourage them, but they simply lack chemistry, Hagrid remarked, having grasped Dudley's intent. I'm aware, you've mentioned this before, and I have made preparations, Dudley replied confidently. Dudley, please don't harm them, Hagrid cautioned. Rest assured, Hagrid, I know what I'm doing. Under Dudley's vehement insistence, Hagrid found himself with no choice but to comply. He approached the two dragons, signaling them to lie down. The Norwegian ridgebacks had already grown somewhat weary from Dudley's teasing, and with Hagrid's reassuring presence, they readily resumed their previous languid position on the ground. However, the two dragons seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this posture, their eyes betraying a hint of unease. Calm yourselves. Slumber. In response to this situation, Dudley channeled his magical energy, casting a calming and sleeping spell upon the two dragons with all his might. The magical resistance of dragon hide surpassed even that of giant skin, rendering Dudley's spells only marginally effective. Yet, given that his targets were two dispirited old dragons, this level of efficacy sufficed. Seizing the opportunity, while the dragons drooped their eyelids, drowsy and lethargic, Dudley swiftly maneuvered to their side, aiming for the relatively vulnerable area of their flank, and cast another spell, Sever and Separate. Instantly, a slender, narrow wound appeared on the dragon's abdomen, and blood gushed forth, which Dudley collected in a large blood storage bag he had just procured. "Dudley, what on earth are you doing? If you desire dragon blood, I could procure it for you," Hagrid inquired urgently, as the bloodletting dragon, Brawn, began to stir restlessly. "Behave yourself." Dudley reiterated the calming and sleeping spells on the dragon. Then, half seriously, he explained to Hagrid, this is a necessary procedure. Moreover, a controlled bloodletting can aid in promoting the dragon's circulatory system and metabolism. As he continued his explanation, he proceeded to extract blood from the other female dragon, Nolly, amassing a substantial quantity of dragon blood into his spatial storage. Following this, Dudley retrieved 2 large boxes of veterinary hormonal syringes, renowned among Muggles for inducing estrus in pigs. According to the Muggle shopkeeper, the efficacy of this medication was remarkable. One injection would result in a flurry of piglets. Dudley employed levitation and movement spells to manipulate the 2 boxes, unwrapping them and allowing them to float in the air, categorizing them into 2 distinct groups based on gender. Then, before Hagrid's astonished gaze, he abruptly waved his hand. With a resounding roar, the dragons bellowed. The 2 groups of syringes danced through the air, each precisely plunging into the wounds Dudley had inflicted on the dragons' abdomens, injecting their contents directly into the dragons' bodies. Heal swiftly, revive quickly. Dudley adeptly cast powerful healing and revival spells on the dragons, subsequently imbuing the fresh water in their troughs with restorative properties. "Hagrid, we must retreat," Dudley called out, and at that moment, Hagrid found himself struggling to maintain control over the 2 thrashing dragons. He promptly released his grip and retreated alongside Dudley from the dragon enclosure. For over an hour thereafter, the dragon house trembled, the roars of the dragons echoing deafeningly. Fortunately, Dudley had timely applied a silencing charm to the enclosure. Otherwise, half of Hogwarts would have been privy to the wild cacophony. Outside the dragon house, fiery columns could be distinctly observed shooting skyward in various directions, flames soaring, and intensity palpable. Dudley and Hagrid patiently awaited the calm return to the dragon enclosure before venturing inside. Dudley's intention was to ensure that the elixir of life had been entirely consumed by the dragons, leaving no chance for Voldemort's hidden soul to benefit from it. Hagrid, on the other hand, was deeply concerned about the health of the 2 dragons, without seeing a satisfactory outcome. He felt disinclined to assist Dudley with his tasks outside the school. Upon re-entering the enclosure, the scene that unfolded before them was as dismal as anticipated, a chaotic mess. The 2 dragons lay sprawled on the ground, smoke billowing from their gaping jaws, had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of their chests. They could easily have been mistaken for lifeless creatures. Dudley observed that the 2 large stone feeding troughs had been trampled and destroyed by the dragons. Yet there were no signs of liquid pooled around them. It remained unclear whether the fire had scorched it dry, or if it had been entirely consumed by the dragons. Dudley leaned towards the latter hypothesis, reasoning that the aged dragons would have no reason to squander the precious water that could sustain their lives. "Long, Naughty, how are you faring? Are you all right?" Hagrid approached anxiously. Dudley quickly interjected, "Hagrid, what they need most now is nourishment. Go fetch some food to fill their bellies. That should aid in their recovery." Hagrid, recognizing the wisdom in Dudley's words, hurried off. Dudley then moved closer to observe the 2 feeble dragons, administering a nourishing potion and casting several healing spells, nodding with satisfaction. The side effects of the hormone-based medicine were rather significant. Perhaps a potion of enchantment would yield better results, but regrettably, he could not concoct it at this moment. When the weakened dragons caught sight of the food, their slit pupils brightened slightly as they struggled to raise their heads and began to tear into the raw flesh. Seeing that the situation was under control, Dudley advised Hagrid, "You should attend to that matter now. Remember, don't linger on the way and refrain from speaking to anyone." Chapter 90, The Nightmares, the Whomping Willow, and Self-Study in the Library. With the dragons seemingly out of danger, Hagrid felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exited the enclosure alongside Dudley, then turned ahead alone towards the Forbidden Forest. There, he had tended to a few nightmares, which, unlike the privately kept acromantulas, were a legitimate and compliant part of Hogwarts regulations. In some more formal and traditional settings, the staff and students of Hogwarts occasionally utilized the somewhat antiquated mode of transport provided by nightmare-drawn carriages. However, Hagrid had not encountered an occasion to employ the nightmare carriages for quite some time. Dudley gazed into the distance at 4 sleek, ebony-winged horses, harnessed to a carriage and soaring skyward from the depths of the forbidden forest. Hagrid, wearing protective goggles, grasped the reins with his large hands, seated comfortably on the carriage. His spirits evidently lifted. In mere moments, this distinctive vehicle became a small black dot against the distant sky. This demonstrated the extraordinary speed of the nightmares, their strength beyond ordinary measure. Even while bearing Hagrid's considerable weight, they soared with remarkable velocity. He was not surprised by his ability to witness the nightmares, for he had already borne witness to death. Reflecting solely on this lifetime, a month prior, he and Harry had, albeit in a rather peculiar alliance, conspired with Voldemort to bring about Quirrell's demise. While it may seem odd to articulate it thus, it was not inherently inaccurate. Darryl strolled outside the majestic Hogwarts castle, not rushing to the library to meet Harry. Instead, guided by the pervasive consciousness of Hogwarts, he ventured alone towards the realm of a peculiar creature. After a quarter of an hour, Darryl beheld a robust and flourishing willow tree, which was the very purpose of his visit. As he approached, the willow sprang to life, thrashing its branches in a wild display. The resilient twigs produced a cacophony of sound as they whipped through the air with tremendous force. Anticipating this, Darryl swiftly cast his smedding wand, transforming himself into a diminutive mouse. The little mouse adeptly evaded the willow's strikes, weaving through its defenses and with agile paws. It pressed against a large boil upon the willow's trunk. This boil was the tree's Achilles heel, and upon contact, it momentarily incapacitated the creature, rendering it docile. Seizing the opportunity, Darryl transformed the wand, still in mouse form, into a long saw, commanding it to soar through the air, adhering to the principle of cutting one piece while leaving another. He harvested over 100 stout willow twigs, including several branches as thick as a bowl. As customary, he stored them in his personal space and departed with satisfaction. There were no further matters at hand. He intended to immerse himself in his studies at the library. However, this facility had now diminished in significance. The magically imbued willow branches were ripe for the taking, ready to serve Darryl's needs. Some earnest Hufflepuff students respectfully inclined their bodies in greeting, addressing him as Assistant Dursley. In contrast, a few upperclassmen from Slytherin, upon spotting Darryl, mimicked his wand-wielding gait, mocking him with laughter. A mere raise of his hand sent them scattering in disarray. They then collided with an air wall conjured by Darryl ahead, leaving them with bumps on their heads and incurring a loss of house points. Darryl felt no anger. He shook his head in mild exasperation. What folly it was for those unfortunate children to act thus. They still did not comprehend him well. Were it not for the constraints of circumstance, he would never wait until the next moment to exact his retribution. Nonetheless, this situation provided Darryl with a clear understanding of the current state of Hogwarts students. He aspired to implement educational reforms, yet the challenges were formidable, especially with numerous responsibilities weighing upon him. Progress would have to be made step by step. Uninterrupted, Darryl soon entered the second-floor library, inhaling the rich scent of ink and beholding the vast collection of magical tomes, with nearly 1,000 shelves and tens of thousands of volumes. This was the most extensive repository of knowledge in the British magical world, the crucible that forged generations of powerful wizards and witches. The secrets of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Aunt Lily's love-protective ancient magic, and the profound wisdom of Dumbledore were all rooted here. Darryl had long yearned for this place, but he understood that haste could lead to misfortune. Despite his inner excitement, he discerned the urgency of his quest and directly inquired with Madame Pants, the librarian, about the location of the shelves containing books on alchemy and wand-making. At present, the most paramount concern occupying his mind is not the pursuit and eradication of Voldemort's principal soul, nor the implementation of educational reforms at Hogwarts. Instead, it is the quest to discover a flawless method of extracting Voldemort's soul fragments without inflicting harm upon the Horcrux itself. All other matters are merely ancillary to the achievement of this primary objective. Naturally, Dudley also hopes to glean further inspiration for the gentle extraction of soul fragments from Horcruxes while advancing other endeavors. In the realm of magic, Dudley's strongest asset lies in his mastery of spells, with his secondary proficiency encompassing alchemy and wand-making techniques. He intends to leverage these strengths to explore the avenues of inspiration he previously conceived. Once he has obtained preliminary results, he will confer with Dumbledore to align their progress. With a hefty stack of books on alchemy and wand-making in hand, he made his way to the reading area, joining Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Among the trio, only Hermione was thoroughly engrossed in her reading. Harry's focus was somewhat less intense, while Ron fidgeted restlessly, unable to concentrate at all. Were it not for the presence of his friends, he would hardly have been able to remain seated. Dudley chose not to interrupt them, setting down his books and carefully perusing the pages of one, starting with a foundational text on alchemy. The knowledge gleaned from the Philosopher's Stone was far too advanced and narrowly focused, encompassing only the creation of the stone itself. To truly master alchemy, he recognized the necessity of reinforcing his foundational knowledge. Conversely, in wand-making, although he was familiar with only a few advanced material handling techniques, he had a comprehensive understanding of the basic principles of wand crafting. Even if he were to attempt making one immediately, he would possess a significant chance of success, though he could not guarantee the quality or potency of the finished product. Harry and his companions, of course, noticed Dudley's arrival. Observing that Dudley had no intention of speaking, and given the library's insistence on maintaining silence, they refrained from initiating conversation. Time slipped away, minute by minute. Just as Ron was becoming increasingly restless, on the verge of giving up, the sound of the dinner bell resonated from the Great Hall. Ron immediately cast a pleading glance toward Harry and Hermione, indicating that he had reached his limit with the books and was ready for a chicken leg. It was the first day of the school year, and with no exams looming, why the excessive diligence? He found it utterly perplexing. Ron's wish was soon fulfilled. Upon receiving Ron's beseeching look, Harry and Hermione turned to Dudley. Dudley, understanding the futility of studying on an empty stomach, did not insist on continuing. They had clearly not yet reached the point of being so engrossed in their studies that they would forget to eat. He set aside his book, secured a place, and joined his friends in heading to the Great Hall. To their surprise, shortly after entering the hall, a flurry of owls descended simultaneously, entering through the specially reserved windows in the ceiling, all making a beeline for Harry and Dudley. One by one, they dropped letters in haste. Dudley assisted in sifting through the envelopes, discovering that most were from unfamiliar wizards. As he pondered this mystery, he stumbled upon today's edition of the Daily Prophet amidst the pile of correspondence. On the front page of the newspaper, a striking illustration captured attention. It was a magical animated photograph taken a month prior at the fan meeting in the Leaky Cauldron, although the identity of the wizard behind the lens remained a mystery. The focal point of the image was none other than Harry, shyly smiling as he engaged with his fans, while Dudley and Hagrid also made their appearances. Dudley, however, was merely a peripheral figure, blending into the crowd and hardly as conspicuous as Harry. The editor of the Daily Prophet was quite considerate, highlighting Dudley's somewhat forced smile with a prominent black circle, ensuring that readers would not overlook him. How thoughtful of you. Dudley felt a surge of exasperation, shifting his gaze to the article itself. It effectively dispelled the outrageous rumors that had circulated in the wizarding community for over 2 weeks, branding the savior as a fraud. This revelation catapulted Harry's fame to new heights, ensuring that the name Dudley Dursley would be etched in the memory of the British wizarding world. The accompanying illustration was generously provided by the devoted Harry Potter fan, Mr. Daedalus Diggle. The swift publication of the article was undoubtedly orchestrated by Dumbledore behind the scenes. Old Dumbledore might have deemed this a delightful surprise, having nurtured it for several days. Harry's captivating speech the previous night undoubtedly enhanced Dumbledore as promotional strategy. Dudley perceived the underlying logic, but chose to dismiss it, casting one last glance at the familiar name at the conclusion of the article. This not-so-bright Mr. Diggle was indeed a commendable fan. Yet, Dudley recalled vividly that Diggle had not brought a magical camera that day. While his skills in procuring items were nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing the prowess of 100 thieves, he had failed to acquire any such device from Diggle. How peculiar. Could it be that this photograph was purchased by Diggle from another wizard to submit to the Daily Prophet, merely for the sake of attribution? Cousin. Most of these letters are apologies from those wizards who spread the rumors, expressing their regret. There are also messages of goodwill and admiration directed toward you and me, as they hope we can teach the shield charm to the students at Hogwarts, spreading it throughout the magical community to suppress the arrogance of dark wizards. After perusing 8 or 9 letters, Harry remarked, with Ron and Hermione assisting him in sorting through the correspondence. "Is there a letter from Mr. Diggle?" Dudley inquired with sudden curiosity. Upon receiving Dudley's nod of affirmation, Hermione promptly handed over Diggle's letter. Dudley took the letter, opened it, and, after a moment, exclaimed, "This Mr. Diggle is quite an earnest fellow, endearingly foolish, remarkably naive, evoking a sense of compassion within me." Dudley then passed the letter to Harry, who displayed a look of curiosity. It turned out that Mr. Diggle had indeed not brought a camera on the day of the fan meeting. However, in the aftermath, he learned that someone at the bar had surreptitiously captured photographs, prompting him to leverage his connections to reach out to the wizard responsible for the pictures. He paid a considerable sum to acquire both the photographs and the rights to their publication as a collector's item. Subsequently, when Dumbledore announced that Voldemort was not dead. Unfavorable rumors about Harry began to circulate within the wizarding community. Initially, Diggory was utterly unconvinced and even debated with other wizards, but as the rumors proliferated, he couldn't help but entertain a flicker of doubt. Nevertheless, he refrained from spreading these rumors alongside his peers. In his letter, Diggory speculated that Merlin must have foreseen his later disloyalty and wavering convictions, which led to the premature retrieval of his wand that he had used for many years. Now, with Harry's vindication, he was overjoyed and offered the photographs to the Daily Prophet free of charge, while also penning a letter to seek Harry's forgiveness. He casually mentioned that he had already purchased a new wand from Ollivanders, noting that the selection process for new wands had been significantly simplified. He found a new wand to be quite accommodating, assuring Harry and Dudley that there was no need for concern. He believed that Merlin had forgiven him. Upon reading the letter, a hint of embarrassment crossed Harry's face. On that fateful day, his cousin had sensed danger and had preemptively stolen Mr. Diggory's wand, a precaution that ultimately proved fortuitous when it was used against the parasitic Quirrell and Voldemort. Though the situation was justified, reflecting upon it still made him feel somewhat awkward. "Cousin, about Mr. Diggory's wand," Harry began. "Fear not, I have it all sorted. This weekend, I shall trouble Hedwig for a flight. Times have changed now." Diggory's wand held little significance for both him and Harry, merely gathering dust within his personal space. He resolved to utilize his alchemical skills and wand-crafting expertise to enhance and restore Diggory's wand as a form of reparation. "By the way, Ron, haven't you had the chance to replace your old wand yet?" With the adage that one sheep is as good as two, Dudley immediately thought of Ron's tattered wand, which had originally belonged to his brother. "In a couple of days, after we finish this week's Charms and Defense against the Dark Arts classes, hand me your wand. I shall assist in its transformation and repair, ensuring it will surpass even a brand new one." Chapter 92, The Acquisition of the S-Class Wand. A new nighttime objective. Dudley delved straight into the matter at hand. Helping Ron refurbish his wand would also enhance his own proficiency in wand crafting. A win-win situation that was too good to pass up. "Dudley, are you confident in your ability?" Ron queried, somewhat skeptical of Dudley's assertion. In Britain, wizards tended to place their faith in the craftsmanship of the Ollivander family. Were it not for witnessing Dudley's remarkable talents, he would scarcely believe that a peer could repair a wand. "Rest assured, Ron, if my cousin says it can be done, it certainly will be," Dudley reassured him. "If it breaks, I shall take leave and personally escort you to Diagon Alley to procure a new one." With Dudley's guarantee, Ron felt more at ease and readily agreed, expressing his gratitude in advance. The group of friends, having prepared a veritable mountain of apology letters, navigated through a brief interlude before lunch, and summoned their meal by tapping their wands on empty plates to conjure forth food, embarking upon their midday repast. Dolly, in a state of profound concentration, persistently employed a calming incantation to maintain his rational demeanor, invigorating his intellect to comprehend and absorb the alchemical knowledge inscribed within the tomes. He meticulously simulated the process of alchemy within the confines of his mind, remaining thus engaged until the chime of the dinner bell signaled a departure from his scholarly pursuits. Upon vacating the library, Dolly took the opportunity to borrow several unfinished volumes from Madame Pants, intending to continue his practical studies later that evening. As he entered the grand hall, Dolly immediately spotted Hagrid waiting in the aisle near the entrance. The sight of Dolly brought a proud grin to Hagrid's face, clearly indicating that he had executed the task assigned to him with great success. Dolly felt a surge of joy within and hurried over, retrieving from Hagrid's outstretched hand a slightly yellowed, distinctly sinister white wand crafted from yew wood, nourished by an extraordinarily potent dark magic. Description of the item: 135 inches long. Yew-wood shaft with a core of phoenix tail feather. Its owner is Tom Marvolo Riddle, known as Voldemort, who has imbued it with his formidable power over the years, wielding both white spells and an extensive repertoire of advanced dark magic. Its rating has significantly escalated, leaning towards darkness, making it exceedingly difficult for others to tame. This wand is a twin to Harry Potter's Holy Wand. When wielded together in battle, their combined spells will amplify tenfold. When used against one another, the magical energies will either negate or be stored within the wands, with repeated confrontations likely resulting in mutual destruction. What a marvelous treasure! This wand has found its rightful owner in me. Dolly reveled internally, unconcerned about his current inability to tame this powerful artifact. After expressing his gratitude to Hagrid, he deftly traced a small circle within the cuff of his robe, discreetly storing the wand in his personal space. With the exchange complete, Hagrid joyfully made his way to the staff table for dinner, exchanging glances with Dumbledore, who had already taken his seat at the head of the table. conveying his eagerness to engage in a private conversation after the meal. Dolly, however, was indifferent to Hagrid's chat with Dumbledore. The giant's loquaciousness, if fully unleashed, could surely overwhelm him. Moreover, Dolly hoped Hagrid might remind Dumbledore to initiate preparations for setting traps in the territory of the Acromantula within the Forbidden Forest. As Dolly sat down for dinner at the Gryffindor long table, he surveyed the room, as was his custom. He noticed that the charming Professor Eclair was still exhibiting her social prowess, engaging amiably with the other professors present. Particularly, she seemed to share a lively discourse with the dark-skinned astronomy professor, Aurora Sinistra, as they exchanged knowledge on celestial phenomena. Could it be that I have misjudged? Has Voldemort's primary soul truly become so fearful that he has not even graced Hogwarts with his presence, nor has he taken residence within any of the professors? Yet, despite these thoughts, Dolly refrained from forming any hasty conclusions. With a defense against the dark arts class scheduled for the following morning, he intended to observe more closely. Dudley shifted his attention to the older students of Hogwarts, particularly the 4 house prefects and the presidents of the student council. However, after careful observation, he found everyone to be quite ordinary. Yet, the facade of normalcy often conceals a deeper abnormality. Dudley remained vigilant. Voldemort was not one to relent easily, and this venomous serpent warranted caution. Ron, exasperated, remarked that if this continued, he would surely become a bookworm. This left Dudley speechless. He pondered why Ron would trouble himself so, unable to engage with the material, yet unwilling to depart from it. Thus, Dudley chose to ignore Ron and immersed himself once more in the vast ocean of alchemical knowledge. During this time, Hermione, captivated by one of Dudley's books, picked up a volume he had previously perused. Occasionally, she would engage Dudley in discussions about perplexing concepts, displaying her insatiable thirst for knowledge. Dudley preferred such companionship. Beyond the element of luck, the most reliable allies were those like Hermione, endowed with both courage and wisdom. Once again, as their roommates slumbered, Dudley and Harry donned the disillusionment charm and slipped out of the Gryffindor common room for another nocturnal adventure. This night, S objective differed from the last. Dudley led Harry through the long-abandoned classrooms of Hogwarts, capturing a sack full of live mice and insects using magic. They then entered the interrogation room, conjured by the Room of Requirement, where they bound the battered Peter Pettigrew to the punishment cross, affixing live mice and insects to various parts of his body with ropes. Chapter 93, Extreme Torment, the Practice of the Killing Curse. Pettigrew, still nursing old wounds and missing teeth, had not been sufficiently fed in the confines of his cage, and now endured the torment of gnawing insects and biting mice. Shrieking in terror and agony, Dudley, with a heart of stone, showed no pity. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face as he ominously proclaimed, "Harry, tonight you have but one task. Ensure that this wretched rat remains alive. Do not let him perish. You must continuously cast healing and revival spells upon him, and apply the Muggle-repelling potions as needed. His future utility is immense. If by mischance he dies, we shall struggle to find such a fitting specimen for experimentation." "Yes, cousin," Harry responded promptly, relishing in Pettigrew's plight. He understood that even though he would not directly administer punishment tonight, Pettigrew's suffering would undoubtedly surpass that of the previous evening. Avada Kedavra! Harry prepared himself. However, Dudley had already taken action. With a malevolent expression and a palpable aura of death, he bellowed the incantation, pointing into the air and unleashing a beam of dazzling green light that struck the live mouse bound to Pettigrew's left forearm. After a brief, pitiful squeak from the small mouse, the toothless mouth of little dwarf spewed forth a copious amount of blood. His wide, terrified eyes fixated on his left arm, where a small mouse, lifeless and tethered by a string, came into view. Instantly, little dwarf rolled his eyes back and fainted, a foul-smelling liquid pooling beneath the tattered hem of his robe, truly repugnant. Swiftly heal, quickly revive, cleanse anew. Nearby, Harry recollected his cousin's words. Overcoming his dread of the killing curse's ominous green light, he seized his wand, initiating a rescue and cleansing endeavor for little dwarf. Control over the intent to kill is inadequate. More practice is necessary, Dudley murmured as he observed the substantial pool of blood that had just erupted from little dwarf. He contemplated the precise targeting of the killing curse, aiming for a direct hit without causing collateral damage. This was one of Dudley's theories regarding the painless separation of Voldemort's soul fragment from the Horcrux. The fundamental principle of the killing curse is to forcibly thrust the target's soul into the realm of death beyond the veil. This explains why wizards slain by the curse cannot transition into ghosts. Naturally, if the caster's intent to kill is insufficient, The curse may inflict physical harm instead of endangering the target's soul. Dudley envisioned launching the killing curse unexpectedly at the soul fragment within the Horcrux, ensuring that Voldemort's fragment would be unable to resist or inflict damage upon the Horcrux itself, thus achieving the goal of painlessly separating the Horcrux from the soul fragment. Consequently, Dudley sought to refine his killing curse to perfection, aiming to strike precisely where intended, ensuring that whoever he wished to perish would do so without harming any innocent bystanders. He planned to practice on Little Dwarf first, aspiring to elevate his proficiency before targeting the Diary Horcrux and the Ring Horcrux for further testing. Avada Kedavra! Upon witnessing that Little Dwarf had been revived by Harry's spell, Dudley wasted no time, unleashing another wave of vibrant green light from his killing curse. This time, he aimed at the large beetle clinging to Little Dwarf's right thigh. Apply the beastly stimulant. Dudley discerned the signs of despair in Little Dwarf's gaze and quickly advised Harry. The earlier attack had targeted a smaller beetle, a more challenging feat, resulting in a greater residual impact of the killing curse, which had led to an increased volume of blood from Little Dwarf, necessitating immediate attention. With deftness, Harry followed Dudley's instructions, locating the appropriate syringe and administering an injection directly to Little Dwarf's heart. Simultaneously, the healing spell continued to flow from his hands, as both Muggles and wizards wielded their magic in perfect harmony, yielding extraordinary results. In no time, the veins on the neck of the diminutive figure became prominent, exhilarated beyond measure as he watched Dudley unleash 3 successive killing curses, obliterating 3 small mice without so much as a blink. Excellent. Splendid. This is the spirit we need. Dudley transformed Smelting's wand into a chair, seated himself, and closed his eyes, gradually unraveling the inexplicable negative emotions that had taken root within him. Harry, remember, practicing dark magic requires unwavering mental fortitude. One must not allow the adverse emotions spawned by dark magic to taint our character. While meditating, Dudley imparted wisdom to his cousin, reflecting that many dark wizards may not have been irredeemable at the outset. It was their fragile minds, susceptible to the influence of dark magic, that ultimately rendered them mere puppets of its sinister power. I understand, cousin, Harry nodded thoughtfully, but soon posed another question. Why don't you use the calming charm to soothe your mind and dispel the negative emotions generated by practicing the killing curse? Dudley chuckled softly. Harry, you must grasp that while the calming charm is a useful tool, it is not an all-encompassing remedy. The potency and precision of dark magic hinge upon the practitioner's ability to control their negative emotions. After laboriously memorizing the sensation of unleashing lethal intent through the killing curse, employing the calming charm to forcibly suppress that feeling would squander the fruits of my efforts. I must independently digest this negativity and transform it into a source of strength. Only by practicing in this manner can I gradually mold dark magic into a remarkably obedient weapon in my hands. I understand, cousin. In the future, should I practice dark magic, I will be bold yet meticulous, resolute in my will. Chapter 94, Dudley's original creation, the Whomping Willow Wand. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to deliberately practice dark magic. Mastering white magic and harnessing one's creativity to devise more practical white spells suffices for everyday life and combat. Dudley conveyed to Harry his lack of bias towards dark magic, asserting that both dark and white magic ultimately rely on emotion, willpower, and magical prowess. As long as one's resolve is steadfast, magical ability profound, and emotions aligned, white magic can achieve astonishing effects without the worry of being swayed by negative emotions. Dudley and Harry further explored the intricacies of magical knowledge, during which he gradually dissipated the negativity stemming from practicing the killing curse. Observing the additional workbench and magical instruments that had appeared in the room, along with the alchemical notes and wand-making records left by predecessors, Dudley felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He retrieved Harry's hair, dragon's blood, a branch from the Whomping Willow, wilted limbs from the gnarled tree, unicorn hair, and the velvety limbs of a giant eight-eyed spider, embarking on his first practical wand-making endeavor. He carefully carved a portion of the Whomping Willow branch into an exquisite, hollow, elongated stick destined to serve as the wand's body. Due to concerns regarding the unsuitability of the Whomping Willow for wand crafting, he employed alchemy to infuse a third of a withered branch from a bogget into the core of the Whomping Willow wand, thereby enhancing its magical properties. Ultimately, utilizing Ollivander's secret wand-making techniques, he combined the distinctive core and shaft to create a wand. Boom! The first wand crafted by Dudley exploded, leaving him with a soot-covered visage and smoke billowing from his hair, perhaps due to an incongruity in compatibility. The idea of using Harry's hair to create a specialized wand for confronting Voldemort was temporarily set aside. He resolved to wait until Hagrid could procure a wider variety of wand woods for further experimentation. Dudley contemplated his options and arrived at a decision. His original intention was to harness Harry's status as Voldemort's destined adversary, an enmity that defined them both, by using Harry's hair as the core to forge a wand specifically designed to attack fragments of Voldemort's soul. Such a wand would undoubtedly deliver more precise and potent spells against the Horcruxes. Given Harry's inherently benevolent nature, he would never harm the innocent. Thus, using his hair as the core would ensure the utmost safety of the Horcrux itself. Currently, hindered by a lack of suitable materials, Dudley could not immediately realize this vision, so he opted to set it aside for the time being. Undeterred, Dudley sought an alternative core material and continued his attempts at wand making. At dawn, he departed from the ever-accommodating room. After a fervent night of extraordinary endeavors, he had expended nearly half a bowl of dragon's blood, numerous branches of whomping willow, a segment of the tree's trunk, a lock of Harry's hair, all the withered limbs of the boggart, 3 strands of unicorn hair, and 5 tufts of acromantula leg hair, in addition to a small piece of centaur hoof. Ultimately, he succeeded in crafting a wand of considerable power. This whomping willow wand measured 95 inches in length, with a core made of acromantula leg hair. The shaft was intricately woven from 7 whomping willow branches. And alchemy had infused 10 grams of centaur hoof and a third of the boggart's withered limb into the wand's body. The centaur hoof lent stability to the wand, while the boggart's withered limb imparted a gentle potential to the whomping willow's nature. This wand was a peculiar creation, born of Dudley's existing alchemical knowledge and wand-making skills, serendipitously crafted through a twist of fate. Dudley intended to gift this wand to his subordinate, Argus Filch. Unlike the Dumbledore of yore, he understood that to make the horse run swiftly, one must first ensure it is well fed. Moreover, from the moment he completed the wand, he felt a compelling certainty that it would suit Filch exceptionally well. The volatile nature of the whomping willow, the ferocity of the acromantula, the steadfastness of the centaur, and the gentleness of the boggart formed a perfect amalgamation, mirroring Filch's character. Filch received the whomping willow wand with a degree of bewilderment. In an instant, the wand's tip shimmered with a violet glow, emanating images of twisting, lashing whips, showcasing its remarkable compatibility with Filch. Filch was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of joy and elation, as his previously erratic magical prowess suddenly became stable and fluid. In terms of his ability to cast spells, he now resembled an ordinary wizard. Assistant, I am utterly delighted. I am profoundly grateful to you. I shall complete all the tasks you have entrusted to me. The frail, stooped figure of Filch trembled with gratitude as he expressed his thanks to Dudley. He leaped excitedly beside the regal figure of Madame Loris, whose purple hair shimmered, inadvertently disturbing her from her slumber. Madame Loris cast a disapproving glance at her incompetent servant and shifted to find another comfortable position before curling up to sleep once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the D-grade regret incident of the lonely mute. The host has bestowed upon the mute Filch the ability to cast spells, transforming him into a wizard, and has personally crafted a wand of the willow tree with a remarkable initial compatibility of 95, fully addressing Filch's proud, yet fragile self-esteem. This has enabled him to finally convince himself to genuinely integrate into the Hogwarts wizarding community, freeing him from solitude. This regret has been perfectly resolved. Special rewards granted. D-grade fusion opportunity once. Additional reward. D-grade fusion opportunity once. Current magical item fusion opportunities. C-grade twice, D-grade thrice, E-grade once. Enough with the jumping. Dudley called out to the exuberant Filch after receiving the system's reward information. Make sure to attend more charm classes to enhance your spellcasting abilities. Do not tarnish my wand. Of course, assistant. Filch replied, carefully glancing at Dudley. Noticing no signs of displeasure, he added, by the way, assistant, I must confess that during my time as a mute, I have been intermittently eavesdropping on charm and defense against the dark arts classes for decades. He realized he had forgotten to mention this to Dudley in his excitement the previous night. What? Dudley exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. No wonder, he thought. Filch had been able to effortlessly harness the immense magical power upon awakening with his assistance. It was only logical that a mute, yearning for magic, would have silently observed young wizards in class for so long. Indeed, opportunity favors the prepared. Filch, it seems I can reasonably assign you more responsibilities from now on. Chapter 95. Night Adventures Exposed. The first defense against the dark arts class. The fiery-haired little imp, upon seeing Dudley return from the dormitory in his robes rather than pajamas, surmised something intriguing. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he eagerly inquired, "Dally, did you go for a night adventure?" "Yes," Dally replied casually, his tone full of conviction. "Then take me with you next time." Ron's eyes gleamed brighter, his face brimming with excitement. Fred and George have been boasting about their night escapades. I have longed to experience it myself. No, absolutely not. Ron, night adventures violate school rules. It is evident that Neville mustered considerable courage to voice this retort against his friend. Ron's small face instantly fell, and he muttered softly, "Occasionally sneaking out at night isn't such a big deal, is it? Dudley has already done it." "I'm a teaching assistant," Dudley interjected. "Although I have yet to assist in a class, my restrictions are certainly less than those of an ordinary student." "Understood," Dudley the teaching assistant. The capricious nature of children's affections is swift. Having just been rebutted by Neville, Ron felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Dudley's remark, and he responded with a drawn-out, somewhat sarcastic tone. Dudley, unfazed by this, shifted the conversation. "However, if you were to sneak out for a nighttime adventure, I wouldn't stop you." "Neville, your perspective is not without merit. Adhering to the correct rules is indeed a virtue. Pointing out the shortcomings of one's friends demonstrates true courage. For that, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 2 points." Upon hearing this, both Neville and Ron were taken aback. Although they were aware that Professor Dumbledore had granted Dudley the authority to award and deduct points, witnessing their housemate wield this power with such authority was nothing short of astonishing. How could a fellow dormitory member have the ability to legitimately alter our final grades? Nearby, the boy named Seamus, who had been reclining on the wooden bed, was awakened by the mention of points. "Points? What points?" he sleepily inquired, seizing upon the key phrase. "Oh, it's nothing. Just get up, wash up, and prepare for class. Earn some house points for Gryffindor." Dudley chuckled lightly, rousing Ron, Neville, and Seamus, while he himself promptly returned to his bed, falling asleep within moments. This morning, there were no classes, allowing him to enjoy an extra hour of rest. Meanwhile, Harry, who had stayed up late the previous night, remained blissfully asleep on the adjacent wooden bed. On the second day of the term, the entire dormitory of Harry was tardy by 10 minutes. They were penalized only a single point, which was swiftly overlooked. In principle, Dudley, as a teaching assistant and a member of the Four Houses, was not bound by the fixed class schedule. He could attend any class he desired, or even propose a new course and serve as its professor. However, during the first week of school, he chose not to indulge in special privileges, opting instead to accompany the Gryffindor students through the entirety of Hogwarts' 8 major courses before devising a subsequent plan to discuss educational reforms at Hogwarts with Dumbledore. Even the theoretical courses, such as herbology, were rendered engaging through Professor Sprout's captivating lectures, as she occasionally brought forth a pot of magical plants for students to examine, thus enhancing their memory. In Dudley's eyes, Professor Sprout was undoubtedly an exemplary herbology instructor, an industrious and capable gardener. After the conclusion of herbology, the first-year Gryffindor students eagerly rushed to the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Compared to the relatively tedious subject of herbology, they were far more enthusiastic about this class, particularly because this year's professor was a stunningly enigmatic witch. Dudley blended into the throng, his expression a blend of calm and solemnity. He was about to formally confront the rather unremarkable Professor Eccleshunt. He hoped she might bestow upon him a delightful surprise. Professor Eccles was known for her punctuality, even before the Gryffindor students arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom. She had already prepared her teaching materials and was waiting. Upon entering the classroom, the students beheld Professor Eccles, adorned with a deep red wizard hat, fiddling with an object covered by red cloth, which appeared to be a large cage. The occasional sounds of something striking the iron bars emanated from within, causing the fabric to tremble. Most students were captivated by this novel spectacle prepared by the professor. However, Derry's attention was subtly drawn to the pointed wizard hat perched atop her head. One could not help but recall past experiences. One could never know if the professor had fallen prey to a sudden ambush by Voldemort, and whether this hat bore any resemblance to the garlic-scented turban worn by Quirrell. It seemed all the students had gathered, so I shall forego the roll call. Let's commence our lesson. Please turn to page 5 of your book, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, as today we will explore a particularly noteworthy dark creature. As Derry pondered, a melodic voice emerged from Professor Eccles, instantly silencing the previously noisy classroom. It must be acknowledged that this professor possessed an undeniable charm. Her teaching style resembled that of a kindergarten teacher, reminiscent of Derry's own from a past life. The essence of the defense against the dark arts course did not revolve around mastering complex countercurses or methods of dispelling dark magic. Instead, It aimed to familiarize young wizards with the diverse array of dark creatures inhabiting the magical realm, both formidable and feeble, and to equip them with the appropriate strategies and spells for defense against these beings. Much of the curriculum focused on how to confront dark creatures of average strength, with clear vulnerabilities. For instance, powerful magical beings like dragons or thunderbirds could not be thwarted by mere crafty spells. Rather, they necessitated coordinated assaults or the aid of stronger allies. At this moment, Professor Eccles was discussing a widely distributed dark creature from the Nordic regions known as a redcap. Chapter 96, a demonstration of combat, meticulously designed. The redcap is a highly insidious dark creature, known for its propensity to lurk in blood-stained red areas, striking unsuspecting passers-by with wooden clubs. As Professor Eccles elaborated on the characteristics of the redcap, she waved her wand, lifting the red cloth that concealed the large iron cage. A group of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff first years craned their necks and peered into the cage, only to be greeted by a pool of crimson blood splattered across the iron floor of the enclosure. Observing this, Professor Eccles extended her wand again and cast 2 silent movement spells, shaking the large iron cage. Suddenly, a diminutive creature, entirely clad in crimson and resembling a diminutive fairy, emerged from the pool of blood, wielding a large wooden club stained with the same hue. It began to strike the iron bars of the cage containing the female professor with a series of forceful blows. Dudley observed keenly. The creature, known as the redcap, had not leapt from the blood, but instead had stealthily concealed itself within the crimson pool, appearing almost invisible. Stimulated, it abruptly sprang forth, brandishing its club in aggression. Professor Eccles directed her gaze towards the students, who had yet to attend a spellcasting class, and posed a rather preposterous request. Did any of them wish to step forward and, with her assistance, confront the redcap? The first-year Hufflepuffs, witnessing the ferocious creature relentlessly assaulting the cage, felt no inclination to engage in battle and instinctively avoided the professor's gaze. The Gryffindor newcomers were equally apprehensive. Neville hastily lowered his head to feign meekness, while Ron appeared conflicted, wishing to raise his hand but recalling his meager abilities, ultimately resigning himself to silence. Harry, aware of his cousin's wariness towards the professor, remained discreet, observing Dudley, contemplating the situation. Only Hermione, the determined girl, raised her hand high, her expression brimming with enthusiasm, eager to showcase her capabilities. Very well, let us have her, the professor remarked, preparing to select Hermione for the task. However, just as Professor Eccles was about to summon Hermione, Dudley rose to seize the opportunity. Hermione, frustrated, puffed her cheeks and reluctantly lowered her hand, casting an exasperated glance at Dudley's back. Professor Eccles regarded Dudley's boldness with a hint of surprise, then readily acquiesced. Since Assistant Dudley is willing to assist in the demonstration, that would be splendid. Dudley, forcing a smile, leaned on his walking stick, striding toward the cage with the demeanor of a small adult, yet devoid of any childishness. This demeanor earned him the professor's respect, perceiving him as an equal in the realm of wizardry. As Dudley reached the front of the stage, Professor Eccles could no longer refrain from inquiring, Assistant Dudley, are you prepared? Do you not require a wand? Or is your wand concealed within that staff? Prepare to open the cage door, Professor Eccles, Dudley replied, maintaining his forced smile. He glanced at the professor, then released his grip on the staff, which hovered steadily in the air as if supported by an invisible stand. Subsequently, he stood with empty hands, turning to face the cage door, his gaze fixated on the redcap, and slowly declared, I am the wand. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. She no longer hesitated. With a swift motion of her wand, she opened the iron cage door from a distance, simultaneously casting a protective charm that enveloped herself, Dolly, and the little Red Riding Hood in a perfectly sized defensive barrier, ready for any eventuality. As the iron door swung open, the diminutive and vibrant Red Riding Hood burst forth, chattering excitedly while brandishing a large red wooden stick, charging directly at Dolly, aware that stealth was no longer an option and only a frontal assault remained feasible. Faced with the oncoming Red Riding Hood, Dolly refrained from casting any long-range spells. Instead, he slightly bent forward, poised for action. In the blink of an eye, a red glow emanated from Dolly's right hand, firmly catching the end of the wooden stick that Red Riding Hood hurled at him. The overwhelming force transmitted through the stick halted her charge abruptly. Red Riding Hood tumbled to the ground, wincing in pain and letting out a series of anguished cries. The young wizards in the classroom, along with Professor Eccles, stood with mouths agape in astonishment. They had anticipated Dolly using spells or transformation techniques, but none expected him to rely on sheer strength. Do not be surprised. This too is magic, Dudley explained, his gaze fixed on the slowly rising Red Riding Hood. When confronting an adversary, we must keenly observe their gaze and movements, anticipate their attack range, and swiftly devise a counter-strategy that aligns with our own abilities. Do not fear, do not panic. Act quickly and decisively. As he spoke, Dudley lightly touched the ground with his foot, executing a swift sidestep to evade the new onslaught from Red Riding Hood, then bent low to close the distance between them. In the face of her startled expression, Dudley raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps, the force so tremendous that it knocked out her foul teeth. Subsequently, the unfortunate Red Riding Hood was propelled in a specific direction by Dudley's deft kick, her small body shooting away. The large red wooden stick she had wielded slipped from her grasp mid-flight, hurtling toward Professor Eccles's pointed wizard hat at an alarming speed. "Watch out, Professor!" Dudley exclaimed, concerned. Professor Eccles could have used her magic to deflect the incoming stick. Her flowing hair cascaded around her, showcasing a unique, chaotic beauty. Yet, Dudley was not preoccupied with her appearance. His sole concern was whether her scalp bore the mark of Voldemort's grotesque visage. His efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 97. Continuous Testing. The brave professor. "Are you all right, Professor? Are you unharmed?" Dudley, disregarding the commotion among the 2 new students, approached Professor Eccles with a look of concern. At the same time, he pointed towards the red wooden stick that had struck her hat, which instantly transformed into a stout rope binding the distant, feeble Red Riding Hood. The deep crimson, pointed hat, which had been knocked from the professor's head, soared back into Dudley's grasp. Daryl handed the wizard's hat to the female professor, his gaze discreetly sweeping over her nearby hair and scalp. The hair was silky, exuding a natural fragrance. The roots were thick, evenly distributed, and lushly covered her scalp. There were no signs of baldness, nor was there any hint of a ghastly, noseless, red-eyed visage. "Professor, are you all right? I sincerely apologize for startling you." Daryl maintained an unperturbed expression, continuing to radiate genuine remorse, though the formidable magic coursing through him had slightly calmed. Had there been even the slightest misstep, the smelting stick he had set aside would have transformed into an imposing stone wall, erecting a barrier between the new students and the podium. In that moment, Daryl had employed a hard control, while Harry initiated a charge, swiftly pressing his hand against the back of the professor's head, delivering a substantial backlash of damage to Voldemort's main soul. This was the plan Daryl had discreetly signaled to Harry when he had risen from his seat earlier. However, as everything seemed to be in order, this strategy was rendered unnecessary. "I am fine, Professor Dursley." Professor Eccles accepted the wizard's hat from Daryl, adjusted her hair, and donned the hat once more, then gently rubbed her buzzing ears, feeling rather speechless. Yet, her long-cultivated social grace compelled her to smile warmly, her tone gentle and demeanor composed, as she reassured Daryl, "It was merely an accident. You needn't be too hard on yourself." Upon hearing this, the guilt on Daryl's face gradually shifted to concern, and he sighed gravely. "Professor Eccles, this may not be an accident at all." The professor was taken aback. What did that mean? If it wasn't an accident, could it have been intentional? Professor Eccles was perplexed and was still pondering when she saw Daryl shake his head and turn away. Subsequently, she utilized the scarcely breathing red hat, bound tightly by ropes, as a teaching aid, managing to impart the specialized defensive spell against the red hat to her students before it completely expired. After class, as expected, Professor Eccles called out to Daryl, who was about to leave the classroom, to voice her curiosity. "Professor Dursley, what did you mean earlier when you said the incident in class was not an unexpected event?" Daryl feigned mystery, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before quietly responding to the professor. "Professor, I wonder if you have heard a rumor regarding the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts." Professor Eccles was taken aback. "What rumor? Although I am of British descent, I grew up in America and am not well versed in the affairs of the British magical community. I only heard Professor Dumbledore mention, upon my successful application, to be cautious and mindful of potential unexpected occurrences. Could it be?" Indeed, Daryl closely observed the subtle expressions on the professor's lovely face, seizing the opportunity to elaborate. "Dumbledore's warning to you was due to the fact that the position of defense against the dark arts professor has been subjected to a very powerful curse, one cast by the most fearsome Dark Lord, Voldemort." Darley solemnly disclosed a semi-public secret to the female professor, emphasizing the word Voldemort with particular gravity. "What? Are you referring to that mysterious figure who ruled over the British magical community for a decade, the one whose name cannot even be uttered?" Professor Eccles's face was etched with astonishment. Darley could discern from the subtle expressions on her face that she, unlike many other wizards in Britain, reacted to Voldemort's name predominantly with pure surprise, significantly less tinged with fear or panic. This response aligned with that of a foreigner hearing the name of a terrorist from another country. Such a reaction, to some extent, suggested that Professor Acreles had never encountered Voldemort and had not witnessed the terror he instilled. Was it possible that I am overthinking this? This thought crossed Darley's mind once more. However, he maintained his composure and continued to probe. Yes, it is him, Voldemort. Though he now exists as nothing more than a fragment of his former self, he should not be underestimated. He lurks like a demon in the shadows. Even Dumbledore finds him formidable. As long as Voldemort remains alive, the curse on the position of defense against the dark arts will persist, and thus, Professor Acreles, your danger will remain ever present. Today it may be a witch's hat knocked off by a stick. Tomorrow, it could be a troll smashing your back. Professor Acreles fell into a brief silence. After a moment, she turned to Darley and stated earnestly, Mr. Dursley, thank you for your warning. However, I refuse to be intimidated by a mere illusion of a curse. This position is one I have fought hard to secure. I will not abandon it halfway. I intend to see for myself whether this mysterious figure is truly as powerful as rumored, and whether his curse is indeed unbreakable. Darley silently raised his thumb in admiration for the courageous professor, nodding in approval before preparing to take his leave. After probing for most of the day, he still had not discerned anything amiss about her. While he could not reach a definitive conclusion at that moment, his suspicions regarding her had indeed diminished significantly. As Darley made to depart, a hint of displeasure crossed Professor Acreles' face, and she called out to him, Mr. Dursley, you misused a word in your earlier statement. Darley's face reflected his confusion. Professor Acreles, growing more agitated, raised her voice and retorted, I am not old, and my waist is certainly not an old back. With that, she twisted her waist, deliberately showcasing her figure, and briskly turned to leave. Darley frowned, somewhat perplexed. I can see that you possess some charm, but you are clad in a wizard's robe, not a form-fitting garment. What is there to boast about? One might even risk straining a vertebra. He shook his head and waved, retrieving the red hat that had been hanging in the classroom into his personal space. If the professor deemed it unworthy, then he, as her assistant, would graciously accept it. Chapter 98. The Serpent's Shadow in the Deep Night. The Other Side of Acreles. On Tuesday afternoon, with no classes scheduled, Darley continued his pilgrimage to the Repository of Knowledge. The Repository of Knowledge refers to the library. In the library, Darley diligently studied alchemical texts for approximately 4 hours. Rising once more, he departed for the infirmary, located on the second floor of the castle. Under the guise of a teaching assistant and the pretext of evaluating healing potions, he procured from Madame Pomfrey 2 vials of bone regeneration potion, 3 vials of scabious salve for bottles of standard antidote, 3 tubes of calming elixir, and 1 bottle of vitality tonic at a modest price. These were all intended for the beleaguered little dwarf, who was nearing his limits. Relying solely on Muggle hormonal concoctions was not a sustainable solution. In the evening, Darius made another visit to Hagrid, retrieving several substantial lengths of wand wood that Hagrid had sawed from the Forbidden Forest earlier that day. Hagrid informed him that Professor Kettleburn, who was left with but a single arm and half a leg, had voluntarily visited the dragon enclosure during his free time to assist in assessing the condition of 2 elderly dragons. Ron, having awoken thrice during the night to observe, failed to catch a glimpse of Darius departing, and reluctantly succumbed to sleep, temporarily extinguishing his desire for nocturnal adventures. It was not until the latter half of the night that Darius stealthily rose, opting not to summon Harry, and ventured alone to the room of requirement. He first administered various healing potions to the almost unrecognizable little dwarf before fervently immersing himself in the endeavor of crafting a special wand from Harry's hair. In the depths of the night, within the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Elcris Hunt cast a magical barrier around the door and illuminated the room with candlelight. In the glow, she approached a corner and extracted a suitcase. With a flick of her wand, she tapped thrice upon the celestial patterns etched onto the suitcase, revealing a concealed zipper. She extended her delicate, pale hand to unzip it, retrieving a beautifully adorned slender glass vial filled with shimmering silvery threads of memory. Moments later, Professor Elcris's demeanor shifted slightly. Her previously gentle, beautiful, and affable nature was now laced with an alluring and sinister charm. The dragon had emerged. Elcris digested the hidden memories she had extracted earlier and, pointing her wand at an empty spot in the room, incanted a spell. A bizarre serpent, measuring 5 or 6 meters in length, promptly slithered forth from the tip of her wand. Should Darius and Harry have been present, they would undoubtedly recognize the origins of this serpent. On June 23rd, Darius's birthday, the Dursleys had visited the zoo. In the reptile house, Harry inadvertently activated his inherited ability to speak parcel tongue, communicating with a Brazilian boa constrictor in the enclosure. The serpent, lamenting its longing for home, was aided by Harry's sudden surge of magic, which caused the thick glass to behave as if under a vanishing spell, allowing the boa to escape. He had commanded the serpent not to harm anyone and subsequently allowed it to flee unhindered. Unbeknownst to them, however, this unfortunate serpent had not eluded the clutches of fate and had been summoned once more by Elcris in the dead of night. Moreover, judging by the serpent's current countenance, it was no longer merely itself. Master, after releasing the peculiar giant serpent, Elcris stowed her wand, bowed her head submissively before the serpent, and uttered an exceedingly shameful address. How goes the task? Have you discerned the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone? On the back of the Brazilian python's head, a grotesque and menacing human visage protruded, its mouth agape beneath the serpent's scales, exhaling a long, slender, forked tongue. In an extremely chilling tone, it uttered, "Master, we have already obtained some clues." Eccles spoke with a sycophantic inflection. Earlier this evening, Dumbledore privately summoned several of us professors, revealing his intention to construct a labyrinth within the Forbidden Forest next week, specifically for the upper year students to hone their practical skills. He mentioned that we professors would be needed to assist in setting up the challenges. Furthermore, he stated that there would be rewards placed within the labyrinth, with the Philosopher's Stone being the ultimate prize located at its deepest point. Hiss! The soul of Voldemort, parasitically residing within the python, emitted a frigid voice. "You must procure the Philosopher's Stone for me at once. I am in desperate need of the elixir of life to replenish my vitality. Also, within 3 days, bring me some unicorn blood." Eccles's expression turned troubled upon hearing this. "Master, the Forbidden Forest is vast, and I have classes to attend dealing with those troublesome professors and students. I may not have sufficient time. I do not wish to hear excuses. I demand results." The serpent's red eyes, sprouting from beneath the scales, fixed their gaze upon Eccles. Dark, sinister magical smoke began to seep from the serpent's body, creating a ghastly sight. "If I do not obtain unicorn blood within 3 days, I shall have no choice but to inhabit your body." Eccles trembled slightly, hastily responding, "I will surely fulfill your command." "It is just what?" Voldemort's soul's expression darkened further. "It is merely that, to my knowledge, unicorn blood, unless willingly given, carries a powerful curse. Consuming it may bring more harm than good." "Master," Eccles spoke rapidly, her tone reflecting her loyalty, as she feigned concern for Voldemort's well-being. Voldemort's soul writhed within the python's form, emitting a maniacal laugh. "The unicorn blood is meant for this serpent to drink. What concern is it of mine? I only require the vitality within the unicorn's blood. As for the curse, let the serpent bear it." A heavy weight settled in Eccles's heart. She had not anticipated the second-generation Dark Lord's cunning maneuvers. It seemed that the arduous task of obtaining unicorn blood could not be evaded. This was his domain, and until he regained his corporeal form, she needed to tread carefully. Eccles's wand had already been altered by him through dark magic, endowed with a unique function akin to a key. "Master, I may have uncovered the reason for Dumbledore's significant transformation." Eccles's words momentarily halted the movements of Voldemort's parasitic serpent form. "Speak swiftly." Chapter 99, Conspiracy. All is conspiracy. Prompted by Voldemort, Eccles dared not delay. She quickly laid bare her thoughts. "Dumbledore seems particularly concerned about your adversary, Harry Potter, and his cousin, Dudley Dursley. If Dumbledore's interest in Harry Potter stems from that unfavorable prophecy concerning you, what then could be the reason for his regard for Dudley Dursley? In light of the prowess, wisdom, and acuity exhibited by Dudley Dursley in recent days, I am inclined to believe that Dudley has been covertly inciting Dumbledore, strategizing for him, leading to significant losses for your forces." The Dark Lord's essence writhed like a serpent, gradually coiling into a spiral. He pondered, deliberating on whether Eccles's analysis held any truth. After a prolonged moment, the Dark Lord's essence confidently concluded, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Dumbledore." Eccles, taken aback, questioned, "What scheme? How could she have missed it?" The Dark Lord reveled in the astonishment of his subordinates, basking in the superiority that comes from outsmarting others, a sensation intoxicating in its own right. After a few moments of indulgence, he explained, flicking his serpentine tongue, "That insufferable little oaf named Dudley, whom I have encountered. possesses some inherent talent, but to suggest he could provide counsel to Dumbledore is akin to claiming you could teach Merlin. You did not grow up in England. You cannot comprehend Dumbledore's formidable nature. This ancient wizard has navigated the international magical community for decades, his strength and intellect unfathomable, only slightly inferior to my own. A mere 11-year-old child advising him? Only a fool would believe that. Dudley Dursley is nothing more than a pawn pushed forward by Dumbledore to shield Harry Potter and divert my attention. Yet, Dudley, alongside Harry Potter, has pioneered the stabilization charm, demonstrating extraordinary magical prowess. He can cast spells without a wand and combat formidable foes barehanded. Ekris, unwilling to accept the label of fool, promptly presented counter-evidence, arguing her case fervently. That stabilization charm is indeed troublesome. Previously, in Gringotts' underground vault, Harry Potter employed this very magic to interrupt Quirrell's lethal curse. Truly, he is my destined nemesis, possessing some remarkable skill. At 11 years old, casting spells without a wand? Does he think he is the reincarnation of Merlin? How could that be possible? With such formidable talent, yet he engages in primitive bare-handed combat like a lowly Muggle, further proving that the little oaf is merely a fabricated facade. The Dark Lord's essence spoke slowly, his deformed red eyes brimming with wisdom and disdain. Are you suggesting that the stabilization charm is solely the creation of Harry Potter? That the notion of the two brothers jointly crafting the spell is a deliberate fabrication by Dumbledore? Ekris discerned the implications in the Dark Lord's words. Naturally. Otherwise, why was it not the more powerful little oaf who employed this magic against me and Quirrell in the Gringotts vault? Moreover, the little oaf was wielding a wand at that time. Reciting the incantation thrice may not guarantee the proper casting of a spell. Such a novice wizard, in the span of merely a month, could discard his wand and cast spells without it? It must be an illusion, a deceptive facade meant to hoodwink me. Cursed Dumbledore. The Dark Lord's essence confidently reached its conclusion, entirely unaware that Dudley had only recently awakened to his wizarding heritage and was still unpracticed in spellcasting. Once again, Harry's disarming charm proved ineffective against the formidable malevolence, rendering the situation exceedingly dire. Thus, in the ensuing battle, there was no use for the auxiliary charm that lacked finality, as it would only serve as a futile endeavor. How enlightening. Ekris gradually began to accept Voldemort's perspective. Master, what is your opinion on this disarming charm? Is it possible to break it? I fear that in future endeavors, dark magic may not be effective. Fool. Worthless. Voldemort's main soul dismissed Ekris's concerns with disdainful reprimands. That charm is merely a cunning trick with little substance. It only serves to vex the inept. As long as your murderous intent is resolute and your malevolence is pure, that charm cannot hinder your use of dark magic. Moreover, do you not comprehend the art of striking first when confronted? Those self-righteous wizards always indulge in empty chatter before battle. If you lack confidence, would it not be wiser to strike decisively? Ekris, stung by Voldemort's reprimand, felt her cheeks flush with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Internally, she scoffed. Do you think everyone is as twisted as you? Do you expect murderous intent and malevolence to arise effortlessly and so purely? Furthermore, just because the righteous are verbose does not mean they are slow to react. If one were to provoke an unassailable adversary, would it not be folly to strike first? Merely surviving a counterattack would be a victory. Nevertheless, Ekris dared not voice these thoughts before Voldemort. Instead, she strained to activate her mental barriers, conjuring a false memory to conceal her true feelings. Magic relies on both power and mind. While magical potential is often limited by one's bloodline, the strength of the mind can be cultivated through diligent practice. Whether dark magic or certain specialized forms of white magic, to unleash their full potential, one must cultivate profound emotional turbulence. Those self-important white wizards who believe that the disarming charm ensures their safety from dark magic, while neglecting the power of the mind, are courting their own demise. Typically, dark wizards surpass ordinary white wizards not because dark magic is inherently superior, but because the practice and execution of dark magic necessitate the cultivation of intense negative emotions, which significantly fortifies their mental prowess. When infused with the power of the mind, dark magic, saturated with wicked emotions, is not something that ordinary white magic or white wizards can contend with. Do you comprehend, Ekris Hunt? Do not allow a non-aggressive, mundane white charm to instill fear in your heart. Amplify the malevolence within you. Do not be shackled by hypocritical morals and rules. As long as your malevolence remains unyielding, the disarming charm will fail to stabilize anything. Chapter 100. Alone and Vulnerable. Voldemort's dreadful scheme. Voldemort's insidious whispers permeated Eris's mind, amplifying the malevolence within her. Indeed, the second Dark Lord spoke with undeniable truth. Dark magic, without a dark heart. What right have you to wield dark magic? I have never claimed to be virtuous. Eris's heart brimmed with dark thoughts, her aura of malevolence growing ever more pronounced, until she recalled the disquieting news she had learned from Dolly during the day. A flicker of clarity emerged amidst her spiraling malevolent thoughts. Master, I have heard that you placed a powerful curse upon the position of the defense against the dark arts professor that I currently hold. Eccles steadied herself and stammered her inquiry. Indeed, that was my original masterpiece. A marvel, a wonder that even I find challenging to replicate. Upon hearing this, Eccles felt a chill of despair wash over her. Is there no way for you to exempt me from the effects of this curse? She pressed on, unwilling to relent. The Dark Lord's spirit laughed, mocking Eccles's naivety. When she saw Voldemort laugh, a flicker of hope ignited on her face, as if she believed salvation was at hand. Yet, in the next moment, the laughter ceased. Voldemort's gaze turned cold as he mercilessly declared, "There is no way. If miracles could be easily altered, could they still be called miracles?" Eccles's smile vanished. Her complexion turned ashen, and her heart sank completely. She found herself subservient to Voldemort, devoid of wealth, deprived of freedom, ever vigilant against the scrutiny of the entire school, and now she had to endure betrayal from her master. This was truly an intolerable position. Had she known, she would never have ventured into that forest or foolishly sought to harness Voldemort's power and influence. Feeling utterly helpless, yet driven by an instinct for survival, Eccles swiftly contemplated her next course of action. Voldemort, observing her despondent demeanor, was well aware of his new subordinate's trepidation. With a twisted grin, he hissed, "Soon, you shall have nothing to fear. You need not even fulfill the role of this defense against the dark arts professor." Eccles felt a surge of indignation at Voldemort's sardonic remarks, yet she dared not express her discontent. In a moment of desperation, an idea sparked within her. "Master, I have noticed that Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter seem to harbor a strong aversion towards Professor Severus Snape. On the first night of school, they greeted all the staff, yet deliberately ignored Snape, not even offering him a smile. Their animosity appears profound. Might we leverage this to win Snape over to our side? An additional ally could expedite your acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, don't you think?" Under immense pressure, feeling utterly alone, Eccles resorted to the notion of forming alliances, even daring to consider the double-agent Snape. Voldemort fell silent for a brief moment before deciding to divulge a sliver of insider information. "Your insight is commendable. Snape is already one of my own." "Really?" Eccles exclaimed, elated as this revelation would save her considerable effort, were it not for the challenges of covert operations. She would not wish to force herself to ingratiate with a man who neglected personal hygiene and showed her no regard whatsoever. Now it is settled. This individual is her ally, and she could directly command him by exploiting Voldemort's identity. Eccles envisioned a delightful scenario. Yet Voldemort's main soul harbored no intentions of allowing her such ease. Voldemort's main soul continued. "Although Severus Snape was an undercover agent I previously assigned to Dumbledore, and I have some faith in his loyalty, a decade has passed, and human hearts are notoriously fickle. Moreover, given the signs you have observed, it is possible that Harry Potter and his cousin are already aware of Snape's past betrayal concerning the prophecy and harbor animosity towards him. Snape may have already compromised his position as a spy, falling victim to Dumbledore's manipulation, and has become yet another bait to lure me into the open." Eccles's face fell, her heart filled with despair. "Then, are there any other trustworthy individuals at Hogwarts?" "None," Voldemort replied curtly. Trust? For him, it was a luxury beyond reach. No one could earn his complete trust, especially when his power was at its nadir. With his current magical prowess, controlling Eccles was already a stretch. To manage someone as formidable and cunning as Snape was utterly impossible. He would never gamble with his own life. It seemed that I must rely solely on myself. Eccles felt tears welling up, adopting a pitiful demeanor in hopes of swaying Voldemort to grant her additional assistance. Yet, to Voldemort's main soul, this display appeared as nothing more than the behavior of a cowardly weakling. "Spare me the theatrics. If you cannot accomplish your task, your existence becomes futile." Voldemort's chilling words swiftly rendered Eccles compliant and composed. Observing her demeanor, Voldemort slightly softened his tone. "Although your previous display was ineffective with me, it may not hold the same fate with Snape. As far as I know, Snape is quite the romantic, particularly enamored with beautiful women possessing striking green eyes and a gentle nature. You might consider pursuing him in this direction. Engage him purely based on your identity. Seduce him. And enlist his aid, but do not divulge a single detail regarding me to avoid drawing Dumbledore's attention. Do you understand? Voldemort fundamentally grasped neither love nor the depth of Snape's feelings for Lily. To him, Snape merely desired a woman akin to Lily in beauty. As long as the appearance and demeanor were somewhat similar, he believed Snape could easily be bewitched. Thus, he proposed such a misguided idea to Ecris. Understood, Master. Furthermore, the situation had come full circle, leading her to the realization that in order to gain a comrade, she must compromise herself and resort to seduction. Voldemort truly is of no use. Chapter 101, Harry's Nightmare, Dudley's Awakening. Ecris internally berated Voldemort with fervor, yet outwardly maintained a submissive demeanor, eyes cast down in obedience. Simultaneously, she activated her mental shielding technique to its fullest capacity, guarding against Voldemort's attempts at mind manipulation. Voldemort was quite pleased with Ecris's performance and shamelessly assigned her additional tasks. Without jeopardizing the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, you may seize the opportune moment to assist me in extinguishing Harry Potter and his loquacious cousin. Voldemort uttered coldly, unable to forget his destined adversary, nor the memory of Dudley hurling insults at him from the depths of the vault, thwarting his efforts to torment Harry. Yes, my lord. Eclis responded without a moment's hesitation, for she had no intention of complying. Her task was already daunting enough. It would be madness to impose further difficulty upon herself. After all, Voldemort had not enforced any obligation upon her, and she could simply claim she found no suitable opportunity when the time came. Unaware of Eclis's clandestine calculations, Voldemort, seeing no other matters to address, slithered away, his deformed serpent head brushing against the tip of Eclis's wand, twisting into a spiral before vanishing entirely. Once Voldemort departed, Eclis, her expression fluctuating between shadows and light, settled onto the office sofa, deep in contemplation for an extended period. She then cast a spell to conceal the zipper of her hidden pocket. Later that night, within the confines of the room conjured by the Room of Requirement, she crafted a wand from half of Harry's hair. This half was a mere defective piece, while the seemingly intact wand lacked the requisite potency. Dudley understood that the issue lay with the wands would failing to harmonize with Harry's hair, necessitating Hagrid's venture into the Forbidden Forest for new supplies. This was a matter that could not be rushed. It required a series of trials and errors, to be approached as a long-term endeavor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Dudley prepared to change into his pajamas and retire for a nap. However, he was taken aback to notice some disturbance on Harry's bed. He hurried over to draw back the curtains and assess Harry's condition. There lay Harry, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, eyelids fluttering, limbs thrashing as if ensnared in a nightmare. Calm yourself. Dudley promptly cast a calming charm upon Harry. Gradually, Harry's turmoil subsided. He opened his striking emerald eyes to find his cousin standing at his side, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Cousin, I think I had a nightmare. I dreamt of that Brazilian python I released at the zoo. Harry exclaimed. It seemed to be in agony, with a grotesque tumor beneath the scales at the back of its head, split and forked tongue, and those familiar malevolent red eyes. Could it be Voldemort? Dudley's brow furrowed at Harry's revelation. It was not difficult to deduce that Voldemort's primary soul had taken residence within that same Brazilian python. Moreover, it was highly probable that this serpent, now possessed by Voldemort, had already arrived at Hogwarts. Dudley immediately posed a crucial question. I'm not entirely certain, cousin. I vaguely saw flickering candlelight beside the python, along with a shadowy figure moving in tandem with the light. The figure was too indistinct for me to discern any features. I couldn't see clearly. Harry gradually relayed all the information he had gathered. The presence of candlelight indicated it was nighttime, indoors. The shadowy figure suggested that Voldemort had found new allies and was conspiring on some dark plan. The noseless, bald, red-eyed creature has most likely arrived at Hogwarts Castle, perhaps to consort with a professor, a head of house, the student council president, or a particularly adept young wizard skilled in nocturnal escapades. For the encounter you dreamt of must surely transpire within a secluded, enclosed chamber. Only such individuals would dare venture into a solitary room at night to conspire with Voldemort. Cousin, that's quite a broad range. Harry sighed. Indeed. Moreover, I've been somewhat observant of these groups in recent days and have detected no anomalies, replied Dudley. This Voldemort has grown cunning. He no longer directly inhabits a wizard. Instead, he plays at remote manipulation. Dudley's eyes glazed over as he quietly analyzed, realizing that the minions Voldemort had summoned this time would be formidable adversaries. Could it be someone I overlooked? Or is it a case of mind cloaking? No. Mind cloaking cannot conceal micro-expressions. Perhaps he has extracted his own memories. Dudley suddenly contemplated a possibility he had previously ignored, his expression growing grave. Ah, splendid. Though the magical realm may not be vast, those skilled in subterfuge abound. At this moment, Dudley remained uncertain as to who within the castle might be Voldemort's agent. Yet his suspicions regarding Professor Eccles had been fully reinvigorated. Harry, remain vigilant in the coming days. Keep your wand at hand and be ever prepared for battle. As they were not pressed for time, the occupants of Harry's dormitory were not tardy for herbology class today. The lesson unfolded as usual, vivid and enriching. Dudley conceded that Professor Binns, who was determined to teach even in death, possessed unparalleled dedication. However, his lectures were as lifeless as his ghostly existence. The textbook of magical history was inherently tedious, devoid of the rich historical contexts, catalysts, significance, and reflective insights that might foster a profound understanding and cultural foundation in students. Unlike the history textbooks from Dudley's past life, Professor Binns merely regurgitated the textbook content in his antiquated, ghostly monotone, failing to offer any expansion of his own views. One could say that his history class served only to induce slumber, rendering it utterly unnecessary for genuine learning. After enduring approximately 20 minutes, Dudley could bear it no longer. This is a sheer waste of life, he declared, rising abruptly. Harry, let us depart. To the library for self-study. Yes, cousin. Chapter 102. Skipping Magical History. An Encounter with a Ghost. Harry, too, could not endure the drudgery any longer. With Dudley's support, he hesitated not and rose to follow suit. Professor Binns, resembling a malfunctioning audio player at the lectern, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Having taught magical history for an indeterminate number of years, both in life and death, he had seldom encountered a student eager to attend his lectures. Yet he had never before witnessed such audaciousness as students brazenly abandoning his class mid-session. Could you not concoct some excuse of a headache or a stomachache before leaving? What sort of disrespect is this? Professor Binns, determined to conjure a reprimand for Dudley and Harry, found himself at a loss for words as Dudley had already ushered Harry to the classroom door. Professor Binns, I'm the teaching assistant, and I need to take Harry Potter to class alone. Is that all right? No way. Professor Binns longed to express his discontent, but before he could voice his thoughts, Dudley had already whisked Harry away. Alas, in his advanced age, he was oblivious to the world around him, having drifted into a spectral existence, and thus his mind often wandered unpredictably. He gazed vacantly at the open classroom door, and before long, it seemed he had entirely forgotten about Dudley's departure with Harry. Students by the door, please close it. Now, let us continue our lesson. In the Middle Ages, there was an eccentric wizard named Uric, hailing from Ravenclaw, who donned a jellyfish as a hat, kept over 50 augury birds, and even slept with them. The young witches and wizards in the classroom were dumbfounded, particularly the Gryffindor students. They whispered amongst themselves while Professor Binns continued his lecture, seemingly indifferent to their chatter. How cool. Dudley is so cool. Why didn't he invite me to study in the library with him? By Merlin's Old Sweater. I would much rather read in the library than listen to Professor Binns. Ron exclaimed animatedly to Neville and Hermione nearby. Because Dudley knows you can't focus on your studies. Hermione retorted mercilessly. I don't think skipping class is cool. We must respect knowledge and the classroom. History of magic is a core subject at Hogwarts. When the end-of-year exams come around, Dudley and Harry will surely regret it. You're so dull, Hermione, Ron muttered. Then turned to Neville. What do you think, Neville? I think Hermione is right, Neville timidly asserted, trying to sound brave. TCH, Ron was left speechless. Noticing that Hermione and Neville were engrossed in their notes, diligently following Professor Binns, he scanned the room in boredom and discovered another brave soul among the first-year Gryffindors. Dean Thomas, the only first-year not residing in their dormitory, but instead placed with older students, stealthily rose and crept towards the classroom door. Clearly, Dudley had set a troublesome precedent. Halt! Just as a significant number of young wizards were watching Dean Thomas, poised to witness his potential escape from class, the slow-witted Professor Binns suddenly sharpened his focus. Dean Thomas, are you also a teaching assistant? How dare you disregard the classroom? 5 points from Gryffindor. The other young wizards, witnessing Professor Binns wielding his point deduction prowess, promptly abandoned their improper thoughts and returned to dutifully listening to the professor's hypnotic lecture. On the way to the second-floor library, Harry, brimming with excitement, pondered the same concern as the studious Hermione. Cousin, if we skip history of magic, what will we do about the end-of-year exams? The OWLs will include history of magic as well. Dudley turned to Harry with a smirk and inquired, Harry, what are we here at Hogwarts for? Will studying the history of magic enhance our magical abilities? Dudley seemed to doubt it. Harry appeared to grasp the crux of the matter. Isn't that settled then? If the history of magic cannot elevate our magical prowess, what is the point of learning? Dudley boldly articulated his thoughts. However, Harry countered, but cousin, I heard Hermione mention that the exams at Hogwarts will influence job placements after graduation. Only those who achieve certain grades can work at the Ministry of Magic. Harry understood Dudley's implication, yet his perspective remained somewhat constrained. Upon hearing this, Dudley promptly elucidated, Harry, why do people work? Indeed, the primary reason humans toil is to earn money for sustenance. At a higher level, it is to realize one's life value through work. But do we lack for money? You have a vast vault, and I can conjure gold bars. Why should we force ourselves for mere profit? As for your aspirations of achieving your dreams through work, there's no need for concern. After you graduate, whether you wish to join the Ministry of Magic or teach at Hogwarts, our current prestige and accolades will suffice. What if we submit a blank exam paper for the history of magic? As long as your magical prowess is formidable, no one will dare to look down upon you. In fact, this will only enhance your reputation as a so-called strong individual, becoming a testament to your merit. I understand now, cousin, Harry exclaimed, enlightened by Dudley's words. Dudley's insights broadened Harry's perspective. In the original story, during his 7th year, Harry was pursued and harassed by Death Eaters, preventing him from completing all his exams and graduating normally. Nevertheless, he was later exceptionally appointed as an Auror by the Ministry of Magic due to his renown and accomplishments. Whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding realm, it ultimately comes down to one's capabilities. The History of Magic course neither enhances students' magical skills nor elevates their consciousness. Bearing the weight of educational reform at Hogwarts, Dudley was determined to rectify the shortcomings of the curriculum, strategizing ways to persuade Dumbledore to completely overhaul the subject. As Dudley and Harry strolled through the castle corridors, they pondered various matters. Unexpectedly, they caught sight of the brightly clad Peeves floating in mid-air, dutifully bowing to a hollow-eyed, blood-stained ghost who was mumbling to himself. It's the Bloody Baron, Harry exclaimed, recalling Percy S. words that only the Bloody Baron could render Peeves polite. Dudley also directed his gaze towards the despondent-looking middle-aged male ghost. He was aware of this ghost's tragic tale. The Bloody Baron was a figure from a millennium ago, a fervent suitor of Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of one of Hogwarts' founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. After failing in his pursuit, in a fit of passion, he tragically took Helena's life. Unable to bear the reality of having slain his beloved, he succumbed to guilt and ultimately took his own life. As a fellow Slytherin with a penchant for romance, the Blood Prince, Barrow, is far more deranged and repugnant than Snape. At the very least, when Lily initially spurned Snape in favor of James, Snape did not let his love turn to hatred by attempting to stab her. Therefore, it is only natural that even the inept Dudley, who Snape himself looked down upon, harbors no fondness for Barrow. Remembering Peeves' utility, Dudley approached the floating poltergeist and inquired, Peeves, do you wish to remain forever under the oppressive shadow of the Blood Prince? Chapter 103. The Blood Prince? A single strike. Peeves was utterly terrified by the unexpected emergence of Barrow and contemplated bowing in submission to swiftly disband this harbinger of doom. To his dismay, Dudley, the master of provocation, appeared at his back. Of course, Peeves, who roamed Hogwarts with unmatched prowess, would never willingly submit to Barrow's tyranny. Yet, despite his reluctance, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He simply could not contend with Barrow. Although the Blood Prince spent much of his time in a trance-like state, when he was alert, his strikes were merciless. With the ability to become invisible and wield a ghostly sword, he was an extraordinary adversary. Did you truly believe, little wizard, that your perceived acceptance by Hogwarts would allow you to dismiss the Blood Prince? While ghosts pose little threat to wizards, one cannot easily handle a fully incorporeal specter. If you provoke Barrow and walk away unscathed, I shall bear the consequences. Peeves was in a state of panic, observing that Barrow remained fixated on a particular direction, gliding slowly without any sign of disturbance. He hastily descended towards Dudley, whispering as he flew, for the sake of Hogwarts, I urge you to leave. If Barrow awakens and confronts you, he will surely freeze you into a little ice statue. Peeves, I presumed you possessed a modicum of courage, but it seems I have misjudged you. Dudley paid no heed to Peeves' warning and continued to incite him further. Peeves, feeling both anger and frustration, dared not retaliate with Barrow nearby, and thus decided to flee. However, Dudley added provocatively, watch closely. Today, I shall enlighten you and demonstrate that the Blood Prince is merely a paper tiger, a perverse murderer who cannot be taken seriously. On the other side, Barrow was on the verge of drifting away in despair. Yet, A certain word uttered by Dudley struck a deep chord within him, suddenly rousing him from his stupor. He spun around midair, glaring down at Dudley in the corridor. "Little wizard, what did you just call me?" For the first time, Barrow spoke, and, astonishingly, his silver-white, translucent, ghostly form began to shift towards a blood-red hue, his aura swelling ominously, as if in a frenzy. The source of this crimson tint was the splatters of blood adorning Barrow's robe. Dudley stood, unafraid, casually waving his hand, prompting Harry to retreat to a safe distance without uttering a word. Then, with a disdainful smile, Dudley boldly met Barrow's gaze. "Am I mistaken? Are you not the one who murdered Lady Helena?" Upon hearing the long-forgotten familiar name, Bloodman Barrow gasped, sorrow welling up within him. I am so sorry, Helena. What are you crying for? Are you lamenting now? It's too late." Dolly mocked mercilessly, "If you still have the courage. Come and fight me." Provoked beyond measure, Bloodman Barrow was driven into a complete frenzy. A blood-red aura emanated from him as a spectral hand emerged from the ancient ghostly robe, swiftly drawing forth a crimson dagger, emitting a chilling wail, and hurtling towards Dolly with terrifying speed. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Papigi, observing from the sidelines, had already begun to mourn for Dolly. Even he had never encountered such a state of Bloodman Barrow. Yet, facing the onslaught of Bloodman Barrow, Dolly wore a cunning smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Dolly did not flinch nor invoke any incantation. Instead, he simply drew a large circle in the air before him, opening a portal to his personal space. In his agitated state, Bloodman Barrow, in the midst of his furious charge, was unable to alter his trajectory in time, and he plunged headlong into the inky darkness of the portal. However, Dolly had no intention of allowing Bloodman Barrow to fully enter. With a mere thought, Bloodman Barrow became ensnared at the entrance of the portal, his upper body inside, while his lower half remained outside. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge the portal an inch. Moreover, with his upper body trapped within Dolly's personal space, as long as Dolly prevented sound waves from escaping, no one outside could hear Bloodman Barrow's words. Conversely, unless permitted by Dolly, external sounds could not penetrate the personal space, rendering Bloodman Barrow deaf to the outside world. Is this how it ends? Papigi, watching in disbelief, observed this peculiar scene. Bloodman Barrow's upper body appeared to be engulfed by a large black circle, leaving his lower half flailing about in a most extraordinary predicament. No. I absolutely did not mean that. Young wizard, no. I mean, Assistant Professor Dursley. You are simply brilliant and invincible. Even Headmaster Dumbledore would not stand a chance against you. Papigi fluttered eagerly to Dolly's side, showering him with flattery. Witnessing Dolly so effortlessly subdue the frenzied Bloodman Barrow, coupled with Dolly's newfound authority at Hogwarts, Papigi had become an unwavering admirer, utterly captivated. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's settle grievances and vendettas. Dolly stepped aside, pointing to the lower half of Bloodman Barrow. Rest assured, he cannot hear you now. Initially apprehensive, Papigi's spirits soared upon hearing Dolly's words, trembling with exhilaration as he let out an uncontrollable cackle, leaning closer to Bloodman Barrow's lower half, shouting, "Damn you, Bloodman Barrow. Look at you now. Ha ha ha. Prepare to meet your demise. Behold my ultimate, invincible whirlwind kick." The mischievous spirit, Pai Pai Gue, shifted between the realms of reality and illusion, delivering a merciless kick to the grotesque, blood-red figure of Barrow, leaving a scene that was truly harrowing. Dolly, his gaze vacant, pondered deeply, meticulously organizing his thoughts. He granted Pai Pai Gue a full 10 minutes of contemplation before finally uttering, "That should suffice, Pai Pai Gue." Upon hearing his name, Pai Pai Gue promptly halted, eagerly darting to Dolly's side. "Esteemed Assistant Professor Desi Lee, what are your instructions?" Dolly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no onlookers lurked nearby. Employing an ear-closing spell to guard against eavesdropping, he addressed Pai Pai Gue in hushed tones. "Starting tonight, I require you to stealthily patrol the offices of various professors, the lounge of the head students and the student council president, as well as the vacant rooms throughout the castle. Your task is to search for a monstrous python with a grotesque, tumor-ridden face. Should you encounter it, refrain from acting impulsively. Instead, return to me with utmost swiftness. This matter must be conducted in secrecy, away from the prying eyes of others and the spirits. Do you understand?"